is at Drake Stadium and the 2026 Iowa High School Track and Field Championships presented by Iowa Farm Bureau. We begin a full day of track right now. Already on the track is the girls' shuttle hurdle relay. We are going to be here for the next 12 hours today, tomorrow, and Championship Saturday. Hello, everybody. Along with Tim O'Neill and Tim DeBrink, I'm Paul Yeager. Glad to have you here. And, Tim, we've already had one race has taken place already in the shuttle hurdle. Belle Plaine, Fremont Mills, GTRA, and Newell Fonda, and I think that was one. We're getting ready for Heat 2 of shuttle hurdle. Wapsie Valley, Central Decatur, BGM Brooklyn, and Maquoketa Valley in this one. Tim, it moves fast. All right, first off, good morning and welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Glad to be here. It's excited. State track meet doesn't get any better than this.
This is a full 3 days on the track already. There's a look at Wapsie Valley on the track. That's from northeast Iowa, and the Warriors there, and you also see in the back, so Central Decatur. So Wapsie Valley being one. That's Austin Frank, Ella Morarend, Callie Voy, and Emery Shannon scheduled to take that. We still have many more heats of this one, 6 heats of the shuttle hurdle relay. And there's a look at our cameras from our right. We're starting on the south, going north on the shuttle hurdle here today. The wind, always something you talk about, Tim, and track, 9 to 17 miles an hour out of the east. So no headwind for these backstretch races, and we're off. This is the second heat already in Wapsie Valley on the inside, but it's Central Decatur who is in the lead. Leading it off is Smith. And we come down to the exchange on the north end, and Wapsie Valley gets out first. That is Morarend, and she's got a good lead in 2. Here comes Central Decatur with Perkins. And then Fuchs and Flanagan coming up on the right side here nearest to the stands. It's a good race so far between Wapsie Valley and Central Decatur, but now it's Quigley who takes a little bit of lead here on this third leg as she heads north. Great takeoff there by Lindsay on this anchor leg. Quigley is also in the 100 highs and the high jump as she breaks away from this one, and it's going to be all Central Decatur, Tim. Wapsie Valley is going to be second, and it looks like BGM third and Maquoketa Valley fourth in that heat. Whew!
Yeah, not quite season best, but still pretty good time, and they're going to be moving on, it looks like.
All right, so let's talk about the shuttle hurdle relay a little bit in this race and what you're trying to accomplish here. Obviously, your 4 best hurdlers, but how do you stack this race?
Well, it depends. You talked about the element of wind, right? So with it being an east wind like this, sometimes you have to put your stronger athletes and faster athletes into the wind just because they can manage it a little bit better. But looking for your 3-steppers, and some of these young ladies might be 4-steppers. So depending on where they're at, and you might have 2 really good hurdlers, 2 average hurdlers. Maybe you have one that a little bit of a leg that isn't your greatest. So trying to put that lineup that's not always the same every single time that they race, and trying to do what gives them the best chance to stay in the race the longest.
So there's how we finished quickly. 1:08 was the time for Wapsie Valley. Or Central Decatur. 1:10 was Wapsie Valley's second place, and then 1:11 with BGM Brooklyn and Maquoketa Valley 1:13.60. So now we're getting ready for heat number 3. Stanton is going to be in 1 and 2. Key Lansing in 3 and 4. IKM Manning in 5-6. Bedford 7-8. And there's a look at our down on the track cam, getting our steps ready, getting the line. I did have a chance to walk on the track a little bit, Tim, before we opened up today, and they had to tape one extra line, and it was specifically for the shuttle hurdle because this is a track that you don't mess with the blue oval.
Yeah, it's it's just the way we do the shuttle hurdle in the state versus the rest of the country. Other countries or other states will have them staggered, just how we do the 102.5 meters. So. Yeah, it's here we go. We're in here.
Key, which during basketball, some of the fans thought that that was Waukee, but they are Key Lansing, extreme northeast Iowa. They represent here Lila Strong, Riley Mutterman, Morgan Moan, and Addison Winters to anchor for Key of Lansing as they get ready to go over the start. Stanton in 1, IKM Manning in 5-6, and then Bedford in 7-8 nearest to be. And we're off here in the next heat, Heat 3 of Shuttle Hurdle. And off to a good start here in the middle is both Key and IKM Manning. IKM Manning in the green, Key in the white and purple. And it's a good start. Key gets a great second start there by Mutterman. And Key is
Commanding lead.
Commanding strong already here on the second leg. And off it is Annabelle Blum for IKM Manning, but she's going to have to chase Morgan Moan for Key, who is already. But look at for Bedford coming here on the outside lanes in 7 and 8. That's Longfellow. And we're going to have ourselves a good finish. Addison Winters. She's going to run at Wartburg. She is pulling away here in the final. And Key gets a time somewhere in the great neighborhood that should put them into the finals. As you see Winters go off the track there, 108.56. Stanton at 110, IKM Manning a 111.38 finish, and Bedford 111.65. So really, Tim, towards the end of that race, 2, 3, and 4 really kind of bunched up.
Yeah, and that's the strategy that these teams, these coaches kind of know each other a little bit, and they know where they put their strong legs and their fastest ones. And yeah, she ran great. Ran almost a season best time there, just off about 2/10 off of their season best.
So Logan Magnolia will lead us off here in heat number 4. And we're going to be ping-ponging around here a little bit. I know Mike J is the PA. We're going to hear a lot of Mike J, and we'll come up close to have him call some of these races as well. And Tim DeBrink has been busy tracking these field events that have already started today. 1A shot, 4A discus for the girls. And then the boys are doing the 1A long jump, and the 4A boys are doing the high jump here this morning. So lots going on as we take a look already. I think that's one of our field events. This is the high jump attempt, which I'm having to look at a reverse camera, and that's going to be not a good attempt for Roosevelt. So we'll have the field events as well. We have cameras at all of these locations, and we're going to be able to bring them to you throughout the day. I don't know if you want to do some commentary live in action of the, as we're waiting here, we're getting close. Now we've got the white flag, but real quickly, Tim, let's introduce you.
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it. First time on air, so I'm going to find out if this is something that I'm cut out for. Track and field's been something I've been a part of for the last 21 years, and I'm looking forward to being up here and seeing it from a different angle.
So we'll call him Tim 2 for part of the broadcast today. Tim from North Polk and Tim O'Neill. You recognize him from his time at Assumption High in Davenport, and we're ready for Heat 4, and it's off. Logan Magnolia, Baxter, Griswold, and Madrid. And Madrid has the lead early with Ina Fine, the junior. She gets through her second to last hurdle, but coming up on lane 2 is Baxter. So Baxter and Madrid actually ran against each other in their qualifying meet last Thursday. And right now it is a very good race. Scheller and Sweetheart has now started to pull away. And now look at, here comes Griswold in lane 6 and 7. And now it's in the middle of the track. Baxter and Griswold. Anderegg, and then it's Steinhoff. And it's going to be right now Madrid and Logan Magnolia trying to keep pace, but right now it's all Baxter. Here comes on the anchor, Cameron Russell, the senior. Russell just stepping over those hurdles. She's also qualified in the 100 highs, the 400 hurdles, the long jump, and the veteran takes the title in that heat for Baxter, and another 108 turned in. So as of now, that puts them in the final running, but only 4 spots on the line here, Tim. What'd you see in that race?
Great finish there. I mean, that was definitely a three-stepper, definitely fast, can turn them over. Yeah, our cutoff is about 110 right now, so qualifiers are on time, not on place.
You're always racing against the clock in this sport. And yourself.
Yeah, a little bit. There's a lot of battles going on there. So
Baxter from just east of here in Des Moines have fans here, and the fans have made their way. They are wrapped up in blankets today. You see long coats. You see the officials on the track, Tim. 51 degrees as we open things up here today. What's a 51-degree day? It's different than a 70-degree day here.
yeah, it's still a fast track. The harder it is, the faster it typically is. But it doesn't. You need a little temperature to warm the muscles up a little bit better. So we'll see some different times here later in the day. I'm guessing just based off of temperature alone. But I don't know. Some of these kids show up when it's when they get that opportunity. So Mother Nature's she's gonna show her face too. So
there's a look at our starters for North Lynn. That's Peyton McMahon. She's a senior. Harley Henderson, Ava Hoover, and Lucy Hoggenberry. The quartet for North Lynn. In 2 and 3 is 3 and 4 is Janesville. Addie Oldenburger, Maddie Heiderman, Abigail Jones, and Honor Hovenga scheduled to run for Janesville. In 5 and 6, Galen Catholic, and on the outside, Lake Mills. So Addie Castle and Tatum Sauer will lead things off here. As the gun is up and we're set and we're off here in Heat 5 of the shuttle hurdle. And it's a pretty even start, but pulling away early is Galen Catholic's Addie Castle. She's going to lead off now. Leah Toms waits her turn on the north end. And actually, North Lynn was able to get a good start with Harley Henderson as Henderson takes the lead back. But Galen with Toms. Heiderman for Janesville trying to make it close, and Faith Steen for Lake Mills. It's still North Lynn and Galen Catholic. Lindsay Poland for Galen and Ava Hoover for North Lynn. And it's going to be Galen and North Lynn here. They're going to be racing the clock and each other as they come to the final leg. Galen Catholic's anchor, Ella Ruland. But now Janesville comes. Honor Hovenga. Honor Hovenga is going to take that heat for Janesville, who was running 2-3 the majority of the race, Tim, but closed good at the end.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at some of their season best compared to today, so track might be just a little bit slower than normal, but still a great time.
So Janesville a 110. That's kind of where you said the cutoff has been. So we'll see how Janesville qualifies. Galen Catholic a 110.67. North Lynn 111.35 and a 112.83 turned in by Lake Mills.
Yeah, 110.14 is right where the cutoff is right now. So,
and that'll lead us to the 6th heat. And we have, as we get set for that one, this is the 6th and final. Up next then will be 4A shuttle hurdle before we get to the 3,000 for the 1A girls and the 4A girls. So 1A, 4A this morning, 2A, 3A tonight. And in this heat, it's going to be Sibley Ocheeden in 1 and 2, North Butler in 3 and 4. In 5 and 6 is Springville and Pekin in 7, 8.
Yeah, should be a good one here between North Butler and Springville. Both have top 8 times in the state, so trying to get in those last qualifying spots here into the final.
Watch the 110. The bubble time is 110.14 right now. And the finals of this will be on Saturday, which seems like an eternity away, but it'll be here before you know it, Tim. All right, so Sibley Ocheeden, Grace Saylor, Haley Gacky, Maya Poland, and Lily Marco. North Butler is slated to put Lainey Brinkman, Claire McCandless, Lindy Fleschner, Alexis Rose as there as well for North Butler. So we're watching. It could be a really good race there between Rowan Jacoby and Alexis Rose, and they're off here in this hurdle. Shuttle hurdle 6. Heat 6, and they're pretty even as they come across the middle of the press box here at Drake Stadium. Early on, it's North Butler, and we've got a fall. Springville falls down, and that might be it for Springville's chances, but you never know. So it's going to be North Butler coming back here with Claire McCandless coming up on the second leg for Pekin. And actually, that's Sibley O'Cheaton that's in 1 and 2. So Springville is in 5-6. My apologies there. So great start here from Pekin.
Pekin put one together here.
Pekin's putting a nice little move. This is the third leg. Paisley Coleman. Paisley making it close there with Fleschner, and it's going to be Rose and Jacoby. Watch the middle of the track here. Rose gets the start, and Jacoby is shot out of a cannon. Look at Rowan Jacoby run. Oh, and falling down is North Butler, but Jacoby keeps going. Rowan Jacoby and Springville. You're going to hear Rowan's name a lot this week. She's one of the most versatile athletes. She's qualified in the 100 and the 400 hurdles, as well as the long jump. Tim, that we knew Rowan Jacoby was going to be one of the best athletes in 1A girls. She did not disappoint there on that leg.
Nah, she's pretty impressive. Looking forward to watching her the rest of the weekend.
So 1:08.94 is the time. So you're going to have at least 3. We had at least 3 1:08s. It's going to be that 4th time. That's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out. And North Butler second, Pekin, and then Sibley O'Cheaton. So Sibley O'Cheaton, which fell in the early leg, was able to come back and close it to make it at least interesting.
End up taking, 1:10.02, it looks like, to get into the final.
So here is a look at our preliminaries in all of the times. Those are the back half, 17 to 24. And it's going to be, here are your finalists right now. Fremont Mills, Central Decatur, GTRA, and Key Lansing. So Springville, by that account, doesn't qualify, do they, Tim?
Springville, yeah, up here.
Okay, I'm looking at the wrong.
108.94, yep.
108.94.
Yeah, it looks like it took, 1:10.02. Stanton would have been the last qualifier.
So Fremont Mills, Central Decatur, GTRA, Key. Okay. All right, very good. And now that's it for 1A. We're going to move on to 4A. Things move quickly here at this meet.
Yes, they do.
And we'll let we will step away here for a moment. Look at high jump. Tim DeBrink, what do you see?
City High clears the bar. Right now the bar is at 5. He just cleared at 5:11, it looks like.
Has the weather been a factor at all? We were talking about a slow track a little bit. Does it appear to have impacted anything from field events that you've seen?
No, I don't think so. From a throws guy, I think we appreciate the cold weather. Usually us bigger people, it doesn't impact us much. You don't have to worry about so much sweat. Just had a miss here at.
So that would have been Adams Kane, and that would have he would have been the City High one we saw first.
Yep.
And he is cleared on his attempt, so he'll advance off the 5:11. And we're on the track in 4A shuttle hurdle. Iowa City High, Waukee, Cedar Falls, Sioux City North. Quickly, Tim, as a 4A overview, what do you see here in shuttle hurdle?
I think some of the best hurdlers in the state come out of the Des Moines area between Waukee Northwest, and Valley.
We will see them all here in this race. The winner last year is Valley. They win your 25, and they're going to be on the track here in a moment. Early on, it's Waukee, Natalie Sitzman. What a great start for the Warriors. And second for Waukee is Peyton Lundgren. Second for Cedar Falls, Mackenzie Castro. Madeline Conley for North is your second runner. And for City High, it's Bernadette Hamilton. But it's really all Waukee so far. Peyton Lundgren now hands it off to Sophia Taylor.
They mean business today.
They are going to put a big time on the board. Waukee here in lane 3 and 4. And to close it out for the Warriors is Jana Mahari. Look at her go.
Hit the third hurdle, recovered.
Meharry is 3 hurdles in the lead.
Looking like 62.
And then coming in second is going to be City High. Cedar Falls was there. And then it's Sioux City North. Is Soldati finishes fourth there, or crosses the line for Sioux City North. So Waukee in a 102.14. 6 seconds better than what we saw the best time in 1A. Just a little bit of the difference between the 1A, 4A there. It's not in every race,
No.
but some races it shows up. All right. So Waukee, City High, there go 1-2. So now on the track, I want you to watch in lane 3. The 4A record in this race is 1 minute, 0.4 of a second. That was Valley last year. But watch lane 3. Waukee Northwest is going to be the one to watch here, and there's a look at their starter, Elena Schulte, Lily Twig, Faith Johnson, Jessa Abels for Northwest. DCG is in lane 1, Dowling Catholic in 5, Iowa City Liberty in 7. Tim, Northwest, we're going to talk about them a lot in the next couple of days.
Yeah, probably one of the best teams you've ever seen assembled in the state of Iowa. Ben Dewey does a phenomenal job. Josh Wilson, their entire coaching staff. They've got some talented young ladies that they know how to train, they know how to race.
And you are going to, we'll say the Wolves a lot, but I also think you're going to see Waukee in that. And the fastest time that Northwest has turned in this year is 59.37. So that would already be a 4A record before they even start, but it has to be here at this meet.
Sure, and they didn't put one of their girls won't be running. Katie Willits. We'll talk about her in some of her individual events, but she certainly is one of their girls that can run on the shuttle hurdle, and but will not be competing in that this weekend.
Also an alternate, Avery Vogt. I think we'll talk about her a little bit too over the next couple of days. So I think we have the white flag up now.
Avery Vogt's father was a teammate of mine in college, former Northern Iowa Panther. Mom was a Panther volleyball player.
A couple of good athletes as parents. Things work out when you have a DeVries and a Vogt.
Yeah.
Rohrbeck for DCG, Schulte for Northwest, Anthony for Dowling Catholic, and Cindy Eckhart for Liberty. Out of the gate, it's Schulte right away, starting to put distance in this opening leg. Twig is burning. And then the second is Twig. DCG trying to make it trying to keep it close here in 2. Dowling in the middle and Liberty here on the outside. And already coming back the other way is Northwest. Faith Johnson, a freshman. Shake your head about how good and deep this Northwest team is. Coming back the other way is Abels and Schulte.
She was on the winning quartet a year ago. She's on that all-time best foursome as well. Waukee Northwest was Schulte.
And Schulte crosses the line for Northwest.
Catholic with Franny Brooks, the state medalist in the 100 hurdles.
And then it comes down City High, Dowling, and then Liberty finishes. A 101.62. We're going to take a look at shot put here, I think, very, very soon. We're going to also be able to show you discus and long jump throughout the day when we have events. I know that has been something that many want to see, and we are going to do our best to get all of those in. It's not everything that's going to be on the track. But Tim, as an overall look at the shot put, Tim DeBrink, what do you see in shot? What's been something to watch?
Right now, the 1A girls, you got 3 girls at the top in the first flight that have thrown personal bests this year. Knox from Mount Ayr, Pierce from GMG Garwin, and Budin from Galen Catholic have all reached their best and are sitting 1, 2, 3 in the first flight with with a few throws left before they get ready for the second flight of 1A girls shot put.
Adrian Jessen of St. Albert is our leader at 20 feet 1.5.
Right now we have Brindley Dickman from West Fork, who's up in the shot put over on your right screen. Currently sitting 6th in the first flight. White flag is up.
All right, so here we go in heat number 3. Indianola, Cedar Falls, North Scott, and Ottumwa in this shuttle hurdle.
4A girls discus. First flight in round 3. Cleveland of Indianola.
Yeah, North Scott's going to lead off with Alyssa Schroeder, her mom, former Panther high jumper. I won't age her, but I will. Daughter's created a nice career for herself in both the high jump and the hurdles. Mom was a Clinton prep back in the day.
All right, we're going to listen in, let Mike J. call this race for us here at the state track meet in the shuttle hurdle, heat number 3.
Indianola with Holger. That's Cedar Falls opening up with Castro. North Scott with Schrader. Mason on the opening leg for Ottumwa. North Scott. They'll run Holden on the second leg. North Scott running in 5 and 6. Cedar Falls to their inside with Spear. Cedar Falls, North Scott, Indianola, and Ottumwa. Cedar Falls with Tonetti on this third leg. Allen running for North Scott as they run 1 and 2. Indianola on the inside with Maddie Blake, a freshman. North Scott takes a tumble. Cedar Falls with the lead. Berkeley Waskow on the anchor leg for Cedar Falls. She was on their medal-winning quartet a year ago. It is Cedar Falls. That's Indianola on the inside with Kjellberg. Ottumwa. But it is Cedar Falls. 103.93 for Cedar Falls.
Be trophy hunt this week.
1A girls shot put, flight number 1 in the books. And your leader heading into flight 2 at 37 1 3/4 is Emily Knox of Mount Ayr. Now to heat number 4. Returning
Brink? Are we still at 5'9" on that, or have we moved up?
For boys high jump in 4A, we've moved up to 6'1".
Okay.
We've got 2 clearances. Chris Ford from Sioux City East has cleared that on his first attempt. We also have, right now we have, looks like Northwest just clears the bar. That would be Kaysen Brodestein from Waukee Northwest, cleared it on his second attempt. In girls 1A shot put, it is warm-up time for the second flight. Leading it right now is Emily Knox from Mount Ayr with a personal best of 37 feet 1 inch and 1 3/4 inch. So that is your leader right now going into the second flight.
First flight's done already, so they're moving along pretty good there.
Yeah, they are.
They don't mess around at the state meet. We run it efficient. These field events are not going to extend for longer than they need to.
No, they're going to move quick, and it's important to know that as a athlete competitor, you're probably going to get 4 throws, maybe 5 total to warm up. So it's your job to make sure that you're doing your part in between the flights, and you're ready to go when it's your time to compete.
Okay. All right. So heat number 4, Iowa City West, Ankeny Centennial, Cedar Rapids Prairie, and Johnston on the track for this one. in the girls 4x1 shuttle hurdle relay, Class 4A. We are in heat 4 of 6 at the state meet. Half an hour in to this day. And Graham, Wing, Siren, and Willis for Iowa City West. Barton, Petticord, Gilbraith, and Woods for Centennial, and we're off.
Keep an eye on Woods from Centennial. She can get over him pretty well.
Hurlburt for Prairie, Aarons for Johnson. Sorry, Tim.
Uh-oh. Ooh.
What happened?
We'll see if there's a little twitch there or not. I don't know.
Okay.
Looking for yellow flags, and 44 things go wrong in this race. So
Petticord off to a good start for Centennial as she comes to the exchange for Gilbraith. Gilbraith is pulling away in the pink hair and the bows on the left and right side. Prairie's freeze, and then Clifton for Johnston here on the inside, and then on the far side of us is Wing, or Siren. And here comes Woods. Woods gets across there, Tim, just exactly what you thought.
yeah, I had a feeling I was wanting to see her. I haven't had a chance to really see her much this year, but great finish, great close. Yeah, 63.08. Nice job.
Coach calls her one of their all-around top hurdlers for the Jaguars. Barton also qualified in the sprint relays for Centennial, and we'll see how their time stacks up. Right now, that puts them, well,
third.
still Northwest at the top, but Centennial looks to be third at 103. I didn't see the last two numbers. I think it's 103.08 is their time.
And let's move now to heat number 5. In lane 1, returning qualifier Lindmars. 3 and 4. They were 6th here a year ago, a Drake Relays qualifier. They'll lead off. The Drake Relays runner-up in the 400 hurdles, Angelica Addinger. This is Ames.
Earlier this year, Emery Jones, as the Dragons were leading at half in that first half. Back at the Casey Center, he's on the high jump now, Tim DeBrink.
This is his, just missed it, just caught the bar, bounced off. Right now he is at, get my iPad to update here. He's at 6-1 there, misses on his first miss there. 1A long jump for the boys has gone to the second flight warm-up. The leader out of the first flight is Aiden Stark from Bellevue with 20 feet, 6 3/4 inches.
And they are jumping, they're jumping on the north pit this morning. Is that wind at all that decides that? Or just the way they want to schedule it here?
I think the way they schedule it depends on where they have high jump, where they have shot put, and just try to spread them all out in the corners here.
No, if you're in our location from up here, there is a lot of stuff going on. You could watch, and everybody sits in their same spots. In fact, one of my favorite posts on social is about everybody has to sit in the same seats every year, and if you move, you cause a cascade of effect. If Solon is where Boyer Valley is, we got problems here.
Yes.
All right, so we are getting ready for heat number 5 of shuttle hurdle. Linn-Mar, Ames, Valley, and Fort Dodge. Tim, you like Valley in this race. You highlighted them in our discussion.
Yeah, they're just absolute talents coming on the back half. Here they go.
And we'll go to Mike J. for the call of this race.
Got his Ames getting out well with Addinger. Mila Hughes, the freshman for Valley. They're stride for stride going to that first exchange. Valley in 5 and 6, Ames in 3 and 4. West Des Moines Valley coming back with Jayla Parker. West Des Moines Valley. Ames with Varghese. That's Linn-Mar on the inside with Sledlin, and Fort Dodge with Osorio in 7 and 8. West Des Moines Valley with Mati, Bankofo Ifofa. West Des Moines Valley, Morgan Carr. is on the anchor leg for West Des Moines Valley, the Drake Relays 100 hurdle champion. West Des Moines Valley aims with Sophia Hatcher. West Des Moines Valley. One flat 11. That is a new state meet record. They had set the state meet record a year ago, and Carr and Parker were on that quartet when they ran 1 minute 40. And they improve upon their number 2 all time at 1 minute 11, West Des Moines Valley in heat number 5.
Pretty good race.
Phenomenal, yeah. 60.11. Again, that 60-second barrier is one that people are trying to get under and just missed it. But yeah, that looked pretty impressive. So I think they got some confidence going into the final with that.
So Valley just set a record for the state meet at 1 minute .11. So Coach Keith Bornes excited about that for the Valley Tigers.
Sure, Mike Cunningham, assistant coach, pretty happy too. He's had his hand in that program, both boys and girls, throughout the years, and down in Knoxville does a great job and has had coached so many state champions and all-state kids, and again, phenomenal job.
Had a chance to talk to Keith at a track meet earlier this year about his girls. I said, how are they shaping? And he's just kind of, they're all right. I'm like, come on now, you know how good they are, and so that's going to make it very interesting to see how that Northwest and Valley matchup as they have their times next to each other. It's one thing to run in other heats. It's another to run next to someone.
Sure.
On the biggest stage in the finals.
Well, right, and then even when you see that, I mean, when they were so far ahead, I mean, she was probably 6 hurdles ahead of one of the teams in the competition where you're running at somebody in that shuttle hurdle relay race. So it gets a little crazy in there sometimes.
So Hughes, Parker, Bunkafo, Ifofa, we're in that Valley team. So now in the final heat, it is Mason City, Pleasant Valley, Muscatine, and Norwalk. Anyone in this one that we need to be watching here, Mr. O'Neill?
Well, I look at, I mean, PV is always going to be this is one of their events that I feel like has been a staple and a signature for Coach Kenny Wheeler and his program. They're always contenders. I mean, look, they've got a great seat if they're in the middle of the track and they're in Heat 6. I would look for them to probably take this heat, but I guess we'll see.
There's a look at your starters for Mason City. It's Carter, Kane for PV, Paul. I'm sorry. It's Carter, Kelly, Paul, and Caddick for Northwest as we get a little high jump sneak in here as we do have the whistle, Tim DeBrink, but catch us up.
Yeah, and high jump is bar still at 6-1. You got Iowa City Liberty about ready to go over the bar. You've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 kids that have cleared this height. And a good clearance there by Liberty.
So this will be the last of the shuttle hurdle, and we are going to have a false start. They're going to double start that.
I was just going to say keep an eye on Muscatine because they've put together a nice little squad here the last couple of years. And unfortunately, I don't know that they'll be continuing.
What's the determination here if they are in or out, Tim?
Well, there's a little bit of subjectivity to the starters. Sometimes there might be don't laugh too hard at me over there, Tim. It's one of those things. Sometimes, especially too when you're at a start-finish line like that, there's cameras clicking. There's all kinds of noise. You have the crowd that's so close, which is awesome for track and field. But yeah, sometimes they hear things, and unfortunately, that's what we're going to see that. Not going to get to continue.
So it will be Mason City, Pleasant Valley, and Norwalk as Muscatine is done for this heat. And this will be the last of the hurdle events for shuttle hurdle in 1A4A. We'll have them this afternoon in 2A3A, but we've got a big 3,000-meter run coming up here after this race, so we'll take the hurdles off and clear the deck. But first, it's shuttle hurdle, and we'll go to Mike J. for the call of this final race.
6th and final heat. Pleasant Valley opening up with Brooklyn Kelly. Mason City with Latham and Norwalk with Caddick. Pleasant Valley running Kane on this second leg to their inside. It is Mason City with Koch, and on the outside it's Norwalk with Stulil. Pleasant Valley. The Spartans will run Hanley Schmidt on the third leg and anchor Swears. Pleasant Valley. Norwalk with Crick. They'll anchor Stumbaugh. Mason City with Piper Johnson. Anna Latham will be on their anchor leg, and it's Pleasant Valley first at the exchange. 106.89 is our bubble time. Pleasant Valley. Pleasant Valley. 105.16 for Pleasant Valley. 105.16.
So Pleasant Valley with a 105.16 wins that heat. Norwalk and then Mason City finishes third. As we sort through the way the preliminaries have gone, Valley is your leader, Northwest, then Waukee and Centennial qualifying. So pretty good, kind of what we thought. And we're also thinking we need to pause for a moment here. You're watching the combined state track meet here. It's the great Iowa High School State Track Meet presented by Iowa Farm Bureau. We're back in a moment from Des Moines. Welcome back to Des Moines and the state track meet. Tim DeBrink, Tim O'Neill, Paul Yeager with you. Tim DeBrink is just he got so excited we just had a clearing in the high jump. Is that right?
Yeah, so you got Joseph Alexander from Valley who opted to pass from 5'11" and started at 6'1", cleared his first height. He's currently sitting in second in this field from qualifying. So he's a name definitely want to look after.
We're still in, I think, second heat of shot, and we're second flight of long jump. They're paused at long jump right now, but we're clearing the race, or clearing the track as we get ready for running. We're going to have the 3,000 meters for both the 1A and 4A coming up here next. So let's do a little bit of, let's get into the distance stuff, Tim. What do we see in this 3,000 race for the girls?
So, when I look at the 3K, obviously you've got 7.5 laps. You're going to see some of those that are, they're going to have those emotions. They're going to come out. They're going to probably come out a little aggressive, but the veterans will come in. They'll settle in quite a bit, just kind of find their pace. And then those last, 2.5 laps, they'll kind of dig it out, grind out, and see if they can put some points on the board for their team and bring home some hardware.
In 1A girls, your defending champ is Lily Denton of Council Bluffs St. Albert. Chloe Glosser was second last year. You got to watch Lily Denton because you're going to have to watch SEC track to see her in the future because she's going to run at Texas.
Not a bad program to go to.
I mean, really. And we're off in this race.
And I was going to say, Chloe Glosser of Pekin's got a phenomenal PR too, so she's certainly one to watch out for her too.
All right, so we're running 24. Ivy Earthbach, the freshman from Northwood Kensett. As we come to turn, after the finish line, turn 1.
I think important too, especially for these distance runners. You know, they're running 3K, 1500, 800, maybe a DMR or a 4x8. So a lot of races, a lot of meters on their legs throughout the weekend. So not trying to go out there and burn yourself up in the first race on the track.
All right, so the wind is not as much of a thing. It has been a big thing this spring. We've had a lot of cold meets and windy meets. This one is for all the marbles here, Tim. So how important is, well, we're packed up right now, but how important is it to stay with someone? Does that weather play at all in this race?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I think, too, what's pretty common is be cautious early. Again, find that rhythm. Let somebody else cut the wind, cut any of the weather out for you. Just find your groove, and then when you feel confident within that last K, that's when you'll see some of these girls make that move.
Madeline Grothis from Madrid, Ashlyn Hosbond from Colfax Mingo. She's qualified in both the 15 and the 3,000. Abby Waskow from Dunkerton. She's, as you mentioned, one of those competitors, 800, 15, and 3. She also anchors their distance med. She finished 11th at the state cross-country meet. And, oh, by the way, she plays basketball, too. So very busy athlete there for the Raiders from Northeast Iowa. Addison Yates is a senior from Sigourney in this race. Julia Swift from Bishop Garrigan. From Sigourney is Ellie Yates. Jaden Peters from Collins Maxwell, Allison Johnson from Logan Magnolia. Let's go back to Peters for a moment. She's qualified in both the 800 and the 1500. Really has been good in those middle distances this year, trying to make noise in the 3,000. Mandessa Voss from Linville Sully. Adelaide Gires from Grettinger, Terrell, Ruthven, Ashire. So I've been calling them GTRA. We'll say them a lot today as well. Tinley Busalo from Cal Wheat, Calamus Wheatland. Hillcrest Academy is Marie Yoder. Charlie Bruggeman from West Hancock. West Monona has Chloe Brower in the race. Kinsey Prunty from Wayne. Lily Denton, who we've talked about. Chloe Glosser, she was second last year. She's going to run at Drake. Alexis Mujica from Newman Catholic. Martinsdale St. Mary's has Carson Obrender. Claire Zweibomer from Riceville, Lauren Hilsland from North Iowa, Lauren Krogman from Starmont, and Elizabeth Erickson from Colo-Nesco. So there's your field, big field. What do we see so far here, Tim?
Well, you see the two leaders that we kind of anticipate up front, and looks like Lily's going to let Chloe just kind of go out there and cut the wind and do all the work for her. And again, at some point I anticipate those two are going to, when it's go time, I think we're going to see something exciting here at the end of this race.
All right, Tim DeBrink, I'm going to put you on standby here. We've been showing a little bit of the long jump going on so far, and as we try to keep you abreast of everything that's going on, catch us up on long jump.
Long jump, it looks like they're getting ready to start flight 2. They're raking the pit back after all warm-ups. So Aiden Stark from Bellevue is still your leader at 20 foot, 6 3/4 inches. And you're going to start seeing some bigger jumps in the second flight as well. The bar has moved up to 6'3" in the 4A boys high jump.
And we just had a clear, I think.
We just had a clearance. Chris Ford from Sioux City East cleared that on his 3rd attempt to stay alive at 6'3". And in the girls 1A shot put, it looks like we are starting the second flight. Kendall Whitman from Edgewood.
That'd be Edgewood Colesburg. Good old Edco, the Vikings.
Has moved in the lead at 38 feet, 11.5 inches.
Got 1,600 to go here.
All right, thank you very much, Tim DeBrink. And we're running in pairs here, Tim O'Neill. As I just look at it, they all get a much better feel as they make turn 1 into turn 2. As you're looking on the backside on our camera right now are the 1-2s, Chloe Glosser and Lily Denton. Glosser from Pekin and Denton from Council Bluffs, St. Albert.
Yeah, it's kind of that race within a race, right? You've got someone that has, equal ability. You may not be able to be in the front, but you've got somebody, 20 meters with you or within 10 meters, get you a chance to kind of refocus on something, some of the mindset with some of the race strategy in there. Well, these two are getting after it up front. Love seeing this. Glosser's got a great cadence, looks smooth. working a little bit.
That's a lead of, we're going on 80 meters, almost 100 between 1 and 3 at this point. But Denton comes near the finish line. She's going to be at 5:49 as she adds another lap, 3 laps to go here in the 3,000. And Obrender from St. Mary's, Martinsdale St. Mary's, and Elizabeth Erickson
Colonesco, yeah.
from the Colonesco area. And Martinsdale and Colo, they were at the same district qualifier last week, so you know that 3,000 race was a good one to get here.
Madeline Grothus in 5th. Got a little pack there in the back. Oh, she's separated up there. There's that move.
All right, so Pekin, for Glosser for Pekin, mentioned she's going to Drake University, so she's very familiar with the place that she is going to spend a lot of time here at Drake Stadium. Also qualified in the 815, as well as the state distance medley relay team. Runner-up last year, and her coach calls her one of the tactical racers in the field. You've talked about tactics a little bit here, Tim, as she starts to put, how much does she know how close Lily Denton is behind her right now? Does she have a sense?
I mean, look, she made that move to try to separate herself from her, so she feels pretty confident in where she's at with what she's got left in the tank. I mean, she's got 30-plus meters now, so I think she's feeling pretty good at where she's at. And she had a better seat time coming into this, so definitely something that she's aware of, but she's got confidence. She's been running like this the whole race, so this is a pretty impressive race. I mean, both these young ladies are sub 10 minutes, so I'm saying she was close to sub 940 earlier in the season. So
there's a look at our long jump pit, and the interesting thing about that, we can see both the runners coming by. We've been trying to show as many of our runners that are maybe not in the front but in the back of the pack, and so trying to get as many of those runners on the screen as best we can here. So, but look now, speaking of runners, Glosser just starting to put the acceleration on as she starts to lap some of her competitors.
Yeah, she's now up to 80 meters on the next competitor.
And that was the distance between first and third not too long ago, but
right.
Now that's first and second.
Yeah, that pack of 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th back there. Nice race she's putting together here.
Obrender running 3rd, Erickson 4th as they come here on the backstretch.
Yeah, she's going to set a personal best here. Personal best is at 9:38. She's I'm sorry, 9:39. Yeah, she's putting one together here.
She's run a 116, a 118, a 118, a 117, a 119, a 119. I would say she's pretty locked in on the pace.
And she's opening up here. She's gone to the arms here a little bit more. 200 to go. She's going to be right around, right there. Sub 40 last 200 puts her there.
We're going to take this one full as you're looking at Chloe Glosser, second last year in this race. A lot left in the tank for Glosser as she comes down the home stretch. 30 yards to go. She's going to go trade that silver for a gold and win the 3A, the 3,000 here in Class 1A.
Here we go, Denton. Then that race between 3rd and 4th.
And a state meet record just announced as well.
Chloe Glosser, her first state title in any event. The first state title at 3,000 meters for Pekin, and a 1A meet record along the way. Chloe Glosser. Lily Denton, the runner-up at 10:01:14. Glosser closed in 73.2. Oberender of Martinsdale St. Mary's finishes 3rd.
Still coming across the track here. Mojica for Newman. Grothus for Madrid. Elizabeth Erickson was 6th. Lauren Krogman from Starmont. Ivy Ertzbach from Northwood Kensett. As we keep finishing here in the 3,000. And these are the best in the state, and that just shows how impressive Gloucester's performance was here, Tim.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's again, she had a great time coming in and ran a very tactical race, felt confident, pretty much led it from wire to wire.
As we still try to finish, there's a look at our time, 9:37:39, blistering for Gloucester. Denton from St. Albert, a 10-minute, 1-second race. You'd take that time anytime.
Yeah, listen, anytime you're sub 10, that's you're a recruitable collegiate athlete, which we've talked about. She's coming here to Drake. So, fun fact: those college coaches, they like to see these kids that are distance runners that play basketball. I know that sounds like an odd combination, but they have steeplechase. So kids that learn how to steeplechase, it's like doing a layup. So one of those fun facts they look at, if you have any type of basketball background as a young lady or a young man as a distance runner, it's an easy conversion to go run the steeplechase.
Well, we've talked about it in numerous other sports. You mentioned, I think of a Kirk Ferentz at Iowa. How many times do they pull a wrestler to play football? How many times do they look at the track meet to play whatever the sport is, the multi-sport? I mean, Tim, you've coached enough. Yes, you would like all your athletes at Assumption to have been just track and focus and do that all the time, but the roundness is so important too.
I think so. Just different experiences, different competing at different levels, seeing just what makes you a better athlete is being around other better athletes in different movement patterns. So, honestly, I loved our multi-sport kids. Just because I wanted them to be able to bring that competitiveness. That look, my football guys, I wanted them to run track. The girls that we had that ran, that played soccer and that also ran track, I wanted them to be competitive and be successful in both, and they were. So, loving playing basketball. I don't like seeing coaches that try to capture kids and don't give them those experiences. It's disappointing.
All right, we're getting ready for the 4A 3000. We just showed you a high jump. And I'll get to that in a minute. Okay, we're going to step back off the line. We're not quite ready. It looks like one of the other things that's going to happen, Tim DeBrink, catch me up for a moment on what we've been watching here in high jump.
All right, in boys 4A high jump, the new leader is Iowa City West Middleton. He is cleared 6'3". We currently have 6 guys that are still vying for a mark at this bar height. McGraw from Indianola has cleared it in his second attempt. Moore from West Des Moines Valley cleared it as well. Right now we have Victor from Iowa City Liberty about ready to approach the bar.
And here goes the attempt for the bolts, and he's going to pull up and try that again. All right, the 4A Girls 3000 is on the track, and off to the races we go. Tim O'Neill, tell me who we're watching in this one that's someone that can be standing on that podium in about 10 minutes.
I think the obvious is Charlie Gall from Cedar Falls. Studenbeck from Waukee Northwest, freshman young talent. Ben Dewey's super excited about her. Coach Priest loves her competitiveness. A couple of MAC conference ladies in Maddie Millage from Pleasant Valley, Joey Sullivan. Mother's their coach, Wendy Shaw, former Northern Iowa Panther. Shout out to the Panthers. They're everywhere. Watch out for us. All right. And a couple others in Emma Chesterman out of senior, and Abigail Burns out of Iowa City High. And a couple other young ladies I know, potential point scorers. Ankeny Centennial will be one of those teams that'll be looking to find a trophy here at some point in time. There's a lot of teams that are probably going to be fighting for that third place trophy, and Centennial is one of them. I know Natalie Cogdill runs, her dad's coach, so it'd be nice to see.
Trinity Klingon-Smith, her dad had been a track coach before too. So yeah, coach's kids. So how many times have you said that's worked out?
I think that's one of the most special things about it, right? So.
Trinity, already a sophomore, but already having a great career, part of a great class in the town of Ankeny. Both Ankeny and Centennial have great sophomore girls athletes, and as well as freshmen. But you can say that just about anywhere you go around. If you look deep enough, there's some run. We're so far here into another lap. We're still pretty tight here. Nobody's pulling away yet so far, Tim.
No, yeah, I really think it's that, that first few laps, everybody's kind of getting a feel for each other and just kind of feeling where your energy is, if you've got it today or if you don't. And you tend to know within the first K if you're feeling pretty good about your race.
Hallie Kozlowski from Linmar is in this race. She was a Drake Relays qualifier. Emma Stanley from Ames qualified in the 15 and the 4x8 for Ames. Emmy Stubbendeck, a freshman from Northwest. She has the top qualifying time, nationally ranked freshman in the 1500, the 4x8. Again, we mentioned classes, the junior, senior class at Northwest, but the freshman class is pretty loaded too, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, females mature a lot earlier than the boys, so it's not uncommon to see some of those underclassmen having a lot of success, especially in track and field.
You talked about Chesterman from senior, qualified in the 1500 as well. Ellie Wharton from Johnston, the second best qualifying time. She's a multi-time state cross-country medalist for Coach Pat Hennis there of the Dragons on the cross-country side. Isabel Sprodling from Roosevelt. We've heard a Roosevelt name or two over the years be announced here at this facility, their home track. Charlie Gall from Cedar Falls, we've also talked about her, and we will talk about her as the week goes on for Cedar Falls. You want to talk about good parents there. Her mother was an outstanding runner, too.
Yeah, not bad bloodlines there.
Maddie Millage from Pleasant Valley, still your leader in this race as she's in the front of the pack. She's run a 1:21 and a 1:20 so far here today. Trinity Klingensmith from Ankeny Centennial. Lily Decker from Dowling Catholic. She's headed to Nebraska Omaha. Avery Driscoll for Waukee. For Waukee, she's a junior. She's wearing bib number 14. But Wharton in Johnston is second right now. Charlie Gall in third. As they come to the start-finish line on the south end of the track.
Yeah, Gall just kind of sitting back, just sitting on them, waiting to let them do all the work. And I anticipate her at some point being ready to strike and make that move. I do like Millage's strategy, though, going out and getting after it.
Well, it kind of worked in the race before. There was no doubt in that one. Aubrey Rivers from Clinton is in this race. Also is Whitney Estabrook from Muscatine. Harper Grotlichen from Prairie, another sophomore. Caroline Offer from Northwest. Delaney Reese from Council Bluffs Lewis Central, qualified in the 15 and the 4x8. Madeline Haas from Lewis Central as well. Hannah Schmitz from Norwalk, a freshman. She's starting to make a name for herself just south of the Des Moines metro area. Audrey Dummermuth is a senior from Johnston. She's headed to Iowa State to run. As we bring in some of the back to the high jump, we'll bring in Tim number 2 on this. Piper Messerly, Ellie Blevins, and Abigail Burns. All right, Tim, what do we have?
Here we go in 4A high jump 6'3". You've got 7 individuals. Ajak Mual has cleared 6'3". He skipped the first 2 heights to save some energy, so he didn't have to waste time with those lower bar heights that he knows he can clear. The Drake champion has cleared his first height at 6'3".
Talk me through that strategy, Coach, about maybe advancing a height you can hear to save the energy.
Yeah, if you got a guy that has cleared the bar at high heights, like 7 foot, 6'8", like why waste your time at 5'11"? Make sure you pick a height that you're comfortable with, that and because at the end of the day, you don't want to have to be jumping too many times, and those misses then also accrue against you if it gets to be a tight competition where people are all at the same height.
But is there also something to getting comfortable with being in the conditions and the surface and just the overall? We talked about noise is different in this meet than others.
Yeah, I think so. I think with jumpers, it's everyone's a little bit different. Some of them, they need that lower height for that confidence, and they want to go from there. Some guys, they're really good at what they do, and they're confident in starting at a higher height. We got City High is about ready to attempt him, Kane from City High. This is his third attempt at 6'3", and he just misses it.
All right, as they come into action, we've got 5, 6, 7, 8 runners, Tim O'Neill, that are battling here in this final 2 laps. All right, talk me through some strategy right now.
Well, we got bunched up there. Now you're starting to see they get a little impatient because they start feeling those bodies all around. They start hearing footsteps. They start feeling the breathing, the noises. And so here they are. They're going to start separating, and you're going to start. They're going to stretch out here a little bit. And this, massive team points here up front. Indications with both Cedar Falls and Waukee Northwest. Pleasant Valley fading a little bit. She's still tough, though. Johnston has a chance to fight for a team trophy here, too, so she's hanging on in 5th place with Ellie Wharton. But yeah, here they go. We've got, is that Ames up front there in their top 3?
Yeah, it is, and that should be Emma Stanley from Ames. She's been very consistent at 120 pretty much this whole race. Going to start shaving seconds off if she's going to make a run, but it's Charlie Gall, and then all of a sudden, here comes, Studenbeck comes from 4th place when they left this last position as they go to the bell lap.
Bell lap, here we go. This is where you got to trust your foot speed right here.
And Gall takes off right out of the turn and passes back and takes the lead, and let's see what her sprint is like in the final 300 meters.
Yeah, she opened it up there.
Holy cow, look at that spacing starting to develop.
Good for her. Great race. Love it. Yeah, that's confidence in your abilities. You know what you put together. You know those training blocks. You know exactly where you need to go and move.
Charlie Gall. Charlie Gall, Cedar Falls. Charlie Gall. 9:37.85 for Gall, the sophomore. She closed in 65.9. Stubendeck, the runner-up at 9:43.91. It's a new lifetime best for Stubendeck by 5 seconds. Stanley, 9:48.39. Your top 3, 4A girls, 3,000.
For Northwest that you just saw on the screen as she's looking to finish strong here. But Charlie Gall, Tim O'Neill, really good race there. Kind of made it not much of a race at the end. What did she do during that race to set her up to be in that position for that final lap?
She ran some great tactics. If you saw how they got bunched up, she got blocked in a little bit. She was able to work her way through it. Showed a lot of maturity in her race strategy. Again, she felt confident over the last 400 meters. A sub 66-second lap. Looked like you've got to have that type of closing speed in order to win championship level races, and she definitely showed that.
All right, let's talk about the distance and the time between races. Yes, you're going to have a 4x8, maybe a distance med, what you're in, but your next big long race is not until Saturday. That's different than a regular race day.
Yeah.
Walk me through what a coach is thinking right now for some of these athletes and maybe somehow they're approaching this 3,000 versus knowing that 1,500 is couple days
sure
later.
And temperature is a big thing, right? So if this race is different this afternoon for the class 2A 3A, the mentality is completely different for them when it could be in the middle of the day, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's 70, 80 or even hotter versus now. So we're going to get probably 3 or 4 seasons while we're here this weekend, let's be honest. So it's just kind of this.
It wouldn't be a state track meet without it.
It's this weather vortex that happens here. Just like Mother Nature knows, like, hey, I'm gonna show you that I'm still here. So that mentality, it's hey, this is what we have. This is what we're gonna do. We've got this rest and recovery built in. If they have a day off tomorrow, they're gonna get some type of light run in, and this race is over. It's over and done with. Get your recovery in. Go do your media requirements, and then let's get ready for the next race.
Yes, those are chicken tenders. And yes, they're on a plate with your favorite Pizza Ranch items. Which means, yes, chicken tenders are now available at Pizza Ranch buffets. Make it a buffet day at Pizza Ranch.
Need money for college? Our scholarship registration is quick and easy. ISL Education Lending Scholarship is open to both students and parents. Visit iowastudentloan.org/award for details. Multiple awards are available, and you learn valuable financial literacy tips as part of the process. Register online today for your chance to win $1,000.
The State Track and Field Championships in Des Moines at Drake University. Welcome across the world and around the state, wherever you may be watching today. This is the best state track meet in all of the land. We do it together. We do it for 3 days, and we see some great racing. So far, we've had shuttle hurdle, and we're now in the 3,000 of the girls, and on to the 3,200 for the boys. This is Class 1A. Give me an overview of this race, if you could, Mr. O'Neill.
Well, I mean, 3,200 meters, so, got an extra 200 meters than from what the ladies ran. Same type of strategy, same type of concept. You kind of get out there, put yourself out there, feel where you're at, see if you've got it, get yourself in contention to score. You'll see people that like to sit back, they'll work their way up. You've got those that like to run from the front. No different than watching the horse races, right? Some of those horses that like to run from the front and those that come from way back. So I think we're going to see a little bit of that here.
Yeah, I'd talk about that Kentucky Derby race this year all the time. What a great, to come from the back to the front, which gives, I think, anybody who's in a position to give them inspiration. You can, I know it's a horse and a human, but boy, it's still a racing mentality, and I love the mental side of this, Tim. All right, here we go. Let's run through who's in this race. This is the 1A 3,200. Your winner last year was Gavin Grunhovd of North Iowa. We'll have a new champion. The state meet record is a 9:12, and so Anthony Valise is from St. Ed's in Fort Dodge. Hugh Conway, a sophomore from South Winneshiek, a sophomore there, also making a name for himself in 1A. Hayden Thompson from Lake Mills. He's also had some cross-country success. Newt Rogney, one of my favorite names in the tournament, in the meet this week, from Lake Mills, an elite distance runner, has some great quirks about him according to his coach, and when you run for Lake Mills, you know he's going to be good. Ezra Almaline from North Butler, strong cross-country runner there, and he could possibly crack that sub-10 if we get there. Landry Leffler from Van Buren County in southeast Iowa. Blake Wilmismeyer from Linville Sully. Zachary Gardner from Ankeny Christian. Those are your first 8 in the race as we take a look at them going into the backstretch turn number 3 from our camera that's underneath the scoreboard there as we try to get a lot of those faces on there. And Tim, we're still pretty packed up.
Yeah, I mean, there's 12 kids in Class 1A that have been hovering and have broken 10 minutes. 10:04 basically and lower. 12 of those guys. So anybody in contention there. A little bit. Mr. Rogney, as you mentioned, Newt. He's got the class lead at 9:41.83. Was his best seat time of the season. So, yeah, a lot of guys feeling each other out. Again, these guys are they know their foot speed. They feel confident if they need to, if they want to set it up as a kicker's race, or if they want to be more of a threshold type runner and just go open up and let it rip.
Colton Alberts from Linville Sully also in this race. Malcolm Tornstra from Collins Maxwell. Justin Wagner from Lansing of Key of Lansing. Cameron Inc. from South Winneshiek. So Northeast Iowa well represented here in this race. Logan Magnolias, Jacob Sporer. Again, that strong sophomore field. Also Brecken Fisher from Baxter. David Nichols from Earlham. Landon Davenport from South O'Brien. This is his first time at the state meet. Sawyer Feldman, a senior from Lisbon. Preston Kent from ACGC, just west of the Des Moines Metro off I-80. Logan Magnolia, also west of here. Landon Thayer. Dawson Henderson from Riverside of Oakland, not to be confused with Highland of Riverside, completely different parts of the state. Max Handorf from Baxter. Owen Fenner from Riverside, and Cal Wheats, Mason Moore, and Troy Klett from Sigourney. There's a look at your field in this race as we come to the end of the halfway point. 4 to go.
Nice seeing Sawyer Feldman up there. I know for them for Lisbon, always has some tough kids. Have a great mentality over there, and like they're fighting for a trophy this weekend. So,
all right, we have some shot put that's going on the screen right now. Tim?
Yeah, right now the leader is out of Pekin, Hannah Hadley. She is leading the 1A group with a throw of 43.01. Right behind her is Sophia Fenner from Riverside, Oakland. And then Kendall Whitman from Edgewood, Colesburg is right there as well, just over 40 feet. So quite a packed field in this finals. Quite a few state qualifiers and finalists from last year. Fenner was a 4th place finisher last year, and Hadley was a 6th place finisher last year. So they're definitely using the experience to their advantage.
looking here in this 3200, I have a feeling that Hugh Conway, that might be Coach Conway's child over there. I haven't seen him for a while. He used to be a coach at Beddendorf, but has been at Southwind for a long time. There's got to be some type of relation there.
It's Iowa. Come on, Tim. You know everybody's compared to everyone. All right, so here's the fun thing about Newt Rogney that I've been saving this, and I didn't think I'd get to it on the first day. His coach compares him to the comedian Bert Kreischer's phrase, "I am the machine." He says Newt is the machine. He's a dedicated runner. He's trained with Hayden Thompson. Those two have been side by side in cross country and track. He finished third at the state meet, fourth last year in the 32, set the conference record. Just to have a training partner, Tim, it's one thing to be elite, but to have someone to work with, how does that training mentality change when you've got somebody that you're competing with every single day?
I think it means everything. And the delicate side of it is not racing when you're just trying to work out on recovery runs. That's the hardest part to do that when you have ultra competitive kids that are around the same ability level, especially when they're elite. So that's one of those things that's the art of coaching, and not the knowledge and the information that's out there to become a coach. Is trying to balance that. I've got Grace right up front here, 4 guys up there.
So Hugh Conway, Max Hondorf, Newt Rogney, Sawyer Feldman, Henderson from Riverside, then Thompson, the teammate of Rogney for Lake Mills, Anthony Vallis and Jacob Sporer, Nichols, Thayer, Kent in this race so far as how they're in the top 10.
Down to 4.
So Thompson and Rogney both won state championship cross-country team titles in 23 and 24.
See if anybody gets dropped here. We have a great 500 meters left.
And the machine Rogney is going to run at Central.
Here we go. Feldman, a little look over his shoulder, seeing who's coming. Here he goes.
Here's the bell. Here's the pack. Here we go. Let's let Mike J. call us on this final lap as we close out a great 3,000 race, 3,200 race.
Rogney and Handorf. 8:26.85 with a lap to go. That last lap was 71.5. Rogney and Handorf are literally stride for stride with 200 left. Newt Rogney, 5th a year ago. The state leader coming in. Leading the field off the turn. Newt Rogney of Lake Mills. Rogney. Handorf. Conway. Newt Rogney. 9:25.50. A 1A title with a new lifetime best, closing in 58.5. Rogney of Lake Mills, 9:25.50 for the win.
The machine has another gold medal, this time an individual one.
Great race, man. Great finish. His watch his cadence just changed. He had a little he had an extra gear waiting for everybody that last 150 meters.
Max Hondorf from Baxter is second. Conway's third. Sawyer Feldman fourth. Dawson Henderson is fifth from Riverside near the Council Bluffs area. So that race, Tim, it's a good, strong one, good, strong field, but Rogney just so good there at the close. And we'll see how it sets up the rest of the week for him here at the relay. So we have some field events. There's a look at your top 12. Kent from ACGC cracks 10 minutes, so a lot of guys at 10. Let's face it, the distance guys do like the colder weather just a little bit better.
Just
than
a
the
little
sprints,
bit.
right?
Yeah, it's nice. Your body just doesn't feel like it's on fire the entire race out there. So, yeah, the cooler weather definitely helps. This is actually really, really good distance weather for these races.
That's why we put the marathons on cool weather times, not hot weather times.
Early in the mornings, yeah. I mean, that's temperature's everything. And bigger-bodied individuals versus smaller athletes, it's a lot of metrics that go into, especially the marathon racing.
All right, as the 3,200 4A boys get ready, Tim TeBrink is going to catch us up on some of the field events. We showed some warm-ups going on. I think high jump. Are we still in the 4A high jump? Is that we still have guys out there trying to clear heights?
We do. 4A high jump has the bars moved to 6.5. There are 4 jumpers left. You have Easton McGraw from Indianola has cleared 6.5. Donald Moore from West Des Moines Valley has cleared as well. Ajak Mual has also cleared 6.5. The bar is also now, it looks like it just updated. We moved to 6.7. So Moore just missed on the opening high of 6.7. So you got 4 guys alive in 4A in a very competitive field. Valley's doing well, having 2 guys in the top 4.
As we also showed you there, there's the high jump. There's the mentions of who is jumping where, or at least what heights they've cleared as those graphics. And we're off to the 3,200-meter run, Class 4A style boys. Tim O'Neill, that's a good pack, so tell me about him.
Yeah, I mean, King and Decker up front. He's like, I mean, there's several talented guys that that really could be anybody's race. He's going to be definitely the favorite. He feels confident. He's going to take the race out, and he's going to set the pace. Definitely have some team points being indicated here with Cedar Rapids Prairie guys. See if they can work up there. They got their signature checkerboard tops over the black bottoms.
They've been really good here in the last few years.
They've put something together here these last couple weeks for this season's this team. So they're I know something that they're excited about. Talked to Coach Mo Blue about their guys, and he's pretty excited about what they've got on the sprinter end of things.
Prairie could be that dark horse 4A team title this year. They can put together, you can score a couple here in a field event or 2. You can make yourself put your team on that top podium before the weekend is through. But you got to get through the race. Let's get you into the pack. And Kevin Coots from Lewis Central, Kyle Johnson from Prairie that we mentioned, and then Kerry Zollis from Prairie as well. He is a junior who's had a really good second half of the season. Slater Buckheister from Kennedy. Also from Kennedy is Adam Gray. Henry Hansen from Mason City, Davis Johnson from Centennial, and Jeremy Gall from Cedar Falls. Yet another Gall with a very good start to his career. Only a freshman as when they pass by the press box here in front of us, Tim.
Yeah, Slater Buckheister, I tell you, he's the kid that, his times for the season have been incredible. Cedar Rapids Kennedy will be fighting for a trophy as well with some of those teams. They've got their hurdle crew as well, so definitely some team impact points coming up here from him, high expectations. Bettendorf Bulldogs got some guys up there. AJ Willie.
Oh, yeah.
Going to Northern Iowa, I believe. Giving those shout-outs to my Panthers. Watch out now, all right? Coach Dave Paulson loves recruiting the Iowa kid. He's an Iowa kid, Waverly Shell Rock boy. But no, these guys look great.
The Bettendorf team is one that I heard from Eastern Iowa, from our old area, that hey, you got to watch the Bulldogs.
Yeah.
So I think that's true. What you're lining up with what you're saying.
Their sprint crew, their 400, 800 guys definitely are very, very talented. Got some sprinters in there too. They've got another distance young man, Andrew Hedin here. I'm going to say it again. You guys are going to hear another Panther. Mom was a Panther. Ran at UNI. I believe she was a Pleasant Valley prep. So
Lars Hildebrand from Liberty, Kiefer Barnes from Indianola, Michael Hanna from Iowa City West, Thomas Limbach from Valley, Jack Tryon from Urbandale, Jake Robideau from Indianola, Carter Nunn for Marshalltown, and another Centennial runner, Ian Smith. He has had a 950 this year, trying to crack that a little bit here in the finals. Your final look at competitors is one we've talked about already, our top qualifier, Keegan Decker from Liberty. Also from Bettendorf, as we mentioned, A.J. Willie, Jack Crosland from Johnston, Andrew Heaton from Bettendorf, Jonah Whitson from Pleasant Valley, Preston Johnson from Marshalltown, Linmar sends Ethan Cheney to the track, Cheney, and Kuma Gutima from Sioux City North is a sophomore with great upside and in the race. And on the track here, Preston Johnson, your leader, Keegan Decker, Jack Crosland, Slater Buckheister, and Gutima are your top 5. And really, it's still a top, that's 8 runners, 9, 10 in that early pack. Anybody can make noise.
yeah, 8 of them kind of starting to separate, 9 and 10, trying to hang on, give themselves a chance to.
Johnson continues to lead. 4:31.12 at 1,600.
Halfway to go.
69 flat on that last lap.
Got some high jump, Tim.
Yeah, we've got 2 guys still alive. We got Alexander from West Des Moines Valley making his 3rd attempt at 6'7".
That's his 2nd attempt, you said?
That was his 3rd.
That was his 3rd. So
We are down to 1 jumper left. Ajak Malalu is still alive, and it is his decision of where he wants to go now, how high he wants to go from 6'7".
his personality, I don't know if you saw the story on him before the meet. I mean, this kid just lights up the screen when you talk to him. Just a good, I won't call him necessarily a free spirit. That means that sometimes some think that he doesn't care. But in a sense, as an athlete sometimes, especially in a high jump, Tim, you got to just flush it.
Yeah. Yeah, after a miss, you got to think about it, and then you got to move on.
Willie's starting to make a pack, and he is going to take the lead here as we go to 3 laps to go. Still, it's an 8-pack race.
Two Bulldogs in the top 8.
A.J. Willie, 5:39.4 2K. 67.6 on that last lap.
Preston Johnson, Sidney Buckheister, Keegan Decker, Crossland, Gutema, Heaton, and Coots all in that front pack as they make their way through turn 3. To me, I know this make coaches nervous, but from a spectator standpoint, broadcaster standpoint, Tim, nothing better than to see 8 guys qualifying or competing here with 2 laps to go. I mean, this is a race.
Yeah, love it from the fan perspective and everybody else, but as a coach, you're sitting there, you're sweating, you're pacing, you're moving around, you're taking time off your life watching these kind of races. So,
and Willie leads the pack.
So this is where that confidence comes into place. You know where you're feeling, you know how you're. And look, he probably feels he's got to make that move there to give himself a chance. Coach Dave Tirana's over there, head coach of the Bulldogs, former Augustana Viking. Nice little middle distance runner for the Vikings.
As they run at Tuvel Stadium. Tuvel?
Tuvel, yeah.
Nice setup over there in Bettendorf. There's been a couple of good track athletes go through there over the years.
They've been all right. I got a great. Their coaching staff is really good. It's probably second to none. They do a great job. They care. They love those kids up. They've put together something pretty good here the last few years.
As we come to the bell lap. We'll let Mike J take you through the finals, and this is going to be a great finish on tap.
Here we go.
As
Love
they
it.
approach it. Here we go, Mike.
Hayden to Bettendorf. The bell lap. They were at 7:52.3 with 400 to go. 66.9 on that last lap. And it's Willie up front. Willie and Gutema. And your leaders are at the scoreboard. Buckheister and Willie. Slater, Buckheister, Cedar Rapids, Kennedy, A.J. Willie of Bettendorf, Gutema, Decker, Willie on the rail, Buckheister on his shoulder, A.J. Willie. A.J. Willie, 8:49.65, a new all-time best at 3,200. He closed in 57.3. Thomas Pollard's 850 goes down by both Willie and Buckheister. 8:49.65. This meet never disappoints, and we are on a roll.
Stood since 1989. Jason Thomas of Dowling Catholic cross it out. Put A.J. Willie there with an all-time best in the 3,200. What a last lap.
Phenomenal. Again, he trusted himself. He made that move with 1,000 meters to go, went up front, and then he welcomed all challengers the last 400 meters. That was phenomenal. Look at the times, though. 7 guys under 9 minutes. Incredible. It's awesome.
Sub 10's great. Sub 9's even better. Slater Buckheister is second, just not quite. Had a great front backstretch here right in front of us, and then Willie just strided out just a little bit more. Gutema from North was third, Decker fourth, Crossland fifth, and then there's the look at the rest of the pack there. Davis Johnson for Centennial in 13th, Robideau from Indianola, Nunn for 17th. When we come back, we'll get you caught up on the field events, and then we're going to go back to the track as we get ready for the girls' 200-meter dash. The state track meet from Des Moines rolls on after this.
It's the simplest expression. The smallest thing that changes everything. A smile. So easy. A smile lights it up. Apologizes. Unwelcomes unconditionally. Because the shortest distance between two people is a smile.
Thank you.
Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle.
State track meet here in Des Moines, day one, and we've had some pink and blue flags go out, and the latest blue flag goes to the high jump. We already knew the winner, Tim DeBrink. It was just a matter of what the height was.
Yeah, so Ajax won after other guys missed at 6'7". He pushed it up to 6'10" and gave it his best, but in the cold weather wasn't able to get over 6'10", but still he is your 4A state high jump champion for the boys.
And now he's got to do his media interviews, and we mentioned his personality right there. But you have a performance like that, a lot of people are going to want to talk to you.
You bet. And he's a Drake champion as well, and so he's able to double up, and that's not easy to do coming off of that.
And I think there was a girls' shot put was getting close to being done.
Yes, 1A girls shot put just finished up. Anna Hadley from Pekin was able to win it with a throw of 43 feet, 9 3/4 inches. And she was looking to improve herself from last year. Last year she was a 6th place finisher, so she made a lot of improvement to win the title this year in 1A girls shot put.
All right, so we're ticking off those field events that have been happening so far today, and we are getting ready now. There's a look at your shot put distances. So Pekin has put 2 firsts together here this morning, one in the 3,000 and another here in shot put, so that'll easily put them in the lead for team in just, you win 2 events before 10:30. I think you're off to a good start.
That's a good day.
All right, the 200-meter dash for 1A. We're going to have some heats of this one, and there's going to be 3 of them. They'll start opposite of us. Tim O'Neill, who are we watching in this race?
I really like Emma Reynolds from Mount Air. I know her coach, Brad Elliott, pretty well. I believe she is a younger sibling of a young man that ran for them that I think went to Stanford, if I'm not mistaken. But, yeah, she's, to me, I think that one that'll show her abilities and her skill set here in the 200 meters.
And also in Heat 1, so Reynolds will be in lane 5, as you see, as we're getting ready, as the runners are taking their mark. It's Olivia Lund from Riverside, Ava Christofferson from Lone Tree, Paige Richards from Madrid, who has done well at the track but has had a little limited season this year with an injury. Lena Allie, Emma Reynolds, Allie from Fremont Mills, Reynolds from Mount Air, from Bishop Garrigan is Madeline Tigas, Riley Atkinson from Edco, and then Cameron Struby from South O'Brien in lane 8, and we're off.
Richards in lane 3, last year's runner-up in both the 100 and the 200 and the long jump. Richards and Allie in 4. The outstanding 100 hurdler. In 5, it's Reynolds. Sophomore from Mount Air. But it's Paige Richards and Madrid. Reynolds in 5. Qualifying on a time basis.
So Reynolds crosses first, but Richards had a chance to talk to her last week, and I just said, how's the hamstring? And she says, it's getting better. I'm working it as best you can. A cold morning, though, Tim, that just has to put a little bit of that in the back of your mind of, am I stretched enough?
Yeah, are you warmed up enough, right? Is that thing working properly, and is it going to activate? So, yeah, that's a great race. She was out well and maintained pretty well, and Reynolds closed it down there just to take the heat win.
So Reynolds with a time of, there's a look at Reynolds there as she exits the track. So Reynolds also in a relay and a great time there. So Reynolds, Richards, Alley go 1, 2, 3, all sub 26s, 25.3, 25.5, and 25.7.1. Heat 2, Ella Whitney from Wayne, Raya Scott from Hillcrest, Ada Johnson, a freshman from Easton Valley, Tatum Heiser from Linville Sully, Leah Lamb from Bellevue, McKenna Baker from West Monona. In 7 is HLV Victors, Emery Hall, and Trista Handsaker from Melcher Dallas in Heat 2. Middle of the track, always a good place to start, right?
Yeah, usually, I mean, that's just seed times based off the state qualifying meets. Can be a little misleading sometimes. You know, you don't always, sometimes there may have been a mishap, a misstep, or depending on what your event combination is at that state qualifying meet. But got to learn how to survive the rounds here at the state championships.
Johnson qualified in both the 1 and the 2, but Heiser has a better time here in the 2 in lanes 3 and 4. And did we, all right, so we're getting lots of our mechanism is flowing. We just had some clapping, and I missed where the clapping was coming from, but we're off here in Heat 2. Mike J., take us away.
In 6, that's Baker of West Monona. Drake Relays qualifier in the 100 of the long jump. Coming off the turn, Heiser of Linville Sully in lane 4. Whitney of Wayne of Corydon on the inside, but it is Heiser. And out in 7 is Haas to Boyer Valley. Morgan Haas, 25.57. Heiser, 25.72.
Haas to Boyer Valley crosses. So I think I gave you maybe incorrect. Some of the runners were not there. I didn't have Haas in that heat. My apologies there. So Morgan Haas from Boyer Valley at 25.57. Tatum Heiser from Linville Sully at 25.72. McKenna Baker, Leah Lamb, in fourth. Then Whitney, Johnson, Scott, and Bloom.
Yeah, Tatum Heiser's out well, and Morgan Haas had a phenomenal close from the outside with lane 7. Great race by her, and McKenna Baker was just there the entire time from West Winona. All three sub 26, 25:57, 25:72, and 25:88. Great times.
All right, Tim 2, looks like we got long jump up here on the screen.
Yeah, and boys 1A long jump. It is still your leader, London Franklin from New London, has been the leader since his very first jump, and he's still holding there. They are on their 6th and final attempts of the long jump finals in 1A.
Do want to say the 200 is always a mystery at the state track meet because it's not a Drake Relays qualifying event, so a lot of kids don't run it individually throughout the season on a very regular basis. So sometimes you'll see someone from a lane 2 or a lane 7 that didn't have it was only their second or third time running it from the state qualifying meet. Then they come up here in the prelims and put together a nice time.
Heat 3, Ava Vonderhaar from Clayton Ridge. Ava Gherking is in lane 2 from English Valleys. Make sure you put the S on there. Emery Hall from HLVTC. St. Ansgar's J.C. Johnston is in lane 4. Reagan Eastfold from Lake Mills. Trisha Hansacker from Melcher Dallas. Mackenzie Menifee from Lennox at 7. NNA Sydney Burgess. Had a chance to talk to her mom last week at the qualifier. The girls basketball coach, maybe a former Cyclone basketball player herself, Janelle. Coming through the middle, it's Johnston from St. Ansgar. And J.C. Johnston is going to cross the line first for the Saints. Their football team in the state finals this year. Their basketball team for girls have had a good run here lately as well, and it transitions to good athletes. And Johnston's one of those key parts. Eastavold from Lake Mills is second. And Trisha Hansaker is third.
Great times in Class 1A here. Took 26:10 to get into the final.
The girls 200 in 4A is coming. Savannah Matthias from Iowa City West is in 1. Camariona Crindon from Wash. Alina Goldsberry from Southeast Polk. Katie Willits from Northwest. Morgan Fisher from Ankeny. Kaylee Carley from Hempstead. Brylan Pettick from Johnston. And Taylor Powers from Pleasant Valley on the track right now, Tim.
I would anticipate do the races in the middle of the track. Katie Willits should separate herself, but Fisher and Goldsberry are extremely talented. Anticipate them making their way into the final. And then Pleasant Valley with the potential scoring opportunity. I think she's probably not quite there yet, but Taylor Powers, former Clinton basketball coach and Clinton Prep, Chris Powers, daughter of her, and mom Stacy, former Clinton High Prep track athlete. Give the Powers a little shout out here.
Willits listed as an alternate in a couple events, but she is the dominant in many of them, and this is one of those. But yes, Morgan Fisher, sophomore for the Hawks, looking to see what she can do side by side on the big stage here in the 4A 200-meter prelims. The gun is up, and we're off.
Willits of Northwest, Fisher of Ankeny.
Willits on that all-time best 4x1, 4x2.
Katie Willits doing Katie Willits things there. Tim, I don't know if you caught that. I'm sure you did. Right there about where that steeplechase is. Or that steeple.
Yep.
That is right where it all of a sudden she was hit by a lightning bolt and just took off.
Yeah, it's her second half. She runs the curve very, very well, and she has got that nose to just finish. She is a phenomenal young competitor. She's fun to watch. So powerful, so fast, holds it together very, very well.
And Fisher with a very good time right there.
Fisher moves to number 11 all-time at 200 meters.
So we have historic things.
And on the award stand, we have our top 3 finishers.
Let's go down to we're going to listen in, I think, to the award stand. We haven't been able to see them fully. Here's long jump, but you're going to hear about the high jump.
From Valley, Donald Moore. And your champion. He had a 6-7 clearance, wins on a countback. The sophomore from Waukee, Jacques Malal, your Drake Relays champion and your state champion in the high jump.
And there was a look at the long jump that's going on. There's our podium. And now it's time for Heat 2. Reese Cubbage from Linmar in lane 1. Lena Bruning from Ankeny in 2. Michaela Ramirez from North Scott is in 3. Chloe Nissen from Cedar Falls in 4. Abby Mecklenburg from Linmar. We'll hear about her as the week goes on. Fiona Mulligan from Urbandale. Emma White from Indianola. And Miley Leo from Southeast Polk.
Yeah, Chloe Nissen, super talented. Abby Mecklenburg. Michaela Ramirez. Father ran track for me back in the day. Also was a Downport Central prep. MAC champion in the 100-meter dash as a freshman.
And here is your field. Nissen in 4, the Great Relay 400 champion. That is Anthony Mecklenburg, the all-time best in the long jump. Mecklenburg in 5, Nissen in 4. The long jump champion from the Drake Relays and the 400 champion battling it out here over 200 meters. Abby Mecklenburg, 24.69. Nissen runs 24.75.
So they're moving. Mecklenburg will be, you'll see her in the long jump later this week. Or this week, I should say. It's a week-long event. We're here for a while.
And we're going to the third heat here in 4A.
Looking at that so the qualifying break mark right now is 25:48. He told me that was the chance to not make the final running like that. These young women are running well.
Qualified in the 100, 200, and 2 relays a year ago for Moines Roosevelt, Julia Knapp.
We'll get ready for heat number 3 here in a moment of the 2A.
Those Drake relays winning 4x2 and 4x4 teams that set all-time best. Waukee Northwest sophomore Quinn Jorgensen. In lane 5, 5th at Drake at 400. Bettendorf sophomore Haley Duke. In lane 6, 6th at Drake relays on the 4x1. Prairie sophomore Ashlyn Hunter. In lane 7, 5th at Drake in the 100 hurdles. Medalist in the 4x2 and Shuttle hurdle relay, Waukee senior Natalie Sitzman. And in lane 8, she was 6th on the 4x1 at the Drake relay, Cedar Rapids Prairie senior Faith Kapaya.
I think Quinn Jorgensen here would be the overall favorite. Haley Duke with a chance to sneak in the final here out of Bettendorf.
And this is heat 3, final heat. Our bubble time, 25:48. Hunter of Prairie in lane 6, that's Duke in 5, the Bettendorf quarter miler, and here they come off the turn. Sitzman, the outstanding hurdler from Waukee. But in lane 4, Quinn Jorgensen, the Waukee Northwest sophomore. 2 golds at Drake on 2 all-time best relays. And Jorgensen runs 24.78. Took 25.23 to make the final. 4A girls 200.
Quinn Jorgensen there with a 24.78, sub 25. What a race.
Yeah, 25-23 to get in the final. Those ladies were running.
And this is a look at how everybody ran, and still very packed in. And we will move on now. We're going to stay in 200. There's Willits, Fisher, Mecklenburg, Nissen, Jorgensen, Goldsberry, Hunter, and Knapp will be your finalists in this race. So that one, the 4A, 2A, the 4A 200, I've always kind of, I thought, again, yes, a mystery, but I just felt there's enough. It's different than the 100. I'm just very curious to see how that one unfolds when the lights come on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean that's just it. It's we'll. I have a feeling that track's going to be hot on Saturday, so I am looking forward to that for sure.
What does commitment mean? To protect what's important, to invest in the future. It means providing peace of mind. It's what reliable people do. It's what local banks do. Banking in Iowa goes beyond transactions. Banks work to help people and small businesses succeed. And Iowa banks are proud to be trusted partners in building confident banking relationships. Iowa Banks, your partner through it all.
Excuse me, man. You dropped this.
The first of the 3 heats in the boys 200 for Class 1A. It goes to Braden Anderson of English Valleys. He crosses the line first. He had the top qualifying time, Tim O'Neill, and he showed it right there in that race.
Yeah, he's a powerful young man. He's put together pretty well, and great race right there. Only a sophomore.
And Keeley from Peyton Sheridan was second. Kibbe from Janesville was third. And then
Sonnenfeld, then Sievers, Smith, Drayden Thompson, and then Stone from Coed Valley.
We already had a 1989 record fall. I don't know if this is the year that the 1994 record falls. Okay. And we had always have records fall, but this is the one that has stood the test of time. Is the Tim Dwight 200. He's still from 1984, holds the 200. I know that piece of information is correct that I'm giving you.
94, right?
94. What did I say?
84.
Oh, no. Tim and I, same age. But I remember, and there's a fun thing about that. In that 94 class, there were 3 guys that won all 4 of their 100s. Tim Dwight was one of them. Another one is here coaching for Centennial by the name of Ted Smith, who ran at Britt West Hancock and now coaches Centennial. And then there was a third. I mean, it's just it's just crazy how some records stand and some shadows cast over others that you don't know about. And that's one of the things we're going to hear more when we get into Class 3 and we talk about Quentin Nauman. There's some great runners in those races as we get to it later. And any other year, they're champs.
Hidden gems all over here, right? Like the college coaches tend to take notes sometimes, and they're like, Iowa? What? We've got this? Yeah, we do. Have had them for years.
This is going to be Heat 2 of the 200 and 1A. As I think we now have the gun in the air, so we should have the racers get into place. Hunter Dooley from Martinsdale St. Mary's is in 1. Zach Anderson from George Little Rock is in 2. Wyatt Minter, also from George Little Rock, is in 3. Clancy Van Ort from North Cedar in 4. And 5 is HLV Tri-Counties Aiden Van Woos, Aaron Hint from St. Ed's, Jack Bolin from Linville Sully, and Waco's Hayden Shellman in lane 8.
And heat number 2. Van Ort of North Cedar in lane 4's run 22:19 this year. He's out well. Van Wassen 5. Hint of St. Edmund in lane 6, a returning qualifier. Here they come off the turn. In lane 3, Wyatt Minter of George Little Rock. Minter runs 22:35. Now to the final heat in 1A.
So that improves his, Mintner improves on his season best, or his qualifying time. So George Little Rock's Wyatt Minter is first. Clancy Van Ort from North Cedar is second, just a chest hair behind in the 200-meter 1A, heat number 2 prelim. And that'll lead us up here into heat number 3. Rylan Dorenkamp for West Fork, Cameron Bartles from North Butler, a freshman sprinter there. Then Broden Pryor from Woodbine, one of the triplets. Landon Grell from Lawton Bronson is in lane 4. Kinnick Ritchie from Easton Valley in lane 5. Mason Hoy at Springville, Brody Crozier from Southwest Valley, and Connor Mullenbach from St. Ansgar. Quick note on Pryor, played in the state championship football game back in November, and a great game to watch in the 8-player. Just not good to be on the Woodbine side. That was a tough loss for them that night. And then Woodbine qualified for basketball, and they said, all right, congratulations, guys. All right, we'll see you at track.
Yeah.
They were already looking towards this meet.
22:69, the bubble time right now to get in the final.
And here comes your field. Grell of Lawton Bronson in 4, Ritchie of Easton Valley in lane 5. Landon Grell of Lawton Bronson, Bartles, and Pryor. And Grell runs 22:16. Season best for Grell, 22:16.
So Landon Grell from Lawton Bronson crosses first, Cameron Bartles second, Broden Pryor third, and then Kinnick Ritchie. So the bubble time you said was
22:69 going in.
Okay. So that'll alter that a little bit. I don't think everybody's going to come out of heat 3 in that one, as we'll get a look here at the
22:47 is what the new one is.
Okay.
Now. That's the. They had to go to the 1,000th of a second between 7th and 8th to get in the final.
So Grell, Anderson, Minter, Keeley, Van Ort, Bartles, Pryor, and Hint will be in your finals here in the 200-meter class 1A. And we still have 4. The 4A 200 will be on the track here in a moment, but we have a field event to catch you up on, Tim DeBrink. We haven't heard you from a while because with no high jump to keep going to all the time, I feel like I've lost you.
You bet. There was some fun and excitement out in the 4A girls discus. Top 3 places, there's some big movement on the 5th and 6th round. Hawk from Iowa City High gets a throw in her 5th at 142.08, putting her at 3rd. Her teammate Hannah Braun on her very 6th throw drops 150 flat and takes the lead from Delilah Subson, who was your Class 4A 2025 champion, and knocked her out of first place, putting her into 2nd. So some fun and exciting things happening out here at the discus area north of the track. Don't forget about it. At least it's closer now than it used to be. Back in the day, it was about 4 or 5 blocks away, and I don't know if anybody knew it was over there. So these girls are doing a great job of putting some muscle behind these throws and getting it out there and really competing. And to throw your last throw of your high school career and to win a state title, and is really impressive.
One thing, Tim, is that having these field events, we're bringing you in this year to talk about a whole lot of field events and all these other places, so trying to show as many of these athletes as you can. Anything you can pick up from what you've been able to juggle and see so far? Any overarching storylines this morning of interest?
I just knew that it was going to be really competitive. This 4A discus field had 6 returning qualifiers, and 4 of them were from the top 6 from last year. And so you knew there was going to be a lot of good competition. Plus, there's some new names that jumped into the finals as well. We knew the high jump was going to be exciting just because of the Drake champion winning it. Ajax was able to get there, and then the 1A boys long jump. London Franklin from New London was second. Was runner-up a year ago with a jump of 21, 11 and a quarter, and he was able to best that. This year, and he was able to go into the 22s. And on the last jump of his season, he went 22, 4 and a quarter to win the 1A boys long jump. So a lot of fun and exciting things here this morning so far.
You know the phrase, get ahead, stay ahead? In track meets, you've heard that a time or two.
I've heard that a time or two.
Well, that's what we're at right now. They don't try to run any more than 15 minutes ahead. We're 10 minutes ahead of this meet right now, waiting for the 4A boys. So that's why we have just a little bit of a pause as we get closer to the action. It's going to be the 4A 200-meter dash prelims. And then we will flip over to the girls 4x8. We'll run the 1A 4A combo, and then we'll have the girls 100. Then the girls 400 is how into our early afternoon, as we are in the middle of our morning session of day number 1 at the Iowa High School State Track Meet around the Blue Oval at Drake Stadium. In Heat 1 of the boys 200-meter, Tim O'Neill, I think this is a pretty good race.
Yeah, Destin McMurrin, your overall state leader here at 200 meters, so should see him come out here and handle business in this prelim.
Grevin Good, Daniel, Cooley, McMartin, Van Schal, Vanana Vahalam, Eisen, Beecham, and Ludwig. Here's Mike J.
For the Waterloo West senior. Destin McMurrin, Beecham of Johnston in 7. Beecham and McMurrin. Daniel of Fort Dodge, Cooley of Clinton. And Destin McMurrin, 21:41.
McMurrin has the top time there at a 21:41. So the Waterloo West, he holds right now the number 1 qualifying time and the number 1 time so far through the first of the heat. So he is a guy that'll make some noise, as Maddox Cooley was second, Bryce Beecham third, Linmar, and then let's go across and meet one of our champions.
Now to heat number 2, running in lane 1, 4th in the long jump a year ago. And a qualifier on 2 relays from Mason City, Drew Hobart. In lane 2, shuttle hurdle relay medalist a year ago from Waterloo West.
From Mason City. Another Waterloo West runner is Michael Cunningham Jr. Frederick Tarseed. Tara Wally from Southeast Polk is in lane 3. Marcus Tomlianovich from Cedar Falls, Ethan Clark. And then it's Cooling from Prairie. Neil James from Iowa City West is in 7, and Sioux City East Tanner Boonstra is in lane 8. As we look at heat number 2 here in this race.
5 on the list at 21:70 from Iowa City West, Neil James.
Did not get that right.
Tom Lianovich.
I'd been practicing it, and clearly not enough. Tom Lianovich?
Yes, one of the seniors at Cedar Falls. Coach Dirk Homewood excited about him, his leadership, and one of the guys he's leaning on for this the state championship meet. Been a staple in their program.
As we get ready for that race, this is the middle of 3. As the meet rolls on here from Des Moines. Gun is in the air, so the athletes are getting on their marks, and we'll let Mike J take it the rest of the way of this race.
And here's your field in heat number 2. Tomljanovich in 4, Clark in 5. Cedar Falls teammates running up front. Cooling of Cedar Rapids Prairie in lane 6. But out of lane 4, that's Marcus Tomljanovich of Cedar Falls. Tarawali had a good close in 3. Tomljanovich 21:45, and Ethan Clark, his fellow Tiger teammate, 21:62.
So the Tigers take the top 2.
Top 2, yeah, that could be massive if both those guys end up. 21:62 should get you in the final, but I guess we got another heat to yet to see. But massive scoring opportunities for Cedar Falls, who's looking for a gold trophy here on Saturday.
Senior from Iowa City, City High, Hannah Braun.
Here's a look so far of what we have. Bubble time, as we said, 21:89 as heat number 3. I'll let Mike J tell you about heat 3.
4x2 at the Drake Relays. From West Des Moines Valley, Joe Alexander. In lane 3, on the 3rd place 4x4 at Drake, sophomore from Bettendorf, Kamari Harris. In lane 4, 6th a year ago, Drake Relays 400 champion and long jump champion. He's run 21:58. Norwalk senior, Caden Coons. In lane 4, he medaled on 4 relays at last year's state meet for Muscatine, Jordan Meeker. In lane 6, a qualifier a year ago, medal winner at Drake on the 4x1. He was 3rd in the 100 at last year's state meet for Cedar Rapids Kennedy, Dawson Darty. In lane 7, 3rd in the Drake Relays 100 final, Sioux City East sophomore Quentin Pollard. And in lane 8, 6th at Drake on the 1600 medley from Iowa City Liberty, Rylan Schweizer. Heat 3 of 3, 4A boys 200. And this is heat number 3. Caden Coons of Norwalk. In lane 4, that's Meeker of Muscatine. And 5, out there in 6 is Darty of Cedar Rapids Kennedy. Coons. And a great close in 2 by Alexander. He was just finished 4th in the high jump. And Caden Coons of Norwalk. 21-21 for Coons.
Caden Coons was a name we knew about coming into this meet, and he delivers right there with a 21-21. First place finish in his heat, and Joseph Alexander is 2nd for Valley. As we let the computer sort exactly how these are going to fall. And here we go. Is that how you thought it would play out?
Pretty close, yeah. I thought Harris from Bettendorf might sneak in there. Didn't look like he had his best race. I know that was one of those, if they got a chance to get him in the final, scoring opportunity for them. Again, Bettendorf hunting for a trophy on Saturday too. So all these prelims are so crucial to how the weekend's going to set up.
So Caden Coonsey had a little bit of injury in the early part of his career, trying to put it together his senior year. Will get a chance to run on Saturday in the finals of the Class 4A 200-meter race. We'll step away for a moment from Des Moines. Back in a moment here at the State Track Meet.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision, to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
We're not just lighting a stadium. We're creating lasting memories. We're not just installing a mini pitch. We're empowering youth to learn and grow. We're not just retrofitting an airport. We're creating an environment where workers can feel safer. This is why, whether it's a game down the street, professional stadiums around the world, or treasured monuments and landmarks, you always know when it's must go.
We just finished the 200-meter dash preliminaries for 1A and 4A. We've also had the 3,000 and the 3,200 meter, as well as the shuttle hurdle prelims. Now we're getting ready for the 4x8. We'll be up first with the girls' class 1A, then girls' 4A, then we'll flip over to the boys. Still yet to come here in this session, the 100-meter prelims, the 400 finals. That's coming your way at 1:20 this afternoon, and the shuttle hurdle for the boys will be this afternoon at 2 o'clock. But I'm going to tell you this right now. If you are interested in a race later in the day, I would watch earlier. Watch the whole thing. I don't know what you're doing. But just as things go ahead, the time is the time. But in track, we do run ahead if we're ahead within limits. So just keep that in mind. If you are dialing in later or have a race that you're interested in at, say, 1:50, I'd be for sure watching at 1:30 to get settled, and just keep it on all day. Tim O'Neill's with me now here. Tim, all right, we're getting ready for the 4x8. Each athlete going to do the 2 laps. What do we expect in this race?
I mean, I expect, a couple teams, so many kids that double back from that 3K to the 4x8. At the state qualifying meet, so sometimes you get a team or two that's in the first heat that comes back and actually score and place in the overall top 8 teams. So expect some teams here to do great. Getting excited to watch these young ladies run. This is one of my favorite races on the track.
We are running 2 sections. So the first one right now is Lawton Bronson. That's Kaylee Mess is their lead runner. For Starmont, it's Carly Roseberg. Already said her name here today. Baxter has Piper Redman on the track. North Iowa is Nora Blodgett. Woodbine, Kendall Nickman. Nashua Plainfield has Kelly Serwinski on the track now with the baton. For Westwood is Ella Shaben. North Lynn's Whitney Brady. Earlham will have Shay Rogers, Kinsey Canoyer, Mackenzie Harger, and Amanda Smith to run for Earlham. Then North Tama, Shauna Sabula, Isla Breckenridge, Olivia Youngblood, and Gabriella Seda for North Tama. Wapsie Valley has Brindley Bamey, Adeline Kane, Whitney Destival, and Amy Schutte to run for the Warriors. And for the Vikings of Edgewood-Colesburg, it's Addie Schmelzer, Amanda Nuri, Annabelle Wolf-Cooley, and Josie Deers on the track right now. Thank you to coaches for helping us out with all those pronunciations as best we can to get through them, and that means a lot. This is my time to say thank you, coaches, for all your information. I think 484 was the final return of the survey results, so it's a lot to sort through, but there's a lot of great things so far. And what do you see here in the opening now second lap of this 4x8?
North Tama out in 70 seconds or 71, just under 71 here for that first lap. So looking at that probably 224, 225 pace here. Maybe, yeah, right around there. Great opening leg here in Class 1A 4x8. Putting them in a great spot. Got about a 10, 12 meter lead on the second place team.
So North Tama getting ready. Nora Blodgett is coming down right in front of us here at midfield of the football field, but not of the track by any stretch. And it's going to be Lauren Hilseland take it for North Tama. So a 2:30 opening lap, or opening leg. Wapsie Valley 2:32. So they're on the track right now with Adeline Kane.
Oh, the schools that wear the pink uniforms. It throws me off. I get so used to knowing mascots and school colors, and then you throw a pink jersey in there. But I guess now I know that that's Earlham, right?
Well, and that was one of the things I asked the coaches. I was like, what might you be wearing? Because, yes, I'm the same way. You think about the colors, and then you're not surprised.
You would have hated my teams then because we had 24 different jersey types.
I'm pretty sure you did. Yeah. I do remember. Are we gold? Are we? Was it championship gold?
Championship gold. Only kids that were Drake Relays and state champions got to wear the gold uniforms.
And then you had the white, the red, and the black, and any combination of those.
There's some grays in there too.
There were grays too.
We had some grays in there too. Yeah. Yeah, we got over the top there for a while.
That's all right. Earlham here is in third. Kinsey Canoyer has the baton now for Starmont. It is Abigail Brown for Edgewood Colesburg here. It's still North Tama and Earlham in this race. Wapsie Valley, Edgewood Colesburg, Northland, Lawton Brunson, Woodbine, Starmont, Sloan, Westwood, North Iowa, Nashville, Plainfield, and Baxter is how they're running right now. As it's still not necessarily a two-horse race here, but it is. The relay is different, especially the 4x8. A lot of things can change in this race.
Same as like in the shuttle hurdle, right? Like you've got you tend to want to put one of your top runners up front because you got to be in the race. There's just too much that happens if somebody front loads that relay and you just have you have a lot of time to make it up. But if you're 80 meters, 100 meters down, like you got no shot. So you want to try to get people in contention, give them a chance to give your next runner an opportunity to compete a little bit. Move yourself up. Earlham here making a nice move. She covered the move. Well done.
Youngblood gets the baton for North Tama. And Earlham has it now in the hands of Mackenzie Harger.
We're back in our pairs. Fighting for first and second, fighting for third and fourth, and fifth and sixth.
All right, in this race, stack them up for me on runners. What are you thinking here? I mean, the 800 has become a sprint, obviously, but where are you stacking here in this race?
Typically for me, it's easy to want to put your fastest kid last. Like that's especially in the 4x8 because you gotta go for broke, right? So typically I would like to put my second fastest runner first to make sure that we're out there, we're in contention, we're in the race, and then my second and third is just kind of interchangeable based off of what I've seen from the competition. I try not to do too much based off of what the others are doing, just know like what our skill set is and what gives us the best chance to be successful.
And when you're looking at the 800 now, are you thinking it is a faster miler or a little more distance kick quarter person?
Personally, I'd love the quarter mile that bumps up. Actually, I'd love the 200 meter that can bump up, but those are tougher sells these days. But honestly, it's typically that 400, 800 group. But I've got the 800. There's usually that 15 or 1600 runner that can come down and give you a good leg or two. A lot of it's just based off of how many kids you have on your team and where you move those kids into your training groups and who's suited well for that race. And there's kids that we thought would be great half milers and they ran it once, never ran it again. So it's a very, very painful race when done correctly.
Canoyer is running second for Earlham. It's Youngblood third for North Tama. Destival for Wapsie Valley. Wolfkuhl is for Edco. as they come down to the anchor leg.
And it is Earlham here on the front stretch. Ready to go to the anchor leg. And Amanda Smith on the final 800. North Tama.
Right about 10-minute pace for the relay.
So Earlham's starting to pull a little bit away on this race, and it is Smith for Earlham now that has the baton. Amanda Smith, the senior. This is a good race for athletes. Harger and Rogers both qualified for the 800 and the 1500. So there's your multi-sport and trying to, run lots of events. You already talked about if you ran the 3000, and you're here in this 4x8 of just exactly what your legs have left in you. For North Tama, it's Seda. But right now, it's all Earlham in this race. There's the distance as they make the turn into turn 4. You can see the separation.
Yeah, she's sitting with about a 30, almost a 40-meter lead now. Comfortable lead, but obviously time's going to be important because you've got a whole other section with 12 more teams trying to find a way to sneak into top 8 places.
And that's one of those things, again, we talked about it a little while ago about you're not just racing somebody else, you're racing that clock. Could you imagine if you ran all 24 at the same time?
I would love it. I'd welcome it, but
that puts a little extra physicalness into it.
Well, there's people that weight train and prepare for that too. There's some that don't. So some welcome the fray.
Final lap as we go. Earlham, North Tama, Wapsie Valley, North Lynn, North Iowa, Edco, Woodbine, Starmont, Baxter, Lawton Bronson, Westwood, and Nashville Plainfield.
Looks like North Lynn making a good move into fighting back into that second spot.
Right on that 10-minute pace as we come in on the finish for Earlham.
And Earlham here on the front stretch. They'll put up our time to beat. They'll be the winner in Section 1.
It's about a 12, 13-second PR in the season for them, so well done.
And it's going to be North Lynn that's going to sneak in here.
Winning time for Earlham, 9:57.84.
I'm sorry, not North Lynn. Yeah, North Lynn was second, yeah.
Yes.
I was like, I swear that's what that said on her jersey, and then I'm like, no. So Earlham, North Lynn. So North Lynn, Whitney Brady, Lucy Hoggenbury, Harley Henderson, Peyton McMahon run the race for North Lynn. And now we're going to be into the second section of this 4x8. Let's see. So Newell Fonda, Mount Ayr, Sibley Ocheyedan, Madrid, St. Ansgar, Turkey Valley, Linville Sully, Van Buren County, South Winneshiek, AHSTW, Waco, and Riverside of Oakland.
9:57.84 the time to beat.
I don't get it. Why is there uneven crop emergence out here?
Great question, Jill. From what I've seen, soil compaction from your sprayers and grain carts is the likely culprit. This can hinder root penetration and emergence along field edges.
What would I do without you, Tom?
Hey, that's what I'm here for. Let's catch up later. I'm needed over in Monroe County.
From personalized insights to year-round support, Channel Seed pros always show up. Channel, all in, all season.
Nice guy.
Section 2 of the Class 1A 4x8 is on the track. They've stayed in their lanes through turns 1 and 2, and now they make the cut. Newell Fonda. If you watch any basketball, you're very familiar with how well they run teams up and down the court. You got 4 basketballers right here. Braybeck leads it off for Newell Fonda. For Mount Air, it's Greenwell. Sibley O'Cheaton has Childs. For Madrid, it's Hannah Brandhorst. St. Ansgar has J.C. Johnston. J.C. is, you can shorten that if you like. Turkey Valley has Annabelle Scheidel. Parkinson for Linville Sully, that's Emma Parkinson, the junior. Then Van Buren County, Rory Phillips. South Winneshiek has Ava, actually they're going to start with Conway. Conway will be there on the track first. Then Ava Paulson for AHSTW is there. And for Waco, it's Carly Lunsford. And then Meadow Dalby for Riverside, as we're already into lap 2 on the backstretch, Tim.
Yeah, great opening leg, Waco. Out in 65 seconds. Putting one down here. I mean, the top 4 teams, Southwind, HSTW, Waco, and Riverside, all 3 of the 4 of under 10 minutes. Riverside just above at a 10:01 coming into this meet. And Newell Fonda shortly behind at 10:06. So, like Waco's strategy, get yourself out front. Make sure you're in the race.
Waco with the 3rd fastest qualifier entering state. Lunsford, their lead runner, their leadoff runner, has also qualified in the 800. And good exchange. And Madrid is their second.
That 222.9 opener for Waco. Madrid just under 225.
So the sisters for Madrid, Hannah and Caitlin Brandhorst, also wrestlers. That's a new one to mix into the athletic diet here. How are the wrestlers faring in track? How's that? Where's the crossover there?
You know, we had a couple of them at Assumption. Gave it a shot. You know, they do all their club wrestling and all stuff in the middle of track season, so it wasn't a great experience. But love having them. Look, here's the thing: some of the toughest kids on the planet are wrestlers, so they can pretty much take anything you throw at them. So.
Well, and you were talking about the physicalness. There are some races where there's some elbows thrown.
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, contact.
Well, yeah,
it's not thrown. It's incidental. But I mean, the physical side, in the sense, and the mental side of it too. I think track and wrestling have some of that alignment in wrestling of you have to be individually tough.
Yeah, there's just a lot of similarities the way that the meets are scored. There's kind of this individual competition with the team score and all these other elements.
So Waco still first, Madrid second, Southwind third, Newell Fonda fourth, St. Ansgar, Van Buren County, Turkey Valley, then Sibley O'Cheaton. AHSTW, Linville Sully, Riverside, and Mount Air is how they're running right now as we are in the back stretch of that second lap of the second leg, which means for Madrid it's
St. Ansgar that's moved up.
Careless Peasley, and St. Ansgar, that's Jada Meyer for St. Ansgar. St. Ansgar in the lead there. And Waco's Macy Carter is getting ready to hand it off to Aaliyah Graber. And for St. Ansgar, it's going to be Lila Powers, the senior, getting the baton for the Saints. Southwind making a move with Maddie Jansen. Madrid's third runner is Madeline Grothus. All right, so third leg, you kind of talked about the interchangeability of these runners. First leg or first lap, second lap mentality here at this point where you start to have a little more tension starting to build.
Right. So yeah, I mean, you're sitting here and you've got now a 30-meter lead, so you know they're coming to hunt you. So you've got to curb those emotions just a little bit on the first lap. Still be out aggressive, and then just make sure you've got enough to bring it home and give it to the anchor leg.
And then that's when the real fun begins,
Yep.
right? The absolute sprint that the 800 has become. Is this race won in the middle?
A lot of times it is, just because of that strategy of, again, it depends on where your runners are at. If you have three strong runners and one that's not quite to the same caliber, you might just front load it and then tell that one that's out there just to hang on, see what happens. You know that they're coming to hunt you, and just give what you can. I mean, done it several times. It's not always a great position to put your kids in, and especially their parents that have to watch it. But it's just one of those things that you've got to due diligence to your other three runners to put them in the best chances possible to be competitive. So.
Well, and I look here as we're starting to see a little bit more south wind or Turkey Valley starting to pull. On St. Ansgar, I mean, but I'm looking at the back at Southwind and Turkey Valley, and there's some good changes happening here on this second lap of this third leg. You're really starting to see this race get serious, and then the crowd starts to build.
Yeah, 3, 4, and 5 are moving up on number 2. So by the time we get around the track, hand off to the anchors, I think St. Ansgar is going to still have a lead, but here comes Waco. Is that Madrid moving back into third now?
Yep, it is. Yep.
And Newell Fonda?
Yep, and Newell Fonda's coming.
It looks like everybody's coming to hunt. Here we go. This is going to get interesting. St. Ansgar's put together a beautiful relay so far.
Quinn Sievers bringing it home for Newell Fonda. Stand out there on the basketball court, now hands it off to Elliott Hamilton. Or I take that back. I have that backwards. That is one switch that Newell Fonda made. Sievers is going to run. Hografe was the third leg for Newell Fonda. So Newell Fonda sends Sievers out. Mount Ayr, Doolittle. Marco for Sibley Cheaton. Madrid has Brandhorst. Witt for St. Ansgar. Stitka for Turkey Valley. Hawthorne for Linville Selly. Van Buren County has Snowgren. South Wind's anchor is Jensen. Lamp for AHSTW. Waco's Dykstra. And for Riverside, their anchor is Bentley Roan. But right now, Tim, there's not much drama in this one. It's just against the clock, right?
Yes, and they are well ahead of the first heat pace-wise right now. So we've got a lap to go. St. Ansgar's in a good spot. Things are going to heat up here between 2, 3, 4, and 5. Still a little bit of separation, but I anticipate with about 200 meters to go that they'll all be pretty even looking at their cadence right now.
Caitlin Brandhorst going to have to see what kick she has. She's headed to Augustana in Sioux Falls. Her mom said that the girls still they roughhouse with each other. They still wrestle. Brandhorst is starting to maybe close that gap a little bit there on the backstretch.
She's made a move. Let's see if she's got enough left. 2:50 to go for her.
St. Ansgar. Erlov is our leader in the first section, 9:57.84.
Witt trying to close it out for Southwind. We'll let Mike J. take us the rest of the way of this race.
And St. Ansgar off the turn. St. Ansgar and Madrid. St. Ansgar, Madrid, Waco. And St. Ansgar is your winner in the 4x8 for the second time in the last 3 seasons. St. Ansgar, 9:42.64 for the win. St. Ansgar, your 1A girls 4x8 champion.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. As the flags are handed out, the hugs. And lifetime memories to say we were the state champions.
Toughest part about being a coach in those moments is watching them celebrate and then having all the media come up to them and want to interview them, and we're wanting them to get their cool down going. Hey, we got a long weekend. We got a lot more races to prepare for. I would say the younger coach would probably be having a meltdown out there right now, but the more seasoned ones, like, those moments are pretty special. You still gotta find that balance of letting the kids enjoy those moments.
Yeah, you let them celebrate. Let them do the media interview. It's fine. Now that you're on this side of the street, you got to think of it a little differently.
Can't believe that came out of my mouth.
You're like, why is Dan Pearson talking to all my athletes so much? How many times did you have to say, Dan, they've had enough?
Honestly, like some of those better teams, I'd say, hey, listen, like, you'll have all the time you need when you win this building. Just let us have our process. And I had those conversations ahead of time, so then there was an expectation of, there's certain kids that have quick turnarounds. Like they just got to do a couple things, try to flush and lactic acid a little bit, and just get ready for that next race. So it was just, just a professional respect too. Like, hey, you guys have a job to do, but you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for us. So as long as let me remind you.
Yeah.
But.
Yep. And now it's time for the 4x8 400 or the 4A version of this race. Hempstead, Mason City, Prairie, Valley, Linn-Mar, Ankeny, Polk, Urbandale, City High, Centennial, Davenport Central, and Iowa City West on the track now to get us started. All right, what do you see in this race?
Well, same as the 1A. Like, there's probably a couple of teams in here that are going to set the bar pretty decent for that fast heat. Again, not knowing how many kids exactly were doubling back from the 3K at the state qualifying meet, or what the rest of their program was. Are they running 4x8, going and running the distance medley right afterwards? So, like for example, Jolie Sullivan here leading off for Davenport Central. I gave her a shout out in the 3K, and she wasn't even in the race. I was looking at the wrong screen.
Oh.
So I gave all the love to her family, the Panther family, and I disappointed myself in the call on that one. So
and you can give them the love now.
Yeah, so she's out well. Rick and Davenport Central. Wendy Shaw's done a great job there as a coach. Been there a couple of years as an assistant, several years as assistant, but now a couple of years now as the head coach, and she's got her daughter in a great spot in the 4x8 for Davenport Central.
For Davenport Central, let's get you some of the runners here. For Dubuque Hempstead, it's Natalie Lightson. For Mason City, Brogan Evans. Prairie's Sarah Hughes is on the track. For Valley, it's Abigail Reed. Anna Temple for Linn-Mar. Ankeny has Ella Schultz. Southeast Polk, Lauren Foster. Urbandale is out there with Genevieve DeWitt. City High has Calissa Fruin. Centennial is going to run first. Let's see, they put Flick off the alternate list, so that's Rebecca Flick, a freshman. Davenport Central, we mentioned Sullivan, Jolie Sullivan out there. And for Iowa City West, it's Kate Van Waning, and it's a good 1-2 here with Centennial and Central. The Blue Devils hanging tight here at the first exchange.
So Central certainly front-loading here a little bit, giving them a chance to stay in the race as long as possible. Centennial's a team that should earn a medal here, and so again, same they're coming out of the slower heat here right now.
So Maley is running now. Sammy Maley, a freshman. So that's back-to-back freshmen for the Jaguars. And we are beginning. Some field events are starting back up. So don't think we forgot about Tim number 2. Tim DeBrink is here. And what are we going to start with here today, or at least late morning?
You bet. Here at 11:30, we got 4A girls high jump. The bar is currently at 5 foot. It's moved up. We've got a lot of people still, everybody's still in the competition yet. You have 1A boys shot put, first flight in the round 2. Right now the leader is Henry Reiling from Lisbon with 46.10 and 3/4. And waiting for discus to get going here. I think it just started going live here. Yep, we got just a couple throws into the first flight. Max Thomas from Dowling is the current leader with just a couple throws in. So we're getting that round 2 of field events going here. High jump, 4A girls. Johnston right here is just missed the bar. And so every jumper is trying to get to that over that 5-foot mark right now.
So the 1A boys shot, the boys 4A discus, 1A long jump, girls 4A high jump. There's how our field events shape up here this afternoon. This morning. Right now we're in the 4x8 400. The second leg is over almost, and it's getting ready for the third leg in this race. Centennial still with a commanding lead here. Coach Cogdill's daughter making a name for herself, getting a run now here on the track. Natalie.
If you looked at the word track junkie in the dictionary, Eric Cogdill, that might be his photo.
I'm going to go yes on that. Yes.
He does so much for the sport, for the Track Coaches Association with the ITC, just behind the scenes running meets, does a ton of work, and then obviously just coaching duties and teaching responsibilities. He's, again, great ambassador for the sport.
It's fun to, if you ever go out and watch a football practice, to see the cross-country team out there and him working with them. Then it's even more fun to watch him at a cross-country meet. I mean, how he runs. Like, you know how you'll run and walk the course? He's running the course with him, and he is talking about all these things all the time. And I just love a coach that can really just get in there and elbow with them and share knowledge and try to make them and put it, because what you're trying to do is put the athletes in the best position to let them carry it from there.
Sure.
And speaking of carrying it right now, Centennial is pulling away in this third leg from Davenport Central, and we have a little more distance from beginning to back of the pack.
Yeah, she's opened that up there quite a bit. Again, I anticipate when the dust settles here that they'll be a top 8 team here in the 4x8, but plenty of talented young ladies to run in that second section.
Thiessen for Central on the track right now. Cogdill for Centennial. Running third is Valley, and Malang is their runner.
Got Iowa City West.
And that would be DeWard on the track. Also for City High out there is Downing Shearer, as the anchor legs get onto the track and into position. As Cogdill is opened up a near 100-meter lead, if not more than, as she gets ready to hand off the baton.
You might recognize the anchor from Davenport Central, who her father was. Former Iowa Bettendorf track and field athlete, Iowa Hawkeye, sports writer, Sean Moeller. Yeah.
Sean Moeller, that guy could run and write.
Yes. Valley, nice finish here, putting them in the hand off the stick second.
So Valley's in second place now, and they are sending out onto the track. It's Reagan Reuter. And Muller making strides up there, and is going to pass there on the back stride in a couple of steps. But no, I'll tell you what.
She covered the move. She might just sit there. That's a good spot for her to be in right now. And again, this is going to be that race within a race, right? Centennial moving along here. Putting together a nice little race.
So Blevins, the junior, so she's the old veteran of this group. Freshman, junior at the 8-minute mark. This is going to be a really good time. when it's all said and done here. There's Valley's Reuter coming through. Blevins was also in that 3,000. So again, making that, what are we at here? About 2.5 hours, 2 hours since you ran the 3,000.
Yeah.
So a little more than maybe a regular track meet, but still a lot when you're on this stage.
Probably going to run the 920s here. Oh, no, better than that. Great race by Centennial.
Anthony Centennial put up an outstanding time here out of this first section.
912, 911, nice race.
911, we'll see how that stands. We still have one more section to go.
911.85.
And Moeller is on the little more distance there now. Not quite going to be able to close it out for Valley, so Valley's going to take second. Central third, and that's going to be Ankeny, who's going to come in fourth on this heat.
Iowa City West. Not quite a season best for Ankeny Centennial, but great race nonetheless.
Very good time, very good opening 4x8. We still have another section to go here. Everybody's looking up at that 911.85, trying to beat that. That Centennial just put on the track.
Yeah, that's a great. I mean, that's a great time to chase. I mean, there's definitely some able teams to be able to do so. Waukee Northwest being one of them, since they've gone sub-9 already. So,
well, when you look at the qualifying night last week, kind of windy in a lot of places. Not usually is it as big of a deal in the distance races, especially in a 4x8?
yeah, 'cause you can still get eaten by that wind a little bit. If you have it on the straightaways, it'll definitely it'll make an impact.
All right, field event check-in time. I saw a high jump distance or height cleared. What are we at, Tim?
Yeah, so in girls 4A high jump, the bar is at 5'2". It just moved up there. And we got quite a few girls that are, we're at 5 foot yet. And we got some of them taking their first turn at and trying to clear it. Just cleared right there was Messerly from DCG. And now up is going to be, does that look like ADM to you?
Yes.
It's a Tiger, but you just never know. Missed at that, so. The bar's moving in 4A girls high jump. In 1A boys shot put, we are heading into our third round of throwers. Still leading is Henry Reiling from Lisbon with a throw of 48, 4 3/4. And then we've got discus going out north of the track here. They are in round 2, and it looks like we got a big throw from Reese Winery, 179.9 in that first flight, his best of the season so far. And so we got some big throws out there already in the discus for 4A boys.
And another couple that have cleared the high jump in the time that we have been discussing here. We had a recall on the start, and now we're ready to start this next section of the 4x8. On the track, Dubuque Senior. Lisa Hoyer is out there, and for Ames, it's Leah Kincaid. For Cedar Falls, you want to help me out with that one again?
Tomlanovich.
That's this time it's Catherine. Pleasant Valley, It's Kaylee Wilson for DCG. They're going Dooley in the start, so that would be Addison Dooley is there leading off. For Clinton, it is Karen Sattler. For Waukee, it's Emmy Balvanzi.
Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Alex Woodley out hot here. I think she might be out a little hotter than she normally. That's a name you might remember.
Well, we're gonna. Yeah, I'm good. I'm almost there.
I know.
Yeah. Let's see. For Norwalk, it's Olivia DeRocher. For Johnston, it is Woodley out there. And the Woodley name with Johnston, there's football coaches, and there's football coaches at other places, and lots of there's a lot of Woodleys. There's pretty good other athletes in that family. Well-known name in Iowa high school athletics, that's for sure. Indianola, it is Paige Hoger. For Dowling Catholic, they are leading off with Elsie Higrick. And for Northwest, let's see, that is Piper Vanderlei. So we're already to the first exchange.
214, 215, 216. Cedar Falls, Waukee Northwest, then Johnston. No surprises there with those three up front. I believe Charlie Gall will be anchoring for Cedar Falls.
She is listed as the anchor on the sheet. So, yes, we will see Charlie Gall again back on the track.
Which also plays into those tactics of running that 3K coming back and how much energy did she try to conserve. She hammered that last lap.
It's just 2 laps. It's not 8 or almost 8 as it is from the 3,000.
It's a little shock to the central nervous system here in these 800s, that's for sure.
And Johnson making a run here as we come to the middle part of this second leg.
Great race up front. Pleasant Valley moving into fourth here.
Cedar Falls on the track, Emerlyn McNally, the sophomore. But now it is Johnston in the lead with Lamping.
Cedar Falls got to try to hang on here.
And then Northwest is in the mix as well with Sundet. And that's going to be passing right there is Sundet. Now, 4x8 for Northwest. We've talked about the dominance that they have had. They have the all-time Iowa best 8:58 that came at Drake. Trying to improve upon that here today is just on that last lap, or the last half of that lap. Northwest's,
they're on pace.
Just absolutely put the gas down.
Great race by Coed here from Pleasant Valley, putting them in contention with Cedar Falls, fighting for third and fourth.
So now it's Ella Jones for Northwest. For Johnston, it's Wharton. And for Cedar Falls, it's Meyer.
Wharton doubled back from that 3K as well from Johnston.
2:14 flat on that carry for Sunday to Northwest. 2:16.5. For Johnston's Lamping.
I apologize, different leg there, yeah.
Are we moving a height?
Looks like we're moving to 5'2" in girls 4A high jump. There are 19 jumpers still alive in 4A girls.
About a 40-meter distance there between first and second. Still a good race on the back half of this race. It's just the first is a race against the clock for Northwest.
Yeah, they've separated themselves quite a bit here. They're every bit of 40, 50 meters now.
Emmy Danny is set to take the baton for Northwest in about 200 meters when Jones gets it to her.
Let's not forget about that time that Centennial put up. Was it 9:11?
9:11.85, yep.
It'll be something to keep an eye on for a second, third, fourth, and fifth back there. Yeah, these two are going to be right at it, that's for sure. Northwest so far is clear of it. Okay, she got us sub 2:15 for that all-time again.
Johnston, then Cedar Falls. Then it's Ames.
Olivia Fain for Johnston out there. Charlie Gall for Cedar Falls. I think Fain going to Iowa to run?
Yes.
Johnston, Cedar Falls, and Ames. Pleasant Valley. Northwest on a 2:15.5. Ella Jones. Johnston went 2:21. Cedar Falls 2:19. Ames 2:18.5.
Ames put a nice race together. Pleasant Valley still hanging in there. In fifth.
Emmy Danny, the final lap at 7:49 is when she starts that final lap. That fantastic time is in the sights. Watch the clock. 8:58.03 is the time they're looking to beat that they set just about 4 weeks ago on this exact same track. And when we get to the final 200, we'll let Mike J tell you about it because he'll be able to put it into perspective here for you. Let's let Mike do it now.
Followed by Johnston, running Olivia Fain. Cedar Falls with Gall. Ames with Emma Stanley. They're in that fourth spot. Stanley was third in the 3,000. And here is your leader. Got a shot at another all-time best and a state meet record. We'll see the final time, 8:58.01. They set the all-time best at Drake at 8:58.03. They run 3 of the same 4 here at the state meet. And I'll be darned if they didn't get another all-time best. 2:12.98 on that carry for Danny. Joaquin Northwest runs 8:58.01. 2:13 flat carry for Olivia Fain of Johnston. 2:15.4 for Gall.
Waukee sets an all-time record. There's a look at their quartet. Vanderlei, Sunlet, Jones, and Danny. Johnston second with a great 9:07. Cedar Falls will be third. Centennial from the first section will take fourth. Ames fifth. Pleasant Valley sixth. DCG, Indianola, and Dowling and Waukee round out your top 10. Historically, when an all-time record falls, that gets your attention. And so far, Northwest living to what we thought they would do so far. That's a great 4x8.
Yeah, I mean, they were known for sprints for these. School's 5 years old now, so the impact that Ben Dewey and Coach Josh Wilson have had. Their sprints have made an immediate impact. Now they're adding the distance to it. It makes it very, very untouchable.
All right, you're watching the Iowa High School Track and Field presentation, which is coming your way because of Iowa Farm Bureau.
Looks like you spilled some grease.
Grills are multiplying and you need flavor that's bold.
There's nothing left for you to do
but to go to Fairway, your dream for Midwest meat. It's the one you need.
Fairway, it's the one you need.
What does commitment mean? To protect what's important, to invest in the future. It means providing peace of mind. It's what reliable people do. It's what local banks do. Banking in Iowa goes beyond transactions. Banks work to help people and small businesses succeed. And Iowa banks are proud to be trusted partners in building confident banking relationships. Iowa Banks, your partner through it all.
Back here at the state track meet in Des Moines, we're getting ready for the boys 4x8 Class 1A version in this race as we are off and running the 4x8. The old double waterfall start.
Springville, West Hancock, Linville, Sully, Lawton, Bronson.
So we get you up to speed on who is on the track. Springville, West Hancock, Linville, Sully, Lawton, Brunson, BGM, Brooklyn, Bishop Garrigan from Algona, Moravia, Iowa Valley, AHSTW, Galen Catholic from Lamar's, Madrid, and Westwood from Sloan in this 4x8 Heat 1, Section 1. Tim O'Neill, what are we going to look for?
Well, I think looking at just results from the season and some of these teams, first section here, again, it's so hard to judge based off of, what those district lineups, because it is two separate complete track meets, right? So, but early leaders at Sibley Cheaton, very, very talented. They've put up some good times here this year, so.
Rouse for Springville, Collins for West Hancock, Veldhuizen for Linville Sully, Clausen from Lawton Brunson. Brown is on the track for BGM. Garrigan sends out Sink. Moravia has Long. Kriegel for Iowa Valley. Wheatley for HSTW. Sievers for Galen Catholic. Madrid has Hudnall and Stooley for Westwood of Sloan. So we are getting our way through this first lap. And already starting to see a little bit of separation between 1, 2, and the rest of the pack.
I said Sibley, I meant to say Springville, so I apologize there.
Colors are right.
Yeah.
Parts of the state a little different. But yeah, Springville, the Orioles. Out front first, that is Rouse. HSTW, Wheatley at the exchange. And now we got a nice flurry of activity in the back of the pack as we make our exchanges. It's Derek for Springville. AHSTW has Nelson. Aarons for Galen. Peterson for Madrid. Kenny for Sloan. Moravia sends out Martin. Koenig on the track for Iowa Valley. McGregor for Garrigan. Bosenberg for BGM. Boatman for Lawton Brunson. Linville Sully sends out Turlow. West Hancock's is Fox. And again, your leader is Springville as they go into the final turn of this first lap, leg number 2, and that's Derek.
Bishop Garrigan, McGregor.
His leadoff leg put him in a great spot. He's got about 20, 25 meter lead going into the second lap. He was out like his hair's on fire. I hope he's got a little something in the tank here on this on this last 300.
Wouldn't be the first time. There's a lot of emotions that run here. This is, yes, if you've come to Drake, it's one thing. It's a whole nother thing. But to not have run at this state meet before, how do you describe it to someone from out of state?
Largest attended track meet in high school athletics, right, in the entire country. So, when you sit there and say, hey, I was at the 5A state championship football game and the attendance is more here throughout the weekend and in a session, it's pretty impressive. And, the parents, the fans, maybe it's just people want to get out of school for a day. I don't know. But whatever it is, it's special. The energy in here is so different. And, again, for those first-time competitors, you want to get them here as soon as you can, as early as you can, because you got to teach them how to be able to manage this.
All right, I'm going to get the exchanges. Tim DeBrink, there's your standby. I'm going to come to you in just a moment. Springville, it's going to be Tobby. And Tobby is off. And AHSTW is Nelson. So let's see, it's Albertson, Turlow, Patelski, and Meester for Garrigan. All right, we're showing you split screens because we're still in high jump. Tim, what do we have?
In girls for a high jump, the bar is at 5'2". Ankeny Lildo is cleared it. We've got Lorenz from Linn-Mar has also cleared. Mueller from Dowling is cleared. And we're moving over to Drapeau from Dubuque Senior, who just missed there. So the bar's at 5'2". They keep on climbing, and it's Campbell from Dubuque Senior just moved into second as they keep a running score here.
And we're also looking, well, we're not showing it, but in front of us is long jump. That is, looks like Alexa Hahn from Highland just jumped, or is jumping right now.
Yep, they're just starting up flight 2 of girls 1A long jump. Beauchene from Dunkerton, a freshman, is leading it from flight 1 right now, and flight 2 is just getting started. The leader is at 16 feet 5.5 inches.
Back out to Springville here in the 4x8. Leg 3, Tobby. That's Tyler. He's a sophomore. It's a very good team that Springville has put together there from just north side of Cedar Rapids. They've been able to really kind of mix in. They've been very good in some girls' sports lately, and the boys have made some noise here, and they're looking to make a lot of noise here at the state track meet this week.
Commanding lead there for a little while. Wes Hancock getting back in it here.
Springville and West Hancock. Springville got 2:02.9 to carry. Derek. 2:04 flat for West Hancock's. Fox. Springville now running Talby and Albertson running for West Hancock.
So Sweet.
Sweet on the anchor leg here for Springville. West Hancock with Gason.
Still a little bit of a distance starting to be, as you mentioned, West Hancock starting to close in just a little bit.
HSTW, a big move. Nice carry here.
Well, that would be harder.
He's put him back into third.
And this race is not over yet.
He's moving.
Having that kick in the 800 that's that, you mentioned the whole, you'd like to have the 200 guy extend or the 200 runner extend. Well, let's find out what you have in the final 300 right here.
Keep an eye on HSTW. He has made up a crazy ground. This is impressive.
And that is Harder. They're the Harder brothers, Caleb and Eli. West Hancock is pulling away here. That's Gaken. He is going to close it out. Let's write down his time. AHSTW is going to be second and Springville third, so that's an 8:16.46.
That will be our time to beat with 1 section remaining.
Put out a 155 there from HSTW on the anchor.
As we finish here with Galen and a couple more teams crossing the line. Moravia and Iowa Valley finish it off here. So for heat number 2, it's going to be Riverside of Oakland, Boyer Valley, Earlham, Pekin, North Butler, Ankeny Christian, North Lynn, Nashua Plainfield, Lisbon, IKM Manning, Waco, and Sibley Ocheyedan. See, we're getting Sibley in this one. They're next to each other in the alphabet and in sharing of the color. As we work our way through here, as we come past the noon hour in Des Moines from the state track meet, where it has been a great morning of action so far. So we're getting into the afternoon where we're going to start getting a little more faster. Hard to believe it. We can get faster from what we've seen so far in some of these races so far, and then we'll have 2A, 3A, but 1A, 4A will finish off our morning and into our early afternoon. But now it is Section 2, and we're going to have a recall. On this race. So let's so it's Ethan Hudnall to lead off for Riverside. Did they send somebody off?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, so then I can actually say their name and not, because I wasn't sure. Boyer Valley, Dylan Gorham. Earlham is going to send out Abrayet. I'm going to slip you one just up the road. His father ran at Wartburg, not Cedar Falls. See, I can't be all Panthers.
Can't be all Panthers.
I got to get some Knights in there every once in a while.
That's fine.
All right, so for Pekin, it's Dahlstrom. For North Butler, it is Pekka. Tyler Pekka leads things off. For Ankeny Christian, Charlie McLaughlin. Charlie, a great kid when I coached him in Little League several years ago. Always loved Charlie. When I saw his name and that he qualified, had a big old smile on my face there. North Lynn is Thompson, Nashua Plainfield Mitchell, Feldman for Lisbon, Ramsey for IKM Manning, Waco is Henderson's on the track, and Voss for Sibley Ocheyedan as we're off to the races here. First lap of the 4x8, Section 2, leg number 1. It's IKM Manning off to the lead with Ramsey. They had the second best seed coming into the state meet.
Moved into fourth here on this opening leg.
Riverside, Nashua Plainfield, and Earlham. Riverside, out of the Council Bluffs area, they would get in the vans and they would go distance. Saw them run at Ankeny this year. There's something about getting, we talk about it in other sports, you know, you go play and try to up your competition. What's that do? What do you do? What's the mentality there on the track side when you're trying to run in different places?
I think if you want to get better, you need to go find competition. If you're content with being the local hometown heroes, then you stay put. If that's not, if you're chasing bigger and better things, then you need you put some miles in the car or in an airplane and you go race the best.
North Lynn, IKM, Waco.
And here we're going to have a so Earlham takes the lead, North Lynn second, Riverside third. So for Earlham, that's Sheffield. And for Riverside, that is Jaquez. Jaquez.
Of Riverside, taking him to the lead. He was on the winning.
Jaquez is a senior. And he has some friends right behind him as he comes into the final turn of his first lap.
And it is Riverside and Earlham. North Lynn, Lisbon, Waco, IKM.
Noonmaker for Lisbon as they cross the 3-minute mark. Used to be the 4x8 seemed like it took so long. This is said, like we mentioned with the 800, just it moves so fast.
Yeah,
these runners just move.
The way they jockey for position, and now there's, you know, your eye kind of tracks with different runners. And
Northland with Nolan Woods.
But it's Riverside. Jaquez starting to pull away a little bit. But here comes the kick.
And Riverside off the turn.
That's North Lynn.
Riverside with Cruz Jaquez, and they'll run Owen Fenner on the third leg. He too was on that winning team last year. Waco in the third.
Woods making a room as we go to the third leg at the 4-minute mark. Waco's starting to make a little bit of noise here. Within striking distance of this third leg.
they had the third fastest time coming into the state track meet this year. And here they are in third in this race right now.
Lisbon, IKM. Silvio Chaden.
Fenner for Riverside. Benish for North Lynn. That's a name that you've heard in other sports. Pretty good softball player from North Lynn, playing at Northern Iowa. See, I'm back to the Panthers.
I
know.
know.
It all goes back. Skyler, good athlete. And now we got that back of the pack.
So you'll be with the North Lynn prep tomorrow, won't you? Or this afternoon?
We'll have them this afternoon.
Yeah.
Riverside takes it to the back stretch.
The runner who only knows winning here. As Riverside looks to make a little bit, extend that lead on the third leg on the backside with Fenner. Henderson waits to take the baton.
200 meters to go on this leg. The running Fenner, they'll be angry. Brody Henderson. Northland. Lisbon. IKM and Waco.
Nice, smooth control. Looks great out there. Looks comfortable. Slightly uncomfortable.
Riverside, Oakland. The first to make the exchange.
This last leg is shaping up to be, this might not be over yet. North Lynn and Lisbon even at the exchange. But man, what a sprint out here from Riverside, from Henderson. Henderson, who ran already, qualified in the 32. Doesn't look like he ran this morning. Looks like it was just a warm-up for right here.
Right. Doesn't shock me to see Lisbon in contention in any race at all. They're very well coached over there. Lonnie Spidell, I believe, still coaching. Former Cornell coach.
All right, we're going to let Mike J take this last lap and bring us home for the final part of this 4x8.
We'll hear from Anthony Armstrong. They're running second. Riverside and Lisbon. Earlham, North Lynn, and IKM. And Riverside with 200 to go. Armstrong and Lisbon getting an outstanding carry, and North Lynn has moved into third. Riverside with Henderson, Lisbon with Armstrong. That's North Lynn. IKM on the move with Tyson Smith. Your defending champion is up front, Riverside, Oakland. Then it's Lisbon and IKM. And Earlham with Van Zee. Riverside, Oakland, 8:02:17 for the win. 1:59.7 on the anchor carry for Henderson. Lisbon ran
8:04.61 and got a 1:57 flat from Armstrong. But Riverside repeats as your 1A boys.
So Riverside takes the title here in the 4x8. Hudnall and Fenner and Henderson. But Jaquez really made a difference on that third leg. He really kind of set them up for that last finish there, Tim.
Yeah, great race. I mean, they were led wire to wire and separated themselves from the rest of the pack. And, I mean, great carries from Lisbon to get them into second place. And he looked possessed when he got the stick.
The 4A boys 4x8 when we return to the Drake Stadium Oval in Des Moines.
Hey, Frank. Oh, it looks like you spilled some grease.
Grills are multiplying and you need flavor that's bold. There's nothing left for you to do but to go to Fairway, your dream for Midwest meat. It's the one you need.
Fairway, it's the one you need.
What does commitment mean? To protect what's important, to invest in the future. It means providing peace of mind. It's what reliable people do. It's what local banks do. Banking in Iowa goes beyond transactions. Banks work to help people and small businesses succeed. And Iowa banks are proud to be trusted partners in building confident banking relationships. Iowa Banks, your partner through it all.
It's the boys 4x8 400 or 4A style. Prairie, Waukee, Ankeny, Davenport Central, Marshalltown, Sioux City North, Fort Dodge, Bettendorf, City High, West, Indianola, and Ames on your track right now. So this race is off and running. This is section 1 of 2. Tim O'Neill, we've seen Heat 1s had good times getting close to placing, but what do you have to do to stand out in this first section?
I mean, you just have to put yourself out there and pretty much go for broke. I mean, again, most of these guys in this heat, as far as I know, I don't know, looking at some of the teams, Prairie, they might be in the team race at all or not, but if they want to give themselves a chance to score something, they've got to go get after it here.
Yeah, and it's a little harder to do when you're in that first section, but it's not impossible, and it's not been done. And you could argue that in the bigger class, it's more possible. It's a better chance that you're going to score points out of that heat because of so much juggling that goes on in 4A.
Correct. And again, when you get a big separation of, the ability levels of different relay teams, sometimes you get to run a cleaner race. You're not weaving in and out of traffic, and there's not a lot of stuff in the way.
So for Prairie, it was Lang to Crambeer. Then it's Farrell to Peterson for Waukee, Miller to Kaiser for Ankeny. Davenport Central goes Revel Beck to Ryan. Marshalltown went Goldman to Concheros. Sioux City North, Lena Mochoa to Bonus. Fort Dodge, Point to Hanson. Bettendorf went Allen to Raby. City High had Hamilton take the baton from Palmberg. Then it was Pressler to Musa for Iowa City West, and Indianola was Bloom to Larson, and Ames Johnson to Lual, as we're in the second lap, and first lap of the second leg, and we're almost done with it. In the lead, Prairie making a run for that lead, just like you were talking, Tim, on cue, making a good run here with Crambeer.
Yeah, I mean, I really think it's going to be a sub 755 in order to place in 4A boys. So they're going to have some significant efforts to drop that kind of time with what they've posted for this season.
So Waukee's second leg is Peterson. Brody Peterson, a junior. And a heck of a good pack on that back stretch as you get a look at the camera. And we also get a look at some long jump here.
In girls 1A long jump right now, leading the class is McKenna Baker from West Monona with a jump of 17.2 3/4. Ava Kristofferson, who you just saw, she just landed a jump of 16, 5 3/4 to put herself into fourth.
The 1A champion, 8:02.17, Riverside, Oakland.
This is a very loaded second flight of long jump for girls. There's the reigning first, second, third, fourth, and sixth place from a year ago. Lots and lots of state qualifiers as well. So a lot of competition that's going to ramp up here in this second flight of 1A girls discus, or 1A girls long jump.
All right, Tim, thank you for that update as we get into the third lap for the 4x8.
And Cedar Rapids Prairie with Kyle Johnson.
Yeah, at the exchange, we were at that sub 8-minute pace for sure. So we'll see if these guys can maintain that.
City High, Ames, Prairie, and Waukee.
City High and Ames. Prairie and Waukee. Iowa City West moving up through that chase pack with Thomas Tong.
As we're at the 5-minute mark of this race, and the thing that you're racing right now is the clock if you're City High. Trying to get in that good time, but as you mentioned, watching that team race, City High also can be figured into this before the weekend is through.
Ames get a nice carry here, close that gap.
200 to go.
McDowell in for City High. Ames.
Past the scoreboard.
Lual is on the track. Prairie with Johnson.
And City High will come off the turn with the lead.
Protzman is going to be the anchor for City High. He's standing in the first lane, ready to take the baton.
Carrizales will be on the anchor leg for Prairie. Then it's Waukee and Indianola. Iowa City West. Ankeny. And City High to the back stretch with Protzman. Ames and Hauber.
Still under that 8-minute pace mark. City High is.
Carrizales in third.
Ames just over.
Waukee. Indianola. Waukee anchoring Dragger. Indianola with Thompson.
Early temptation in this 4x8 is to go out a little strong in that first lap, and it seems to be working right now for Ames.
Yeah, Ames just took the lead over City High here. We've got Prairie coming back. Waukee still in the mix.
As we move to the bell.
Ames has the lead as we go into the bell lap at the 7-minute mark on the clock.
Waukee and Indianola, Iowa City West, Davenport Central, Ankeny. Sioux City North.
And now it looks like on the back stretch it's going to be City High Protzman taking the lead back from Ames. I think we're going to be pretty much neck and neck with Hauber.
Covered his move.
Prairie and Indianola. 200 meters left here in section 1. Ames anchoring a freshman, Daniel Hauber. Cole Carrizales, a junior running for Prairie.
All right, Mr. J, bring us home for the final part of this lap.
It's Ames and City High and Prairie and Indianola. Ames on the rail, City High on their shoulder. Ames and City High here in section 1. And Ames will put up the time to beat. 8:02.69. They got a 2 flat carry from the freshman. Ames, 8:02.69.
All right, so as we mentioned, there's discus going on, and that, I believe, is what we're going to go to right now.
Moving now to section 2.
Or did I get my, Tim, did I get my sport, did I get my right event?
I think so.
All
Here we
right.
go. Discus out at 4A. You got Aiden Curtis from Indianola. He is currently sitting in third. He was a third-place finisher a year ago as a sophomore, and he's trying to improve that as a junior. Dad Mitch would be really proud of him. He's his coach down from Indianola. The leader still is out of Heat 1. Flight 1 is Reese Winery out of Southeast Polk. And then Cedar Rapids Kennedy has moved into 2. Jackson Reinhardt has moved up there. And then Aiden Curtis is 3. So you got a really good competition there. And you got an Urbandale. Keesaw is right behind him at 171-2. So really tight group up at the top 4.
5, 6 with 7 jumpers still in the competition.
So Prairie wins. I'm sorry. City High wins that, and now we have a recall. We're getting ready for the 4x8 Section 2 for Class 4A. The big schools, and let's find out if everybody stays.
And we're in the second round of throws. Flight 2, boy shot put. Morgan Cooley of
As they get ready, I'll tell you who's in the race. Dowling Catholic, DCG, Johnston, Kennedy, Norwalk, Centennial, Linn-Mar, Northwest, Cedar Falls, Hempstead, Senior, and Pleasant Valley. What are we watching in this race, Tim O'Neill?
I think Cedar Falls and Waukee Northwest are going to be the 2 teams that are going to, I think, get after. I think we're going to see something pretty special.
Is this one of those, is it, I mean, we're going to have another?
Yep, that's what 4A boys do, right? Get a little antsy up there. I feel like this happens every year.
Sharpen the elbows a little bit. It's not uncommon to see something like that here, just competitive spirits coming out. And we're off here in 4x8. I'm not saying that a team title is on the line in this race, but for at least 4A boys, this could go a long way to determining who is within striking distance on the last day, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just their opportunities. You only have so many bullets in a chamber at a state track meet, and so when you're one of the top teams, like you're counting on, I need 10 or 8 somewhere in there. I can live with. So I know this is a massive race for Cedar Falls, and I know for Coach Highland for Waukee Northwest, he felt his guys were primed and ready to do something special, and was hoping that somebody else was ready to go with them, and that they'd welcome that challenge.
Myers is your leadoff runner for Cedar Falls. Henn for Hempstead. Kerman for Senior. Pleasant Valley has Coed. For Northwest, their lead runner is Owen Tiles. Linn-Mar is Kennedy. Alvarez for Centennial. Norwalk has Walderbach. Kennedy has Gray. For Johnston, it's Orr Rotler. Huron for Dallas Center Grimes, and for Dowling Catholic, it's Paulson. As we're pretty bunched up here on the back side of the opening lap here and the opening leg.
Dubuque Senior opening up with Kerman.
Of this 4x8.
Cedar Falls, Porter Myers on their opener. Myers is on that winning quartet of the Drake relay.
Well, how about that? Is that something special, Tim? That's a good run right there to start for Cedar Falls.
I think Coach Homewood's pleased with that first one. And same thing, Northwest is going to hope they're going to pull them through to something here. There's one thing you can count on in Cedar Falls, it's 400, 800 runners. Coach Homewood does a phenomenal job preparing those young men. Boys came out to run today.
This 4x8 is timed. There is no final on Saturday, so whatever happens on your time stands. Good opening leg for all of these teams. The second leg on the track now. Aarons for Cedar Falls. Northwest Gabrielson. Linn-Mar has Cheney. Lewis for Centennial. Beeden for Norwalk. Goff for Kennedy. Johnston has Tallman. Oberreuter for Dallas Center Grimes, and for Dowling Catholic, it's Tice.
Gavin Russell.
Yeah, 4A high jump. Looks like we just had someone clear.
You bet. In 4A high jump, now 2 people have cleared 5.6. The bar moved up. Ellie Lonergan from Clinton has cleared it, and Allison Schroeder from North Scott has also cleared it. Those are the first 2 to clear 5.6, as everybody else have been trying. Everybody else is on their 3rd attempt to try to stay in the competition.
I'm sorry, how many are left in that? You just told me, and I just went
There are 6 left in the competition.
Okay, 6 left.
Everybody's attempting their 3rd attempt at 5.6 with 2 that have cleared it, so 2 will move on for sure.
Okay.
And we're looking to to add a few more to that pack.
So a little bit of drama still over there in high jump. Got a little high drama going on right here.
Pleasant Valley, nice move here in the second.
So you got a team in blue-gray and the team in gray-blue, gray-navy. So try to keep it separate. Pleasant Valley is the gray-navy. It's Knepp for Pleasant Valley. For Waukee Northwest, it's Gabrielson to Van Bruggen. And it's an aggressive backpack chasing Northwest right now here on this 3rd leg.
155-1 for Dowling, 156-2 for Johnston. That's Northwest up front with Nolan.
I was watching one of the runners cheer on that far side, Tim. I was thinking about it. You know, during the regular season, everybody's cheering from the inside. From the postseason, when you come here for state, everybody's cheering from the outside. It's a little different feel in how it all unfolds.
Cedar Falls is going to want to move up here on this lap, give their senior Brendan Hoyer a chance to do something special.
So it's still Waukee Northwest, but we have movement. Specifically 3, 4, 5 kind of bunched up. 1, 2 could be in a little bit of discussion. It's Centennial who's come on now with Allen. And now the anchor, as the anchor legs step onto the track, they cheer on from afar, but know what they have to accomplish. And right now, Tim, this 4x8 is far from over.
Cedar Falls on the move. Still in 3rd, closing in on number 2. He's got number 1 in his sights.
That's Williams.
Yep, here they go.
Look at that run.
Senior leader coming up. Coach Homewood loves who the stick's going to get from Cedar Falls. This is one of the guys he leans on.
So Van Bruggen is going to hand off to Toils. Kellen and Owen, 2 tiles. Can that equal a victory? I don't know. Cedar Falls off to a great start here from Hoyer on the final lap, or the final leg in this first lap.
Top 3 teams in the state right here. 1, 2, 3. 600 to go.
Cedar Falls looking to go back-to-back in this race. But here comes Northwest. Say, don't print it yet.
Centennial with Coed Mole.
And Centennial.
And we've got 400 meters to go. Cedar Falls, Northwest.
All right, we'll let Mike J take the final lap and bring us home here in the 4x8.
54-4 on that opener for Cedar Falls, 52-9 for Waukee Northwest, 52 and change for Centennial. Cedar Falls and Northwest. 200 to go. Cedar Falls. They were the runner-up a year ago. They won the Drake title last month. But Cedar Falls and Northwest. Ankeny Centennial. Cedar Falls with Brennan Hoyer. Northwest with Kellen Tolles. Centennial with Mole. Cedar Falls 7:39.97. 153.32 on the anchor for Hoyer. Number 5 on the all-time list. Northwest got a 152 anchor from Tolles. They run 741.63.
Centennial, 153.4 from Mole. They run 743.17.
Breaking that 740 barrier, impressive. I know Coach Highland thought his guys were ready for it. They just fell behind it, but Brendan Hoyer led the Cedar Falls Tigers around for a state title there. Phenomenal time.
So the barrier, talk about that barrier.
155 a person as a runner. So to have 4 guys that can run 155, you have a nice training group. You're going to compete pretty much any race that you're ever in.
I mean, individual performances is one thing, but a team is another. But to have all 4 do it, like you said, the training is key. What does that do then for others who see that it can be done? Does that open up a door for
100%? And that's why you see our state continues to get better and better and better in certain events. You know, what was being done 10 years ago wasn't being done, but 20 years ago, then it just continues about every decade. You start seeing things get better and better and continue to improve. And then once you're around that and you feel it and you feel that impulse, yeah, it just propels your program and your individual training to another level.
All right, we need to step away for just a moment. When we come back, we're going to check back in with field events, and we have a lot going on here at the state meet in Des Moines.
It's the simplest expression. Smallest thing that changes everything. A smile. So easy. A smile lights it up. Apologizes. And welcomes unconditionally. Because the shortest distance between 2 people is a smile.
Thank you.
Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
Our state track meet is brought to you by Cookies, Epic Sauces, and Bold Seasoning. Remember, smart cookies. Use cookies. And then want to let you know about Farm Bureau. They are the proud title sponsor of the IHSAA and the IGSAU, championing youth throughout sports and education. All right, we are already moving on rather quickly. There's Cookies and Iowa Farm Bureau to the girls' 100-meter dash. In Class 1A, already on the track was heat number 1. And Faith Dugan, Leah Lamb, Ella Whitney, Ava Gerking, Mackenzie Menifee, Allie Lansing, Lily Kraft, and Belle Belichick were your runners, but we need to catch up on some field events here in between. Tim?
You bet. Over in 1A boys shot put, Cooley from East Union is leading it with a 55-10.5. They are warming up for the finals. Second is Coon Rapids Bear Heaton. He's in at 54-7.5. And then the top third is Dawson Barrett from Clarksville at 51-9.25. Over in 1A girls long jump, they are into the finals. It took a jump of 16-1 to get in, and leading it right now is McKenna Baker from West Monona. She's in at 18 feet and 3/4 of an inch. But she's got a little bit of competition from Addison Winters from Key of Lansing, as she is right behind her in second. Out in 4A discus, it is still they're going from the second flight into finals here. It took a throw of 158 feet 3 inches to get into finals. Leading it is Reese Winery from Southeast Polk with that 179.9. Jackson Reinhardt from Kennedy is second with 175.9. And third is Aiden Curtis with 173.2. So a really tight group of discus throwers in 4A boys over there. And in 4A girls high jump. The bar got all the way to 5.7. 2 girls made it. Ellie Lonergan from Clinton and Alyssa Schroeder from North Scott. Neither were able to clear, and it went down to criteria of misses. Ellie Lonergan from Clinton is your state champion in girls 4A high jump.
Heiser hast.
So Heiser, the winner of that heat, is qualified in the 4x1, the 4x2, as well as another relay. So Heiser logs a 1, 2, 3, 4. Put a dot in the middle. All right, what have we seen so far in Heat 1 and Heat 2? Sorry, Tim, to keep you on ice there for a minute.
Oh, no worries here. So right there, Tatum Heiser there, second heat, top qualifier so far, 1 to go. 12:34, 12:47. Morgan Hast out of Boyer Valley. Bubble time now is 13:08 as we go into the third heat.
And what do you see in this one?
I mean, well, we've got one young lady here that I think would be an automatic, but I hate to say that because things come up here. But I'm definitely thinking that we're going to see something special coming out of lane 4 with Ada Johnson, Easton Valley, and then Paige Richards from Madrid. Those would be the 2 that I would think would punch their ticket in the finals.
Richards, the defending champ in this race in 1A, if I remember correctly. And Richards has already run today, or she's been competing in other events. So she's been busy as we get ready for heat number 3. And we'll let Mike J take the race here once they get into the position. But so far, what's the cutoff time? What's the time to beat?
13:08.
13:08. So we'll see that a lot of those could fall. Here's our race.
Richards in 3, your defending champion. Outwell of Singleton and Baker. Baker of West Monona in 5, and Richardson. Baker and Richards.
Here, Tim.
Yeah, my screen froze up there. That's why I was like, I knew she was coming. I just couldn't put the 2 things together there. So
Richards ran a good race, but do you leave everything here in the prelim?
I mean, you got to get to the final, right? You got to, that's the thing is that, the very, very mature and experienced state veteran would have a little something left in the tank, but look like sometimes you got to make sure you get there.
Well, that's the thing. In the 100, it's really there's not much room for error.
There's not. I mean, there really isn't.
Yeah. All right, so that is your 1A 100, but let's meet the runners here in the 4A heat.
Shuttle hurdle relay to a state meet record earlier today. West Des Moines Valley senior Morgan Carr. In lane 3, 4th in the 100 final a year ago, Cedar Rapids Kennedy senior Morgan Hospodarski. In 4, she was the runner-up last year. She won 4 golds at the Drake relays, including the 100 meters. She's run 11:57 this year. Number 1 for the season, number 3 all-time. Waukee Northwest senior Katie Willits. In lane 5, Drake Relays qualifier in the 100, a medalist on 2 relays from Pleasant Valley, Kai Rebro. In lane 6, Drake Relays qualifier. She ran on 2 Drake Relays winning relays in 2024, Waukee Northwest Junior, Kazia Caldwell. In lane 7, Olivia Graham of North Scott. In lane 8, Ari Rowe of Cedar Falls. Heat 1 of 3 for a girls 100. Heat number 1, Katie Willits in 4. Willits in 4, that's Carr in 2. Caldwell in 6, Katie Willits out of lane 4.
Willits and Carr again qualify and move on to a finals. Both of these athletes have had good mornings. They've continued it here in the afternoon, Tim. That was all 3 of these 4A 100 prelims are awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's an absolutely loaded heat. Like, I would see those top 5 names, and we're going to find out here in the next 5 minutes if they will all hold up. But incredible, talented heat. That's almost a Drake Relays final right there. So
5 minutes. We're going to find out in 11.2 seconds.
Right,
11.7. No, I get exactly what you're saying. But okay, we just discussed the whole getting ready. All right, we're going to let the introductions, because these are all great athletes. Let's let Mike
2
J.
years in this event. She was 6th at Drake, won gold at Drake on the 4x1 from Southeast Polk, Elena Goldsberry. In lane 6, she was on their 4x1 that was 5th at Drake. Pleasant Valley freshman, Olive Dankwa. Elizabeth Yount, a freshman from Linn-Mars in 7. Ellie Mead, a returning qualifier in the 100 and a medalist on the 4x1 for Dowling, will run in lane 8. Ramirez in 4, Goldsberry in lane 5, Elena Goldsberry. Ramirez of North Scott. Goldsberry of Southeast Polk. 12:15.
All right, so Goldsberry at 12:15
for Ramirez.
Tim,
remember we qualify on a time
the outside looking in.
I think she'll be safe with that. Even Michaela Ramirez with the 12:19. I think those are really, really, really good times. It's going to be that 12, 12:25, 12:30, 12:40 in that range. Sub 12:40 might get you in. Right now we're at 12:50, so.
So what you're going to have to do here in Heat 3, because this is where you've really got to, you know what you have to beat, but you have to have a great start. You can't be, They're looking for any movement. We've heard a couple of recalls already, but you're trying to get any advantage you can because this is where it matters.
Yeah, you just don't want to get into a guessing game. This is where just trusting your reaction time gets you where you want to be.
Stella Schmitz from Cedar Falls is in this race. Kinsey Potter from East. Ava Cooper from Prairie. Kamari. Cretendon from Wash is in 4. Miller in 5. Frega in 6. Knapp in 7. Kaiser, the junior, is in 8. Heat 3 of the 100. Happening now here. 3 of 3 in 400. Up next will be the boys after the girls finish here.
And that is Crittenden of Cedar Rapids, Washington in 4. To her inside is Cooper. To the outside is Miller. Murray Crittenden, 12:25.
Crittenden, the 12.25. So did that?
12.25 is in.
That's in.
Yeah, it'll be. Ooh, we had to go to the 1,000th of a second here, likely for that last qualifier. Tatum Miller and Ava Cooper.
Rebro and Miller. Had to go to the 1,000th.
All three of those. I said 12:39, 12:40.
You exactly said it right. Willits, Kerr, Caldwell, Goldsberry, Ramirez.
So both Rebro and Miller get in.
Wow.
Dead heat to the 1,000th of a second. 2 Mississippi Athletic Conference athletes that have seen each other several times this year. Not to mention they probably don't like each other because they're across town from each other. They might like each other.
That's still a thing. Everybody's friends with everybody now.
Social media does that, right?
That does. It lowers those barriers. All right, let's meet the 1A boys.
In 2. He won the long jump earlier today. He was on the winning 4x1 at last year's state meet, 5th in the 100. New London senior London Franklin. In lane 3, Jerry Brodigan of East Mills. In lane 4, Drake Relays qualifier from Bellevue, Keenan Kilberg. In lane 5, North Butler freshman Cameron Bartles. In lane 6, he is your 1A leader at 10:78, senior from Janesville, Taylor Kibbe. In lane 7, he was the high jump champion last year, the runner-up in the high jump in 24 from Peyton Sheridan, Trevon Keeley. And in lane 8, returning state qualifier from Southeast Warren, Bridger Cox. Heat 1 of 3, 1A boys 100. One A boys. Kilberg in 5. Kilberg of Bellevue. That's Franklin, the long jump champion from New London, with an outstanding close. Kilberg 11:10, Franklin 11:12, Bartles 11:21.
So Kilberg hangs on, but man, he had company at the finish line from London Franklin. You were excited about, you're always excited, but I mean, tell me what was the excitement level for this one?
Yes, Scott Jess, coach at Bellevue, longtime coach there, done a phenomenal job, multiple sports, but just couldn't say enough great things about Keenan Kilberg, and just said that he's one to watch this weekend, that he thinks he's ready for something pretty special.
All right, Heat 2 and 3. Let's start with 2. What else do you see in that one? Okay. So I'm going to move my screen over as we deal with the 100 prelims, Heat 2. All right, we're going to now meet Heat number 2 from Mr. Mike J.
Sibley O'Cheaton, Dominic Marco. In 2, Mason Walter of Belle Plaine. In 3, Jack Node of Riceville. Clancy Van Hort of North Cedar in 4. Kennick Ritchie of Easton Valley in 5. Returning state qualifier Adrian Jessen of St. Albert runs in 6. Zach Steen of Lake Mills in 7. Reed Oswalt of Collins Maxwell in 8. Heat 2, 1A boys 100. We got a recall here in heat number 2. And no false start charged. Heat number 2, Van Orden 4, Ritchie in 5. In lane 1, that's Marco of Sibley O'Cheaton, and in 4, Clancy Van Ort of North Cedar. And it's Van Ort, 11-15.
The race finally happens. It's always the struggle when you have the starts and the recalls and then we're looking at it. There was a video that the girls union put out about starters, and I had watched that a lot this spring. It's just a good refresher on what they're looking at.
Yep.
And you know, it's like we talk about officials and stuff. Those starters really, they have a lot to look at.
They do. You got 8 people, and you got somebody that just can't get settled, and they've got some silly coach telling them not to be the first one set, and all these other things. There's a little gamesmanship there too at the starting line, but there is a lot. There's 8 of them to look at, and then you've got assistant starters that are watching for twitches and flinches and making sure there aren't other distractions and noises coming from the crowd.
So that's how are you saying that the coaches are trying to help athletes get advantages, and athletes are looking to get advantages?
Not necessarily an advantage, but maybe mentally. Because really, you still got the same white line. You can't go across right when you start. But no, just some of that. Again, nobody wants to be in the set position or down and settled for 20, 30 seconds waiting for somebody else to get settled. So there's just a lot of tension in the muscles. You want to be relaxed, and you don't want a disadvantage. That's for sure.
Heat 3, Corbin Michaels from St. Ansgar, Jackson Schnell from GTRA, Landon Hassett from Brooklyn, Cole Jeppesen from Riverside from Southwest Valley, it's Brody Crozier, Aiden Van Woos from HLV Tri-County, Jack Steger from Edgewood Colesburg, and Eli Laban from Marquette Catholic. As our time to Here's the race. Okay, so speaking of the crowd, I just stepped out for just half a second just to make sure it still felt as cold as it is. Yeah, we're still all in coats here and long sleeves.
Yeah, the sun hasn't come out yet and still that overcast.
It is as you said, we'll go through all the seasons, and we haven't quite yet. I had rain on the way in this morning, and as long as it stays dry, that's what we're hoping for, right?
Yeah, right. That's,
right? Knock on it. Yeah, knock on that wood. We're going to try this again.
The rain's not terrible. It's just that wind. You still want those strong winds, the headwinds at least.
Yeah, and the wind has picked up. It's a lot stronger than when we started from the east. We'll now go with 7 runners.
Jeppesen in 4. In lane 4, it's Jeppesen and Riverside. In 3, Hassett of BGM. $11.18 for Cole Jeppesen of Riverside, Oakland.
Well, I think Jeppesen might have he's going to make the finals with that time. Yeah.
He'll be in. I don't think 11:36 is getting in from Hassett,
yeah.
though.
So now we move to, there's a look at how they qualified here for the 100 final. It's going to be Kilberg, Franklin, Van Ort, Jefferson, Bartles, Keeley, and Marco, as well as Kibbe does make the title, make the finals in 8th from Janesville, and they run that one on Saturday in the afternoon. The boys at 1:05. The 4A when we return.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
Yes, those are chicken tenders. And yes, they're on a plate with your favorite Pizza Ranch items. Which means, yes, chicken tenders are now available at Pizza Ranch buffets. Make it a buffet day at Pizza Ranch.
All right, Tim. We've gone final on a couple of things here in field events.
You bet. Girls 1A long jump. The champion of 2026 is McKenna Baker from West Monona, jumping 18 feet 2.5 inches. Runner-up was Natalie Linder from North Mahaska, 17 5.25, and getting third is Ella Whitney from Wayne Cordon, 17 1.75.
All right, I'm going to hold you right there because we do have the Heat 1 for 4A right here. Glenn, Tourt, Zelverson, McMurrin, Pollard, Call, Hobart, and Carter on the track now.
And McMurrin of Waterloo West in lane 4, Destin McMurrin, Pollard of Sioux City East in 5. Tour of Johnston had a good finish in 2.
Blue standard qualifier, ran well at Drake. 10:51 guy coming in. Almost matches that with a 10:65. Pretty good time.
All right, Tim, I cut you off there.
You're good. Lots of going on the track today. Out in 4A discus, Daxton Keesaw from Urbandale moved into second with a 178 and 7-inch throw. And then Reese Winery from Southeast Polk from Flight 1 added to his lead. He's now at 183.3 with a massive throw to maintain and keep first. Reinhardt's moved into third, and Nelson from Cedar Rapids Prairie moved into fourth with 173.11. So a lot of movement in the 4A discus in the finals.
Heat 2 of the 100, Jackson Miller from Dowling Catholic, Trent Grevengood from Valley, Will Remmert from Cedar Falls, Maddox Cooley from Clinton in lane 4, Jordan Meeker from Muscatinas in 5, Mason Eisen from Waterloo East in lane 6, Frederick Tarased Terwali from Southeast Polk, and Magnus Kapan from Prairie in lane 8.
Will Remmert, one of those seniors again, Cedar Falls. Definitely Coach Remmert, football coach's son.
One of my favorite coaches to talk to for football.
Good
Absolutely.
Dude. Absolute good dude. And I know that this is one of the seniors that they're counting on, leaning on this weekend to carry their team to a trophy.
Trent Grevengood plays football, and Jackson Miller, the starting linebacker for the defending 5A football champs. So multi-sport athletes, it's not uncommon to see a good 100 runner being something else.
Heat number 2. Cooley in 4. That's Meeker in lane 5. On the inside is Miller of Dowling. Remmert closed very well in lane 3.
There is
was
not
Remmert
a lot of
running 10.
daylight between those 1 through 6.
11 flat. Meeker went 11 flat as well.
Yeah. 700ths of a second between the top, like 800ths.
So Remmert takes first by 100th of a second. Cooley and Meeker tie. Miller, and Miller had a great last 10 meters on that. I thought maybe he was going to sneak into that. Whew, Heat 2, fantastic. Let's meet our field for Heat 3.
Kennedy, Dawson Doherty in lane 5. The Drake Relays, he won the 400 and the long jump. From Norwalk, Caden Coons. In lane 6 in the Drake Relays 100 final from Ankeny Centennial. He's on the all-time best 4x2 as well. This is Noah Ross. In lane 7, returning state qualifier from Fort Dodge, Noah Daniel. And in lane 8 from Linmar, Jack Osterberger.
Great names all throughout this 24 field.
Incredible competitors. Unfortunately, 8 get to go to the final because after just even seeing that, there's so many guys that are worthy of being in that final on Saturday.
So there's our introductions, and we're standing over, and it looks like everybody is. We have the green light, the whistle.
And that bubble time's 11:05 right now.
11:05.
11:05. Yeah.
Oh my.
That'll put pressure on you.
Coons is the one from Norwalk that can really make a difference here. Let's see if he can vault himself into the finals. Noah Ross in 6, also a guy who's had some pretty good times and success here over the years. What can he do in this race right now? Heat 3 of the 100.
And a clean start. Coons in 5, our fastest qualifier to the final in the 200. Out well in 4, that's Doherty of Cedar Rapids, Kennedy, and Caden Coons making up ground in the last 50.
Coons, I think, closed it out, but man, that was a great run by Doherty from Kennedy. What was that? What was the distance there?
1075, 1085, 1088.
So Ross did make in fact, he beat Doherty. I didn't realize that had happened.
They're sorting some other things out here. So we've had quite a few ties that have to go to the 1,000th.
I was going to say, and so we don't quite have the finalists listed just yet, but
bubble time is now 11 flat. So 10.99.
So
Dominic
McMurrin for Waterloo West is going to take the best time at 10.65. Coons, Pollard, Ross, Doherty, Tour, Cabildo, Noah, Daniel. So Remmert falls. He ties at a 10.99 and doesn't make.
Between 7th and 11th, there was thousandths of a second.
Hey, you don't want to miss a tenth of a second, but you're going to miss a few seconds when we come back from Des Moines in the state track meet. Come on back, y'all.
Why am I seeing yield differences in only 2 of my fields?
Great question, Evan. I've taken some soil samples, and it looks like you might have some fertility issues, especially in that northern field. Take a look.
Nothing gets past you, Rick. Hey, how long you been back there?
An agronomist never tells.
From personalized insights to year-round support, Channel agronomists always show up. Channel, all in, all season.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
Back at the state track meet in Des Moines, the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union and the Iowa High School Athletic Association. Glad to have you here in the combined meet. Thursday, as we tick past 1 o'clock, we're getting to the home stretch now of 1A, 4A Session 1, 2A, 3A starting to warm up. So the track, kind of hard to find a seat right now, especially on this west side. Tim O'Neill, Tim DeBrink with you. All right, Tim, 2. Tim, let's update as we get ready for the 400 as we're getting close. Actually, we're already in the start, so I will come to you in a moment. Girls 400 1A on the track right now. One time around, it's Bryn Bellis, Addison Brandow from IKM Manning, Taryn Peterson from EHK, Tess Frericks, Harper Hillman, Molly Ansell from Ankeny Christian, Lila Strong from Lansing Key, and Bree Skibroby from Meskwaki Settlement. We're on the track in Section 1. Tim O'Neill, what are we watching here in this 400?
Looking at the middle of the track here, Tess Frericks, Akron Westfield, Harper Hillman, Rockford, and then Taryn Peterson would be my 3 go-tos, not just because they're in the middle of the track, but just seeing some of the times that they've put up this season.
Coming through turn 3, we'll get a good sense of where we're at as we come into turn 4. Yeah, it looks like Molly Ansell from Ankeny Christian in the lead, but here comes from her left, it's Harper Hillman. And Harper Hillman, what does she have in the final 20? And that is how it is going to finish. Harper Hillman from Rockford.
Sets the bar. You got to go sub 60 to score here.
So there is how we finish. All right, Tim DeBrink, we had a field event we needed to recap.
You bet. 4A boys discus has gone final. Reese Winery from Southeast Polk wins it with a throw of 183. 3 inches. Second place goes out to Keesaw from Urbandale, 178.7, and rounding out to third is Jackson Reinhardt from Cedar Rapids Kennedy, 175.9. Big numbers in 4A discus.
And there's a look at him on the screen right there. Daxon, good meet for him. He's got a good career.
He's the state leader coming into today with a 192 something. Took down Chad Gilson's record at Urbandale that I was the coach there when Chad said it. So really good job out of him to beat Chad. Chad was a good discus thrower for us and shot putter.
Good conditions. I guess we didn't ask you about the wind in the discus.
You know, the discus here is protected. There's not, because of the houses and it's set down into the side of the hill, it's not as big a factor would be in places like where we coach up at North Polk or Northwest Iowa, where you get some big winds. But it does play a role if it's out of the south. But it was out of the east here, so if you got a really good discus thrower, if you can throw it right into the wind, it gives you more lift. But you got to be able to throw it tight and have it, can't have a wobbler. So.
Section 2 of the 400 is getting into the blocks now. Piper Smith from AGWSR. Alexa Hahn from Highland. Morgan Hast from Boyer Valley. Emery Hall from HLVTC. Ava Vasky from Edgewood Colesburg. Kennedy Brandt from Gladbrook Rhinebeck. Stella Sims from St. Albert. And Rowan Jacoby from Springville. Rowan is going to be busy this week here, and we're off in the Section 2 of the 400.
Morgan Hass has had a busy day today already, too, from Boyer Valley.
Pretty even in the middle of the track right now. A little bit of that stagger made up Sims and Jacoby in 7 and 8. But take a look at one. Piper Smith from AGWSR starting to make a little bit of ground up as they come into the third turn.
Inside is Vasky, the freshman from Edgewood Colesburg.
Vasky in 5. And Brandt from Gladbrook Rhinebeck. It looks like it's going to be Vasky pull away here at the end. Brandt giving chase. Look out. Here comes Emery Hall from HLV Victor. I think Hall's going to take second or third, going to be very close. Brandt second. And Ava Vasky, 57.67. Brandt, a 58.53. And then Hall to a 58.67. And Sam's just over 59 seconds. They're grinding on that 400, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a tough balance. Like, so some of those that triple and run the 2, the 1, and the 4, I don't know if you remember, but earlier in the years ago, we used to run the 1, then the 2, and then the 4 was back-to-back, so very, very difficult double when the 400 is a time final. But now it's a little bit more manageable with it only being 100 meters, but those that have that kind of range is still something you've got to have a little experience to navigate.
Well, yeah, and I was just kind of thinking about, Paige Richards. Oh, here we go. One of our podium presentations, and one of the new things here is the just the podium and the celebration. We've got pink flags, we've got blue flags. We're kind of matching Drake here. I think that's kind of fun too. You've gone to enough graduations over the years to see the collection. Everybody kind of thinks some of this stuff's pretty cool.
Yeah, the swag is important. I'm sure it's an added expense to the association and the union, but again, those are the cool things to see in people's garages and at their setups. So.
Here's the shot put final. You just saw there's Cooley, Hayden, and Halverson from St. Ansgar go 1, 2, 3. So that's who you saw there on the podium. And as we get ready for Section 3, I better tell you that it's Aubrey Shields from Mount Ayr in 1. Lacey Johnston from St. Ansgar is in 2. Madeline Tigas, who we just saw run not that long ago, is back on the track here in the 400. Ada Hansen from Caminita. Mount Air's Emma Reynolds is in 5. In lane 6 is Elena Gorley from Danville. And Anna Lurson from St. Ed's in 7. And Lainey Beeman from Maquoketa Valley. She's going to be busy in some of the relays here as we have a recall already in the race. Look at that picture. I mean, just that picture right here. All this activity. They're full in turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, and all these people getting ready to run. I mean, it's just so much fun to see this.
Yeah, then, you've got 2A, 3A starting to file into the stadium, getting ready for the afternoon session. So, yeah, it's a great time to be here in Drake Stadium.
This will be what we call dynamic pricing for parking around here. It'd be like state fair rates here.
Yeah, right.
Parking a lot, park in someone's yard. This would be the time to do it.
This will be an important race for Emma Reynolds from Mount Ayr. Scoring opportunity for them as they'll be fighting for a trophy in the team race. I know I mentioned her earlier.
As we get ready for this Heat 3, then we're going to go to the girls 4A. And then we're going to put hurdles back on the track for the 1A and 4A boys shuttle hurdle prelims. And then we'll have a session break.
I expect to see Hansen and Reynolds duke it out here.
Third and final section, 57-67.
Stagger already being made up in the second turn.
Ada Hansen of Caminita.
We'll let Mike J bring home this race for you in the 400.
2 this year. Hansen in 4, Emma Reynolds, the Mount Air sophomore, in 5. Hansen and Reynolds. Hansen and Reynolds, Lurson of St. Edmund in lane 7. Elena Gorley of Danville, a 2-time medalist, running well in 6, and here they come off the turn. Ada Hansen, 7th at Drake in the 400 hurdles. Lane 4, that's Emma Reynolds, the sophomore from Mount Air, in 5, 57-67, the time to beat. And Ada Hansen, your 1A champion at 56.90.
Hansen, Reynolds, Shields, kind of how you thought it was going to shake out there. Hansen, that's a great time, 56.9.
Caminita, and Hansen has 2 of them. Emma Reynolds, the runner-up, 57-54. Vasky out of section 2.
And there's a look at your back half of the 400. It'll scroll through here, and then we'll show you how the standings look and who's Hansen, the top time, 56.9. Emma Reynolds. Vasky from the first heat comes in 3rd. Brandt took 2nd, but she took 4th overall, so very good 400 there.
And let's move now to 4A. Section 1, lane 1, Elliot Lessman, freshman from West Des Moines Valley. In 2, Keona Turner of Davenport North, Hayden Jackson of Centennials in 3, Anna Seiko of Linmar in 4, Gillian Schramm of Ankeny in 5, Jenna Frank of Iowa City West in 6, Mackenzie Bonner of Iowa City Liberty is in 7, and Kaylin Reinhardt of Ankeny Centennial in lane 8.
There's your introductions of the 400 Section 1 for 4A. Tim, what are we looking at in this one?
Well, I know Jaden Jackson from Centennial was spoken highly of from, as we've mentioned, Coach Cogdill a couple times. Certainly a younger talent in that program, so I think she's one to definitely keep an eye on. And Linmar's just got a phenomenal program. They've got some great things going and some great athletes, so I think Anna at lane 4 has a good chance here.
Jaden Jackson, the little sister of Braden, who did pretty well at the state meet last year for Centennial. Father Fred played in the NFL. And early on here, Lespin in Valley is in 1, Turner in 2, Jackson in 3, Soika in 4, Schramm in 5. In 6 is Gina Frank, Marr for Liberty in 7, and Reinhardt for Centennial in 8.
Let's see what kind of back half here Frank has from Iowa City West, because she's throwing it out there for the first 300.
This is where sometimes that ridiculously large bear jumps on the back of somebody, but right now, coming strong, finishing strong is Jackson. She is pulling into the lead in the final 20. Jaden Jackson, let's see if her time holds up for a championship flag. 59.49. Great opening time there for Section 1 in the girls 400. We're only running one of these for a championship.
And we have our top 3 finishers, 1A girls 400, finishing 3rd, Ava Vasky of Edmund Colesburg. Your runner-up, Emma Reynolds of Mount Air. And your champion from Caminita, running 56.90, Ada Hansen.
So Ava Hansen wins the state title in the 100 or the 400 meter dash class 4A. So Ada, a junior, we've seen her in the 100, and we'll see her later in the 400 hurdles. Now it's section 2 of this 400. Lydia Bennett from Waukee is in 1. Natalia Deerdorf from Ames. Emma White from Indianola. Savannah Matthias in lane 4 for Iowa City West. Brooklyn Ruddy, the sophomore from Southeast Polk, is in 5. Piper Burenholtz, the senior out of Dubuque Hempstead, is in 6. Olive Wilson, a freshman from Kennedy of Cedar Rapids, is in 7. And on the outside, Kendall Sandy from Indianola. All right, I talked about the bear of turn 4. Tell me about turns 1 and 2 here in this race.
I mean, you definitely feel it more on the inside lanes just because that turn is so much tighter, but I just want to get out and aggressive. Some of those outside, those 5, 6, and 7s have some advantages because you're not fighting the centripetal force as much. We got a good heat here.
It can be done from the outside, and right now, Sandy is trying to do that, but now everybody can kind of catch up to her as they're pretty even coming into the final turn.
And here they come off the turn. 5 wide at the turn. Emma White of Indianola in 3. Birkenholz from Hempstead. Brooke Ruddy of Southeast Polk. Brooklyn Ruddy, returning qualifier. And Brooklyn Ruddy out of lane 5. 57-18.
So Ruddy, a really good race there. That was a from about the left of where we could see to the right. Boom.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these times, and you know we're in the second section, and with the fastest 8 to come, and you've got right now 58:29's in 3rd place right now. So yeah, it's an insane track meet. That's why we love it. Absolutely love it. The talent we have here.
Ruddy, Matthias, White go 1, 2, 3. There was a look at Reese Winery, the 4A discus champion.
400 in lane 1. 5th a year ago for Cedar Rapids Prairie, Reese Wiley. In 2, 5th at Drake and 8th last year's state meet of the freshman. This is Bettendorf sophomore Haley Duke. In lane 3, the Drake Relays runner-up and 4th a year ago, Ankeny sophomore Morgan Fisher. In lane 4,
Relays last month, your defending champion from Cedar Falls, the state leader at 55 flat, Chloe Nissen. In lane 5, 3rd at Drake, 7th at last year's state meet. On the Drake Relays winning 4x4 that set the all-time best, junior from Waukee Northwest, Logan Vogt. In lane 6, Waukee Northwest senior, she was also on that record-setting 4x4, Avery Vogt. In lane 7, a Drake Relays qualifier, 2-time top 4 finisher in the 400 at the state meet from Johnston, Olivia Fain. And in lane 8, returning state qualifier from Dallas, Center Grimes, sophomore Leighton Stanford. 3rd and final
section 3 has been introduced. What are we going to see in this one?
Fireworks. I'll be looking forward to this race for probably the entire season. Sisters going at it. Massive team points at stake here in the team race. But I know this, no matter what happens with lanes 5 and 6, they're going to hug each other and be happy for each other.
We'll let Mike J. handle the play-by-play of this race and talk about it after.
And 3rd and final section. Out well in 4 is Nissen, the defending champion. To her inside is Fisher, the Drake Relays runner-up. Chloe Nissen, Morgan Fisher, Logan Vogt in 5, and Avery Vogt in 6. Olivia Fain of Johnston in lane 7. Chloe Nissen. Nissen of Cedar Falls, Fisher of Ankeny. Then it's Vogt, and Fain. And Nissen and Fisher. Chloe Nissen. She's your defending champion and this year's Drake Relays champion. Morgan Fisher of Ankeny. And Nissen out of lane 4. 53.93 for Chloe Nissen.
Wow, Nissen's time, sub 55. Nissen, what a sub 54. I can't read my numbers. Fisher was sub 55. And then there was a sub 54. Boom, boom, firework, boom, boom, graphic. That's what we should be showing right now. Holy cow. Wow.
I'm sure that'll make Coach Chris Wood very happy over in Cedar Falls.
Nissen, Fisher, Logan, then Avery vote. Go 1, 2, 3, 4. So Fisher wins the Drake title. Nissen gets the state title on a good 1-2 race down the stretch.
Great race for Haley Duke out of Bettendorf there in 5th.
For Nissen not only gets her the win, but that's the second fastest high school 400 ever in Iowa. Fisher runs 54.23, and she is number 5 on the all-time list.
Talked about the votes hugging. They are right now. On they're at the end zone where after they've come over.
Great experience to share with your sibling.
And with some of these schools that A, see each other a lot at common meets, or B, just know each other. And again, social media brings them all together, and they run at other events, and you still want to win.
Yeah,
but you're still happy for a lot of people.
Yes, it's okay to want someone else to do well too. You know what I mean? Maybe not publicly.
All right, let's meet the 1A field here in the 400 Heat 1.
Valley in 4, Xander Eldred of Midland, Wyoming in 5. Wyatt Regaller of Arweva will run in 6. Brady Henning of North Butler in 7. Dawson Brait of Earlham in 8.
.400-meter dash for Class 1A. Heat 1 of 3. And this will be the last of the races without hurdles in session 1. Then we'll have shuttle hurdle for 1A, 4A boys when we complete 3 heats of 1A, 3 heats of 4A. Give me an overview of the 1A field.
I mean, you've got 4 guys within a couple tenths of a second here over 400 meters. So we could have a very, very close race here between Hoosier, Pesca, Eldred. I mean, even Castillo and Henning aren't far off. So, and then Wyatt Regaller is right in there too. So 3, 4, 5, and 6, middle of the track. Very, very similar talent abilities between these young men.
Brady Henning already ran in the 4x8. And Castillo in other relays for Logan Magnolia.
And section 1 of 3 for the 1A boys. Out there in 5.
You can see their stagger isn't broken at all between those 4 guys.
Eldred of Midland.
Now it's starting to finally.
Pesca of Iowa Valley.
But man, 2, 3, and 4, pretty even.
Eldred of Midland. To his inside is Pesca of Iowa Valley. Eldred and Pesca.
Eldred for Midland into the turn, trying to hold off to his left. Pesca.
And Regaller, an outstanding
Guy's got to be a 4A guy.
Pesca and 4. Now to lane 5, Xander Eldred of Midland.
Eldred from Midland, a 58.2. Wyatt, a 51.08, and a 51.38 from Lane Pesca from Iowa Valley is how you go 1, 2, 3. So 58-2 is what you put on the board to beat.
These are great times. 50 points in the first
Yeah.
tee. These are
Yes.
fantastic.
That time for Eldred was 50.
I can't make one time around the track in the 800 time, let alone the 400 time. Jeez.
1A boys. In lane 1, Clancy Van
Let's meet the field here in Heat 2.
Katie Kaufman of Lennox. In lane 3, Zeke Kalinoff of Nashville Plainfield. In 4, Jack Osborne of English Valleys. Austin Landis of
Rock is in 5. Reed Ostwald of Collins Maxwell in 6. Trayton Cobb of South O'Brien, a returning state qualifier, is in 7. And Cale Curfey of East Marshall in lane 8.
Just watching kind of the scrum of the post game after they had the 400 win. Nissen from Cedar Falls. Mark Woodley from KWWL was just like, he's covered a lot. I'm sure he's not seen a ton run much faster than that 400 there turned in. So always great runs and good chance of that Cedar Falls team putting up a lot of points, putting some great times up here, both boys and girls in this 400 or this 4A section. Heat 2. Van Ort from North Cedar, Kaufman from Lennox in 2. Kalanoff from Nashville Plainfield in 3. English Valleys, Jack Osborne's in 4. Austin Landis, George Little Rock in 5. Reed Oswald from Collins Maxwell in 6. Trayton Cobb from South O'Brien in 7. And Cale Curfey from East Marshall in 8.
1A boys. And this field moves down the back
I mean, the spread from their times, their best from the season, is very, very minimal, even less than that last heat.
In lane 5, it's Austin
We're just now
Landis
starting to see
of
guys
Little
make
Rock.
moves.
Osborne of English Valleys in 4. Bob in 7.
Yeah, Osborne and Landis are in great spots right now.
Landis in lane 5. Osborne of English Valleys.
Looking lane
Oh,
1.
no.
4.
Oh.
And here they come off the turn. Van Ort running well in lane
Van
1.
Ort
Nancy Van Ort of
making
English
noise in lane 1.
Of Lennox in 2. Van Ort and Kaufman. Nancy Van Ort.
Is it easier to win in lane 1 or lane 8 in that race?
I'll take lane 8 over lane 1 any day of the week. We've had kids had more success in the outside lanes than the inside lanes.
Why is that?
I think that the faster you are, the less you have to actually fight those forces pushing you out the track. So when you're on those inside lanes, I just think it's harder the faster you are.
And you mentioned the turn and the twist of the body is kind of tough that you're doing, and you're doing that more in 1 than anything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it's like to be 6'5", but I would think that would be a little more difficult in lane 1 than in lane 8. So.
All right, let's meet the rest of the field in Heat 3.
On a sophomore from English Valleys, Braden Anderson. In lane 5, 5th at Drake in the 400, the runner-up in the 800. He's the class leader at 48.20, number 3 1A of all time. Van Buren Sr., Lincoln Bainbridge. In lane 6 from HLV, currently number 5 at 49.98, HLV Senior Aiden Van Was. In 7, Colin Harder of HASTW. And in 8, Braden Bance of Wapsie Valley.
Brody Davis from Logan Magnolia is in 1. Owen Smith from Riceville. He's a sophomore. He is in lane 2. Lane 3 has Dane Gorman from Boyer Valley. Then you heard the rest of the introductions. Braden Anderson from English Valleys, Lincoln Bainbridge, Aiden Van Woos, and Colin Harder and Braden Bance. All right, this one. What do you see?
I mean, Gorham, Anderson, Bainbridge, and Van Woos are the only ones that have gone sub 50 this year from this Class 1A field. So naturally, those are going to be the ones we're going to gear and look at. And there's not much that separates Anderson and Bainbridge. 1/100th of a second.
Section 3, Davis, Smith, Anderson, Bainbridge, Van Was.
Dane Gorman off to a really good start in 3.
Actually, I don't think Gorman got it in the race.
He didn't. Well,
that's Smith. Lane 4, that's Anderson.
Lincoln Bainbridge. Van Buren Sr. He's run 48.
He's moving.
Bainbridge and Anderson. Carter of AHSTW out here in 7. And 2, it's Smith of Riceville. And it's all Lincoln Bainbridge in lane 5. 48.08.
Great race.
Great, broke the sub 50. 1, 2, 3, 4. Braden Bant's just on the outside of that 50-second threshold. Bainbridge, your state champ, with a 48.08. Braden Anderson, English Valley, is a 49.55. Colin Harder, a 49.66. Owen Smith, 49.70 from Riceville.
Can tell Harder's a 400, 800 guy watching his race pattern. He wasn't out fast, but his close was phenomenal. Had a great last 120 meters. See, personal best. Again, great races from these guys.
And we'll move now to the Class 4A 400-meter dash. Three heats. Let's meet the first heat.
In 2, DJ Joseph of Sioux City West. In 3, Robbie Hoke of Linmar. In 4, Michael Capobianco of Northwest in 4. Andy Muskibo of Waterloo West in 5. Tristan Edens, freshman from Valley in 6. Ayrton Caldwell of Waukee Northwest in 7. Caden Gatton of Johnston in lane 8.
All right, how different is this 1A, 4A time-wise going to be here? Are we going to see a big difference?
We are. Yep. We're going to see a fair amount, especially when we get into that the second and third heats. But 48 and change is pretty darn good.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Fletcher, Joseph, Hope, Capobianco, Masivoco, Edens, Caldwell, and Gatton.
Might be my new favorite name to say, Michael Capobianco. I like it.
Well, you've probably got another year to say his name. He's only a junior for Northwest. And we talk about the girls for Northwest. The boys aren't too shabby either.
Not bad. I'm glad to see Brent Highland turning things around. You know, school split, divides your talent.
Edens, Hope of Linmar, Tristan Edens, Hope.
Eden starting to make his way through.
Section 1, Tristan Edens, 50-48.
So a 50-48. Linmar's Robbie Hoke, 51.45. Caldwell from Northwest, 51.72. We're only going to get faster as we move on here.
Runner-up from English Valley, Braden Anderson. And your winner,
Eden's a freshman, by the way, from West Des Moines Valley.
Their graduating class has some pretty good speed, but I guess that's what you call a reload.
Fort Dodge in 1, Kamari Harris of Bettendorf in 2, Isaac Johnson of Indianola in 3, Micah Herlick of Pleasant Valley in 4, Gade Erickson of Prairie is on that all-time best 4x4 team from the Drake Relays. He runs in 5.
Good look at the 4A or the 1A. 400 champs.
Johnston in 7, Joey Anderson of Clinton in lane 8.
All right, so there's your heat. Heat 2, you had a look at the 1A champs that were on the podium in the middle of those introductions. So, yes, your video was not quite matching to your audio, but hey, we handle multi distractions at any point here. We're trying to get our way through. Coming up on 2 o'clock, we've got just 2 more heats of this 400, and then it's the shuttle hurdle for the boys. And so the girls, for 1A, 4A, they can start heading to the parking lot. So I saw already Coach Cogdill, he was, I think, rallying up some of the troops. He's not going to get them back to school today, but he probably wants to go have a practice when they get home.
He might. I don't know. He might be, again, as a track junkie, he might be wacky enough to do that.
All right, in this race, Eccles and Harris, as I catch up with exactly where we're at. So Johnson and Herlick, Erickson, Amos, Grandin, and Anderson and Clinton. All right, so this one is, there's potential placings available in this heat, right, Tim?
Yeah. I mean, I look at the spread here. All but 2 guys have been sub 50. And Erickson out of Prairie is the guy they think might be able to score from this section.
Number 2, Eccles, Harris, Johnson, Herlick, Erickson, Amos, Grandin, and Anderson.
Well, he's holding the stagger right now as they head into turn 2.
Another Panther fact for you, Darren Grandin out of Johnston. Parents are both Northern Iowa Panther multi-athletes. Older brother runs for the Bees of St. Ambrose. 4x8, 800 guy.
Parker Amos, Coed Erickson.
He's running well right now.
Harris of Bettendorf in 2. And Kamari Harris.
A little better race from Harris here in the 4 than the 2 earlier.
Harris doing really well. He's trying to hold off. He's got competition from the outside. But look at the time. The key will be there on the time for Erickson and Amos as they go 2-3. Harris with a 4.92, Erickson a 4.95, and Parker Amos a 4.96, Grandin a 4.991. So everybody's near sub 5 in the front of the pack there.
Without a doubt, the deepest.
Let's meet the Heat 3 runners.
High school state track history.
5 of the all-time top 20 are in this section. In lane 1, Ames Senior, Drew Vanderwill. In lane 2, the runner-up at the Drake Relays. Number 19 on the all-time list at 47.76, Cedar Falls Senior, Marcus Tomljanovich. In lane 3, he medaled in 4 relays at last year's state meet. He's run 47.71, number 15 all-time, Muscatine Senior, Jordan Meeker. In lane 4, he was 7th at Drake in the 400, the runner-up in the 400 hurdles. He's the state leader at 47.55, number 9 all-time, Bettendorf Senior, Gage Tucker. In lane 5, the Drake Relays 400 champion. He's the fastest qualifier to the 200 this year. He was the runner-up in the 100 prelims. He's run 47.60, number 11 on the all-time list, Norwalk Senior, Caden Coons. In lane 6, he was 3rd at Drake. He ran on the Drake Relays, winning 4x4, which set the all-time best. He's number 5 all-time at 47, or rather number 5 in the state, number 20 all-time at 47.77. From Cedar Rapids Prairie, Drew Bennis. In 7, it's Blake Swisher of Linmar. And in lane 8, Ethan Clark of Cedar Falls. 3rd and final section, 4A boys 400.
Okay, so we talk about in 1A in the big schools, and just big schools in general, times are maybe not quite what it seems. What's it seem is the key in this race?
I mean, for these guys here, they're going to have to get out and get aggressive, because if not, they're going to get left behind. There's just too much talent in this field to be able to do that, and that's all 8 guys that are in this heat. So I think that the cream of the crop with Tucker, Coons, Tomljanovich, Meeker, I mean, these guys are extremely talented, and they're all smart enough and competitive enough not to let somebody else get away from them.
Tomljanovich in 2, been busy, said his sister's name already today. So we get ready for the Heat 3 and the 4A 400. We're off.
Vanderwill, Tomljanovich, Meeker, Tucker, Coons, Bennis, Swisher, and Clark.
No surprise, holding the stagger. A little bit of moving too.
Tomljanovic on the move.
Yep. But look out in lane 1,
Yeah,
Vanderwilt.
He wants some.
He's running in 6. Meeker in 3, Tomljanovic in 2, Vanderwilt in 1. Swisher in 7, Clark in 8.
Bennis from Prairie in there. Here we go. Look at this.
Tucker.
See if you can close it down. Can he run down Coons?
Coons. Oh, Tucker.
Champion. Gage Tucker of Bettendorf, the state leader. What a race.
47.80, 47.90.
Caden Coons, another state championship performance, and this time it is a win. 47.8, state title in 4A for the kid from Norwalk. Gage Tucker, a tenth of a second behind him at 47.9. That was great.
Yeah, Cedar Falls looking great there with Marcus in 3rd and then Ethan in 6th. Some crucial team points for those guys. Because them and Bettendorf will be duking it out for a trophy here at the end of the meet.
We are going to be showing you team scores here before we finish this first session.
The runner-up in the 100 and the 200 in 2025, and the winner of the shot put a year ago. Girls 400 ambulatory, Josie Green of Cascade.
So now it's time for the 400 ambulatory, and Josie Green is going to be on the track.
Josie Green, Cascade, sophomore. She's run the 100 at 1:33.52. Let's take her down the backstretch. See if we can't get a new lifetime best from Josie Green, Cascade sophomore. Josie Green of Cascade.
She's on personal record pace through 200.
I love watching the inclusivity of our ambulatory events that we have here at the State Track and Field Championships.
And Josie Green getting a great hand when she comes around that backside, the backstretch, and now she comes into the home stretch.
Josie Green of Cascade. 1:33.52 is the time she's after. Cascade sophomore. An absolute inspiration for all of us. Josie Green of Cascade. Outstanding job, young lady. 1:32.69 for Josie Green.
So she beats her time that she was chasing, so congratulations there to Josie Green. And now we're going to have the boys 400, and this will be
best for Josie Green, 1:32.69, and we are going to the award stand.
Finishers in the 4A boys 400.
We'll meet these boys 400. If
Finishing
we could.
3rd, running 48.23 from Cedar Falls, Marcus Tomljanovic. Your runner-up in 47.90 from Bettendorf, Gage Tucker. And your Drake Relays champion and now state champion at 400 meters, running 47.80 from Norwalk, Caden Coons.
All right, we have some field events that started already in 2A and 3A. Tim, I was forgetting for a moment to, I didn't want to make you think we'd forgotten about you.
No worries, I'm here. I'm just soaking it all in. 2A boys long jump. You've got a really loaded field, 10 returning qualifiers from 2025. You've got the leader, guys that have jumped the farthest coming out of districts. You got Brecken Ritzert from Pella Christian, who's gone over 22, someone to look at. You got a couple other big names here as well. In 3A high jump, you've got another really big field, 10 returning qualifiers from 2025, 4 from the top 6 last year. You've got the state champion trying to defend his title, Eli Patterson from Benton Community. He went 6'10 this year at districts. You've also got Eli Zillman, who's gone 6'9", and he was second place a year ago. So you got some big-time jumpers in these two field events.
All right, on the track right now, you're seeing the boys 400, Kyle Simmons from Maquoketa and Carter Swanson from Hudson. And right now, it is Kyle Simmons who has taken the lead in this race.
Carter has a lifetime best of 1:11.70. Here they come off the turn.
Kyle Simmons with a great finish. It was a good start for Kyle Simmons and an even better finish. Simmons a 1:05, just short. And then Carter Swanson is going to finish. Congratulations to both of those competitors in the boys 400. All right, Tim, I think I cut you off in the middle of one of, I think we weren't quite done with one of the events.
You bet. Well, I'll kick it over to girls. Girls 2A shot put. Again, another big loaded flight, 10 returning from last year's state qualifiers. You've got second place, third place, all the way through seventh place that will be competing in that second flight. So a lot of big names. Lauren Travis from Spirit Lake looking to go from her second place finish to a title this year. In girls 3A discus, we've got the returning 8th, 6th, and 5th place. You've got Lauren Hagendorn from ADM looking to improve her 6th place finish from a year ago. So again, you got a lot of returners that have experience here at the state track meet, trying to show it off here in 2026.
All right, we'll step away and get ready for Shuttle Hurdle when we return from the state track meet here in Des Moines.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
Whether you volunteer or hang with friends, play pickleball, read or follow trends. No matter what your retirement style, you deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. Some Medicare plans don't cover vision or dental. With Delta Dental, you can save on what's essential. Get coverage and take care of your health. It's peace of mind, so treat yourself. It's more affordable than you might think. Give us a call or visit this link.
We're redecorating here on the track. We've put hurdles back up. We're getting ready for Shuttle Hurdle Class 1A and 4A. That will be how we finish in those sessions. We will meet those competitors and be right back for the final two of this first session from the Jim Duncan track at Drake University and the Iowa High School State Track Meet.
1:04.90 from Maquoketa, Kyle Simmons.
It's the simplest expression. The smallest thing that changes everything. A smile. So easy. A smile lights it up. Apologizes. And welcomes unconditionally. Because the shortest distance between two people is a smile.
Thank you.
Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle.
Thanks to Iowa Farm Bureau for their continued support of this track meet as we bring you the broadcast. But I also want to say this broadcast of the IHSAA State Track Meet is brought to you here on the Hy-Vee Championship Network. And also making this possible would be the Iowa Bankers, the Iowa Bankers Association. They are Iowa Banks, your partner through it all. My partners, Tim DeBrink and Tim O'Neill, as we get ready to close things up. Heat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're back to the long, the long heats of the races. But Heat 1, let's get things going. Wapsie Valley, Iowa Valley, Southwest Valley, and Bellevue Comets. One of these is not like the other. That'd be Bellevue without a valley in their name. But what are we looking for here in Heat 1?
The only team that I see in this field that has a chance to actually go sub 60 in the shuttle relay is Iowa Valley. They've been close. They've been at that one flat 33 mark, and love to see them get a chance to go sub 1 minute here in the relay.
So Noah Kriegel is their anchor on this, and he has gone he's qualified in the open hurdles and sprint relays. And then you've got Zane Peterson, who's put a lot of points on the board for his team this season. So we'll go right to left, 1, 3, 5, and 7. Wapsie Valley on the inside in the white, Iowa Valley in white, then Southwest Valley in the teal, and Bellevue in the blue and white nearest us here on the track.
And Heat 1 of 6, Iowa Valley with Josh Reed. He won that 5th place team a year ago. On the inside, it's Wapsie Valley, Southwest Valley of Bellevue.
Iowa Valley gets to the exchange first.
Running champ Hoyt. Wapsie Valley to his inside with Gavin Henry. Iowa Valley and Wapsie Valley.
Henry recovers for Wapsie. But it's still Iowa Valley. Peterson, we're watching this one.
Xavier Peterson, that's Wapsie Valley with
See if we can crack 60.
Southwest Valley with Wyatt Shires picking up some
It'll be up to Kriegel.
Iowa Valley with the lead. Iowa Valley with Nolan Kriegel.
Great look at that race from that high-end camera.
Good.
You can just see right at it, 59.9, as we'll get Bellevue to finish here, and that is how the first heat goes. Good, impressive. You called it.
I thought I don't know. Years of experience.
Years of experience.
I don't know.
I guess I never asked. How many time Coach of the Year?
Couple.
Couple, right? Come on now. I remember these teams. You had some great athletes over there, right? That's what you're supposed to say next?
Even good kids can make a coach look smart. So,
so walk me through the hurdles here. We've kind of talked about it. Is their philosophy of how you stagger athletes in this any different than, say, the 4x8 that we talked about earlier?
Again, if you're trying to go for broke, sometimes you just front load it and see what happens. And because, like there's a lot of distractions out there. You try to get somebody to get them out of the race, especially if you have nothing to lose. Like, there's conservative approaches for some coaches, like, hey, we need this. We need to make sure we get to the final. And we've got a little bit of a gap and a cushion that we can, separate ourselves from others. We might make sure that we get through the zones and might not leave as early as we normally do. And again, I think there's no secret. All the disqualifications in the state track meet come from this event. So it's just, kids
for a couple of reasons.
Yeah, kids do some wonky things here in this event. And you want to talk about, getting an advantage. There's definitely some ways to do that in this event.
All right, so Heat 2 is going to be Madrid in 1 and 2, Riverside in 3 and 4, Winfield Mount Union in 5 and 6, and Earlham 7 and 8. Wyatt Atkinson, Sawyer, Perkins, Grimm for Madrid. Riverside, Parker Amdor, Austin Smith, then Caden Smith and Jackson Gordon. For Winfield Mount Union, it's Gavin Pryor, Tyler Samuels, Jace Jones, and Carter Hagmeyer. And for Earlham, it's Aiden Parker, Carter Amston, Cole Winey, Jace Winey, See what the brothers can do here. All right, so Riverside is 61 is their best time. They're going to need a pretty good race here to 59.9 is what we have on the board right now.
Sure, I think if anybody's sub 61, they'll make themselves in the final. Might even be sub 62. A lot of teams run that 61, 62, 63 range.
Yeah, or yep, that's a saw a little lean there. As you said, rolling the dice just a little bit. And so we'll run the inside lanes now, 1, 3, and 5. Because the starters then confer, right, with what they see. That's part of their protocol.
They go make sure they see that.
And they do put up the yellow flags, so that'll be it for Earlham on that race. So it'll be now down to Madrid, Riverside, and Winfield Mount Union here in this heat. Coming up at the end of Shuttle Hurdle, we will show team scores. We already have field events going on. Tim, just give me a taste of what we have in the works right now to update. We'll try to do that here between races.
Right now in the boys 3A high jump, the bar is at 5'11". Got a lot of people that have cleared it. I got to give a shout out to a freshman, Nathan Wagner from North Polk. He's missed the first time, but he got the second one. So the Wagner families at North Polk has got a high jumping tradition. Reese, his sister, won it last year as a sophomore. So.
All right, we're underway here in this Riverside, off to a good start with Amdor. But, man, they're pretty close as they come to the first exchange.
They'll run Aaron Smith on the second leg. Riverside, Oakland, they were finalists a year ago. Riverside, Oakland. To their inside is Madrid with Jake
Austin
Sawyer,
Smith and then Caden Smith coming up for Riverside. But, man, making a nice move is Madrid, Jackson Sawyer.
Took the lead there.
Kate Perkins, longtime name at Madrid. Riverside and Madrid going battles back and forth over each hurdle, almost in stride with one another.
Riverside and Madrid together at the exchange. Riverside with Jackson Gordon. Outstanding high hurdler. Graham running for Madrid, Winfield Mount Union with Cruz Hagmeyer, and it is Riverside.
Riverside comes with a Jackson Gordon finish.
101.09 for Riverside.
Madrid 102.43, Winfield Mount Union 102.61. All right, Tim.
Out at 3A girls discus, Macy Landers from Winterset has a 12-foot PR on the season and is in the lead, and now she's gone 130.11 for about a 17-foot PR from her districts and overall performance. And that's a freshman, and she's really stepped it up there. That's in 3A girls discus. In 2A girls shot put, the leader right now is Kelsey Rings from New Hampton. Sitting in at 36 feet, 7 3/4. And then Hannah Weiskamp from, looks like Gardner Hayfield Ventura is hanging in right behind her at 35, 3 1/4. So some really good numbers out of those first two flights of field events for the girls shot and disc.
And we've been watching a little bit of the high jump going on here on the screen right now as we get ready for Heat 3 in Shuttle Hurdle. We haven't taken any of the track action away yet.
Yeah, that was Makokata that just went and had a near miss. The bar is still sitting at 5'11". We got a group of really good high jumpers. Patterson from Benton Community, Zillman from Fairfield, Hanson from Newton, Lamb from Clear Lake, and Duvet from Western Dubuque that all passed on 5'11" and are waiting for that 6'1" mark to come up.
Did we have anybody forego a height? I don't know how if that's like publicized. You know more of that than I
Yeah,
do.
so these 5 jumpers all just chose not to. They passed on 5.11. They said we're going to wait till it to get 6.1. In fact, Eli Patterson passed on 6.1 as well, so he's waiting for it to go to 6.3.
And you did explain that to me earlier, but explain it again how you are allowed to make that choice.
Yeah, if you feel like you have the ability to go high in the field events and in high jump, you can save your legs and not have to take extra attempts if you feel confident in your ability. And again, it's every jumper is a little bit different. Some like to get that rhythm early and they want to clear an opening height to get that confidence. Others feel really good about it and they're like, nope, I feel good at 6.1 or 6.3 in order to save some energy so they got more explosive jumps when they get up to 6.10 or 6.11.
All right, Tim. Thank you so very much for that insight. We've enjoyed it all day as we try to get a little bit of the shot and high jump on the south end of the stadium, and we're getting ready here. Heat 3, Nashua Plainfield, North Butler, BGM, and Logan Magnolia on the track now.
And this is Heat 3.
Off to a good start, North Butler, the Bearcats.
Running well at out of 3. That's BGM with Rhodes in 5. Nashua Plainfield on the inside, opening up with Landon Polsky. North Butler. Bryce Schroeder. North Butler.
North Butler right at that 61-second threshold, Tim, that they're trying to, for sure, maintain, if not cut under it a little.
Out of the zone with the lead.
Definitely in a good spot right now. This is a great view of what a hurdle race looks like right here from the cameras. Great job.
I love that view.
Yeah.
And North Butler with Cameron Bartle.
Bartle's making it look smooth.
BGM with Caleb Rhodes.
Right at that mark. I think that's going to be a little better than their normal time, and it is 1 minute, 0.85. So 60.85, 60 seconds. That's a good run there. BGM Brooklyn second at 102, Logan Magnolia 103. From that view, when I was going to maybe save that, we talked about that in the production lead up, and there was a video of the Hayden Carlson or the Drake Relays 110 highs, and we'll see that'll be one of those things with watching the runners go down and how you keep your focus when that's going around you. It's one thing shuttle hurdle because you got a lane in between. It's different in the 110 or the 100s because there's somebody right next to you. How do you keep your focus? So walk me through the focus of this race when you hear that bang or somebody go down and the ooh of the crowd. Try to maintain your mental side trying to run.
I mean, I think that's one of the most difficult things to do because there are so many different distractions there. So the only thing you can control is your variables, right? So your speed, your steps, your arm carry, your legs, how you snap over, and how you get to the next hurdle. So that's really all you can work on and control. But it's not. It's easier said than done for sure, right?
It is, and that's the one that when we go to a meet and watch, and you hear, and then somebody falls. I don't know. Is it easier? Is it better to have fallen on the cinder track or the all-weather track?
You haven't run track unless you have cinder still buried in your skin somewhere.
We weren't even good enough to have cinder. It was lime for us. But that's a different thing. And being aggressive, you've talked about that here a little bit in this hurdles race about the aggression that whether you're gambling, and that's more on the starts, but the 3-step, the 4-step, how much you attack, all stuff you talk about before a race, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, like I think the ultimate goal, everybody knows, is that you need to be a 3-stepper to be an effective hurdler. That's not slowing down and breaking your momentum all the time. Otherwise, you're just trying to continue to re-accelerate, and it's just impossible to do and do effectively.
All right, we have the white flag up. Not sure I'm going to get a long jump update. We've been watching a little bit of long jump here on the screen. Mount Ayr, Linville Sully, Galen Catholic, and North Mahaska on the track right now for Heat 4. Ruggles, Rosendahl, Knipe, and Doak on the track for Heat 1, or for first leg of Heat 4. Atkinson, Dugan, and Maine, your runners for Mount Ayr. They are on the inside. But your best time has come from Linville Sully at 101. So a lot of 101s.
Yeah. And they're about a second clear of everybody else in this heat.
And they're off to a good start here with Linville Sully. But look out for Mount Air in lane 1. They're making this one interesting.
I would assume that they probably front-loaded this from what I would see there and what my strategy as a coach would be.
Cotton Steady does well for Linville Sully. It's now on to Deal. Carter Deal, and then Deal gets to that last hurdle, and it's one last leg.
Linville Sully.
Veldhusen doing well, but again, here comes Mount Air making a run late from lane 2. Galen as well from Knight. But it's going to be Linville Sully in that time of 101 even.
101 flat for Linville Sully.
All right, so now as we get to heat 5, I'm going to let you coalesce of where our cut time is, and I want to update. Let's see, long jump's been going on right in front of us. Is that right, Tim?
Yep. Long jump, we got Derek Heilman from Ridgeview that's leading the first flight with 21.5 3/4. And he's got a pretty good lead on everybody else. So that's where we're at. High jump is moving along. It moved up to 6'1", and you got guys all trying to get over that height now. And then I'll turn it back to you so you guys can talk about this race.
Coming up here in 5, what's our time that we need to be looking at for?
62:61 is the bubble time.
Okay, the bubble time there. So heat 5, this is what Griswold, ACGC, Lennox, and Woodbine are going to be thinking about as they look at their times. And if I look, speaking of looking at their times, you've got ACGC and Lennox both with 61-second times coming into this one. So we've seen some 61s go down to 60. We've seen some go a little bit slower, but what do you expect in 5?
I would think that these two teams would handle business. But however, again, pressure gets put on you, and they're a tenth of a second separated, right? So talk about distractions when you have somebody right next to you and you have 4 people of equal value right next to each other all the time in both directions. I think it just leads for a competitive race where you can definitely, mistakes can happen.
So we get set for heat 5. We have one more heat here in 1A. White flag up on the right side and a white flag on the left, which means we have a whistle and we're ready to go. Wyatt Silk for Griswold, Tyler Schramm for ACGC for Lennox. It's Cole Robinson and Avery Cohen in for Woodbine in lane 7 to lead things off here.
Heat number 5 and 6, Griswold on the inside with Silk. ACGC was Graham. They're running 1 and 2. Then it's Lennox and Woodbine.
Griswold off to a really good start. Johnson now for Griswold. Nolte next to him from ACGC. Brokaw from Lennox having some ground to make up. Dickinson for Woodbine coming from the outside. But it's a 2-horse race so far in 1 and 3 with Griswold and ACGC. Kaiser and Stringham. Stringham for ACGC takes the lead for the Chargers and kind of opens it up. Crowd making some noise underneath for Schneider. Look out for Lennox. Here comes Evans. They might end up sneaking into second. Evans clears the hurdle. Here comes Conan for Woodbine and Laverty for Griswold. And it's an ACGC 101.37, so right at their time. Their qualifying time was 101.66, and they just went 101.67. Or 3.7, okay. There, I feel better. That'd be one thing if it was the same time.
Yeah. Not a great race. Again, you could see, teams that front load just keep themselves in it, put them in contention, see what happens, and hopefully, some of those guys in the back half can try to close it down for them.
You put that pressure on in those first two, and yeah, if you can get rattled and all of a sudden if somebody falls.
Or a guy that's a fringe three-stepper all of a sudden has to take an extra step and then just breaks momentum. You see it all the time. Most volatile event in track and field right there.
Heat 6 is warming up. Tim, more field events. Let's see. Shot put looks like they're still warming up over there.
2A girls shot put. They're warming up second flight. The leader coming out of the first flight is Kinsley Rings from New Hampton with a throw of 36, 7 3/4. The high jump bar is still at 6'1" for 3A. A couple guys trying to get past that mark here. They're on their third attempts here.
And we're still seeing long jump on I'm not trying to confuse anybody. We still have long jump on the screen. We know that.
Long jump is on their third jumps. Right now, Derek Heilman from Ridgeview still leading with his jump of 21.5 3/4. There's some people creeping up behind him, though, but Caden Rice from Centerville is 1 inch behind him now. So pretty competitive field here for the first flight.
I hear a whistle, so Heat 6 is getting ready to go. South O'Brien, Bedford, West Hancock, North Union. South O'Brien will start with Billick, then Hedberg, Mitsuko and Billick, and then Bedford. Coleman, Fletcher, make sure I have that right, Rydell, and Dalton, West Hancock, Squire, Bixel, Whitty, and Subject. And for the Warriors of North Union, it is Cole Grove, Carter Crouch, Cole Rezak, and Mason Heinen. We're off.
Only 0.02 of a second separate Bedford and West Hancock.
I should have asked, are we still at that, what's our bubble time? Is it below 102?
Yes.
Yeah. So you got to run a really good race here.
Sorry, 62.43.
62.43. So, yep, right at the 102 mark. Okay. Coming here in 4, North Union, good strong leg. Colgrove to Crouch. West Hancock making noise here from Bixel. And now here comes Bedford. Lot of good running right here on the outside. And Bedford looks like they pulled away. Rydell and then Dalton. Dalton is on the anchor, but here comes West Hancock. Subject. Can Jace close it down? Subject. Bedford. And it's going to be Bedford with the win here in the heat. Quentin Dalton. So a 61.28, 101.28. Lot of 61s here in this 1A field here, Tim, and we will know our finalists momentarily. No, we have them. So it's going to be, who's the one? Yeah, it is Iowa Valley. So Iowa Valley's 59.9 holds. North Butler, Linville Sully, Riverside, Bedford, ACGC, West Hancock, and Lennox all living to run one more day coming on Saturday. All right, so we have seen some fun front hurdles. Now we're going to see some very, very fun hurdles. All right, Tim, let's get you caught up because we are right in the prime of your action.
Yeah. Girls 3A discus is in between first and second flight. Macy Landers from Winterset is still leading with the 130.11, that 17-foot PR of hers. In that first flight, 4 girls all threw their personal best today to get into that top 4 to give themselves a chance to qualify for finals. That's really impressive work out of those young ladies. In boys 2A long jump, we're still in between there. High jump, the bar is still hanging at 6'1". We got a lot of red X's, but guys still trying to get in there. We got an attempt by, I believe, looking for who's up next. It looks like we got Isaiah Hansen from Newton just cleared his first height at 6'1". really good running back that's going to be going to Iowa State yet next year to play football.
As we look at another high jump clear, oh, that's a good one right there. That is from the live action there on the south end, and you hear a little whoop go up on that one. So, all right, well, let's set the stage here, if we could, for the 4A shuttle hurdle relay. I've been looking forward to this one. I know you were looking forward to a couple of these races. This 4A field should be pretty fun. Up first, Southeast Polk, Iowa City West, Centennial, and Indianola. What do you see overall as a field?
Oh, Iowa City West, I mean, class of the event. Coach TJ Craig and his squad, I mean, 56-65, just phenomenal. You can see the difference. 1A, we had one team under 60 seconds, and you'll see every team under that, here regarding teams that are getting into the final. And it means there's going to be teams that run really, really well and just won't get in. Just won't be good enough. But, yeah, Iowa City West, Waukee Northwest will be definitely your favorites. Cedar Rapids Kennedy will be in there as well.
Southeast Polk and then Smock for Iowa City West off to a good start. Centennial and Indianola here in this first heat. Pretty much even Polk, Vanderbrink, and Smock for Iowa City West. Gavin Matheny ran first, now Boyle. Stecker and Gorder for Indianola, but right now it's Ibrahim and Levy going 1 and 2. Towler and Wolf. Peck trying to make up time for Centennial. Boy, Iowa City West. Look at Gorsh go. Are there even hurdles on the track for him? Wow. It's going to be Iowa City West, Southeast Polk. Here comes Centennial. And then Indianola is how your 1, 2, 3, 4 will go. All right, so that Iowa City West team time is 56.53. They came in with a time of 56.65. Just like you said.
They came ready to compete.
So now we know what the time to beat is. 56.53.
They've run 56.57. They'll be in 3 and 4. Clinton will be in 5 and
Another
6.
Northern Iowa Panther reference coming up in this race. Got two Ludwig brothers, senior and a junior. Their dad was a teammate of mine at UNI. Played football. Was a safety for us. Heck of an athlete. Iowa State trooper, just retired.
You're not supposed to be saying guys your age are retiring.
Well, he probably found another gig too, knowing him. But actually, Blake Ludwig headed to UNI to go compete for the Panthers for Dave Paulson. I know he was excited about him. Very talented young man. Good kid too.
Just had a clear in high jump. Look down. I'd love to see all of a sudden. I look up and I'm watching the track getting up, and all of a sudden I see him like, whoa, he just cleared that.
Yeah, so that was Eli Zillman from Fairfield just cleared. Glenwood is up here. We have Chase Razor.
What's the bar at now?
Bar is still at 6-1.
Okay. All right, so it'll be Lewis Central, Waukee Northwest, Clinton, and Valley. The best time in this heat, Waukee Northwest, a 56.80. It's been Ludwig. I think it's Ludwig Miller Thompson. Yep, and then Ludwig. So Braden Ludwig, then Gavin Ludwig. The number 2 team coming in by time.
2A, 3A begin at 2:40.
Gavin had a fall earlier in the year, broke his wrist, or had a cast, and was competing with this big old club on his hand. So I think he's got that off by now.
Can't touch the hurdles with that cast, can you?
No.
You get caught with that one. There's no escaping. Petersma for Valley in 7. Clinton has Dunham. Ludwig and Mungie start things off here for Waukee Northwest and Lewis Central.
And Joaquin Northwest.
No surprise, Blake Ludwig off to a great start.
Joaquin Northwest.
No, we might have an issue on.
Second. Little Central on the inside with Lobaugh. It's Carpenter from Clinton and West Des Moines Valley with Marshall. Joaquin Northwest.
Miller.
They run 56.
They're up 3 hurdles on everybody already.
And Northwest with Ty Thompson running third.
Miller to Thompson, getting ready for Ludwig for Northwest. Clinton, it's Dunham, Carpenter, Smith, and Dodd. Valley, Marshall, Cheshire, and Bainey for the Tigers. And Lewis Central still has Lobaugh, Arnold, and Gary.
Gosh, come on, man.
And then we almost had a little collision.
Human Frogger out there.
Yeah.
Oh, let's take away the hurdles. We have human beings out there in the way, too. So.
Yeah. And it's going to be Northwest. Their time finishes 5.6, 56.45. A lot of things going on in that race. That's the kind of thing as a coach that I'm sure.
I started sweating.
Yeah, it just drives you nuts, right? Trying to control things, and that one is absolutely out of anyone's control. They're trying to keep all the hurdles in order in the race because you got to move quickly, but you got to stay out of the way too.
There's a young man almost caught a spike plate right in the forehead on that one. That could have been a disaster.
Would that be a wizarding mark if you had like a? Oh.
Down to heat 3.
Have to know a good plastic surgeon after that.
Yeah, that's right.
Heat
3.
3 and 4. They were third at last year's state meet. This year's great relays runner-up. They've run 56.02, number 2 all time.
This is Cedar Rapids Kennedy. This is a staple for their program. They love their shuttle hurdle.
Cedar Rapids Jefferson will run in lanes 7 and 8. Heat 3 of 6.
So it'll be North Scott, Kennedy, Johnston, and Jefferson. Are we moving the bar, Tim, in high jump? Did we just hit a threshold? Or are we checking it?
No, we are moving the bar up to 6'3". There are currently looks like we have 12 jumpers still alive, so half the field is out, half the field is still in. The bar is going up to 6'3".
I'm going to really put you on the spot here, Tim. What was the height in the 4A high jump from this morning? What did AJ clear?
6'7" was what he cleared. He went to 6'10" and missed.
Okay. Oof.
Just tested my memory there.
And yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to pull that, made you pull that number. But and so we're at 6'4" right now. Okay.
6'3".
6'3", sorry. We have white flags in both areas, so North Scott. Nolan Reese. Then they're going to go Grant Skiles, Ethan Kuhn, and Ryan Block. Kennedy with Bryce Peck, Aiden Zakar, Dylan Keller, and Jackson Goslin. Johnston has Caden Renders, Gavin Hoppenworth, Carter Meester, and Will Shear. And Jefferson has Jalen Johnson, Gavin Leach, Andre Williams, and
heat number 3.
Vincent Sheeler.
Cedar Rapids Kennedy.
Kennedy off to a good start here.
Yeah, I should expect him to open this wide up there. 4 seconds clear of the next best team in this heat.
And Kennedy now coming back with Anthony Zacher. Johnson with Hoppenworth. That's North Scott on the inside with Skiles. And Jefferson with Leach. But it's Cedar Rapids Kennedy in 3 and 4. They'll run Dallas Keller on this third leg.
And Kennedy is really opening up a big lead here with Keller.
Kennedy, Johnston, North Scott,
He'll
Jefferson.
transition to Goslin, and Goslin's away for Kennedy.
Johnson with Shear. Ryan Block on the anchor for North Scott. It's all Cedar Rapids Kennedy here in heat 3. Johnston with Williams.
All right,
Shear.
Kennedy's racing the clock here. Great time as Goslin finishes, as does Block, Shear, and Sheeler. A 56.35 for Kennedy. So where are we at then overall for times? How are we?
Bubble time's at 101.60 right now.
Okay, so we're still at 101.6.
Thought we'd ever go under 57. Now 56 and change has become the norm.
So Kennedy now has a better time than Waukee Northwest, Iowa City West as well, and Southeast Polk. So is that a statement right there?
I think so. I don't think there's any love lost between these teams at all when it comes to this. Like they all three compete in this event year round. You're seeing each other at Drake and see what they're going to put together here at the state championships.
All right, shot put looks like the warm-up is done, and we're into live action.
You bet. This second flight is loaded, as we said earlier. Maya Schrock from Unity Christian is opened up as the new leader, 40 foot 9.5. Morgan Divis right behind her with 40 foot 6 3/4. So I think we're going to see a lot of changes. And now Lauren Travis just hit a 42.7 for her best throw. There's a lot of good marks to be had in this group, and we're going to see a lot of change here, I think, over the next 2 or 3 throws. Coming up here, we have, let's see, it looks like we got Northeast. We're going back to the top here. It looks like Northeast GL. Luxie is just through.
Old Northeast of Goose Lake. We should really put you on the hook to say, can you name the rest of the towns in Northeast?
Oh, that'd be a challenge for me.
I don't think I could.
I say, I'm sitting here, I'm like, I have good friends there, and I'm like, I'm going to get a message from him now saying, you can't remember. I'm drawing a blank right now, but yes. Okay, sorry, Tim.
No,
Didn't mean to. That's 2 for 2. I've put him on the spot in the last 10 minutes here.
Gets reciprocated. Be careful.
Yeah. We are still waiting to get going. We still have yellow flags up here in Heat 4, but now we've just flipped to white. So Heat 4, Pleasant Valley, Dallas Center Grimes, Linmar, and Senior. Dallas Center Grimes with a 57.53 qualifier. So Panajoya, Hatcher, Zoiderveen, and Bolajai up for Pleasant Valley. But it's Carter Heitland for Dallas Center Grimes to lead off. Nate Malarkey for Linmar, and Jace Kiefer for Dubuque Senior. And we're off.
Pleasant Valley, Dallas Center Grimes, Linmar, and Dubuque Senior. Dallas Center Grimes with Heitland. Linmar with Malarkey. Dubuque Senior with Kiefer, and that's Pleasant Valley on the inside with Pantoja. Dallas Center Grimes with Mason Strang. Linmar and Dubuque Senior and Pleasant Valley. Linmar running Gorsuch on this leg. Dallas Center Grimes up front. Poco Secchieri. The anchor Darian Walker. Linmar in 5 and 6 to Daniel Lorenz. Zutterbein on this leg for Pleasant Valley on the inside. Here comes Dallas Center Grimes with Darian Walker. Dallas Center Grimes. Linmar. Pleasant Valley and Dubuque Senior.
Darian Walker brings home
57.98.
the first place finish in the heat, but the time is 57.98, which is going to be just a little bit slower than what we've seen. As usually winning, we're winning with a 56 so far. So, all right, Tim. There's always something going on now, right? This is like in-game movement for you. You've got all sorts of action.
There's a lot of moving parts right now. We got 4 people over the bar in the 3A boys high jump. Bamrick from Williamsburg has cleared 6'3". Eli Patterson from Benton Community has cleared. Caden Hopper from Solon and Nolan Guzman from Fort Masson are all over at 6'3", and other people are trying to join them. Our shot put is still holding the way it was, and discus, we are waiting for that second flight to get going here. and it looks like it's about ready to get going here. In fact, it has started. Keely Hansen from Bondurant Farrar just threw her first throw of that second flight, so we'll see some change in that in those results here in the next few minutes as well.
All right, thank you very much. Heat 5, Iowa City High, Cedar Rapids, Washington, Waterloo West, and Ames. No times that qualified under 57 the rest of the way here, or a 56, so you're really going to have to put together a pretty good run to possibly make the finals, wouldn't you say, Tim, from these last 2 heats? But it can be done. There's some talent still hiding, lurking.
Yep, still got some chance here. I mean, there's the bubble time's now at 61:03, so I think that there's definitely teams in here that'll clear that.
We still have the defending champs in this race lurking in Heat 6. But Heat 5 is getting ready to go now. City High, Wash, Waterloo West, and Ames. As this, we are second from the end for heats in this first session, and then our Thursday session 1 is done, and we'll get you ready for session 2, which is slated to begin, well, as soon as we finish. 2:40 is the start time for shuttle hurdles. So when I said earlier that we were running a little ahead, yeah, I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was messing with. I know. Well, you had a couple. It wasn't, the false starts weren't all my doing this time.
We're good at getting back on track
You
when
bet.
we need to. Yeah.
Absolutely. They moved this thing rather quickly. And we are underway in Heat 5. Here's Mike J for the call.
Putting up with their ace, Desden McMurton. He'll be in the finals of the 100 and the 200. He's a 24-foot long jumper leading off the shuttle hurdle relay. Cedar Rapids, Washington opened up with Brown. They're cutting back with Montgomery. Cedar Rapids, Washington, and Waterloo West. Cedar Rapids, Washington to the lead. They've run 57.62. It's Cedar Rapids, Washington with William Stanstey. Waterloo West with Meinhardt. They'll be anchoring Michael Cunningham Jr. Tia will be on the anchor leg for Cedar Rapids, Washington. Washington first at the exchange. And here comes Waterloo West with Cunningham. Cedar Rapids, Washington with Fidel Tia. Cedar Rapids, Washington. Waterloo West. Cedar Rapids, Washington, 57.02. Waterloo West.
57.02 turned in by Cedar Rapids, Washington. Waterloo West at 57.25. Right now, those are outside of the bubble. No, are they right in?
They're good. No, they're good.
They're good?
Yeah,
okay.
We're 61.02.
61.02. Sorry. Yeah.
New bubble is 59.96 now.
Okay.
So I figured it'd get to sub 60 here.
All right, Heat 6. Davenport Central, Waukee, Ankeny, and Council Bluffs, Abe Lincoln. The defending champs, Ankeny. 2 of their 4 members are back, Hayden Carlson and Sam Madsen, but 2 new ones. Experience is one thing. Getting a good start and getting over hurdles is another. You got to compete here.
Yeah, it should be a good race here. I mean, these guys are, they're separated by about a half a second. But as you saw there, I didn't see what the entry time for Waterloo West was coming in. All they had was their state qualifying meet. But that was one of the best races we've seen actually in the shuttle hurdle. It's been a clear-cut team that's been far better than the rest of the heat.
All right, so a little challenge here. I'll fill you in on in just a moment, but long jump still in front of us as well.
Yep. 2A boys long jump. Rick Zert is the new leader at 22 feet 3 inches, and then Reed Draber is right behind him from Panorama with 21.11. So we had those guys are in that second flight. They're starting to climb, and we got other jumpers coming behind them. We got a Caden D. Timmerman from Owine about ready to go here on his first attempt of the second flight. Looks like we have a good jump. We got a white flag there. Caleb from O-line.
Had to go back and look at Waterloo West. They had a 58 and change.
Okay.
Blue oval standard for Drake. I thought I had seen them that they were pretty solid. Still ran better. Ran a much better time.
Better time today. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right.
I'm going to get them in the final here.
It might. Davenport Central, Randall, Jalen Randall, Chris Ross, Landon Cruz, and Caden Wright. Waukee, which will be wearing all yellow, all gold in this race. That's Ty White, Noah Henricks, Luke Peterson, and Braden Baker. And then Ankeny, Romig, Carlson, Madsen, and Norman Ha. In Council Bluffs, Abe Lincoln, it's going to be Mason Shields, Ryder Ra, Zane Wolf, and Cole Lee, I believe, are runners, if I am to believe what's in front of me here. Mike J. to take you the way.
And our sixth and final heat. Our bubble time is 59.96. Waukee with White in 3 and 4. Ankeny opening up with Romig. They'll run the Drake Relays high hurdle champion Hayden Carlson on the second leg. It is Waukee with Heinrichs. Carlson making up ground for Ankeny. Waukee is out in front. They'll run Peterson third. Ankeny will come back with Madsen. Both he and Carlson were on the state championship team. It's Ankeny with Madsen. It's Waukee with Peterson. Abraham Lincoln with Wolf. Cruz running for Davenport Central on the inside. Ankeny and Waukee. 59.96 is the bubble time. Ankeny with Norman Ha. Baker running for Waukee. It's Waukee to the lead. Waukee and Ankeny.
First, Ankeny second. Norman Ha hits the fourth hurdle that might have just clipped a little bit off of their time. But I got to say, Hayden Carlson's leg on that was impressive.
3 inch shorter hurdle for a guy that's already got the ability.
I didn't even know he did 3. I thought he did 2.
Well, yeah.
He was flying.
Yeah, going down from the 39 inch highs here to the 36s for the guys that are legitimate high hurdlers. That's it's a training, it's a speed. It's actually really good training for those guys.
And so the times, let's see here. We're putting up, looks like Waukee had a 57.6, Ankeny a 58.03.
They're going to end up getting in with that.
So Kennedy, Northwest, Iowa City West, Cedar Rapids, Washington, Waterloo West, Waukee, Dallas Center Grimes, and Ankeny makes the finals. What's that spread? 56.3 to 58.03.
Second half.
Okay.
1.7 seconds, 1.8.
All right, Tim, help me out. This is what we call update time.
You bet. Boys 3A high jump, there are 9 guys alive. The bar is moving up to 6'5". Everybody cleared 6'3", and it's time for us to remeasure the bar and move up to 6'5".
All right, we'll take a break and be right back with our 2A 4x10 as we are now done with the big schools. 2A, 3A when we return.
Excelling in athletics takes teamwork, dedication, and a commitment to excellence. These are the same qualities that help our pig farmers and our communities thrive. The Iowa Pork Producers Association is proud to support statewide high school athletics and the student athletes who make us all proud. Visit iowapork.org/WeCare to meet the people behind the pork and hear about our winning approach to caring for our pigs, the environment, and our communities.
That's awesome! In our hometown, connections are personal, and trust is important. At Northwest Bank, we're more than just your bank. We're your neighbors. We're proud to give back to the communities we call home, supporting local businesses, schools, and the causes that matter most to you. Founded on integrity and honesty, we focus on relationships rooted in trust and care. Northwest Bank. We are commitment you can bank on.
A new day means so many things. Possibility and potential, new opportunities and challenges. And when you're building something that matters, you need a partner who truly understands. Iowa banks get this. Their customer relationships are built on shared values and earned trust. From homeowners to small businesses, Iowa banks know what it means to invest in the future. Iowa banks, your partner through it all.
Why am I seeing yield differences in only 2 of my fields?
Great question, Evan. I've taken some soil samples, and it looks like you might have some fertility issues, especially in that northern field. Take a look.
Nothing gets past you, Rick. Hey, how long you been back there?
An agronomist never tells.
From personalized insights to year-round support, Channel agronomists always show up. Channel, all in, all season.
Shuttle hurdle relay, heat number 1 is on the track as we begin Class 2A and 3A from the Iowa High School State Track Meet. Along with Ellen Davis, I'm Paul Yeager. Tim DeBrink still here with you. Our thanks to Tim O'Neill as he moves to his second position of the day. We move in our second session analyst, and Ellen Davis is getting set on the field, or on the track right now. Grundy Center, Okoboji, Jessup, and Davis County here in Shuttle hurdle, and leading it for Okoboji is Graves, Simonton, Jacobson, and Heller. Jessup making a move now. Dunson, Kiefer, Masteller, and Youngblood set to run for Jessup. Milder, Frazee, Bernard, and Nelson for Davis County, and for Grundy Center, it's Meester, McMartin, Schrag, and Lebo. But right now, it is Okoboji with Jessup running second. Youngblood trying to make a run, and Heller will cross first for Okoboji in heat number 1. Okoboji had the better time, 59.63 qualifying. As we get ready here to flip things over, we've got to just flip a screen, and just quickly, you wouldn't even know, other than the schools are a little smaller and a little bigger, depending on your perspective, 1A and 2A. So now we're going to be in heat 2 of the shuttle hurdle. West Branch, Osage, Mid-Prairie, West Lyon to get things going. All right. I'm giving Ellen a chance to get all settled. That's sometimes, Ellen, I didn't quite tell you that sometimes the change in and out, there are just seconds. But this is where we say, Tim DeBrink, what's going on with field events?
You bet. Over here, we've got girls 3A discus. Kaylee Hill from Burlington is out in the lead with a 149.01, and Lauren Hagendorn from ADM is right behind her with 134.04. And Macy Landers from Winterset still hanging in there with number at the third spot with her 130.11. So big numbers coming in from that second flight of girls discus in 3A. The boys 3A high jump bar is at 6.5. There are 2 clearances so far. Eli Patterson from Benton Community and Elijah Hansen from Newton have both cleared 6.5. And now we're waiting to see the rest of the group as they keep on trying to get to that next mark. In fact, we just had a near miss on the high jump bar right there, but things are heating up in the track in the field portion of today's competition.
And we will move, let's see, today it is 2A, make sure I have my right day, I do. 2A girls shot, 3A girls discus, long jump boys 2A, high jump boys 3A. That started at 2, and at 4:30 yet today, it's the shot, discus, long jump, high jump for reverse of what we just did. All right, we're getting ready for heat number 2. West Branch, Staker, Stout, Sadel, Hansen, Osage has Kisley, Miner, Gallagher, and Dodd. Mid-Prairie, Koss, Miller, Kipp, and Humphrey with West Lyon, Saliski, DeYoung, Van Houten, and Westra. We're off here in shuttle hurdle heat number 2. Osage in 3 is your best qualifying time, but look out for Mid-Prairie. They have their neck and neck in this first race. Still Osage and Mid-Prairie as we move to the second leg. And Mid-Prairie starts to pull a little bit away with Miller, but still Osage's Minor making it a race. DeYoung closes well for West Lyon, and for West Branch it's Stout, now Seidel. Osage starting to make a little bit of run here with Gallagher against Kipp, and it'll be Dodd for Osage and Humphrey for Mid-Prairie. Here comes Humphrey. Humphrey, a good finish, and that's how it's going to finish at a 60-second 5-1. So 1 minute, 0.51, Mid-Prairie, 0.3 better than Osage. All right, Ellen Davis, you've had a chance to watch. Now you get a chance to talk. How do you think of this track meet so far?
This is awesome. I am so excited to be here. I've just been waiting, just not so patiently, maybe a little bit anxiously, but this is a different perspective that I'm used to.
Well, and so we'll get into that. You know this track well. You've run here a time or two back when you for North Lynn. Success here was pretty good to you.
I have a lot of good memories from this track. Yes. Parking this morning was, it just felt like, it felt like it does every single time I come to this track. The butterflies were just flowing, and, don't be surprised if I need a tissue up here, because there is just something about this meet that is incredible.
You ran, maybe you remember Ellen Reese, now Ellen Davis. You went on to run at Mizzou. So a great high school career, great college career. Let's go back to the high school moment. So let's put me in the middle of this meet. You talk about the butterflies. How do we get through just establishing a pace, a rhythm, a flow?
Yeah. Well, I think since the meet moved to a co-ed meet and a 3-day event, I think it has just changed the whole feel of it completely, right? It's a completely different mental approach to it. You got to stay neutral. You got to stay, emotionally even for 3 days. And that's easier said than done for some, but no, I think, just the teams. I think there's so much excitement on day one. There's so many teams who use this as a travel day, and they're just getting settled, and there's a lot of excitement going on the track. But I'm excited to see it all unfold.
Well, we are already into it here. Shuttle hurdle, heat number 3, getting ready to go. Union, Liverport City, Columbus, Roland Story, and Hinton. I won't make you pick favorites yet, like I was making Tim do towards the end.
You were being kind of tough on him.
I'm being tough on both of these guys. I've made Tim 2 pull, or Tim. I'm supposed to say Tim number 2, not Tim 2. That would be. We'll get to him in a moment, but first it's Union, Laporte, Anderson, DeWinter, Luke, O'Connor. Columbus has Kahlberg, Reese, Neal, and Seint, and Roland Story, Long, Jonas, Long, Strum, Hinton, Anderson, Leary, Small, and Coffey. We're off. Union, Laporte City in 1, Columbus in 3. But it's Roland Story with the early lead with Long. Anderson here on the inside makes a room into, he'll finish second. Second runner for Roland Story is Jonas. The Long brothers here for Roland Story. They've had some success lately in track and in cross country, trying to extend it here, just like their neighbors to this of Gilbert, but it's a good third leg from Columbus. Cornell has a great run there for Columbus Junction, and now it's Columbus Junction Seint. Seont is running away with this one. Strum trying to keep it close. And it's going to be Columbus Junction. Have a good back end of that, and they finish with a 1 minute, 0.74. All right, what'd you see in that race?
I saw Columbus Junction, home of the great Mike J, coming home. That was awesome. I know he was excited about that race. I was talking to him prepping for this meet, and he was pretty pumped for him.
All right, we're going to let Tim, I think, Tim, do you have... I haven't come to you in a while. I got to get back into my rhythm for a minute.
So girls 3A discus, Ireland Bishop from Pella on her second throw has moved into second with a 141.11 foot throw in discus. So she's just off her season best at 149. So Hill is leading from Burlington yet with a 149.1. The high jump bar in 3A boys, there are 6 cleared at 6.5. We got Nolan Guzman should be up here pretty quick from Fort Madison, attempting his third attempt at 6.5. No, my fault. This is Evan from Glenwood. That is. No, that's not. Make sure I got my colors right here. That was Fort Madison.
Fort Madison, yep.
Yep. So
the Bloodhounds.
Yep. So unfortunately, he just missed. So he is done. It'll be. We will have the bar moving here. It looks like to 6-7 here shortly, with 6 competitors still alive in 3A boys high jump.
All right, Tim, let's, we'll watch this jump.
Long jump. It is still Brecken from Pella Christian leading with the 22.3. Nothing much has changed there since the last time we checked in. They are getting closer to the end. That would have been, looks like that was just Liam Vanderzee from Central Lyon with a near miss. They got 2 jumps left and a few other goes. So a little bit can change it here in the 2A long jump competition.
Iowa Falls, Alden, Central Lyon, Waukon, and Regina here in Heat 4. Ellen, what do you like in this one?
I'm liking the Central Lyon Lions. They have been running really well this season, and you know, I think it's just really important in a shuttle hurdle relay. You got to have 4 very confident, athletic human beings running back and forth as fast as they can with, you know, obstacles in their way.
Well,
no big deal.
Exactly, and it's the Shipper brothers for Central Lyon. It helps to have a couple of the same, very close to the same DNA running this race. And it's Regina now, trying to make a run from that outside. So is Waukon, but so far it has been Central Lyon. Here's another Shipper. Waukon Keeling keeping it close as we get to the last exchange. It's now a race for Central Lyon against the clock. And Waukon trying to make it close with McCormick. Maxwell out in front, but McCormick, a nice finish here coming for him in lane 6. And that Central Lyon time of 1 minute 35. And a 101 from Waukon, and Iowa Falls Alden at 103, and Regina at 104.
And we move to the finals of the 2A girls shot put.
So we have now 2 more heats of the 2A boys shuttle hurdle. Preview it for me here in Heat 5, Ellen.
Well, this is a hot heat. You got the Trainer Cardinals in lane 3. They were champions last year. Got Carter Cones. No, who do we got? We got Carter Cones, who should bring it home. This will be a good heat.
So you've got Trainer in 3. They qualified with 1 minute 26. Denver in 5. Dyke New Hartford in 7. South Hardin in 1. And I thought I had a moment there. The bubble time is 101.62 right now. All right, Tim.
Girls 3A or 2A shot put. You are moving to the finals. Are on the 5th throw. Lauren Travis still has the lead. She's up to 43.7. Morgan Divis is from Hinton is still in second, and Mia Schock from Unity Christian is sitting in 3rd. We have Eli Patterson has equaled his best from last year when he was the state title winner in the boys 3A high jump. He's over the bar at 6.7. He is the only clearance as of right now, so he is looking to defend his title this year.
All right, we're still getting ready for this heat. I'm just trying to get my cords extended so I can make sure I can pace the room a little bit here. You get excited. We've pinned Ellen in a tight little spot, and real estate is throw some elbows. You were never known to do that, were you?
Not that I know of.
If we go back and look at the tape,
you might see a thing or two. Just preparing for a life as a mom of 4 boys. Got to get ready.
You, Mom, and you're also an aunt here to some athletes that are competing. No wonder the butterflies are going to be moving a little bit today.
Yeah, I've got some excitement for a variety of different reasons. There's my first time in the booth. Excited about that. Excited to call a few races this afternoon.
Well, here's what we're going to do. This is what we're going to let Mike J call this one for us.
Hartford with McCorney, Denver, and Trainer. Trainer will come back with Luke Christensen. He was on that winning quartet last year. No block running well for Denver. It is Trainer and Denver. South Hardin and Dyke New Hartford. Trainer will run Creighton Dirks on this third leg. Cones will anchor. It is Trainer and Denver. Denver running Showville. Will anchor Georgia. Dyke New Hartford has moved into third.
Camden Tot. They'll anchor Peveril. And here comes Trainer with Coed Cones. Coed Cones, the Drake Relays 100 champion. On the anchor leg for Trainer's Shuttle Hurdle Relay.
What a race. Trainer, right on. You nailed it.
Yes. And I apologize, Coed Cones. I called you Carter earlier because that's what my notes said, but I didn't feel like that was right. We're going to see him a lot this weekend.
59.16. It's a pretty good time. All right, so Trainer just kind of opened it up. That sets it up. And
I don't know. I think they're going to be tough to beat. I haven't watched a lot of 2A shuttle hurdle, in my day, but holy cow, that was impressive.
Well, that leaves us for one more heat: Alburnett, Southeast Valley, Underwood, and Cherokee.
Valley, a returning state qualifier at 3 and 4. Underwood was 6th last year. They bring back 2. They'll be in 5 and 6. And Cherokee is 7 and 8.
So Alburnett, Knickerbocker, Strang, Frey, Meisner, Southeast Valley, Berger, Hansen, Ollinger, and Johnson. Underwood, Allen, Hultquist, Hull, and Mitchell. Cherokee, Fuller, Richardson, Carson, and Molosky are getting ready. And we are still have jumpers in high jump. We still have
2A boys long jump.
Jumpers in long jump, but actually those aren't jumpers. We're just warming up. So for that flight, right, Tim?
Yep. And out at the discus with the girls, 3A, Kylie Hill from Burlington just dropped a season best, 151.03 to stay in the lead. Ireland Bishop from Pella is still right behind her at 144.09. In the boys high jump, we've got guys that are trying to get over that 6-7 mark. Hansen, Bamrick, Zillman, Lamb, and Hopper are all with 2 misses at 6-7. They got one more chance each to try to get over that bar at 6-7. And in 2A girls shot put, they are in the 5th round of finals, and Lauren Travis has continued to extend her lead. She is now at 44 feet 3 1/4 inch. She's from Spirit Lake, and she is in first with Morgan Divis behind her from Hinton with a 41 feet and 1/2 inch.
All right, Tim, thank you. That's a lot to do. You're juggling 4 different spots at any given moment, trying to pause and read. Is it easier to call plays and keep a team organized, or keep a track team organized, than what you're having to do right now?
Oh, no, I enjoyed both. I was a head track coach for about 8 years at Urbandale, and assistant throws coach there too. Football's always been my passion, but I really like being here. It didn't matter if this state meet was rainy or if it was sunny. It was just fun to be here.
So far, it's been fun today. Alburnett, Southeast Valley, Underwood, and Cherokee on the track now. 6th and final heat of the Class 2A shuttle hurdle relay. And getting to the exchange first is Southeast Valley, the Jaguars. This is Hanson. Underwood making a little bit of noise here from the outside, lane 6. Off for Southeast Valley now is Ollinger. Hull for Underwood. But watch out for Cherokee. Carson trying to keep his name in there and his team. We're pretty even at the final exchange between Johnson for Southeast Valley and Mitchell for Underwood. But it's going to be Southeast Valley. Johnson is going to run away with this heat and a time of 59.8. So the bubble time was 1:01 when we started. And we'll put a bow on 2A, boys, before we flip to 3A. So Southeast Valley wins that heat. And another high, while we compile, let's talk high jump.
3A Fairfield, Eli Zillman is attempting his third attempt at 6.5. And he clears it. That was a pressure jump right there to be able to get to that point. And he is now the second guy to get over that, and he's over 6.7. I apologize. So you got two guys at 6.7. Eli Patterson from Benton Community and Eli Zillman from Fairfield are going to be moving on to 6'8".
Man, that's some height. All right, do we have our trainer?
Yep.
So trainer will advance as so Central Lyon, Mid Prairie, Okoboji, Columbus Junction or Columbus, Osage, and the Jayhawks of Jayhawks. Wow.
Look at you.
Look at those Jayhawks. They never let me near the hurdles.
Me either.
No.
This was not allowed in high school. I did steeplechase in college a couple times. It's okay.
It was okay?
Yeah.
Tim was talking about that earlier, about the steeplechase and certain transitions. Is there any of these races that translate to a good steeplechase person?
I think we'll see some future steeplechasers in the 3K.
Okay.
Yes, and you know, not all 3Kers are going to be steeplechasers, but steeplechase is a very unique race. Takes some athleticism, some resiliency, a lot of mental strength.
Oof. We just saw a throw there. I missed who that was, Tim.
That was Lauren Travis from Spirit Lake. She is in the lead. It is a measurable throw. The white flag is up. It's 44 foot even. She will be your 3A state champion for shot put, with Morgan Divis from Hinton being the runner-up and Mia Schrock from Unity Christian getting third.
All right, so we are moving on to 3A. Bondurant, Farrar, Waverly, Shellrock, Gilbert, and Solon are on the track now.
Keep an eye on this Waverly Shellrock team. I watched them at their state qualifying meet, and they can move.
Waverly Shellrock will be in 3. And we'll let Mike J. tell you about it.
1 of 6. Bondurant Farrar on the inside. That's Waverly Shellrock with Nolan Johnson. Gilbert with Rash. Solon running Will Brandt. Waverly Shellrock. Waverly Shellrock with Marquise Olson. Gilbert with O'Brien. Waverly Shellrock. Gilbert. And it's Waverly Shellrock with Alexander Christensen, Jaden Stevens. Outstanding young hurdler and long jumper. We'll run the anchor leg. That's Gilbert with Chittenden. They'll anchor Rash. Waverly Shellrock and Gilbert. Heat 1 of 6. Waverly Shellrock with Stevens. Gilbert with Ethan Rash. Then it's Bondurant, Farrar, and Solon.
places first here with a 58.01. Gilbert a 59.48. So both of those sub-60s, Bondurant, Farrar, and Solon go 3-4 in that race. So your eyes were right. Trust your gut there when you saw Waverly earlier this season, or last week, I guess. It wasn't that long ago. So that's your best time right now. Heat number 1, 58.01. Heat 2, what do you see?
In Heat 2, keep an eye on the Pella Dutch. They were 4th at Drake Relays. I believe the only non-4A team to qualify for finals at Drake. And they have a couple of the state's leading 100 high hurdle guys. And just a really deep team.
We talk about a couple of other programs with some depth. Pella is one of them for both boys and girls that have very good teams that we're going to see in the next 3 days. In the 4A, you know, we had Waukee Northwest, and we had a couple of other, some Cedar Falls had some excitement there for a little bit. But, yeah, I think Pella is, oh, and looks like we have, I didn't see, now the girls sometimes will do the hair thing. The guys have been, there's been a few more hair things done as we see here Pella getting ready in lane 1.
Yeah, there's been a lot of things that have changed at the state meet in the past, 20-some years. I won't age myself quite, to the T, but one thing that has not changed is the hairdos. They're still a little wild.
Mm-hmm. Individuality. We should ask the head coach how he thinks about individuality. He wants to keep working on his other job. How about that? All right, what do we have? Let's see. So, shot, we have a champion, right?
Discus, Brecken from Pella Christian is hanging in. Excuse me, long jump for Pella Christian has the lead with 22 foot 3 inches. That really hasn't changed much. And then we've got girls disc out north of the field. They are just getting to finals. It took a throw of 128.4 to get to finals. And right now leading it is Kylie Hill from Burlington with 151.3. The 3A boys high jump both passed on 6.8 and are going to 6.9.
I guess I never know in the high jump. Is there it's just is there a clock that actually goes on that, or is it? Because I looked up and I haven't seen anybody jumping for a little while.
Correct. I'm not quite sure what the holdup is. I think one of them could be involved in the shuttle.
Ah, yes.
It could be a variety of things, but yeah, it looks like they're on hold right now. Once their name gets called, they have a minute to perform their jump.
Yep, and we're off here with Sioux Center, Pella, ADM, and Des Moines Christian.
It is Pella getting out early. Pella in 3 and 4, ADM running in 5 and 6. Opening up with Schrock, Pella with Vandenbroek. Des Moines Christian
Vandenbroek for Pella, and it turns over to O'Halloran. Finken and Johnson do up for the Dutch. ADM, Pitson, Schrock, Klusner, Seifert. Des Moines Christian, Odell, Williams, Newton, and Talkheim for Sioux Center. Plazer, Veltkamp, Loss, and Smith, but it's Pella right now. That is Finken.
Freshman running for ADM. Sioux Center on the inside with Lowson, Des Moines Christian with Newton.
And to the final leg, it's Johnson.
Pella with Caden Johnson.
Johnson's racing the clock. The bubble time is 1:03. They're going to be under that. It's a matter of if they're going to be in first with that time. And that's a 57.78 Pella. So that will put Pella ahead of Waverly Shell Rock now for best time in this race so far. No, actually behind him. That's right. Waverly was a 58.27. I was thinking it was a 7.2. Pella 58.64. So the Go Hawks making a run of it. It's the old Wartburg Central rivalry continues. It happens at all levels. It's not just the colleges.
Carroll will run in 1 and 2. Western Dubuque in 3 and 4.
Long jump we're showing here.
Boys long jump for 2A. Brecken Ritzert from Pillar Christian just completed his jump, fourth jump, 21.9 1/4. Not quite his best jump of the day. There's been a little bit of movement. Cash Varner from Auburnett moved up after his jump 3. So we got some good jumping going on in 2A. In
Ladies and
the
gentlemen, at the award stand, our top 3 in the 2A
girls discus, Vandenberg from Sioux Center has moved into 3rd with a throw of 134.05. And Ireland Bishop from Pella has just thrown a 144.09 to be in 2nd. So some good marks happening out in the field events at the discus ring.
Well, the wind has died down just a little bit. We're at 60 degrees. I just had to stick my head out for a moment to make sure it was still nice and cool, and it's still nice and cool out here. We talked about the wind a little bit more in that discus and trying to keep it tight. As we get here now, 3:30, coming up on 3:30, it's middle of the day. This is the time everybody's used to practicing and competing. Do you, has it been at all, I mean, how do you get someone ready for the morning field events or just times that aren't normal for them during the regular year?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things about anytime you're involved in a championship game, there's sometimes you're playing at 10 o'clock in the morning, or you might be throwing at 9, and it's just teaching your kids, like, okay, here's what to expect. And we always said, like, no matter what the conditions are, we're all jumping in it, we're all throwing in it, so it should affect everybody the same.
Did you enjoy a morning race or an afternoon or an evening race?
You know, it honestly depended on the level. When I was running state track, I preferred the morning session was my preference, because usually you had a little bit nicer weather. Now this year is the opposite. the afternoon session is getting a little bit warmer temps, but you know, honestly, didn't really matter as long as you had a plan. And thinking from a nutrition perspective, which is where I hang out a lot, you can make anything work.
Carroll, Western Dubuque, North Polk, and Newton. We'll let the commentate on this race a little bit, if we shall.
These guys.
All right, tell me about
Borman is our leadoff leg. Really consistent junior runner. Tweed is running our second leg here.
With Josh Lamp.
They've been really a consistent unit.
North Polk with Cathcart. Western Dubuque with Bo Jasper.
We're going to run Cathcart third. He's a free safety and receiver for us on the football team. He's got some fancy cleats today and spikes.
I see that. That purple-pink combo stands out.
Sure does.
And right now it's still North Polk, Western Dubuque hanging tight.
This will be Mason Ackerman, our anchor leg. He'll be involved in the 4x2 and the 4x4 as well.
Williams Jr. making a run for the Bobcats. And North Polk. So Western Dubuque, a 5.962. North Polk right at a minute, 2.9. That's below the bubble time of 1:01.76 as of right now. Is that how you thought that race would go?
I did. I wanted to give North Polk a shout out.
How about we just let North Polk do the shout out for themselves?
I know. That worked out great.
Yeah, they ran about what they've run all year. They looked pretty good. So we'll see how that holds.
And they probably only saw Newton was the only team they might have seen in the regular. It just depends on where they might have seen him.
They went out to Newton. They went out to Newton's home meet earlier in the year, so they would have seen each other there. But the nice thing about in our conference in the Raccoon, you see good shuttle hurdle teams out of Carlisle, and you see Gilbert. So they've seen good competition throughout the year.
Well, setting up here in Heat 4, Humboldt, Benton Community, Clear Lake, and West Liberty. Ellen, I'm going to guess Clear Lake is one you like in this one?
You know, I like Clear Lake. I really like Benton Community. I saw them in that same state qualifying meet that was held at Mount Vernon, and Owen Van Ossen is the real deal. And I think it looks like he is leading off. We'll see him more throughout the rest of the week. This will be a good race. Very comparable teams here.
All right, Tim, I took you away from your regular duties to flip over seats for a moment. Did did we miss anything? Because I still have yet to see. So I'm guessing the hurdle situation might be what's holding us up there at high jump. And that happens at darn near every meet. Why not happen at the state meet, right?
Yeah, I think that's the hold up there. So discus, not a lot has changed. Hagedorn from ADM is sitting at 4th yet, with Vandenberg from Sioux Center at 3rd, and Bishop from Pella at 2nd, with Hill still leading. So we haven't seen much change there. In the boys' long jump, it's right now it's still Brecken from Pella Christian. He's been leading from the wire. There's been a little bit of movement behind him. Caden Rice from Centerville has moved up. Derek Hillman from Ridgeview has been hanging there too. So not a lot of movement so far. We got another jumper going right here. It looked like that was Caden Rice, possibly. Well, that was Derek. Derek just completed his jump.
From Ridgeview.
From Ridgeview. We'll see where he's at here once it gets.
All right, we're waiting for the starter. We are now ready to go. Humboldt, Benton Community, Clear Lake, and West Liberty. Heat 4 of the shuttle hurdle.
Clear Lake with Jefferson at 5 and 6. Benton Community with Von Awesome at 3 and 4. On the inside is Humboldt, West Liberty at 7 and 8. Benton Community and Clear Lake. Benton Community.
With Schonbacher, Larson running this leg for Clear Lake. That's West Liberty. With Nicholson in 7 and 8. On the inside, it's Humboldt with Grote. And Benton Community with Brock Corrigan on this 3rd leg. Clear Lake with Isaac Brownlee. Benton Community and Clear Lake. Humboldt with DeWinter. West Liberty with Simon. And Benton Community with Eli Patterson, the reigning high jump champion. Clear Lake with Tate Fever. Benton Community and Clear Lake. Humboldt and West Liberty.
That was a good finish. Great race right there between Benton Community and Clear Lake, just like you called it there. So what happened there?
We found our high jump hang up.
Yeah, there you go.
Mr. Patterson is crushing it. Now just hop on back over to the high jump. Do that thing too.
You gotta just basically run straight over and go do it. All right, so that puts Clear Lake at a 5.915. So they actually win the heat by 0.03 of a second, 59.18 for Benton Community. And already back into the long jumps before we get you ready for Heat 5.
Yeah, boys 2A long jump. We were waiting for the measurement when the race came on. Derek Hillman from Ridgeview jumped 21.11 to push himself into, at the time, 2nd. Or at 3rd, and we are on the 5th jump, heading into the 6th here, with Brecken from Pella Christian 1, Reed from Panorama 2, and Derek from Ridgeview 3. Out at the 3A discus, we're not seeing any changes here. Annika from Decorah has moved herself up into 5th with a throw of 134.1. With one more throw to go in the finals of discus.
And we will be able to show you some of the discus as the day goes on. We're able to bring some of those things in. I know we're not getting every throw, but we're trying to talk about it and present as many of them here. And our state track meet coverage from Des Moines here, which is presented by Iowa Farm Bureau, who makes this broadcast possible. And we've been around the world and here on your televisions all over the state of Iowa. We hope that you are enjoying this coverage as we kind of do a little bit of a hybrid of sorts between many different things that are going on, but trying to keep you abreast of all the things that are going on. And we're trying to juggle races, field events, commentary, and I suppose we should talk about food at some point because I stuck my head out there for a moment and it did smell good like it always does here.
I was just going to say we should probably talk a little bit about hydration as
okay.
well. I don't know that I've seen you take very many drinks
I
of
know.
water. I'm going to keep you both accountable this whole session.
I do want to talk about hydration, and I will after this race, but what do you like here between Center Point Urbana, Central DeWitt, Atlantic, and Sergeant Bluff Luton?
I think our focus is going to be in the middle of the track. Central DeWitt and Atlantic are very evenly matched. I think it should be a good race.
Central DeWitt with Sam Fifley. Atlantic with Petty, Sergeant Bluff Luton with Jones. CPU on the inside. Lopata will run the second leg.
Sergeant Bluff on the outside with Kniefel. It is CPU, Sergeant Bluff, Luton, Central DeWitt, and Atlantic. CPU on the inside with Essling. Central DeWitt with Beck Miracle. He has taken him to the lead. Central DeWitt. Jameson Gregoire will be on the anchor leg for Central DeWitt. They were fourth a year ago, and Gregoire was on that quartet. Central DeWitt, CPU, Sergeant Bluff, Luton, and Atlantic.
Central DeWitt, 59-27.
So Central DeWitt moves on with, or at least likely moves on. They are just under the bubble time right now by about 3/4 of a second, 59-7. That bubble floating at a minute 29. All right, Ellen, that race tough for Atlantic there. They have the fall. They do finish the race, just nowhere near where they want it. So Central DeWitt runs, but that's the thing of this race, right?
That's right. There's a lot that can go well, and there's a lot that can not go well in this race. There's so many, obvious hurdles that come in the way. I think, it's almost metaphorically similar to a broadcast, right? Like there's a lot of rhythm, there's a lot of timing, there's a lot of trust involved. And, sometimes you're going to trip and you're just got to get back up, keep going.
Just hope they don't hit rewind too often on their live web stream. All right, we're watching the long jump right now. I still see is taking place. Cash Varner looks like he just jumped.
Yeah, we're taking a look here at what he gets for measurement. I have not seen.
Mount Pleasant lead off with freshman Cale Brown, MOC Floyd Valley with Dylan Mazda.
Anything changed there? Up 19 even for Cash.
Okay.
He stayed where he's at, so he's going to stay at 5th. We're moving on to Caden Rice from Centerville will be up next. The discus, they are on their last round. Vandy Berg from Sioux Center just threw a 136.2 for her best throw of the day, keeping her in 3rd place. Ireland Bishop from Pella is up next.
1 minute 29.
And there is Caden Rice's jump.
White flag is up.
So we'll get a measurement on that. Ellen, this was something that's been on my mind. Thank you for bringing it up. This is, again, odd weather situation, track situation. Walk me through the fuel, the hydration, and the food side of things right now, especially given these conditions of 60 degrees. It's cooler than normal, but it's average for a regular track meet.
Yeah, absolutely. We should probably give listeners some context. As a sports dietitian, I do have some, I have some opinions on this, right? I'm not just a random person talking about food and the state track meet. But, I think this session in particular presents, some opportunities for, just nailing your nutrition routines, because a lot of student athletes are going to come here a little bit nervous, just like, everyone is coming into the stadium, and they might forget to eat, or they might forget to pack their food or whatever it may be. But we're getting to a time now where they're pretty close to and accustomed to competing at this time of day, and so they just have to think about, right, what time of day am I going to be doing my thing, and how do I prepare for that?
So it's Mount Pleasant, MOC Floyd Valley, Ballard, and Burlington on the track right now as they are competing at about 3:40 in the afternoon here on Thursday at the state track meet in Des Moines. Mount Pleasant goes Brown, Shepherd, Heaton, Schatt. MOC Floyd Valley, Mazda, Bunt, Van Zee, and Vanderpleg Ballard is Eiley, Wilson, Hintzman, Kane, Burlington, Hart, Hudley, Enger, and Owens. This is the third leg, and it's pretty even. MOC and Ballard. Ballard starting to pull a bit away with Hintzman. And they've got Kane as their anchor here in the shuttle hurdle. This is heat number 6.
And it is Ballard with Kane.
And all of a sudden, Kane just out of a cannon.
Ballard, MOC Floyd Valley.
Vanderplague trying to keep it close and keep that time and let them run on Saturday as Mount Pleasant and Burlington finish up the heat. So Ballard with a 5:8.74. The bubble time drops below a minute at 59.62. So Ballard will run one more time.
It's really impressive for Ballard, especially when their leadoff guy, Carter Eiley, wasn't even sure that he'd get a season this year because of a broken leg at the beginning of the football season last fall. And, you know, he worked his butt off and qualified, and now they're headed to the finals.
Well, they will get a chance to run in the finals as they will qualify. Waverly, Shell Rock, Pella, Western Dubuque, Benton Community, MOC, Floyd Valley, Central DeWitt, Ballard, and Atlantic. When we come back, we'll get rid of these hurdles. We'll start doing some long distance races, the 3,000, the 3,200, when we return to the state track meet in Des Moines, Iowa.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
A new day means so many things. Possibility and potential, new opportunities and challenges. And when you're building something that matters, you need a partner who truly understands. Iowa banks get this. Their customer relationships are built on shared values and earned trust. From homeowners to small businesses, Iowa banks know what it means to invest in the future. Iowa Banks, your partner through it all.
State track meet in Des Moines, the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union and the Iowa High School Athletic Association. They partner together for one big 3-day party, and we're in the middle of it here. On Thursday afternoon, 1A, 4A are in the books for their session 1. 2A, 3A just getting started. We had shuttle hurdle. Soon it's going to be the 3,000 meter run, girls 2A, then 3A, then the 3,200 boys 2A and 3A. We'll get you introduced in a minute, but we have action at the high jump. Let's go to it right now, Tim.
Zillman from Fairfield is about to jump over the bar. Just catches it. That was his second miss at 6'9". Both Patterson and Zillman have 2 misses apiece each, so they both have 1 jump left. And then if they both miss, it will come down to misses on previous jumps, and that'll go to Patterson then from Benton Community.
So the thing with the high jump at any meet is there's nothing regular. There's interruptions, there's patterns, rhythms that you get in and out of. Who has an advantage? Someone who goes away to run, or someone who's there waiting?
I don't know. I think high school kids are better to be active and moving. So I'd rather have them have a race to run rather than sit around and wait. But yeah, that's the nature of the beast. Some schools will start their field events a half an hour or 45 minutes earlier to try to clear through some of that, but doesn't always get rid of it all. So I'd rather have a kid moving and competing, because I think it keeps them locked in and focused rather than just kind of sitting around and hanging out.
Ellen, did you mind sitting or waiting? I mean, you weren't a field event person, really.
I never did any field events. Well, no, that's a lie. I long jumped in 7th grade, and that career quickly came to an end. But no, I never liked sitting around and waiting. It was, it was fun because you're here with your teammates and your friends, and that's when the memories are happening. But in the middle of an event, I would not like to get put on pause. but also back to the nutrition thing. There's some opportunity there. They can fuel in between those jumps and maybe have an advantage over those who have to leave to run and come back.
And it just look, we had a miss on high jump. So that was the Benton community.
Yes.
Yep.
That was Patterson. So it'll be up to Eli Zillman from Fairfield. If he clears this, he'll be your state champ. If he misses it, he'll be second, and Patterson will be the state champ.
Okay, we're going to juggle a couple of things here. We just started the girls 2A 3000. We will try to split screen a little bit here, this final jump, because this is kind of for a state championship, kind of. It is. And we'll get you the runners here. So forgive me if I get a little out of sorts. The 3000. First of all, Ellen, what do I see? What am I going to watch in this race?
This is going to be a great race. We've got the Montgomery sisters from Albia. Keep a close eye on McKenna Montgomery. She's in 4th right now. She's a senior leader on the team, so mentally tough, does all the little things right, everything that you would want in that senior leader role. Little sister Maddie is a standout softball player and a sophomore. So they'll be fun to watch. Laura Streck from Van Meter, of course, is going to be a contender here. She's put together a really, really good season. Kind of struggled at the end of cross-country season last year, figured some things out, and I expect her to be very strong.
All right, we're still waiting. Here we go. We're going to have our jump, Tim.
Yep. Just missed it. He will be the runner-up in 3A, and Eli Patterson will be the champion of 3A and defend his title from a year ago.
Back-to-back is kind of fun. Congratulations there. Thanks for keeping us updated. Here's who's on the track for the 3,000-meter run for 2A. Katie Young for Unity Christian. She's qualified in the 15 and the 3. Ella Fleschner from Woodward Granger. Same races, same with Lily Miller from Trainer. Hallie Kelchin from Cascade. We'll see her again in the 1500 on Saturday. Lydia Harley from Grandview Christian. Addie Thompson from West Marshall. Fiona McGill, Louisa Muscatine, and Kylie Rockholtz from Panorama are your first 8. What do we see so far, Ellen, in this race? What has unfolded so far? We were packed. We had a sprint out, a pack, and now we've got a sprint out.
Yeah, we see Laura Streck just trying to string it out. She is taking a commanding lead and looks to me like she's going to try to put it away from the beginning. She doesn't want anyone else hanging out in this race with her. So we'll see how that goes. You know, McKenna Montgomery's got the veteran experience. She's in 3rd right now. Am I seeing that correctly? Yes. But man, that was a bold move by Laura Streck. I like that. She's got a big weekend in front of her.
Iris Melody is a senior from South Central Calhoun. Ashlyn Saucer from Olwine. Saucer. Addison Tesh from Ridgeview. Maddie Montgomery, you've talked about a little bit. Sister of McKenna. And Albia, involved in some great softball games and some pretty good track meets at the same time. Sage Weber, the sophomore from Sioux Central. Haley Renz from Pella Christian. Avery Trunkhill from Denver. She's in the 3,000 as well as the 4x8 for the Cyclones. Kylie Robinson from Sheldon. Laura Streck from Van Meter, a state cross-country medalist. And very strong here in this race as we go through the checkpoint, if you will. Laura Streck, Mary Grace Lyons, McKenna Montgomery, Kylie Rockholtz. Your first 4 with Scarlett Burns. Let me fill out the rest of the field here for you. Molly Hansen from Hudson is a qualifier for state cross country. There's the other Montgomery, McKenna, headed to Kansas State. And the defending cross-country champion, Scarlett Burns from Osage, going to Drake. So she's in her home, soon-to-be home, in just a few weeks. Mid-Prairie has Brooklyn Stutzman on, Kendall Landstrom from Mid-Prairie, and Delaney Hoban from Comanche. And Mary Grace Lyons from Monticello.
Got to give a shout-out to Mary Grace. think the only freshman in this loaded field. She had a great cross-country season. I believe she comes back in the, I think she's coming back in the 4x8. I don't know that's for sure, but I know for sure the 1500.
Well, walk me through that, because earlier in 1A and 4A, we saw some runners who did do the 3 and then turn around the 4x8. What are you looking at for a decision in both of those races right now?
Yeah, again, you got to go back to the emotional management, the energy utilization on day one on a 3K 4x8 girl. You know, a lot of this is all about team points. So if you're just fighting for every point, but you also have to recognize that you got to have something left to come back in just a couple of short hours. You got to know what you're capable of and come up with a game plan with your coach and decide, what you're trying to accomplish. Laura Streck is coming back in the 4x8, and they are going for their 6th straight. So this will be very, very interesting. She's feeling good, really strong. She looks really strong.
Okay, so she can look at the video board every once in a while. That's a little bit different than a regular high school meet. At what point does she say, I'm not going to get a time, I'm going to preserve a little bit? Gold is all I'm after. I'm not trying to break records today.
Yeah, I mean, each runner is different in kind of what motivates them and what they're going after. If it was me personally, and this was my senior state meet, I would be looking to preserve a little bit. But, she knows what she's capable of, and she is pouring it on right now.
I would say that lead is somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 meters at this point. Okay, 50. I'll keep it there. McKenna Montgomery is second, Mary Grace Lyons third, and Kylie Rockholtz in fourth. Really, it'll be a fight for that medal stand, 2-3. Right now, 1, 2, 3, pretty solid, and it's going to be in that fourth position where things can go, and then the pack falls a little bit behind. That's going on 200 meters behind the leader, Laura Streck, as she comes here into the home stretch.
The thing about these 3,000 meter runners is, and with all track athletes in Iowa now, people are not showing up on February 24th, 25th, 26th, whatever the first day of track practice is, just putting their shoes on for the first time. They take a short break after state cross country, and they're rolling by mid-November, and they're putting in the miles. They're getting together with their teammates, and that's why we've seen such an elevation in performances in all the way from sprints through distance. But this is a race that you can't hide, right? Like if you've got a weakness, it will be exposed, and I think that's a little motivation that I think some of these girls have in the back of their mind, that they're here to party. They want to.
Right now, Laura Streck running away with things as she heads into that far side turn.
600 to go for our leader, Laura Streck of Van Meter.
Just under a lap and a half to go at the 8-minute mark.
600 for Montgomery.
The all-time meet for this was set last year by Addison Dorenkamp of Valley at 9:23.60. The state meet record for 2A is Anna Hostetler from Mid-Prairie, set back in 2017. That's at 9:47.
Streck coming to the bell.
That's
could be within reach.
That's possible. Mm-hmm. It's just a matter of now.
Yep.
I guess I'm going to ask that question again. What do
you
want to do?
I mean, records are great. I would love to still have some records here at this track. They've been long broken. But yeah, it looks like Streck's going to go for it.
Laura Streck of Van Meter.
It's this 3,000 race in Class 2A.
I bet Laura has a rock-solid refueling plan to get her ready for that 4x8 in just a couple of hours.
Well, what is something like that? I mean, are we talking applesauces here, cheese sticks? What is it? A protein? Is it a sugar?
With a couple of hours, I like to tell my athletes you've got room for some protein and carbohydrate. Here she comes.
We're gonna I'm gonna let Mike J finish off and tell us what happens here as we watch this attempt at a state record.
4x8 Van Meter.
Laura Streck. She took a great shot at the state meet record, but a new lifetime best just the same for Streck, 9:48.31.
So just under the state meet by Anna Hostetler. But that's a great time for
race.
Laura Streck.
Huge lifetime PR there. I'm pretty sure for her.
And McKenna Montgomery crosses second. Mary Grace Lyons will be third. Kylie Rockholtz, best time for her this year. Kendall Lindstrom, Molly Hansen from Hudson, now Lily Miller,
McKenna Montgomery,
Brooklyn Stutzman.
Albia, the runner-up, 10:08.09. Mary Grace Lyons.
So let's go back and look at Laura's times. Let's see, a 1:18, a 1:18, a 1:19, 1:20, 1:19, 1:18, and a 1:18. So that's
very consistent.
Very consistent, and a 1:18.68 last lap. Am I reading that right?
Yes. Yeah, and really, that's how you want to run this race. You don't you want to keep things consistent, neutral. You don't want to get lactic any too early. That was really impressive. You can tell that she's been running that pace comfortably for a long time.
Okay, so Laura, now what does she need to do? She has time to what?
She has time to get in what I call a substantial snack, which contains protein and carbohydrate, and she should do some hydrating as well. Find a place to sit down, relax after she gets done with her cool down, and then as they're getting ready to get back on the track for the 4x8, she'd be probably looking for some quick carbs, some applesauce or a fruit strip, just to provide that quick energy that she's going to need to go after that 6th title.
Nutrition has changed over time too.
A little bit.
It's not. I'm not supposed to go get a hero.
What's that?
I'm not supposed to go get a gyro, or a steak sandwich in between races. Is that not the best example?
This team also needs to stay fueled. I don't need to see anyone passing out up here. No, just as long as you drink some water with it, maybe an apple, get some fiber in there.
Finishing yet here on the track, we are final racer, and it's going to be Kylie Robinson from Sheldon. And she is going to come and finish at 12:43, sorry. And that is how we finish in the 2A girls 3,000. So that'll make way for the 3A, but we've talked about Laura Streck and her dominant performance, and we will see her soon in another race. And we'll make way for the 3A. So let's handicap this field a little bit. What do I expect in this one?
This is the one I've been waiting for. This is a really incredible repeat of the state cross country meet. We've got the top 6 returning place winners from the state cross country meet in this field, and then another 5 to 7 from the top 15 of the state meet. This is a loaded field. We've got Marissa Farabee, Elsie Brenneman, Evelyn Moeller, Izzy Harden, many of those D1 athletes or future D1 athletes. This is going to be a good race. Elsie Brenneman, we'll talk about her in just a little bit. Let's get this race going. This is Elsie's 4th race of the season, I think. She struggled with some injuries early on and came back right before the conference meet and ran really, really well. And they said, okay, let's keep it rolling. So it'll be interesting to see what she can do.
The 3A 3000 is underway. Melissa Farabee, your defending champ. Again, everybody's chasing that 9:23.60 by Addison Dornkamp, the 2024 all-time best. This class is Peyton Noe. Her time is 9:38.82. Anything's possible once we get going as the pack makes their way in front of us here in the press box area and headed towards the start-finish line for the 3,000. So now you start counting. They have 7 laps to go. Natalie Anderson from MOC Floyd Valley. Emma Horak from Washington is a junior in this race. Addison Bertrand from Bishop Heelan. Aubrey Fisher from Humboldt. And Avery Fisher. One's a sophomore, the other's a sophomore. They are running for Humboldt. Grace Berglund from Glenwood. Sylvia Campbell from Storm Lake, and Quintree Lee from Mount Pleasant, your first 8. What do you see here in the opening lap?
I see what we expected. Marissa Farabee on the outside of lane 1, Evelyn Moeller in second, Elsie Brenneman and Izzy Harden right behind them.
Finishing third from Monticello, Mary Grace Lyons.
It's Avery Rump from Fort Madison with that lead pack right now. I think this will be really interesting. We saw Moeller take the lead early, take command of the race early at Drake Relays. She ran really, really well. And it'll be interesting to see if she does that again or if she lets Marissa do some of the work for her. Marissa's got 3K and 15 this weekend. Moeller's got a thick lineup. She'll come back tomorrow on the distance med. She'll have Saturday 800 and 1500. So, it's just all about managing laps on the legs and what she feels comfortable with.
The rest of the field, Mackenzie Valley from Hampton Dumont, Audrey Muckler from Newton. Winterset has Morgan back in the race. Ava Hope, a sophomore, also from Winterset. Elsie Erzin from Des Moines Christian. Meryl, and then Meryl Cassidy.
Yeah.
Alexis Sorensen, Cora Smith, Izzy Harden, Marissa Farabee, Elise Brenneman from Pella, Avery Rump from Fort Madison, you've talked about already, Lucy Murphy, Ashton Appleby from Central DeWitt, Allison Seidel from Clear Creek Amana, and Evelyn Muller, a junior from Mount Vernon. Where are we at in this race so far? We're still, as we make the same pack, it's gotten a little smaller, but it's not necessarily an exclusive pack yet.
Yep, we've got, where's that? I figured that, yep, that's Elise Erzin that's in the back of that pack. She's the younger sister of Ainsley Erzin, Carlisle standout and current Arkansas Razorback. So, she's got good genes in her bloodline. Looks like Moeller's gonna push the pace a little bit. Let's see what the rest of the pack does.
All right, so you're looking forward to this race for a couple of reasons. A, you just know 3A, but you're also playing a double role here right now.
I am, yes.
Let's talk about your niece.
I'm the proud aunt and godmother of Evelyn Moeller. And for anyone who's thinking we're playing favorites, we've got a really big family. I think I have 49 first cousins. So, I will be related to several people on the Blue Oval this weekend. But, yeah, Evelyn is she's just such a hard worker. I gotta give her flowers. And I must say, also the best built-in babysitter you could possibly imagine. She is just awesome with our kiddos. She's actually the godmother of our 15-month-old twins, and so they've got a special relationship. We get her for a week of the summer, so we're looking forward to that. She's going to come hang out with us and do some running in the Des Moines area and help me watch all my kids.
Well, so far, you have a little bit of insight in this discussion between Moeller and Farabee and Harden and Rump. I mean, these are all 4. They know each other. You've seen them all run several times. Right now, it's pretty even in their strides, but there is starting to be just a little bit of distance between them.
Yeah, it's, I'm actually a little bit surprised that the Pella runners aren't right together. I think they've run stride for stride in every race that Elsie Brenneman, who's in third right now, has run this season. And so it does look to me like she's maybe closing that gap a little bit, but looks like they all want their own space.
Past the 5-minute mark.
All right, so Evelyn's a junior, Farabee a senior. Farabee going on to the next level to run. Just fantastic. This field is loaded with a lot of those great athletes now and bright futures ahead. I mean, running in the SEC is no small feat.
Right. Yeah. Farabee's had such an incredible high school career, and I know she's really looking forward to joining the some Iowa girls down in Arkansas, and yeah, taking her talents there and elevating her performances.
All right, so Muller has now moved into third, or as we go 3 laps left, sorry. Muller's still in first,
Yep.
Farabee, Brenneman, Erzen, and Rump.
Yep.
As Rump crosses through on a 123, Erzen's a 121, Brenneman a 118 split, Farabee a 119, but Evelyn Muller right now at a 115. So that's a 117, 117, a 116, and a 115. Pretty even strides so far.
Yep.
Middle of this race, what are you looking here in this last 3 laps?
Yeah, I'm looking for just a lot of strength. Honestly, this is where it gets a little bit mental. You know, Evelyn's out there on her own, and she's just got to lock in. Quite honestly, she's got to have a lot of positive self-talk, telling herself, you know, pour it on, make it hurt. is what at least that's what I'm hoping she's saying.
The fun of that running. So one thing we talked about in the first session was, you know how you always have that help on the inside of the track meet during the year. This year it's all on the outside. So coaches are yelling things and lots of supporters. What are you telling her right now if you could be in her ear with 2 laps to go?
Stay light, stay quick, eyes up. That's my big one. I'm always telling all of my athletes, but especially Evelyn, eyes up. You know, you got to see the track ahead of you. You know, whatever it is that's going on, because if you can keep your eyes up and focused, right, your momentum is always moving forward. I see a lot of runners, you know, when they get tired, kind of let their gaze fall to the track or, you know, to their toes, and then they can only go so far so fast. So I've stolen that light, you know, quick hands, quick feet from my mom. She was always over in section A when I was running, and I could always, you know, there was always thousands of people who were, you know, saying their things, but Mary Kay Reese, I could always hear her out of all of them. Her and Coach Bob Mudd, he was always on the direct opposite side of Mary Kay, and I always had some things, some words of encouragement.
Well, okay, so if you're Elsie Brenneman and Marissa Farabee right now, what are you talking about? Because you've now put some distance of the 2 that you've trained with a bunch.
Yeah.
You're looking at about a 50 meter to 60 meters. You come into that bell lap. What do you got to do?
Yeah, you know, Elsie is looking really strong right now, especially for the short season that she's had. You know, for her, she is just thinking, finish strong. You know, she should be giving herself so much praise for getting here the way that she did, because that was no easy feat. You don't just show up, you know, with 4 races left of the season and decide that you're gonna, you know, potentially take home the runner up in the 3K. Marissa, you know, she's looking really good. Marissa's got you know, the 1500 again coming back on Saturday. This will be it for Elsie.
All right, here's Evelyn Muller. We'll let Mike J. tell us about the final stretch.
9:38.82 is the 3A meet record. Evelyn Muller, Mount Vernon, the Drake Relays runner-up. She's going to be your 3A champion. Shattering the 3A meet record held by the great Peyton Noe, 9:27.31. She closed in 72. Number 4 on the all-time list, Evelyn Muller of Mount Vernon. Lifetime best for the Mount Vernon junior. Brenneman ran 9:41.48.
Heck of a race right there for Evelyn Muller. Led pretty much beginning to end, for sure, the last 7 laps. shatters the record. Great all-time performance. And yeah, welcome to the booth. Sometimes it can get a little emotional in here, and that's okay.
I'm so glad she didn't take my advice. I really am. That was incredible.
Who's she talking to right now? Talking to Mom.
Yep, there's my sister Erin and my cousin Kellen and her dad Andy and my niece Kalina. Oh, and my nephew Ryan. Yep, the whole team is there. Saturday, that whole section of P will be lined with little admirers. Evelyn's cousins will be screaming their little hearts out at her.
All right, so Evelyn Moeller finishes with a 9:27.31. That's a state meet record for 3A. Elsie Brenneman, second. Marissa Farabee, third. Natalie Anderson, fourth. Elsie Erzin, fifth. In sixth is Avery Rump. Lucy Murphy from Dubuque-Wallard, seventh. Grace Berglund is eighth with a time of 10:20.62. So 9:41 is second place, which in some years would win it.
Oh my gosh, that race was everything that we hoped it would be and then some.
As we have everyone now off the track and has finished. So Seidel 10th, Fisher 11th, Fisher, Avery, then Aubrey, Ava Hope, Addison Bertrand, Alexis Sorensen, Morgan Back, Sylvia Campbell, Emma Horak is how we finished in that race. So that is the end of the 3,000, and we're getting warmed up for field events. I think everything has been put away, right? We've got it. Do you want to recap anything here before we get started, Tim?
No, I think we got everything covered.
Okay.
Girls 3A discus finished as we had announced it. Hill from Burlington won it with the 151.3. Congratulations to her. Boys long jump got finished up. Brecken from Pella Christian won it with the 22.3. I feel like we got it all covered. Looking through this last set of field events today, there is a very impressive 2A shot put field that has 13 state qualifiers returning from 2005, 4 of the 8 top place finishers returning, and it's just a really loaded field that will be a very fun event to watch. And then the other thing that's really cool is I've noticed a trend here is Pella, Newton, Algona, North Polk has some jumpers that have 2 jumpers or 2 competitors in the field, and how that can be helpful to a track team where if you got one thrower or jumper being highly competitive, how it pulls along another person on your team to compete at a higher level, and to get 2 people qualified in a top 24 is pretty impressive.
And not only could you score points, you might prevent somebody else who's chasing you from scoring points. So there's that factor too.
Yeah, now Algona's got 2 discus throwers in the second flight. So they got 2 of the top 12 throwers in the state competing, which I think speaks to their depth as well. So it's really cool to see some of the field events and how things play out with their teams.
Tim DeBrink, thank you so very much for keeping us updated on those field events. We're into the 2A boys 3,200 meter run. All right, Alan Davis had a moment to compose, collect, and now it's back to pro. It's not ant mode, it's pro mode now.
Nope,
what do we
I'm
like
back.
in this race?
Oh man, this is another good one. Emerson Vokes from Grundy Center has a personal best of 9:21. He's just a veteran leader that we should keep an eye on. There's a lot of really good runners in here. Nolan Weirs from Anamosa. I know he's looking for a little bit of redemption after his cross-country season was cut short due to an injury. Yeah. Got a good race.
All right, well, let's tell you who's in it. Ian Ten Naple from Western Christian. Simon Wendell from Mediapolis, the Bulldogs. Landon Meinertz from Central Lyon in Northwest Iowa. From Tri-Center, it's Haven Weirs. Keyshawn Williams from Owine. Elijah Stryle from Columbus, or Elijah Stry from Columbus Catholic in Waterloo. There's your first 8 as the runners make their way front of us, going left to right. What do you see so far in this race?
We see Emerson Vokes taking charge early in that signature white bandana. You know, I never got a chance to talk to him about when that started, but going back on several years of pictures, that has been his statement piece for a long time. So I gotta figure that out. I gotta know the story behind that. But looks like.
All right, we will introduce the rest of you here in a moment as we're watching the 3,200 boys race.
Yes, those are chicken tenders. And yes, they're on a plate with your favorite Pizza Ranch items. Which means, yes, chicken tenders are now available at Pizza Ranch buffets. Make it a buffet day at Pizza Ranch.
Need money for college? Our scholarship registration is quick and easy. ISL Education Lending Scholarship is open to both students and parents. Visit iowastudentloan.org/award for details. Multiple awards are available, and you'll learn valuable financial literacy tips as part of the process. Register online today for your chance to win $1,000.
The 3,200 meter run, Class 2A on the track now. Nolan Weirs for Anamosa, Max Schweitzendruber from Mid Prairie, Lucas Wernemont from South Central, Emerson Vokes from Grundy Center in the lead, Brendan Lahart from Prairie City Monroe, Corbin Lucchese from Roland Story, Jesus Garcia from South Hamilton, Andrew Heron from Iowa Falls Alden, Sheraton, the Chargers have Lucas Anderson on the track, and also Cy Stewart, Jace Hungerford from Spirit Lake, Will Vandenbosch from Pella Christian, Jonah Pringnitz is from Garner Hayfield Ventura, Will Nesbitt from Jessup, Emmanuel Grass from Red Oak, and Riley Aragon from East Sac County. As we make our way about the 4:40 mark as the runners with 4 laps to go. Let's talk about the race. It is pretty even so far. 2, 4, 6, 8 runners, all within striking distance of that lead right now.
They're running a really even pace, too. They came out a little hot. A couple of 69-second laps, but settling in 72 or so. Emerson Vokes was the cross-country champion in the fall and just has a ton of strength, a ton of depth on his team, and plenty of friends to train with.
Well, the success that Grundy Center has had in so many sports right now, you think football and basketball for the boys, and oh, by the way, they've got a really good golfer too, who's going to Stanford. So I mean, just a lot of great. Grundy Center has been very good in girls athletics. A few years ago, just were on a heck of a run, maybe reloading right now, and their AD is the pride of Applington, Mr. Lindemann, who every time I mention him during basketball, they get excited in the office. There's probably nobody in the office at 4:18 on a Thursday in a school in May. If they are, they're watching the track meet today. So Emerson Vokes still in the lead, Lucas Anderson from Sheridan, Simon Wendell, Haven Weirs, and Emmanuel Grass all in that top 5, but let's keep an eye on 6 with Cy Stewart, Jace Hungerford. We got a 1-2 in this race. The wind, not a story today like it has been in some of these spring track meets, but when you get to this elite level, the wind is not even anything that really bothers you, right?
You know, if you don't dwell on it, it is a non-issue. You know, if you come into the race thinking, oh, the wind is so strong and, how am I going to, push through this? And like Coach was saying earlier, everybody's got to run in it. So you just got to push it out of your mind and just go. But, I think depending on the direction of the wind, thinking back to my days, sometimes it was an absolute non-issue. Some years it was a little strong on the backstretch, but I don't see the flags dancing down there too much. So I think they got a pretty perfect day for racing.
Yeah, 60 degrees, beautiful day. You might be a little chilled in the stands, but that's okay. You'll take it because you're here at the state track meet. 7:18 on the clock, 2 laps to go for our leaders. If you're looking for the leader, he's on our screen. He's got that headband. It's Vokes and Anderson. The thing that Anderson's coach was talking about. Watch his final 800, and that's what we're really into right now. So let's see what type of a move Anderson's going to make to try to stay with Vokes.
Lucas Anderson, the Sheridan Junior. Qualified last year with third at state cross this year.
And the moment I say that is when Vokes puts a little...
it's a lean in.
Yeah, he steps on that accelerator just a little bit.
This season. Outstanding two-way field.
Look at his head and his I mean, that head's not moving at all.
That's right. And that's a sign of a really efficient runner, right? You can tell when an athlete is very experienced as a distance runner because they don't have a whole lot of wasted energy in their stride. You know, the head's not bobbing around. It's square on their shoulders and doing it down.
Emerson Vokes.
On the bell lap, puts a little bit more of the accelerator down and opens up a lead on Lucas Anderson. Simon Wendell, Haven Weirs, Emmanuel Grass still in that top 5, but let's let Mike J. bring home the race.
I hope that he's going to get maybe less than or worse than second. Vokes up front. The battle brewing for second with 200 left. Emerson Vokes of Grundy Center. Emerson Vokes. Look at the battle for second. Weirs and Wendell. Wendell on the rail. Weirs of Tri-Center. Simon Wendell, the Mediapolis senior, will be the runner-up. 9:13.57 for Emerson Vokes. Closed in 66.3. New lifetime
Emerson
best
looks
for
like
Vokes.
he wants to run another 1,500 today or 1,600 today. I don't even know if he's breathing hard.
That was an impressive effort.
Now
he must have fueled very well before this race. He's got extra energy.
He's standing near the finish line, congratulating some of his competitors, some that he knows. As the 3,200, it is definitely a race when you give it all. As Wendell.
I think there's such a camaraderie amongst athletes, you know, not only at this meet, but, you know, all throughout the season. You know, you start to see each other,
And we're ready to move on to 3A.
you know, a couple times a week, and you just really appreciate and respect the work that
Keenan Dunham of the field. He was third at Drake.
everyone's putting in.
Cross-country runner-up and a cross-country champion. Been the runner-up in this event.
Yeah, one of the most exhausted spaces is the finish line at a track meet. That area of the turf or grass, wherever you're at, is a lot of stuff has happened over there over the years. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and other fluids.
Might have to watch your step.
Yeah. That's always the one. When I see somebody lay down there, I'm like, really? Okay. That's take your own step. It's no different than football. You know, it's like there's certain spots on that sideline, coach, where you get wrapped into that. But all right, exhaustion-wise here, we've got that good race in. Again, they're going to have to do the 4x8. Same thing to think about, but these athletes train for that, Ellen. So now let's handicap a little bit in this 3A race. Talk me through some of these great runners we're about to see in this 3A boys.
Well, everyone has this circled on their calendar. This is the first time we're going to see Quentin Nauman.
Who?
I know, right?
I've tried not to say his name. Yeah, let me
to
introduce you to
the legend. We'll get to him in a little bit. Although we won't probably have as much time to talk about him in this race as you normally would in a typical 3,200 meter race. But again, this is a loaded field. We've got the Gilbert duo. We've got Keenan Dunham from Pella, of course, Quentin Nauman. We're missing Caleb Tenpass in this race, which is, kind of a bummer. I think there's a lot of people who are, sad that they won't see that that duel happening all weekend long, but you know, this group of runners especially, I have seen just so much fun come from watching these races, that they are just going at it with the most love I've ever seen of amongst competitors. Like, they just have this mutual respect for one another, and this will be fun.
Well, let's introduce you to who is on the track. Luke McCormick from Des Moines Christian, Barrett Jacina from South Tama, Carson Meskimen from Clear Creek Amana, Logan Blake from Gilbert. Another Gilbert Tiger is Jacob Tallman, Isaac Rankin from Knoxville, Assumption's Richard Knox, Lance Zabel from Newton, and then Mount Vernon's Leo Tharp. Those are your first 9, and it's about what we expected as we come to the start-finish line after the first lap. Quentin Nauman in the lead.
And Cannon on his shoulder. We've seen that countless times now. Quentin.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Quentin headed to Oregon and Cannon headed to Tulsa, so they probably won't see each other as often in the near future, but not until the championship season, potentially.
As you look across right now, you can see him stride for stride in action. Clark Bennett from Bondurant Farrar, Matt Homowan from Waverly Shell Rock, and the Mount Pleasant Panther is Silas Houlet. Decorah has Clarence Nimrod, Derek Herdlicka from Decorah, Joel Ramirez Parra from Storm Lake, Alex Ortega also from Storm Lake on the race, as well as Quentin Nauman, Adam Wilkie from Central DeWitt, Jaden Brookins from Wahlert Catholic, Cannon Dunham from Pella, South Tama's Caden Connor, Alex Torres from Vinton Shellsburg, Josiah Sisler from Des Moines Christian, and the Xavier Saints of Cedar Rapids have Andrew Allen on the race. Okay, so we're tight right now. Is that going to hold, and how does that hold if you're Canaan?
We all know what's coming, right? If you have watched any of these races, you know that it's a hot pace, and then it gets even hotter with 400 meters to go. Quentin Nauman finds another gear that no one in this state has been able to match, and it's unlike anything else you've ever seen. So if you're unfamiliar with his running style, stick around, because this will be fun. Blake has joined the lead pack, which we expected him to do. He's such a phenomenal runner from Gilbert, such a great family. His older sister Sophia is here at Drake now. It was really fun to watch her and her Gilbert teammates just tear up the track last season, and now they're all going in their different directions and doing really, really well.
Well, and talking to some of the Gilbert fans a couple of weeks ago at a meet, they were running. I said, how you feeling? Well, you know, yeah, last year was last year, but we think we can make some noise here this week, and it's going to be a Pella Gilbert battle, I think. And those are two good teams for the team race.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we'll keep an eye on Clear Lake as well. You know, I think they've had a lot of success too, but yeah, it's gonna be really fun to watch this team race come together.
So Nauman's running third right now as they and there's the pack distance. You can kind of see it's still a fast-moving pack here 4 minutes into this race, but it's really right now a 3-person race with Dunham, Nauman, and Blake.
All-time top 20 was rewritten at the 4A race today. And Blake, Dunham, and Nauman.
And that chase pack, you know, that's so important for team points, right? There's a lot of work that's happening here. You look, looks like Jacob Tallman calling directions up there, saying, "Hey, I want to get out. Will you excuse me, please?" That was very kind of him. Very, very polite.
No elbows necessary.
Yeah. And the fact that they let him do it too, that was. That guy is an impressive athlete. He is a dual sport athlete in the spring. He runs track and plays soccer on a very good soccer team up in Gilbert. So he's pulling double duty.
Well, and that also gets into the legs a little bit.
Yeah.
And the conditioning that you have to do to be able to do those two sports is something.
Yeah. I think they've had, it's a testament to their coaching staff. I think they're really good at load management and allowing him to be able to do both and not tearing him down in either.
Here come your top three.
It's still Blake, Dunham, and Nauman.
Logan Blake of Gilbert.
I know that Nauman gets a lot of the conversation, the air, the words. But if you mentioned Tenpas and you mentioned Dunham, I mean, those guys in almost any other time would be the ones we would talk about breathlessly.
Absolutely.
They just happen to be the same size school and the same age as a guy who might go down as one of Iowa's greatest runners.
Yeah, it really is incredible. And, I think if you talk to any of them, they would have no problem with that. They have loved the fact that Quentin Nauman has been a part of the story and just truly elevated all of them to this level that, maybe they couldn't have done on their own in their each individual aspects. But yeah, this group of guys is super special. It will be interesting to see what Logan does on his own next year. He's only a junior. He might get lonely. He's going to be, calling up his friends saying, "You want to come back and race?"
Well, depending on what happens here in the last 2 laps, this is where we're going to go. The last 2 laps. We'll talk for just a little bit more and then let Mike J. bring home this race because I know he has plenty to say about this race. But it is a good one so far. 3 in a pack. And those points are coming at 4th, 5th, and 6th, all running great races. We are getting some field events starting, but we are going to focus here just for a moment as I think there is a whole lot of people stopped what they're doing, and they are watching history unfold on this track. This is going to be a great finish for the final lap and a half.
Blake on the rail. Kanan Dunham on his shoulder. Quentin Nauman in third. 3A 3200. And Quentin Nauman doing what Quentin Nauman does. He's going to give us an outstanding quarter. Kanan Dunham in second. Blake in third. 7:58 with a lap to go. Quentin Nauman chasing his first title of the weekend. He's won 4 in the same events each of the last 2 years. He's going after a 3rd title at all 4 events this year, unprecedented. Quentin Nauman at the scoreboard. Quentin Nauman. Still got a shot to break 9 minutes. Quentin Nauman off the turn. Quentin Nauman, the all-time best at 1,600 mile and 800. Quentin Nauman, 55.86. On that final lap, he ran 8:54 flat. He gets the job done. He gets the title. Kanan Dunham also under 9, closing in 60.4, running 8:59.18. Blake ran 9:10.98. Tallman 9:16.54.
Quarter to close for Quentin Nauman. That could win a 400 in some years. Unbelievable finish. He absolutely, for the last 550 yards, it was right in front of the long jump pit, he just absolutely decided, I'm done with the Sunday stroll. It's time to have the Thursday hammer.
It's incredible. It's been unbelievable how he's been able to do that so consistently. It's just like clockwork. And, I don't know. It's really fun. And you just appreciate the love and respect that this stadium shows him every time he steps on the track. Everyone is out of their seats and they know what they are witnessing is so special. That's really cool.
I was watching him on the binoculars run, and I just kept seeing people stand up, clapping, cheering the whole way. So pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool indeed. That's fun to see that, to say I was there win. So Tim DeBrink, we're getting ready to go. I see some warm-ups here in long jump. Looks like we actually already have some attempts starting. Where do you want to begin?
We'll start with boys 2A shot put. That is going already. Tate Wallace from Regina, Iowa City, is already in with a 49.7 for an early lead. That's a pretty loaded 2A shot put field. He's in the first flight. He was a state qualifier from a year ago, and I think we're going to see a really, really fun competition in 2A shot put. Girls 3A high jump. There are a couple girls that have already decided that they're going to start a little bit farther. Bree Hogue from MLC Floyd Valley. Got to give a shout out to her mom. Her and I were classmates back in the day at MLC. Her daughter is going to take a pass at 410, as well as Emma Robinson from Carlisle. And then Reese Wagner, the defending champion from North Polk, is going to have two passes. She's going to pass 410 and 5 foot and start at 5.2 in her start to defending her title. Out at 2A long jump for girls, they are already going. The leader is Wilton Abram Basil as a 15-foot forward jump to lead all jumpers right now in that first flight. And then discus boys has just started getting going. Bo Morton from Hampton Dumont Cal is in with a 135.4. So that one's just getting started. So this is the last round of field events for the day, and I'm really excited to see the competition that's going to take place.
All right, Tim, thank you so very much. That's a look at your field events. You'll start hearing him a little bit more, and we're going to move to the 2A girls 200-meter dash. We're going to have heats of three heats, I mean. And we are up first in the air on the far side of the track. Jocelyn O'Neill, Becca Anderson, Bella Kramer, Jordan Tegler, Meredith Van Wyck, Addie Olson, Grace Up, and Ava Landman on the track right now. We'll let Mike J. describe this one for you here in the 2A.
O'Neill and Anderson, Kramer, Tegler, Van Wyck, Olson, Up, and Landman. Van Wyck in 5, the two-time defending champion. She was third as a freshman. Van Wyck. To her inside is Tegler. Tegler, the 2A leader coming into today, and she's the winner in Heat 1.
All right, Alan, I didn't let you handicap that, but it kind of unfolded the way we thought it would. Tegler, the top time, takes the top time in Heat 1.
Yep, followed closely by Pella Christian. We expected those two to perform well, and now we'll start keeping an eye on that bubble time.
So right now it goes to, I got to readjust my screen, 27:33.
Pella Christian, just such a strong history of producing long sprinters. We'll see them in nearly every single relay and multiple individuals on the track this weekend. Just really, really impressive what they're doing down there.
We flip things over to Heat 2.
See another Pella Christian athlete, Rachel Kasmerinsky. She'll be a favorite in this race. Expect to see her make it through to finals and watch her on Saturday.
Kasmerinsky with the lineage back to West Bend. A lot of that family's gone through Central College over the years there in Pella.
Kasmerinsky in 4. She's got 8 gold medals in 2 years, and she's leading the field off the turn in this 200. Rachel Kasmerinsky of Pella Christian. Chloe Paulson of Dayton New Hartford running second. Kakmarinsky and Paulson. 24-31. There's your.
He crosses the line first, 24-31. Chloe Paulson at a 25-32. Kakmarinsky just put her name in the record book.
That's, oh my gosh.
And she wasn't even really, there wasn't anybody around her.
No. That's incredible. Nothing like just throwing down a really fast PR in prelims. A 60-degree day.
You just never know what you're going to see. That's why they run the races, right?
That's right.
As Quentin Nauman is introduced as the winner of the 3200. As we get to Heat 3.
I'm excited to watch these sisters in 4 and 5. Mid-Prairie sisters Jovi and Georgia Evans. They're multi-sport athletes and just competitors.
So Jones at Durant, Dunkel from Hinton, Lowers from Denver, the two Evans in 4 and 5, Dykeman from South Hardin, Okoboji's Riley Meyer, and Avery Hansen from Southeast Valley in lane 8. What'd you think of the 200? It wasn't really in your wheelhouse as much, was it?
It was not in my wheelhouse. Every once in a while, I'd get thrown in, a fun DMR or something, just for shake it up a little bit. But it was really fast, And for people watching and listening who might not be familiar with track, you might just think, 200, you just run all out the whole time. But there is some strategy to it.
Evans in 4 and Evans in 5. Jovi the senior on the inside, Georgia the sophomore in 5, and they are together off the turn. Jovi Evans was 7th last year and 5th in 24. Jovi Evans of Mid-Prairie. And her sophomore sister, Georgia. And Evans goes 1-2, 24-79 and 25-26.
Jovi 24-7-9 and a 25-26 from Georgia.
Both under that bubble currently. No, that was 3. Wow, they're having so much fun. Didn't realize it. There we go.
So 24. Sorry, go ahead. Before I put my thought together, yes.
I was just going to say those heats go a lot faster than the shuttle hurdles do.
Wait till you get to the 100.
Yeah, right.
That's when I should just say, that's when I'm going to take a break and let Mike just do the whole. But the problem is there's an introduction and then we have to wait and then there was an issue, which was where we kind of got off schedule, where we had a couple of false starts. Now all of a sudden we were behind, so I knew I just ran my mouth. So Kakmarinsky, Tegler has the second best time so far, then Jovi and Van Wyck. Those are your top 4 times as we get ready for this last heat.
First heat of 3A. We're moving on.
What do you like in this one? Sorry. Yeah, that's where this is where I say, here you go. We just put up,
No, what are we?
Yeah, I'm all over the place. I need to finish up. Yes, I was reading it right. See, Ellen, you just have to sometimes do things a little bit. Kakmarinsky, Tegler, Evans, Van Wyck, Evans, Chloe Paulson, Beth Kramer, and Marilyn Lowers will be your top 8. And they will run in 2A. So now we're to 3A. Who do you like in 3A 200?
I'm watching the middle of the track. Aiden Gosling and Abby Cave. I expect Aiden Gosling to take this heat, but that's why we run the race. Aiden Gosling is really impressive.
The 3A leader coming into the weekend in 5, that's Gosling, number 2 all-time in the long jump. Aiden Gosling of Grinnell. Gosselink of Grinnell, Cave of Marion. And out of lane 5, Aiden Gosselink.
Gosling headed to UNI to play volleyball.
You have to continue
I know.
the Panther tradition here.
Yeah.
Gosling from Grinnell, Abby Cave, and then Lizzie Newman, who also is on that cross-country team.
Yes.
For Pella, and shout out to her mom and dad, who know as well. So happy for them and their daughter, Lizzie. But Lauren Clark, Stella Van Einem. So the time in the clubhouse now is 24:46. Cave a 24:84. And Nauman has third place.
I'm really impressed by Lizzie's range. The fact that she was top, 15, 20? I think top 15
Yeah.
in state cross country and can throw down 25:09. That's quite impressive.
They're using her a lot in the sprints, the 4x1 and the sprint med. So, that helps your team a ton when you can do multiple things. Because when you have the two runners that you have run so well in the 32 and the 50 or 3000 in the
when you are so
1500.
deep in everything, you become a utility player.
And more valuable to your team.
That is right.
All right, Tim, we're almost ready for Heat 2. So after Heat 2, we'll get you, allow us to catch us up on what's happening in field events. Braylee Haas from Atlantic, Claire Brocious from Wahlert Catholic, Jaden Moore from Washington, Haley Williams from Western Dubuque, Miley Stifel from Burlington, Olivia Neal from Xavier's in lane 6, Scout Ridout from South Tama, and Isabel Grossomi, the junior from Webster City, in lane 8 here in the second heat. And now we're back up over the hurdles. I thought we were... All right, here we go. Now we're getting... We'll
Take
start
two.
getting on our marks.
I do enjoy each one of their unique little dances, before, as they crawl down into that really uncomfortable position.
You got to get them fast twitch muscles to be ready to fire.
That's right.
You don't want to cramp up.
Brocious in 2, Moore in 3, Williams in 4. That's Stiefel of Burlington running well in 5. Haley Williams of Western Dubuque in lane 4. To her inside is Jaden Moore of Washington. Miley Stiefel of Burlington in lane 5.
Miley Stiefel from Burlington. She also plays softball and volleyball, and she's going to be busy this week in the 100 and the 4x1. All right, Tim DeBrink, catch us up here because I've been watching a whole lot of girls jump while I'm supposed to let you talk. My apologies.
In girls 3A high jump, there are 8 people that have cleared the opening height of 410. In 3A boys discus, we talked about how the pairs are working together. Well, Nick Melbourne from Newton is leading it with 165.2. His teammate Zach Felton has a 158.5, and then Pella has 2 guys, third and fourth. Anderson with a 155.11, and Pankin with a 147.1. So right now in the first in discus, it's 2 Newton guys and 2 Pella guys leading Class 3A discus in that first flight.
Those Pella points could come huge in the team race if you can double up there.
Yeah. Now it's a very competitive field. That second flight will have a lot of big throwers as well. But the key if you're in that first flight, you got to put out a big number and just hope that it sticks.
And we've got discus now that we're looking at.
Yeah. So this should be. There's a variety. I don't know for sure who we got here. It looks like I couldn't quite see that, but we got a Decora jumper here on high jump clearing the bar at opening height. Got a lot of good things happening. 2A shot put is rolling right through. Right now the leader is Riker Adair from Underwood with a 50-foot 10 3/4. There's some big numbers being put up in these first flights.
Well, we are in flights there. We're in heats here in the 2A. Heat 3. Kaya Clark from Denison Schleswig, Treasure Moore from Perry, Natalie Johnson from Algona, Kaylee Tooker is in lane 4 from MOC Floyd Valley, Kalliana Whitaker from Mount Vernon is in 5, Isabel Book in 6, Kat Wedeking from Waverly Shell Rock, and Elizabeth Timmerman in 8. What do you like in this race?
I like Callie Tooker and Callie Whitaker. This is the beginning of a big weekend for Callie Whitaker from Mount Vernon. She's a University of South Dakota commit.
She's off to a
really,
good
really
start.
Impressive.
Wow.
Callie Whitaker out of lane 5.
We have white flags all around on that? Are you
know.
looking at the same
I
thing?
am looking
I
at
think
the
you
same
and I
thing
are
that
looking
you-
at the same thing.
Yeah, we are. I don't see anything.
There's a lot of reflections down there. I don't
That-
always
yeah.
see everything. I'm a little older, so I'll claim it on my eyesight. All right.
You and me both.
So Kalliana Whitaker at 24.45 is how that goes in. We're going to go over to the 2A boys in just a minute, but I'm going to recap the times. So Abby Cave, Haley Williams, Kaylee Tooker, Kalliana Whitaker, Miley Stiefel, Aiden Gosselink, Lizzie Newman, Jaden Moore qualify for your finals. The 2A boys 200 meter when we return to the state track meet here in Des Moines. Come on back.
It's the simplest expression. The smallest thing that changes everything. A smile. So easy. A smile lights it up, apologizes, and welcomes unconditionally. Because the shortest distance between two people is a smile. Ivy, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle.
Getting ready for the Class 2A Boys 200 meter dash prelims from the state track meet. Tim DeBrink, Alan Davis, I'm Paul Yeager. Glad to have you here with us. Coming up on 5 o'clock on day 1 of 3 track and field state championships coverage that we're going to have on our coverage presented by Iowa Farm Bureau, thanks to our title sponsor who makes this possible. Let's look handicap quickly the field as we're already ready for heat number 1. Cruz Burrows from Iowa Falls, Alden. Tristan Krabs from Roland Story. Kendrick Kose from Mid-Prairie. Cause Kuntz from Trainer. Landry Heibechter. Ryan Henry, Finnegan Donlin, and Gabriel Hegelmeyer from Regina. And early on in the middle,
That's Coy Coons.
Coy Coons.
Coy Cones.
Cones.
I'm sorry.
Cones. Cones. K-O-H-N-Z. Cones. It's a victory, is how you would say, as he crosses the line first.
He's our defending champ.
Third.
21-31, new state meet record. Taking down Isaiah Trousers, 21.
No, that's not.
Okay, that's not the. I'm looking at the start times.
Yep.
How about looking at live?
There we
There we
go.
go. 21-31. Great time.
And a state meet record.
There we go. I heard him say at state meet. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Landry gets second, Tristan third, and Kendrick fourth. All great times, 21-31, 22:03. Who do you like in this overall 200 field?
Overall, I think, again, Coy Cones is going to be hard to beat. He is the 2025 defending champion. We've now seen him in shuttle hurdle, we'll more than likely see him in the 200 final. And what is it? He's in the 100 or 400? Now I can't remember, but I think he's going to be tough to beat. That's the point.
So heat 2, Owen Brower from Sheldon, one of the great nicknames, the Orbs. Edwin Gangba from Regina. Casey Williamson from South Hardin. Red Oak Tigers send Cale Hall onto the track. Drew Myers from Trainer, another Trainer Cardinal out here. Caleb DeTimmerman from Olwine. Lamar Seant from Columbus. And Logan Yaski from Southeast Valley. So the Jaguars have snuck into a couple of races. Let's see what Logan can do, but he's in lane 8 in the second heat of the 2A. 200-meter prelim.
Brower, Gangba, Williamson, Hall, Myers, DeTimmerman, Sion, and Jaski. Caleb DeTimmerman of Olwine in lane 6. Myers in 5, Sion in lane 7. Lamar Sion of Columbus Junction. Cale Hall of Red Oak. Gangba of Regina. Cale Hall, 21.98. Sion ran 22.02.
Had a great run in the shuttle hurdle, if you remember, from a little while ago, and he just had an incredible finish to come in second, 22.02. But Cale Hall,
best.
yeah, 21.98 to set the pace in that second heat. Bubble time remains a little lower, 22.34. Couple of personal bests happened in that race, so it's these times in this 200 they're going to be tight. So what do you have here, Tim?
In the field events, we're girls 2A long jump. We are getting warmed up for the second flight. The leader out of the first flight is Lorna Bernard from Appleton Parkersburg with a jump of 16.3 1/4. In our 2A shot put, we are warming up the second flight. Riker Adair from Underwood is the leader with a throw of 50 foot, 10 3/4 inches. And in the high jump competition for 3A girls, we have 17 girls that have cleared opening height, and then 4 more that are going to come in at 5 foot. And we have a couple. We just moved the bar up to 5 foot in the 3A competition. A lot of fun things happening.
And we will keep you updated as we try to show highlights from as many as we can. And we got the crew working to make sure everything is happening. And the thing that's happening right now is Heat 3 of the 200. Thomas Ogden from Iowa Falls, Jackson Cliff from Ogden, Lakin Caves from Alburnett, Cohen Phillips from Clarinda, Shenandoah has Gabe Buttry, Tate Hosch from Cascade, Garrett Smith from Esterville, Lincoln Central, and Caden Showers from Southeast Valley. Is Randy in here to do my ELC shout-out? There he is, Randy on our production crew, a proud ELC grad as we're off and running.
Caves in 3, Phillips in 4, Buttry in lane 5, and here they are off the turn. Lincoln Caves of Alburnett. Yeah.
With a 21.65, Hosch a 21.80.
Lincoln Caves of Alburnett, 21.65.
So Trainer takes spots 1 and 5 in the finals. Cale Hall from Red Oak in second. Cohen Phillips third. Gabe Buttry fourth. Landry from West Burlington, Notre Dame. Kendrick Koss and Casey Williamson, your top 8 who move on. So Lakin Caves from Alburnett just falls by a hundredth of a second away from qualifying for the finals. But that is the 2A prelims. Now it's the 3A prelims, and we've got a lot of good times already And it's Gilbert who we're going to talk about again, I'm guessing, in this race.
You know, we are, but I talked to the Gilbert coaches before the session started, and we're going to be missing Tanner Tweet. He is, he's hurt. So I think I'm pretty sure we're going to see an open lane here in lane 6 in this heat. No, I'm looking over there, though. Looks like there's someone in there. You tell me.
Nope, 6 is empty.
6 is open.
Yep.
All right. We'll keep an eye on Paul Marpy from Gilbert because he is really strong as well. Runner from Storm Lake in 4. It's a really impressive heat.
So Jackson Flaherty of Humboldt is in 8. Ethan McNeil of Atlantic in 7. Tweet not in the race out of 6, so that's open. Ryan Blair from Keokuk in 5. Gabriel Wayno from Storm Lake in 4. Wyatt Swanson in 3. Paul Marpy from Gilbert in 2. And Matthew Daniger from Marion. For the Wolves in lane 1. Guns up, and we are off. And it's Storm Lake. It's Wayno. But he is chasing Bear. Bear running away here in 5. Bear is going to cross the line first. Wayno is going to be second. He got his big strides going. And that time, Bear at 21:28, a new personal best. Wayno at 21:06, Swanson 22:06. And now it's on to heat number 2.
Number 6 on the all-time list for Ryan Bear. 2 is up, 2 is live. Now let's move. Graphic is in on 2.
Here's a look at heat 2. Keyshawn Wilden from Burlington for the Greyhounds. Beckham Simon from West Liberty is in lane 2. Lane 3 has Ryland Peters from Waverly Shellrock. Evan Alley from Algona. Keelan Harder from Grinnell. The Pella Dutch have Harrison Mullins, Victor Ward from Charles City in 7, and Beckham LaRue from Western Dubuque in 8. We're getting faster as we go here. But it's going to be tough looking up at what Ryan Baer just put on the board. And after this heat, we'll get a field update check as we're about 7 minutes away from the next flight in the long jump will take place. I finally found the clock that's counting things down. If I just pay attention, I'll see these things. We're still kind of warming up in shot, and we're still in high jump. There's your tees for you. And I know that Tim's going to update us on discus if there's something going on there. But first, it's 2A, or it's the 200 for 3A, heat number 2.
Alley in 4, Harder in 5, Mullins in lane 6. Evan Alley of Algona in 5. That's Kellen Harder of Grinnell. Harrison Mullins of Pella. Harrison Mullins, the runner-up last year at 400 meters.
A great 200 right there. Mullins 21:35. 21:35. That is a great time.
21:35 for Mullins. He finds himself in the all-time top 10. Take one. And graphic is up. Graphic is in on 1.
So Mullins now moves into first place with the top time at 21:35. The bubble at 22:14.
Number 11 all time for Harrison Mullins.
So Kellen Harder, Rylan Peters, and Victor Ward is how your top 4 look right now.
Now let's move to heat number 3. Heat number 3, bubble time 22:14.
All right, Tim, go ahead. Sorry. Yes.
No, you're good. Out at the discus ring, we are warming up second flight, but the leader's in. Nick Milburn from Newton has the best throw of 166.10. His teammate Zach Velton is in at 158.5, and Dylan Wieskup from Williamsburg is third with 157.05. Those are your top 3 out of the first flight. Second flight's getting warmed up. Over at girls 3A high jump, 4 girls have cleared 5 foot, with 4 more that are still waiting to enter, and a few others that are still working their way to their first attempt. And then we are just getting ready to start our flight 2 of 2A long jump. It's about ready to get going. Olivia DeHaan is about to go on her first attempt for the second flight, and second flight shot put 2A is warming up as well.
Warming up at the 5 o'clock hour, 5:05 on the clock, and that means we are in heat 3 of the 3A boys 200. Coming up next is the 2A girls 4x8. So we roll through our second session of this Thursday as the track crowds have been treated to some records, some incredible performances, and they've been watching some fast 200s. Here in heat 3, it's Cashton Grimm, Zane Johnson, Alexander Brown from Central DeWitt in 3. Hodgenfield from Clear Lake is in lane 4. Garmin, Pearson, Timmer, and Campman.
Third and final heat. 3A boys 200. And here they come off the turn.
Garmin and Hodgefeld.
Hodgenfield.
Colby Hodgenfield of Clear Lake. Zane Johnson of ADM. Brown of Central DeWitt with an outstanding finish.
Hodgenfield, great race there.
We're going to see him many times over the next few days. Really impressive runner from Clear Lake. He was at South Hamilton last year and won multiple state championships in the 1A class, and then is at Clear Lake now and is really making a splash in 3A.
Alexander Brown was second in that heat. Zane Johnson third at a time of 21:97 from ADM of Adele. So we will, as we head to break, we will tell you how everything worked out, and I will tell you right now, Ryan Baer will be in the prime position. Mullins, Wayno, Hodgenfeld, Harder, Peters, Brown, and Johnson, your top 8 in the 200-meter Class 3A. When we come back, the 2A girls 4x8 takes the track here from Des Moines.
It's the simplest expression. The smallest thing that changes everything. A smile. So easy. A smile lights it up, apologizes, and welcomes unconditionally. Because the shortest distance between two people is a smile. Thank you. Ivy, where there's a hopeful smile in every aisle.
Here at the state track meet in Des Moines. The Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union and the Iowa High School Athletic Association are hoping you are enjoying our live coverage of the state track meet. 3 days worth of action, and it's all happening here in Des Moines.
Fill out the sheet. You've lost your sheet. Mike has extras. Right outside the elevator on the 3rd floor. Please get that taken care of.
So we're getting ready for the 4x8
MediaCom Stadium is open for warm-ups.
as the athletes make their way. That's a look from our back side camera, and that's helped and brought to you by Sukup Manufacturing. They're the world's largest family-owned and operated manufacturer of grain storage, drying, and handling equipment. As the race for the 4x8 starts, we get back to live action. In 4x8 Class 2A girls, handicap the field for me a little bit here, Ellen.
Well, here we have the Albia sisters, McKenna and Maddie, coming back after the 3K. We've got Roland Story, New Hampton, Cherokee, Albia, Forest City, Alta Aurelia. Got some really quality quartets here. And the 4x8 is such an interesting race, right? It's, you know, at some of these smaller schools, it is tough to put together 4 girls who can run, you know, 215 to 230, somewhere in that range. I think there's so much movement that you will see from leg to leg. And, you know, you might see the first lap or, the first leg being, a little bit closer knit, but you'll see this race start to string out. This is the first of 2 heats. That second heat, we'll be watching the Van Meter Bulldogs and see if they can defend again.
So Roland Story, let's see, let me get this proper. Grundy Center. There we go. Roland Story is in this race with Landy, Peterson, Long, and Larson. New Hampton has Rings, Pemble, Maya Mormon, and it looks like Adriana Kinley is set to anchor. Cherokee has Smith, Simonson, Hindeman, and Woodall. Albia that you mentioned, Hannah DeVore, and Lee Laney DeForest, and then the 2 Montgomerys. First would be McKenna and then Maddie. Forest City, Ashley Ox, Morin Sharp, and then Myron Sharp. Alta Aurelia, West Marshall, Nottoway Valley, Mediapolis, Sioux Central, Jessup, and Woodward Granger are the rest of your racers that are on this, as we are already
really solid,
solid
opening leg
right?
by Woodward Granger, 224.
So Woodward Granger, that would have been Lena Yulee, and then Zoe Osmondson is scheduled to run second. Alta Aurelia, their lead runner was Macy Drake-Miller, and then Addison Langschwager. Mediapolis running with Bryn Wright and Gracie Beshkorner. But it is Woodward Granger right now in the lead, pulling away. Now they're just going to try to put together the rest of this leg at 3:30 on the clock and a lap to go for the second runner.
This is where it can get kind of interesting, because typically we see the winners coming from the second heat in a timed final such as this, but it's not out of the question to see a team from the first heat slip into top 8 and kind of shake things up. So it'll be interesting to see how this unfolds.
And is that more common? Tim and I talked about that in 4A because there's a lot of alternates and shuffling. Does that happen as much in the 2A, 3A field?
Not as much, but I will say the the last time that I got to run the 4x8 at the state meet, I distinctly remember the moment that Coach Bob Mudd pulled me aside at the rail and said, "First heat ran really fast. You got to go." And it worked. Yeah, I split 2:07.9 or something ridiculous, and yeah, his words will fire you up real good.
Not many like Coach Mudd were there
No.
for track in high school. All right, we're going to go double box here for a little bit. So, Tim, we've got some high jumps starting to take the field. And are we at what's our height right now at?
We are still at 5 foot, and we have 9, 12. I'm counting them up quick. We still have 14 jumpers that have cleared 5 foot. We're waiting on a few more. Looks like we have one more jumper here from Williamsburg. This will be her 3rd attempt at 5 foot. If she makes this, she'll move on. And here we go. And she is moving on. Good clear by her, so she gets to move on. And the bar will now move to 5'2". In 2A boys shot puts, Tate McKinley from Durant is the leader, 53-11. Kale Kluver from Northeast Goose Lake. Is that correct? No, Northeast.
Northeast of Goose Lake.
Yeah, there we go.
You are learning.
I'm learning here. 51-9 in second, and then Gavin Trask from Supner. Oh, excuse me, it just changed here. Carson Divis from Hinton is now in at 3rd with 52-7.5. So round 2 or flight 2 of 2A shot put for boys is just getting going. I expect to see some really big numbers in this loaded second flight.
Caliana Fenceroy for Woodward Granger in the 3rd leg for her team. They are in the lead. Sioux Central, their 3rd raid. They started with Karina Bloom. Her sister runs at Western Illinois. Shout out to her mom. Marley Madsen is the 3rd runner for Sioux Central. Jessup now started with Dylan Vogel, Kennedy Kopp, and then Emma Bowes is making a run, and Sarah Mead will step onto the track, as will for Central. It is Sage Weber, and for Woodward Granger, their 4th runner is going to be Eva Fleschner. As we come at the 7-minute mark, and in the final home stretch, this race has really kind of started to tighten back up, Ellen.
Yeah, it has. It'll be fun to watch Eva Fleschner. She's had a great 4-year career in high school, but just gotta get it to her.
And that is going to change. We'll have a lead change at the exchange. Handoffs clean for both. And now the anchors say, I'll take it from here. And that is Sioux Central, who has taken off the lead. Woodward Granger running 2nd, Jessup 3rd, Roland Story 4th, Alta Aurelia 5th, and then Albia in behind. All right, so that was a pretty darn good start for Sioux Central right there, but there's still a lot in this race to go. 600 meters
Could make the last 600 meters interesting. She looks strong.
Fleschner, very good runner for Woodward Granger, trying to hold off right now Sarah Mead, who is going to be busy in a couple of events this week as well for the Jayhawks. And Jessup now moves into 2nd on the bell lap. Does Mead have enough to go chase down Weber? That's the part here. Weber started off this lap really strong.
I believe we'll see Weber back in the Open 800 on Saturday.
We'll let Mike J. bring home this race.
And Sioux Central. Sioux Central off the turn. Jessup, Mediapolis, Woodward Granger. Roland Story with a good finish. And Sioux Central, 9:54.04.
I think 9:54.04.
Take up a lot of space.
Well, let's see here. So we are getting ready for the second section of the 4x8. And you were previewing it a little bit earlier. Van Meter is who you like. Why is that?
You can never count them out, right? They've had this, they are going for their 6th straight 2A 4x8 championship. And they've had quartets that, you know, on paper should not have necessarily been the champion, but they are the definition of gritty. And I think this will be interesting. I know that it's a loaded field, but when you've got that much tradition and, you know, you spend so much of your season, or maybe even in some cases so much of your year, thinking about the 4x8 state championship and what that's going to look like. I don't know. This is pretty special for much of the team. Olivia Halfpap, Laura Streck, and Lizzie McCann have run on 3 championships together. They add Lydia Hunter, a junior. And it's just a really tight-knit group. They do a lot of things together. You know, training, of course, but, you know, inside and outside of practice, they're pretty good friends. So.
And there's been some success for Van Meter in many sports, both boys and girls. In the girls' side, they've been playing on the last day of the last Friday of the softball season, and yes, cross country or track, like you've been mentioning. So always kind of fun to see Van Meter what they do here from the western side of the suburbs. But we are down into jumps as we get going in Section 2. Tim DeBrink's going to update us now on what some field events are going on.
The girls 3A high jump competition, 5 girls have cleared 5'2". Emma Robinson from Carlisle, Renee Wilson from Decorah, Jumessi from Waverly Shellrock, Gibbs from Pella, and Hester from Bondurant has now cleared it on her 3rd attempt. In the 2A boys shot put, speaking of Van Meter, Keaton Menon is the leader, 54-10 3/4. Early in round 2. They are just getting through the second round of throws in flight 2. So a lot of things starting to move and take shape in 2A boys shot put.
Taking shape here on the track right now. Van Meter in the lead to start. Olivia Halfpop is in her 2nd lap. Grundy Center running 2nd right now with Grace Storjohan. And for Monticello,
that's Peyton Reese.
That's Peyton Reese. You know her?
I do.
Is that one of the 43?
Her 49.
49,
Get
sorry.
it right, Paul.
Get it right.
She would be a 2nd cousin to me. Her dad is my 1st cousin.
Okay.
Her older brother is a phenomenal Iowa football player. So athletics runs deep in this family.
They're making a run here.
Mid-Prairie closing hard.
Mid-Prairie with a couple of runners earlier in the 200. They're trying to put together a title run here.
Got a very legitimate shot. This should be It should be Rachel Hotstetler, younger sister of all of the Hotstettlers. Looks like her.
Pretty good pace to start here on that second leg.
What does commitment mean? To protect what's important, to invest in the future. It means providing peace of mind. It's what reliable people do. It's what local banks do. Banking in Iowa goes beyond transactions. Banks work to help people and small businesses succeed. And Iowa banks are proud to be trusted partners in building confident banking relationships. Iowa Banks, your partner through it all.
Excuse me, you dropped this.
Grundy Center still in the lead here in the 4x8, getting ready to have an exchange in about 200 meters. Grundy Center. Steinmeier, Ava Heron, and Claire Chepkis are the makeups of that team.
Van Meter will hand off to Laura Streck. She'll have some work ahead of her. Interesting to see what her split is. Really good leg by Mid-Prairie.
And actually, Grundy Center put Hendershot into this race. That is not what a name I had just said. And now it's going to be Grace. Well, we're not quite there yet, but we will, yeah. So sorry about getting that out of order. Steinmeier, Lynch, Hendershot, Storjahan. All right, Tim.
Girls 3A high jump. Reese Wagner has just entered the field. She has easily cleared 5'2". She is the reigning champion from a year ago, and she is in the books at 5'2". There are 9 girls that have cleared 9 foot or 5'2". In the 3A discus, Grayson Hartman from Washington has just thrown a 176.3 to take the lead. He is the leader. And then I don't want to forget about girls 2A long jump. Annabelle Sins and Ella Hine have been going back and forth. Sins from Spirit Lake and Hine from Tipton. They are the 1-2 right now. 17.6 and a quarter is the lead in 2A long jump.
We're in flight 1 in long jump or 2?
Should be flight 2.
Flight 2, yeah, okay. Yeah, because those field events are going to be done here, depending on how long high jump goes. Not much before much longer. So, 2 days of 2 days of field events, right?
Yep.
And then Saturday is all running. Grundy Center still in the lead here in this 4x8 as we come up on the 7-minute mark and the final leg. So that's Hendershot. Storjahan makes takes the baton and makes the turn. So she has about a 60-meter lead on McCann for Van Meter. Mid-Prairie with Landstrom. And then it's Schmidt for Monticello, and also I think Spirit Lake is also in there right now. Van Meter's going to have a pretty good finish here, Ellen.
Yeah, that's going to... looking like it's going to be tough. The Grundy Center anchor is not messing around.
She's not, but there's still, 500 meters to go.
This is Lizzie McCann, the senior from Van Meter. I don't know. When I'm looking at the cadence of the footsteps, it looks to me like Grundy Center is still moving pretty quick.
Been success in basketball, been success in volleyball. We mentioned the boys' sports, so it's fun to have both boys and girls here at the same meet. That's what makes this meet so much fun, is how you can cheer for everyone. You don't have to come 2 different weekends to the meet to get your way to support your team. Sometimes that used to have to be. You'd have to come 2 consecutive weekends, but now it's just 3 great days.
By 8. And Grundy Center is your winner in the 2A girls 4x800, winning their first state titles since 2010, and they do it in style with a new state meet record of 9:17:35.
Since 2010 for Grundy Center, so.
And they do it with a state meet record.
They make a statement.
They do.
And the run of Van Meter that you were referring to.
Congratulations to them. That is incredible.
So here's the finishers in 4x8 for 2A. Of course, I've already moved to the other one. Grundy Center, Van Meter, Mid-Prairie, Spirit Lake. So that's how you go 1, 2, 3, 4. And we move on to the 3A field. In the 4x8, we'll do 2 sections of this one. What do you see overall, Ellen, in this race? What are we watching in section 1 and 2?
In section 1, we will see, I think we'll see a really strong team from Newton, Decorah, Dubuque Wahlert. I believe Harper Barton is going to lead off for Newton. She's a multi-sport athlete, really, really good swimmer, and then comes to the track and gives her best there as well. I think we'll see.
How good is she on the bike? She's 2/3 of the way there for the triathlete.
I know. I don't know if she's ever, I think she has done some triathlon. We've got a few triathletes on the track this weekend. There were names that were popping out to me as I was looking through who was going to be here.
So in this first section, it's Fort Madison, Bondurant, Farrar, West Delaware, Ballard, Xavier, Harlan, Humboldt, Newton, Decorah, Dubuque Wahlert, Western Dubuque, and Clear Lake. And this will be the race where we have plenty going on with field events. So once I see Tim has something new, we'll bring in him. And once we have, I know we've changed heights, and it looks like we do have a jumper there getting ready for high jump. So won't have that on the screen just yet on this race, but I'll watch it for you. That's not a good attempt as we get through the first lap For Fort Madison, it's Shinstock, Edwards for Bondurant, Farrar, Lynch for West Delaware, Miller for Ballard, Deegan for Xavier, Rao for Harlan, Engstrom for Humboldt, Newton, as you mentioned, Barton is out there, Hurley for Decorah, Wallert is Roner, and De Silva for Western Dubuque, and Clear Lake has Good. So, speaking of Good, Tim DeBrink. I'm letting him get caught up on all of the happenings.
You bet. Here we go. Boys 3A, or excuse me, boys 2A shot put will be heading to finals. It took a throw of 50 foot 10 3/4 to make it. The top 9 will start competing in the finals here in a little bit. They're warming up. Girls 3A high jump. The bar has moved to 5'4". Phoenix Gibbs from Pella has just cleared it. She's the first one to clear that height. There are 13 jumpers still in the hunt for a title there. 2A girls long jump. Georgia Evans has taken the lead on her third jump, 18 feet and 3/4 of an inch. So she has a lead by 1.5 inches on Annabelle Sins from Spirit Lake. A lot going on here.
Speaking of going on, there's a media gaggle around the Grundy Center 4x8. I look up, I'm like, who is in the middle of that? Oh, it's Grundy Center. Well, when
that makes sense.
You get a title like that and make a performance, that's why you get there. So there's another look at the high jump. And then on the back stretch of the 4x8, we are in the second leg, coming up on 3 minutes gone in this race. And we have another high jump, and that one does not go over, Tim, but there are other things.
Yes, Grayson Hartman from Washington just threw a 189.5. That is his best all time. It's the 22nd best overall in the state of Iowa. That's a heck of a throw down there at the state discus ring down there. And shot put is the leader is Keaton Menon from Van Meter, 55.11. He's got a 2-foot lead on the competition going into finals.
Wow!
And he's got a 60-foot throw on the year, so he's got 62.10 as his best so far. But quite a few season bests that you're seeing and personal best. Cody Sandobolt from Sioux Center is second in the discus with 168.11. So the places are changing and moving right now.
Having a little bit of movement here in 4x8. Wallert, Western Dubuque, Decorah, West Delaware, and Harlan. What have you seen so far in this race, Ellen?
I've seen Western Dubuque take a commanding lead in this leg. It does look like, well, it says West Delaware, but I don't think that's West Delaware. I think that is who is in second place.
I think it's Western Dubuque.
There we go. Okay, so
the other WD from that side of the state. You got the two, right?
My information is incorrect. There we go. Now I'm on the right screen. They're closing hard.
Wallert off to a good run. Wallert sent out in this race Roner, Lucan, Freed, and Murphy. Lucan, we've seen a Lucan play basketball for Wallert. Good success in softball as well for the Eagles.
I believe that was a 220 split for the Dubuque Wallert second leg.
Decorah's runners of Hurley, Hofthouse, Newhouse, and Volkman. And Western Dubuque, De Silva, Weber, Drone, and De Silva. Murphy also for Wallert is a double qualifier. So there we go, the 3,000 and now the 4x8. Seeing that what we talked about earlier, some of these girls doing that exact same turn.
on the backstretch. Waller at the scoreboard. And Decora running second. Stay where you are. Stay where you are.
And Waller coming off the turn. Waller and Decora. Waller, Decora, Western Dubuque, and Ballard.
Dubuque, Ballard, and Harlan as we make the exchange. Xavier in there as well. Clear Lake, West Delaware, Bondurant, Farrar, Fort Madison, Newton, and Humboldt as Newton and Fort Madison make their way to have their final exchange. But out front, it's still Waller, but still within shouting distance is Decora. And this race is far from over as about 600 meters to go in this race as the 8-minute mark is hit right now. As we approach the final of this is section 1 of 2. So we'll see how their time, if they can continue to hold this lead, what their time, and same with Decora, and how that holds out for section 2, which will be on the track next. So final lap. We'll let Mike J bring you in for the rest of this lap here in the 4x8.
And Dubuque Waller to the backstretch with the lead. We're on the bell lap here in the first section of the 3A girls 4x8. .200 meters to go. Waller, Decora, and Xavier. Cedar Rapids Xavier with Mia Deegan on the anchor leg. They were in that battle for third, and she has moved them into second. It's Waller up front, it's Xavier running second. Decora now in third. And Dubuque Waller, 9:43.46. Xavier ran 9:45.27. They got a 2:18.7 anchor carry from Deegan. Decora 9:46.58.
Now we finish in the 4x8 in the first section. Waller comes across first. And Xavier makes a nice run at the end to close that out and step in front of Decora, and Ballard is fourth in that 4x8. So that's section 1. Before we get to section 2, Tim DeBrink, let's see. I don't have the greatest of eyes to tell if that bar has gone up. Are we at a new height yet over there?
No, for 3A girls, we're at 5.4. 2 have cleared it. Hogue from MLC Floyd Valley has cleared, and Phoenix Gibbs from Pella have both cleared. And we've got, right now we have Allie from Gilbert, who's about to take her second attempt at it. So we got a whole group of girls that are taking their second attempt at 5'4" to advance to 5'6".
And that's what's going on in the high jump. And it looks like we are still in official competition in shot.
Yes,
Is that still shot? Yeah.
Yes, boys shot put. We are in the finals. We are in the. Looks like we are into the 5th round. It is still Keaton Menon from Van Meter leading, and then you have Kane from Woodward Granger, who is second, 54 6 3/4, and Blake Lovell from Cherokee. He is third with 54 6. So those are your top 3 in the 2A shot put, and 3A discus. Is about to finish the second flight. Grayson Hartman is still leading with that big 189.5 throw.
Section 2 of the 4x8 girls Class 3A on the track now. Williamsburg, ADM, Sioux Center, Des Moines Christian, Solon, Creston, Algona, North Polk, CPU, Mount Vernon, Pella, and Glenwood. All right, Aunt Ellen, what do you see here?
This is going to be a good race. I think I believe this is Algona taking an early lead, but I expect the group to catch up. I'm keeping a close eye on North Polk, Mount Vernon, Pella in this field. Sioux Center has been historically just a powerhouse of middle distance athletes. So I expect this to be a good one. I think that's North Polk leading off with, is that Hergenretter? She's the triathlete, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought we were making mention of that just in the last heat. And that's right. I think she's in 3rd right now. Yep, there they go. I think
and that is a pack. You hit it right there.
I believe that's, I think that's Mount Vernon going with them, but my page is not refreshing. I'm sure that's Kirsten Swart from Mount Vernon.
Yep, she's got the 10 on her leg, and that is Mount Vernon.
She'll come back in the 400 hurdles tomorrow. She's a very versatile runner for Mount Vernon. Really solid senior leader.
And they are stride for stride.
Yeah. That's Ruth Dunham from Pella coming in 3rd. The really strong leg. She's the younger sister of Cannon Dunham. Oh, get out of the way.
Yeah, so we've got a little traffic jam.
When exhaustion sets in, the decision making is questionable, but that exchange zone just gets to be a mess.
All right, so Tim, since we have North Polk leading, tell me a little bit more about this 4x8 team.
Well, Alexis is a strong runner. She's going to be a triathlete at the next level. She handed off to, I believe, Amelia Kelsick, a freshman that I have in class. Good student, works hard, doesn't talk a lot, which that's always a nice thing. But no, it's a great group of girls. They work hard. Coach Heather's done a phenomenal job with them. Over at the 3A high jump, you have Reese Wagner has cleared 5.4 to join a group of 3 girls total that have cleared 5.4, and you got another group that are trying to get that mark. So it's an exciting time to watch our girls compete.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then all of a sudden breaking out. I think that's Des Moines Christian. No, that's Sioux Center. That's Sioux Center who just came and took the lead.
Yeah, keep an eye on them. They've got a very strong quartet.
Oldenkamp, Van Artsen, and Jones, and that was after Isaacson ran the opening leg for Sioux Center. They had this number 7 qualifying time, and both Jones and Oldenkamp are going to be in the 800 yet this week. So that is a very good 3rd leg for Sioux Center to come from about 5th.
Second.
To now second.
Second
and they
leg.
weren't second.
Second
this
leg.
is only the second leg, sorry. But a good second leg to come from at least 5th all the way into 1st.
Yeah.
I was just putting math numbers in the wrong area.
That was a 2:14 split from Sioux Center.
Whew.
No wonder things opened up a little bit.
Well, if you're going to run a 2:14, you might as well do it here,
That's
right?
right.
So Sioux Center's third leg is Van Artsen. We got a little more here. Things are hopping for Tim.
2A boys shot put. You got looks like we have Riker Adair is up. He is getting ready to make his third throw in finals. Still the leader is Keaton Menon from Van Meter, but Blake Lavelle from Cherokee has moved himself into second with a throw of 55 3.5. Discus is moving as well. You've got they are still sorting things out, but it looks like it's going to take a throw of 155.11 to make finals in the 3A boys discus. And the girls long jump for 2A, Georgia Evans is still leading by 1.5 inches, 18 3/4 of an inch, and she has a lead over Annabelle Zins from Spirit Lake.
One of your favorite athletes, Evans, popping off here in the long jump.
Right. Found a love for the Evans sisters that I didn't know that I had this week as I started doing my research into the state meet. I love everything about them.
Oh, there she is actually warming up right on the sideline, right on cue. If we were, like right in my vision. All right, so we have shot put going on as well, and that one might be out of bounds. Yeah.
Yeah, if you take a marker out, it's usually not a good thing. But anyway, so they're going through and making some way. 3 jumpers left in the 3A high jump competition for girls. Hogue from MLC Floyd Valley, Gibbs from Pella, and Wagner from North Polk have all cleared 5.4, and the bar is moving to 5.6. So those 3 are left in that competition.
So was it 2:22 just followed up with a 2:19?
For Sioux Center. So 2:14 was the second leg.
Oh, okay.
2:20 was the third leg.
Okay. Again, math. But Sioux Center opening up a good lead on that backside with Pella trying to keep it close. Des Moines Christian running third. North Polk, Mount Vernon, and ADM kind of bunched up in behind there. They had 4, 5, and 6.
Coach Brock Lehman from a Wartburg grad has to be feeling pretty good about Sioux Center girls right now.
Yes, he will. Always appreciate his efforts in preparing things for the Warriors for basketball, for the girls' basketball team. He was always helping out information there.
Top 3 are competing here.
And a great finish there for Sioux Center. What do we get for time? 9:14:43.
They just got under the state record. Holy, I did not think that was possible with 100 to go. Apparently math's not my best thing either, because I thought there's no way. Man, that was impressive. 216 anchor from Sioux Center and Audrina Jones. Man.
And she looks like she could keep running.
I
Look
know.
at her.
That 800 on Saturday morning is going to be hot.
All right, Tim, we had I think you had was it a discus? Is that what you were giving me an update? Sorry.
No, 2A boys shot put. It looks like Tate McKinley popped off a 55.4 and 1/4 to put himself into a solid second place. And then Blake Lovell on his last throw for Cherokee went 57.7 to put himself in the lead. And I believe these results are unofficial, but if that throw counts, he is the 2A shot put champion.
We'll step away for the boys, Class 2A 4x8, when we return to the Blue Oval in Des Moines and the state track meet presented by the Iowa Farm Bureau.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in smart homes with round-the-clock care. Technology keeps your food safer, water cleaner, and makes us more sustainable. Because what we do here benefits everyone here. Life on the farm makes everyone's life better.
We're not just lighting a stadium. We're creating lasting memories. We're not just installing a mini pitch. We're empowering youth to learn and grow. We're not just retrofitting an airport. We're creating an environment where workers can feel safer. This is why, whether it's a game down the street, professional stadiums around the world, or treasured monuments and landmarks, you always know when it's must go.
That is the opening leg of the 4x8 meter relay for Class 2A on the track, Manson, Northwest Webster, South Hardin, as well as Van Meter, Tri-Center, Davis County, Columbus Catholic, Okoboji, West Burlington and Notre Dame, Monticello, Ridgeview, Cherokee, and Spirit Lake. This is section 1 of 2. Alan Davis, what are we seeing so far here? South Hardin off to the lead, I think.
Yeah, good pack starting out here. I think we're going to see some movement on the backstretch, some closing speed coming out of this opening leg. When you've got teams like Van Meter, Okoboji, with just historically really strong middle distance programs, I think those would be a couple of teams to watch, keep an eye on. Now, we don't know necessarily exactly who is in the lineup, but so those relay cards can change right up until the end, but we have a pretty good idea of who we're looking at.
And I should say that they can change it, and we hit refresh quite often, and sometimes we get it right where we're supposed to be, and sometimes it doesn't. So our apologies there on occasionally they will switch a runner or sub someone out for various reasons. But it's South Hardin, I can tell you, was in first place, but now it's Davis County, and then Tri-Center as we're off to leg number 2 in the 4x8. So Davis County, Hubart, Bennett, Brinegar, and Shively scheduled to run. For second place, Tri-Center. That's Harder, Kunz, Gittens, and Weirs. Monticello, Schrader, Schnorr, Seaman, Jameson, and Okoboji Milford. One last lineup here for you. Fear, Weston, Boone, and Nichols. Tim DeBrink, I heard an announcement about high jump. Did you hear that too?
Yep. In 3A, Brielle Hogue from MLC Floyd Valley is the champion at 5.5. She cleared it on her last attempt, and she is your 3A high jump champion.
On her last attempt. Oh, talk about pressure to pull that one off. I love it. And we still have long jump in front of us, and shot looks like
Shot is wrapped up.
I was going to say, I think Shot looks like that party is ended.
Yep, shot put is done. Blake Lovell from Cherokee, Washington. He is their champion at 57.07. Discus is getting ready to go into finals here. It looks like they just got started. And then our 2A long jump, they are on their 6th and final jump. It's going to come down to, you got Rachel Shanky from Emmitsburg here on her jump. Looks like we're going to have a white flag here for a measurement. She is currently sitting in 6th. She needs a jump of 17 plus in order to move ahead.
And they have not put that distance up yet.
No.
I saw a white flag like you did.
Yeah. Sometimes there it is. So it's not going to be good. She is going to get 6. Isabella Slaughter from Crestwood is currently in at 5th. Is Ella Hine now from Tipton. She is currently in 4th. If she wants to try to advance herself, she's going to have to get to 17.11 and a half to move into 2nd, or 18 3/4 inch to get to 1st.
Davis County has taken the lead at the middle of this 4x8 tri-center. Has fallen now to 4th, but Monticello in that mix as well, Ellen. This race has been very close this whole time.
A lot of back and forth. They're keeping it interesting and honestly kind of making it tough on us. Thanks a lot, guys. We are trying to keep up with all of the shifting places, and what a fun race to watch. And a lot of very even splits. I'm really impressed by the strength of these 800 runners. 800 meters is not fun to run. It's just, it hurts. You get to, 150 to go, and sometimes the legs just don't want to go anymore.
Yeah.
But they're pushing through.
So what was your favorite event? High school. Let's talk high school first.
Well, I just talked crap on it, but the 800.
That's what I'm like, let's discuss. I think maybe you're gonna have to explain that one as Monticello comes to the exchange in the lead, and Davis County is 2nd, and the Trojans of Tri-Center are 3rd. And then in behind there would be Van Meter and Okoboji. All right, so the 800, that was the race?
That was the race. Yes, I got to the point that I was just really confident in my ability in the 800. And I think it kind of explains my personality a little bit. I was always up for the challenge. Yes, it hurt and it was hard, but I loved that. Like, I loved the fact that it was hard.
Well, okay. Tell me the love that you have here, that final 400. Which was your favorite part, the first half or the second part? First quarter, second quarter?
Yeah, that's a good question. My goal was always to get out quick, because I was not someone who was going to negative split an 800-meter run or leg or whatever, and so I wanted to get out quick and get into a rhythm, and stay up on my toes and stay quick and stay light and just stay focused, and that was that was the goal. I think the third 200 is historically the most mentally challenging, because you know what's coming, that the lactic acid is building, and it's going to hurt, and you just have to be ready to get comfortable being really uncomfortable. But coming home on this home stretch, there's nothing better than that.
That's right.
It's like home is near, and it's just got to get there.
Monticello.
Man, look at this finish from Davis County.
Well, that's Tri-Center.
That's Tri-Center.
Yeah, so Monticello in 8:12.52, and Tri-Center goes 2nd. And I think Van Meter just snuck into 3rd.
They did.
Davis County fell to 4th. Ridgeview, Spirit Lake, South Hardin, Okoboji. Cherokee, and then it's a race from West Burlington and Columbus, and it's going to be go that way, West Burlington and Columbus. So I also heard some cheering, Tim. Was that a field event cheer that I heard?
You bet. Brielle Hogue from MLC has wrapped up the 3A title in high jump, but she went to 5.6.5 and just cleared it on her second attempt. So she's the only competitor left. She can decide what she wants to do at the bar after this. In girls 2A long jump, Georgia Evans, on her last jump, she had it won already, but she PR'd by 1/4 of an inch, 18 feet 1 inch, to be your 2A long jump champion for girls. In the boys discus 3A competition, Grayson Hartman is still leading with that 189 throw. Cody Sandobolt from Sioux Center is second. And then third is Nick Milburn from Newton. He is a Northern Illinois football commit, really good linebacker for Newton. That he is sitting third.
Heat 2 of the 4x8 for Class 2A, Denver, Unity Christian, Sheraton, Dike New Hartford, Waukon, Mediapolis, Louisa Muscatine, Red Oak, Albernet, Aplington, Parkersburg, Union of LaPorte, and Pella Christian are going to line up as you look at the wide picture of the famous Blue Oval here in Des Moines. And
beautiful?
It is
Oh my
beautiful.
gosh.
It's just so much activity. And now the purists get to hang out here in the evening as we hit prime time of 6 o'clock in the evening here in Des Moines, Iowa. Glad to have you here wherever you may be watching us, whether it's on the internet, on your television, on your phone, maybe all three at the same time. If you're watching this on replay, hello, and you know how it ends, so let us know how we did. 4x8 in this race. You liked a couple of teams we didn't talk about in the open, but Albernet's one that I'm kind of watching this.
I agree. Yes, Albernet, Pella Christian. Really excited about Albernet. We haven't gotten to talk a lot about the small, former Tri Rivers school.
You bet.
We competed against Albernet a lot in high school, and so it's been really fun to see those stories come through in the preparation for the state meet. We've got a solid team.
So early on for Albernet, let's see. Let's give you a couple of the names of the athletes competing. Denver was Matthias. Unity Christian has Wynia. Crabb for Sheraton. Jensen for Dike New Hartford. Waukon. Callahan. Yes. And then Mediapolis Rigdon. Martinez for Louisa Muscatine. Grass for Red Oak. Albernet. Beckers, Jansen for Aplington Parkersburg, Youngblood for LaPorte, and Minders, and it's Union of LaPorte City. I don't want to forget Dysart or Geneseo in that combination. But early on here, it is Albernet, and getting ready to hand it off for Albernet is Osman is getting ready to take the baton. And then Beamer and Gustafson are the remaining four for Albernet, and that is a pretty good start for Albernet coming out of this one.
Ooh,
On the second leg.
154 opener for Albernet.
So when you start having lots of teams score lots of points and not one team score a lot of points, that makes the team race, very, very interesting.
It sure does. It makes the, I think that's just the, the epitome of the feeling of state track. It's definitely usually not one athlete that is one or two athletes that are winning team state championships. It's a collective effort of a lot of good, hardworking individuals.
And that's what makes it fun. I
Mhm.
mean, that's a relay. And I know, when you have that person who maybe false started or dropped a baton and they feel like they let the team down, and you feel for that athlete what they're going through, but it is a team. You win and you lose as a team. And I know that's cliche, but it's so true. Tim, do you use that cliche of we win as a team, we lose as a team? Is that?
You bet. Usually, if we lose, I just blame myself, and that way the kids don't have to worry about it. And if we win, they're just really good athletes, and that's just the best way to handle it. But right now, discus, Will Limbaugh from Algona has thrown 169.1 to move himself into second. Cody Sandoval, who is in third, is up right now, and then it'll be Grayson Hartman will have his last. Oh, no, my fault. We're on the 5th round. We got one more round to go. I'm pushing myself a little bit too fast in the discus, so a little more competition there. In girls 3A high jump, Brielle Hogue has moved the bar to 5.7. She just took her first attempt and missed.
Okay.
So she's trying to get to a season best, I believe. She was her best so far is at 5.6, so she's trying to better her season best performance that she's doing today.
And she cleared 5.6 1/2.
5.6
1/2. So she moved it up at 1/2 inch.
Yes.
Okay. And where was she from? I'm sorry.
She is from MLC Floyd Valley.
Yeah.
The wonderful town of Orange City.
I was just gonna. I knew where she was from. I just wanted to say that again. So you're. We can't forget Maurice though.
No, you can't forget Morris.
Morris.
You got a lot of small little towns. Even a little guy should give a shout out to Alton, Iowa, and my hometown, and Newkirk. And Granville, all those little towns that make up MLC Floyd Valley.
And Alburnett is a small town on the north side of Cedar Rapids, and they also wear purple like MOC, the Dutchmen do. So Unity Christian, is that a rivalry? Do we talk about? Do we speak? Yeah, you can talk about them. That's okay. Okay.
Yep.
That's I think the first year we did girls state basketball. It was MOC versus Unity in the final. It was like, is anybody left in Orange City for that game? I don't think anybody was that night. Unity Christian boys had a really good basketball season this year. So Alburnett, Denver, Unity Christian, Appleton, Parkersburg, Pella Christian, Waukon, Sheridan, Red Oak, Dike, New Hartford, and Union Little Port City make up your top 10. The Wise of Muscatine and Minneapolis out on the track as well. And we are in leg 3.
Mm-hmm.
And just when you look away and start talking to Tim, you miss the race starting to bunch back up.
I know, yeah. Unity Christian is having a really, really solid leg. Denver. I'm sorry. It's Denver.
Well, yeah, no. Alburnett, Denver, and Unity are all in that race.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
But Denver off to a very good. Denver girls were hoping to make a little bit of noise, but so were the Denver boys. And we have ourselves a race. In fact, we're going to let Mike J. tell you about this final leg here in the 4x8.
With Foreman. Appleton Parkersburg with Luke Jacobson on the anchor leg. And Alburnett and Denver. Unity Christian and Appleton Parkersburg. Pella Christian. Your leaders are going past the high jump apron and to the backstretch. Alburnett and Denver. What? Alburnett and Denver. The state meet record 7:49.87. Alburnett. Alburnett with a 154 anchor. Denver got a 154 anchor carry as well. But Alburnett 7:48.80.
Both going under the former state meet record. That was an incredible race. Holy. It's very impressive. Alburnett coming home with it. both anchors at 154. Man, that 800 final is going to be hot on Saturday. You're not going to want to miss that. You're going to have to get out of bed early, bring your coffee, have your butt in the stands by 10 o'clock on Saturday morning. It's going to be good.
Are we good to go? Are we at a break? Well, so Aberdeen did what we thought that. I mean, they came. We liked him in the beginning, and then all of a sudden, not only did they put in a great effort, they go and break a record.
And Denver made it really interesting. I did not realize that race was going to shape up to be a state meet record, but.
Well, we'll flip now to the 3A boys for 4x8, and if it's anything like 2A was, we're set for a dandy. And really, these 2A, 3A classes, Ellen, they're just so close and so competitive.
Mm-hmm.
To see them compete with each other is always kind of fun. Sometimes you're like, let's just do a mega. Can we do one more race? Just one more, put the best of the best. All right, here we go.
You got a good idea there.
Who do you like in the 4x8 for 3A boys? Who are we watching in this race?
Overall, I think, Pella is going to be a strong contender. We're always watching Mount Vernon. Decorah, I think, will be, obviously, with the fastest seed in the field in the second heat. Something to keep in mind as we're watching the first heat get around the track. But in this first heat, I think Williamsburg, I think Sioux Center, coming back after, watching their girls bring home a championship. I think it'll be a good race.
Well, and we always have, we mentioned Pella and Decorah, and we got to use those American Rivers Conference towns. Although now that Luther's leaving the American Rivers, it's not quite the same, but you all we can just say that's the way it was when I was a kid. Western Dubuque is on the track now. Let's see, 4x8, Section 1. Washington. Help me out. I'm in the right heat, right? Washington, Pella, Fort Madison.
You're talking about heat 2, I think.
I'm in heat 2 already.
We've got Williamsburg, Bondurant, Farrar,
There we
Gilbert,
go.
Western Dubuque, Xavier, ADM, Nevada, Ballard, Sioux Center, Creston, Dubuque-Wahlert, and Spencer.
So Williamsburg out in the lead right now. Bondurant, Farrar, Gilbert, Western Dubuque. Western Dubuque. Yes, there are other runners not named Quentin Nauman, and that sometimes Nauman ends up in those relays. Right now, he's not in the 4x8, not been a race that he's consistently ran, but Sean McDermott, Carter Klein, Tyler Hess, and Gavin Nepper. And breaking away. Well, that's Gilbert. Yeah, Gilbert in the black and white with the red trim. And Gilbert, we talked about a couple of races ago in what they did last year and what they're trying to do here again this year. And right now, that's a heck of a cannon start for Gilbert on their second leg.
Yeah.
And we'll get your thoughts on that, Collect, because there's so much. Tim, we're almost done with field events, right?
We are kind of wrapping up. Here's how things shook out in 3A discus. Byron Christensen from Vinton-Shellsburg on his last throw threw a 176 to move himself into second place. And then that's how it's going to shake out. Grayson Hartman from Washington will be your 3A discus champion. Byron Christensen will be second place, and Will Limbaugh from Algona will be in third place for your top 3A discus competition.
And everything else?
Everything else.
Well, we have the high jump. Have we had the third attempt?
Yes. So Brielle Hogue, she attempted her 5.7. She did not make it, but she is the 3A girls high jump champion, and that puts an end on the field events. Here is some throws from out of the discus today. 189.5 is used to be a really, to hit 180s, that was pretty special. Now it's happening like every week. The discus throwing in the state of Iowa has really grown to be a very, the numbers are just getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
So does that mean you're done?
That means I'm done.
You don't get to talk anymore?
No.
What do you mean?
That means I got to get ready for day number 2.
There you go. All right, Tim DeBrink, awesome to have you here all day. We, again, trying to show as many of these field events, but if you can't see it, to have it described to you, I think has been awesome today. So thank you so very much for your work on that. How do you want to? Let's just do your on-air post job interview. Should we just do it right now?
Why not?
How do you think it went?
It's a little choppy at first. 1A, 4A. There's a lot going on. There's a lot to talk about, and we got settled in. I feel like we got a little bit of a rhythm. I do think it's important. I mean, people always talk about track and field, but a lot of times the field part's forgotten about.
Yeah, track is capital T, field is small f sometimes, right?
Or they don't even put it on the shirt. So, I think it's important to highlight it. That's what makes track so great. You got all different types of competitors. You got small, little, fast runners. You got tall, big guys, and you got girls throwing and jumping, and it's just a really good measurement of an athletic program, if you ask me. If you can take your athletes from all these other sports and put them onto the track and field and let them compete, I think it really says how strong your athletics are at your school.
And so tomorrow we basically just flip everything what we had today, right? From boys to girls in certain places and certain times.
Yes.
But it'll be morning, midday, early afternoon, late afternoon, and
yes.
and that will be that. So I don't know how much you've even looked for today or for tomorrow. Do you have anything quite overhead top that would be fun to see tomorrow?
I've looked at it already. The boys 4A long jump, it brings back 11 state qualifiers and 4 of the top 8 placers from last year. That's going to be a very competitive group. 4A girls shot put, if I remember correctly. That one has 13 qualifiers and 5 of the top 8 returning from last year. And just a lot of really good throwers, second place, fourth place, fifth place, all the way through. So, Coach Dirth at Urbandale has a thrower that got 5th last year, and she's Tatum Johnson sitting in there in the hunt. I got to throw a shout out to Coach Dirth. She does a phenomenal job working with those Urbandale girl throwers. And so you got those. I've looked at a few others. 3A girls long jump, 11 returners from last year, 5 of the top 8 that qualified. There's just a lot of good quality competition coming up tomorrow, so I should probably get home and do my homework.
All right, Tim, thank you so very much. As we go into the exchange of the 4x8 Section 1, it has been a lot of Gilbert in this race. Williamsburg, Wallert, Sioux Center, and ADM in this, but really it is Gilbert, and I'm looking to see who's next. But man, Gilbert's running well.
Yeah, they are running very well in the first of 2 heats. Carson Squires was the 3rd leg and ran 153.3. This is Logan Blake, who we saw contend in the top mix in the 3200. Just really, really impressed by the Gilbert Tigers. They're coached by Aaron Thomas, who is just historically, an amazing coach, really, really great human being who does so much for his athletes, truly cares for them, and has just been nonstop success up in Gilbert. I mean, even when they're not great, they're really, really good, and they're always there. They're always there at the top, always a part of the conversation, and so it'll be really interesting to see how Gilbert might shake up the final standings.
I
with
agree.
This.
That's the one that I've kind of been just, the dark horse thing you put on, you're like, Gilbert could just make enough noise. All right, let's let Mike bring it home.
Gilbert and Blake. And we've got another state meet record. 7:47:21.
Let's put this into perspective.
Out of the so-called
normally, this is the first heat, and they just set a state record.
Out of the quote unquote slower heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Gilbert was just on fire.
Heat 2, you're on watch because.
What would Coach Mudd say? That was a really fast heat, right? Or would it? You don't want to do an impersonation. I don't want to get you.
He used to say some of the, the best one-liners. You better unhook the plow. You better throw down the hammer. That was probably my favorite. All right, it's time to throw down the hammer.
All right, so Gilbert threw the hammer down there and put the others on notice. What a performance from Gilbert in that race.
155.
So Vance, Campbell,
Anchor.
O'Brien, and Herman. Nope, sorry, that's Ballard, not Gilbert.
That
Ryan,
was-
Stensland, Squires,
and Blake.
And Blake.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. So that is they qualified with a time of 8:22. Do I have that right? Yeah. Wow. Okay. There's no bubble. That's just a 7:40.
Now we know what we're up against.
Whew. That's why we run the races. That's what makes it fun. Here we go. Heat number 2.
Well, this just got really interesting.
If you liked that first heat, you're going to love this second one because we've got Clear Creek, Amana, Newton, Solon, Mount Vernon, and Pella. Oh, by the way, the defending champ is always lurking, but not in this race, in this heat. So.
Pella is the defending champ, and
Yeah.
they are in this heat.
Yeah, I am completely off on something, so my apologies there. And we have a recall. Pella is going to wear the 10 bib. Mount Vernon, Fort Madison, Pella, Washington, Benton Community, Central DeWitt, Assumption, Vinton, Shellsburg, Decorah, Clear Creek, Amana, Solon, and Newton. We did not. Everybody stayed?
Yes.
10-12. All right, we're underway. Heat 2. 4x8. So, all right, so throw out what Gilbert did. Do you want to change any? Okay, no, include what Gilbert just did. What's anybody going to have to do to?
Yeah, I think any sort of strategy that any of these teams had, they're looking for covering moves from leg to leg in this heat. I think that's all thrown out the window because you're running against the clock, and hopefully there'll be. I anticipate there's going to be a pack that can work together and try to run down this time. But that's going to be. This is going to be really interesting. We've got.
This has really thrown us off. I have to admit, this is just you don't expect. I mean, there's always a time, but you just don't see a time like that, a performance like that.
And I'm gonna politely call out Aaron Thomas. He could have given me a heads up. He could have said, "Hey, watch out. We're coming from the slower heat."
Well.
But, he wants to make it exciting, be the dark horse.
I guess. So we're bunched up here in the first leg, and we are no more than 25, 30 yards apart. So that would be the checkerboard of Clear Creek, Amana, and then right at the end, we get a little bit of a lead change. So Mount Vernon so Pella, Clear Creek, Amana, Fort Madison, Mount Vernon, Decorah is how we're running right now. Pella in third.
Decorah moving ahead of them, and on the move is Decorah.
Yep, and they just moved right on cue. And those are some very long strides from those 800s. And Pella coming from the outside. Washington in the blacktop orange shorts, and Fort Madison running fifth in that pack, but it's Pella at the checkpoint, 2:54. And Paulson, who ran for Pella, I believe we talked about him earlier. His father, a very good athlete, I believe, for Waverly Shell Rock back in his high school days, and now on the Central College football staff, if I have that right. I believe, yes. So
It's been a really good leg from Pella.
Yeah, a good leg for Pella, and now a little bit of separation for Ebersol. And Galke is getting ready to take the baton with Dunham to
close.
Yeah. And there's a look at the exchanges from our track view. I just love the hands. Walk me through the bunch there. What are we doing?
Oh my gosh, we are trying to stay on 2 feet is what we're trying to do. We are trying to get the baton from one runner to the next without running into anybody and keeping the baton in said hand. That's a very important piece of a relay race. You know, I think I find sometimes the guys' races to be a little bit more chaotic than the girls' races in some ways, but you know, even if it's strung out like this a little bit, it still gets dicey down there in the exchange zone. Like we were talking about earlier, when you're tired and you're fatigued, you forget what you're supposed to be doing, and you end up standing in someone's way. And I have unfortunately seen too many athletes just get plowed over, and you just hope that they're okay.
Well, tell me the difference between high school and college. I mean, is there that big of a difference when it comes to, say, a 4x8 exchange or the physicality-ness?
You know, in a college race, generally speaking, right, the athletes are coming in at such higher velocity, right? And then you need to be paying attention. And what I always like to do is I would try to stay to the outside of lane 1 or in lane 2 until I knew that I was in the clear, because you know, in the middle of a race, it's not, you know, there could be, you know, disqualification or whatever, but you know, you got to figure it out. You got to be resourceful.
Right.
So I think that I just always love the exchange zone and the people shifting, and I was always the person that I was like, you just stay where you're at. I will come to you. Don't go anywhere, because I think it gets to be way too it can get to be way too complicated.
And Dunham is going to take the 4th.
Yep.
We're here on the 4th leg, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we'll let Mike J take us in, because he can keep track of that time and update us. And just remember, Gilbert's time to beat. Gilbert's the time to beat in this, as they've already set a record. Let's just see what Pella can do as they start to open it up. I believe it's 7:47, I think, is what that was. So here we go. We'll let Mike finish it up for this race.
Washington with Reese. And Pella up front with Dunham. And Pella past the high jump apron and heading to the backstretch. Dunham went out in 51.8. He's after the win. He's after for the record. We've passed the 7-minute mark. Kanan Dunham on the backstretch. Decora on the backstretch as well with Stemper. Then it's Mount Vernon. 200 to go. Kanan Dunham of Pella. 7:47.21 by Gilbert is the time to beat. He's bringing it off the turn. It is Pella and Decora. Mount Vernon, Clear Creek, Amana. Pella with a very clutch performance. They knew what they had to do. And they did it. 7:45:33.
I would not have thought we would have seen such a wide open. I expected a little tighter race, but B, I didn't expect 2 state records. One, that state record lasted for 8 minutes.
I know.
10 minutes.
I hope they took a picture.
Yeah.
Because they really worked very hard. They earned it. They really deserved that.
So Pella, Decorah, Mount Vernon, Clear Creek, Amana, Newton is how it finishes. We'll step away for a minute here from the state track meet as we flip over to the 100-meter dash, 2A girls, when we come back from Des Moines and the state tournament presented by the Iowa Farm Bureau. Let's get the introductions for the girls 200, 100-meter dash.
In lane 2 from Forest City, Chloe Henniger. In 3, it's Dyke New Hartford's Chloe Paulson. In lane 4, the Drake Relays runner-up, the 2-time defending champion. She's running 11:66 this year. This is Pella Christian's Rachel Kakmarinsky. Isabella Buckhold of Underwood is in 5. Lexi Terpstra, 7th a year ago for Pella Christian in 6. Darla Hoskins, MVA OCOU, is in 7. Savannah Smith of West Lyon in lane 8. That 11:66 for Kakmarinsky leads 3A, the 5th fastest all time, the fastest ever in 2A.
Introductions, Ellen. Now give me, we already heard about Rachel Kakmarinsky. We've already seen her run in the 200 today with a great time. What do you like in this this race?
Yeah, and I expect Rachel to do Rachel things and, you know, move on safely to the final. I think there's a good mix of veterans and newcomers to the state meet in this heat. We've got a, you know, gosh, at least 1 or 2 freshmen in this field. There she goes. It's like she's running in a different race.
Takes down her state meet record in the prelims.
In the prelims.
Oh, wow. Well, I think, I think we just proved that yes, anything can happen on any race.
That is true.
We don't need that. We should stop being surprised. But Kakmarinsky with 11.8, Chloe Paulson at 12.56.
Chloe Paulson, the daughter of UNI coach, up from Dyke New Hartford. Probably knows a thing or two about track and field.
Yeah. What is the deal with college coaches living in the Dyke New Hartford School District? Think of volleyball for so many years with Petersons. All right, so here's Heat 2. Jovi Evans back on the track.
Yes. Evans family's having a busy day.
Trying to watch a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
And now we'll settle in for the second heat of this 200, or this 100. I'm just there. I'm looking at Gilbert. I'm just amazed at them, seeing them on in the second place there. I'm sure they knew, yeah, we're good, but to be on the podium and have that record for just a little bit and then it holds, it's just great. Just great. We're up to heat 2. And Jovi wins the heat.
Nice.
The time of 12:02.
And we shouldn't, we're not surprised that Gilbert is on the podium, right? They have a long-standing tradition of incredible distance athletes. They've been multi-time state cross-country champions. It was just the way that they did it was just so fun.
Yeah.
And caught us off guard because I think we were getting hungry. That was it. We were low on energy.
There you go.
And we weren't thinking clearly, so here we are.
Well,
they snapped us back to reality.
Fueled us up, and now they are the gaggle around the local media. And because it's Pella and Gilbert, you want to talk to them both in those post-game interviews. So.
Here we'll see Georgia Evans.
Yeah, so Tenley Hinderaker from Tipton, Miranda Neighbor from Alburnett, Addison Dunkel from Hinton, Georgia Evans from Mid-Prairie, Woodward Granger has Hayden Thomas, a junior, Ava Heron from Grundy Center, Avery Recker from Regina, and Lacey Taylor from EBF, otherwise known as Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont. And there's a look from our high center or backstretch camera, which had been busy using on the high jump, and now we get to see it on some races here, and it's just an incredible way to see this meet. Let's listen in.
And heat 3 of 3. Our bubble time is 12:84. Evans out well in the middle of the track. It is Evans. And a good close in 2 by Neighbor. And Georgia Evans runs 12:47. Heron, 12:75.
I think we're going to end up with sisters in the finals.
I think we are, yes. 2 and 3 qualifying times. So
Kakmarinsky from Pella Christian, a 12:34. There's your look at how those prelims went. Sorry, I jumped the gun on that one. But Jory Evans and Georgia. So Jory bests her sister by 11/100ths of a second. Here's your prelims: Kakmarinsky, Evans, Paulson, Sukow, Tepstra, and let's see here. So Thomas, Dykman. Am I off on my?
Heron and Butcher will round out the field.
Yeah.
Let's go. Kakmarinsky, Evans, Paulson, Sukow, Terpstra, Heron, Butcher will be our top 8 going into finals. Now we're on to 3A. Moving right along. The lights are on.
Lights have been on for a while today because of how
Yeah.
dark it was. There was about 20 minutes ago, I was starting to think, no, it's just getting dark. It's not anything else.
That's right. We're going to keep this show rolling.
3A girls 100 meter. Taylor Frank from Mount Vernon. Camry Trine from Pella. Miley Stiefel from Burlington. Tooker from MOC Floyd Valley. Abby Kay from Marion. Kaylin Schmidt from Sioux Center. Stella Van Arnhem from Atlantic, and Jaden Ewell from North Polk. And they're getting into the blocks.
Stiefel out well in 3, Tucker in 4, Cave in lane 5. Kaylee Tucker, Miley Stiefel of Burlington. Tucker and Stiefel.
Stiefel made it close. She might have actually gotten that time, but Tucker gets her by 0.02 of a second. 12:14 and 12:16 is how they finish. There's a look at your top 4. Cave and Van Arnhem. Bubble time now at 13:21. Here's the introductions for Heat 2.
In 7, Great Relays qualifier, returning state qualifier from Washington, Jaden Moore, and in lane 8, Scout Ridout of South Tama.
I missed Kendra Knowlton on the introduction there from Grinnell in 1, and Treasure Moore from Perry is in lane 2. All right. I was watching when we had that camera view from behind, and I've seen several pictures, and I love that picture from down low all the way back at those racers. What's going through the ones who are not running now, but the ones behind? I mean, that to see those runs and see those times when you're in the later heat, what's going through your brain?
Mm-hmm. That was always the hardest place to be, in my opinion. It used to be that whole holding area was just crawling with people, and you couldn't hear yourself think because there were so many, there was so much nervous energy going around. And so I think if I could go back and tell my younger self anything, I would have said, just breathe, right? Calm your nervous system. Like, you've put in the work, the training has been done.
Here's Heat 2.
And this is Heat number 2. Johnson in 4, Gosselink in lane 5, Whitaker closing in 3. In 2,
That's
it's Treasure
wide.
Moore of Perry.
That was a hot heat.
Oh, my
I knew that was going to
goodness.
be the case.
We're not
gonna
sure
have
who won either. Gosselink from Grinnell?
Yep, that's what it's looking like.
12:23 looks to be her time. Natalie Johnson from Algona, a 12:28.
And Callie Whitaker, 12:3.
Callie, didn't she run just like 20 minutes ago? It sure seems like it,
Yes.
right? In that.
And she's going to be running again the 400 here in
Not very
long.
Yeah, that 400 for 3A scheduled for 7:10. We're at 6:47.
Yeah, that's a pretty quick turnaround for her.
All right, let's set up. All right, there I just ran through them. Sorry, I went over Mike talking. Allie Graber from Western Dubuque is in lane 1 here of this third heat. From Denison Schleswig, Kyra Clark. Lauren Clark from Newton. One has an E, one doesn't. Stella Heitbrink from Sioux Center. Shannon Cleary from Bishop Heelan. Cassandra Stammeyer from Decorah. Alex Scott from Mount Pleasant. And Kirsten Brockhorst, freshman from Independence, Iowa. The capital seat, the lovely Buchanan County off of Highway 20. We both can wave on our way home, right?
We can, yes.
Did you run much at Independence?
I did, yes. I was just going to say that. That cross country, we usually ran cross country there. We did not run much track there. But it always seemed to fall on our homecoming.
Oh.
And it always brought about, feelings because there was a lot going on.
That's right. All right, I think we have the inspection of the runners. It's time for the race. Here's Heat 3.
And the third and final heat. Steinbrink in 4, that's Cleary in 5. Lane 4, Stella Heitbrink. Some outstanding closes. Heitbrink was the early leader. She holds on for the win, running 12:50.
So the bubble time was 12:47.
Yeah.
And I'm
That
not
second heat
sure
was.
if anybody's going to come
I
out of
don't
this
think
heat.
so.
Heitbrink, a 12.58. Alex Scott, a 12.59.
What was that? What was that? At least 4 or 5 runners from the second heat will be in the final.
So let's see here. Do we have our finalists?
I've got Tooker, Stiefel, Gosling, Johnson, Whitaker, Cave, Moore from Perry, and Moore from Washington. That's our top 8.
So 12:14 to 12:47. So 33 hundredths of a second separate first to 8th. So that is a wide open, a wide open final coming on Saturday afternoon.
Yep.
And let's go to the 2A boys 100 first to 3 preliminary.
All right, we're gonna head now. I'll get the introductions from Mike here on Heat 1 of the 2A 100.
From Red Oak, Cale Hall in lane 4. He was the runner-up last year. He ran 10:53 at the Drake Relays. That's the number 1 in 2A, the all-time in 2A, number 9 all-time, and the fastest wind legal 100 in Drake Relays history. Trainer senior, Coy Cones. In lane 5, he was third a year ago. Alburnett Jr., Luke Lakin Caves. In lane 6, Drake Relays qualifier from Olwine, Caleb DeTemerman. Jackson Cliff, Ogden freshman, is in 7. Zach Stalder, Greene County, runs in 8.
All right, what do you like here in the 100?
I like Coy Cones.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was great earlier. Trainers had some very good sprinters. And which means tomorrow
right
in those relays. You think today was nutty? I'm not going to sing, but I would say there's always tomorrow. Tim O'Neill needs to be here because that's a reference to a Quad City sportscaster that he would get. So sorry, I'm not trying to exclude you.
Oh,
Would you like me to do a Rick Coleman bit instead?
I feel left
Or a
out
John
of the
Campbell?
inside joke.
Here's Heat 1.
And we've got a recall.
There's on a recall. One of my favorite. Okay, so favorite picture I think is from low of this look with everybody standing. Second one is more modern. I don't know if you've seen these, where someone will take pictures of every race and place like all the runners in like everybody who runs the race. You're all on the track at the same time. I just love those creations.
Those are cool. Yeah.
And keepsake's fun too if you want to think about it.
Absolutely. Being a distance athlete, though, I don't know that it would hit quite the same. You know, that'd be a lot of people in one picture. But for the sprinters, yes.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool.
So we'll run now with 7. Still tonight, the 100-meter prelims, the 400 final, and the shuttle hurdle relay prelims for the girls 2A, 3A. So we still have some things to do here in the next little over an hour.
And heat number 1 of 3, Cones in 4, Caves in 5. Coy Cones of Trainer, Lakin Caves of Alburnett.
I'm gonna make you start picking the dark horse, not the obvious, but that was obviously great from Coots. What a run there by Coy. And what his time end up? 10.74?
10.74.
Oof. Wow. Qualified in the 200, the shuttle hurdle. Relays.
Yeah, what do you think? 4x1, 4x2, what we expect him in tomorrow?
Yes. It can always change, but man, you hate to keep that speed out.
No, because he's in the shuttle hurdle 100, 200.
Yeah, so I don't know.
So I don't know what it'll be.
Yeah. So Tate Doggett from Van Meter, saw him in the championship game for football last November. Kyle Groh from Spirit Lake, Casey Williamson from South Hardin. They were in the semifinals of the football playoffs. Edwin Gangba's back from Regina. Saw him earlier today. Landry Haber-Richter from West Burlington, Notre Dame. I was like, I'm pretty sure he's West Burlington. I wanted to look that up. Keaton Dirks from Trainer, another Trainer Cardinal. Tristan Krabs from Roland Story. Dominic Garcia from Columbus Catholic. I like Tristan Krabs. Has been pretty fun, too, over his career. And let's see what he can do.
And this is heat 2 of 3. Haber-Richter in 4, Gangba in lane 5. Dirks running well in 3. Landry Haber-Richter.
Haber-Richter of West Burlington, Notre Dame in 4, 10.94.
So 10.94, that's not as good. That's not going to be first overall yet.
But under the bubble.
10.94, 11.08. That one screen goes so fast I can't read it all. Kyle Groh 11.09. So very close second, third. Thought that was close. And then Tristan Krabs in 11.18. And we have the third and final heat here of the 100 2A prelims.
Another reminder, the concession stands will close at 7:30.
7:30. Concessions will close if you need a bite to eat before you head home.
All right, so week 3, we're standing over the blocks. So let me tell you who's in this race. Garrett Smith from Esterville Lincoln Central. Finnegan Dunlin from Crestwood. Carson Coulter from KPWC-RV. The quiz after that. Adam Kakmarinsky from Pella Christian. Ryan Henry from Mid-Prairie. Keaton Gales from West Branch. Tate Hosh from Cascade. And Philip Swan from Regina. Did I get that right? I think so.
You did.
You start doubting yourself, like you've seen all these heats over the day, and you're like, wait, did I just, yeah. And we're off.
Out well.
Kakmarinsky,
Pella Christian. Ryan Henry of Mid-Prairie.
Family has also been busy today.
Henry was 6th a year ago. Kakmarinsky runs 10.91. Henry 11.03.
Okay, so 10.91. The bubble time was 11.15 going into that race.
Looks like the top two from that heat.
Ryan Henry is under that right now at 11.03. So here are the qualifiers for the 100 in 2A.
Rao and Hall.
Kuntz, Caves, Kakmarinsky, Haber-Richter, Henry, Gangba, Grau, Hall. 1074 to 1115 are your spreads. So a little more there than what we saw in the girls. It's going to be hard.
Pretty
Trainer only puts 1 in the finals, but a Kakmarinsky, just imagine if we can have 2 Kakmarinskys with titles and sprints. I'm better. No, I'm faster. No, I'm faster.
Can you imagine being a parent in that house? I mean, what do you think? Do you think they were just always like setting up races to, get them to, I don't know, do something like fastest person to get dressed, gets something. That I'm thinking about how I motivate my children to get things done. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Knowing just enough of the Kakbarinskis to know the competition level, I can totally see all of that, all those scenarios that you just said. It might not be who can do it. It is to do the fastest, but it is fun. But just great athletes in that family. All right, so Heat 1 of 3A 100. Kyler Gifford from Knoxville. A.J. Maloney from Center Point, Urbana. Go Norman. Keyshawn Wilson from West Delaware. Garbino Ueno from Storm Lake. Saw him earlier today. Callan Harder from Grinnell. Victor Ward, Charles City. Tay Seals, Clear Creek, Amana. And Marquise Olson. Heat 1. I'll get your thoughts on the field overall in a moment. But first, Mike J. to give us the play-by-play of Heat 1.
And Heat 1 of 3. Harder of Grinnell in lane 5. That's Maloney of CPU in 2. And Kellen Harder.
So Harder by the eye test and by the clock wins that. A.J. Maloney from CPU. And then Tay Seals, 10-9-7. All right, getting ready for this Heat 2. We're going to let Mike do the introduction, but this is a good race right here, right? Heat 2?
It is, yes. Heat 2 is going to be a good one. Ryan Bear, we're seeing him coming back after he's done.
Isaac Smith of Clear Lake in 2. Harrison Mullins of Pella, 5th a year ago, will be in 3. William Weichert of Algona, was 7th last year in a Drake Relays qualifier. He'll be in 4. Ryan Bear of Keokuk, he was the runner-up at last year's state meet. He was the runner-up at this year's Drake Relays. He's run 10:55 this year, and Bear is in 5. In lane 6, returning qualifier for Dubuque Waller, Ben Francis in 7. Jackson Boom of Spencer, and in 8, Tristan Ludwig of Glenwood. Heat 2 of 3, 3A boys 100.
From Heat 1 to keep it interesting.
Right, and Isaac Smith can keep it interesting too out of lane 2 from Clear Lake.
Yeah, that's right.
Mullins from Pella, but yeah, I think you're right. Bear, I think Bear he has a better seeding than he did in the 200.
He has the fastest qualifying time in the 200. Am I remembering that correctly?
Which one, Bear?
Bear. Do you remember?
That's what Andy's for. We'll ask Andy. He'll look it up. That's my memory right there. Getting ready for Heat 2. Stecker from Solon. Smith from Clear Lake. Mullins from Pella. Weichert from Algona is in lane 4. Bear from Keokuk in 5. Francis from Waller Catholic in 6. Boom from Spencer in 7. Ludwig from Glenwood is in 8. They're over and in position.
And this is Heat 2. Ryan Bear in 5 to his inside is Weichert. Mullins out well in lane 3. Harrison Mullins.
So Mullins for Pella. Now there's something to watch team race wise, right?
Yep.
If Pella can get a couple of sprint points to go with their distance points.
You know their shuttle hurdle is going to do good things.
So Mullins, Bear, Stecker, Francis. Bubble time.
11-1.
11-1 for Heat 3 on the track now.
lane 6, great qualifier from Winterset.
Colton Neal of Marion is in 7. Zane Johnson of ADM qualified to last year's state meet as a freshman, and this year was the Drake Relays qualifier as a sophomore. Johnson in lane 8.
All right, heat 3. Joy from Keokuk. Tanner Tweet out of Gilbert.
I remember he will not be there.
He will not be.
2
Well,
will be open.
We also thought that.
No, we were right.
We
2
were
is
right.
open.
You're right. So 2 is open. He's still listed on the 1 sheet, but we know he's not there. Dalton Kurzelman from MOC, Beckett Veros from Sergeant Bluff Luton, and Justin Eilers also from SBL. Winterset's Wyatt Swanson, Colton Neal, and Zane Johnson, runners from Marion and ADM, round out your field.
And our third and final heat, Veros in 4, Ehlers in 5, Swanson in 6. In lane 4, Beckett Veros, Sergeant Bluff Luton, Wyatt Swanson of Winterset.
Swanson had a great finish there. His last 10 meters might have made him that race, because it was SBL. They were running 1-2 for a while.
It's going to be close.
10-9-6, 11-10, and 11-16 go Swanson, Veros, and Johnson. And so now we're going to get a look at who is moving on. The bubble time was 11-10. So here are your 100 finalists in 3A. Kellen Harder, Harrison Mullins for Pella, Ryan Baer for Keokuk, AJ Maloney, Center Point Urbana, Wyatt Swanson from Winterset. Tay Seals qualifies. Wino, Francis, and the cut time is how much?
Not much. Thousandths.
That is 1,000th of a second. That's the second time we've seen that today.
And there were 3 of them.
Oh. You talk about that lean, and it doesn't really matter, but what we're going to talk about when we come back is the 400-meter dash girls 2A when
Final.
we return. Oh, we got a final. We got some flags to hand out when we return from Des Moines and the Drake Stadium and the state track meet. Look at that vista. We have been looking at people coming and going all day from those east stands. The brave, hardy, and those cheering on in the 400-meter dash finals and the shuttle hurdle prelims. That's who's left here at the state track meet, presented by Farm Bureau, along with Ellen Davis. We call her the proud aunt. She has had a good meet so far, and I'm Paul Yeager. Our production crew has been busy rotating through. Our lead producer, Justin, is holding it together as best he can. Look at him. He's got a smile on his face. Crew's doing great. All these camera views, and also thank Tim O'Neill and Tim TeBrink, who have helped us out with coverage. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll do this all again, but let's get going to the 2A girls 400 meter dash section 1 is on the track. We're going to do 3 sections to determine your finalists. Katie Maurer from Garner Hayfield Ventura is in 1. Charlie Kirkpatrick from Grundy Center, Van Meters, Annabelle Koopmans. Jocelyn O'Neill from Red Oak, Delaney Eldridge from West Marshall, Maisie Miters from Pella Christian, Ridgeview's Hannah Brown, and Hadley Reilly from Crestwood of Cresco is in this race. In the middle, it looks like Red Oak's Jocelyn O'Neill as they come by the scoreboard and our camera position underneath it.
Christian. Eldridge, O'Neill.
But now it comes down to the final 50. It's still Eldridge from West Marshall doing her best. Also in lane 3, it's Koopmans from Van Meter. She's going to try to get second and might be third in that time, but West Marshall's Delaney Eldridge in a 61.07 to open things up. Hannah Brown second, Koopmans third. All right, the big heat's coming up. What do we see?
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing the defending champ here in Heat 3. We've got one more heat to go before we can get too excited, but yeah, Heat 3, we're going to have Jordan Tegler and Ella Hine, who is from Tipton, finished 4th in the long jump this afternoon. So that one will be good. The top 3 finishers of that heat finished the season, their 400 season, with personal bests.
What a better way to do it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Good way to close out day 1.
Libby Schoonover from Summer Fredericksburg. Ada Fischel from Alburnett is in lane 2 in this section 2 of the 400 meter final. Julia Teglin from Van Meter, Ridgeview's Shea Rapp.
Everyone is still up. Everyone is live.
Sienna Zomer from Boyden Hull Rock Valley. She's a returning medalist. Chloe Schutte from MFL Marmac. Allie Adams from Underwood and Columbus Catholic's Janiyah Miller are in this section, which is getting ready to run now here.
Did you run track?
I did. Not very fast, but I ran it.
What were your events?
1, 2, never a 4.
No.
Long jump.
Okay.
8th grade.
Section 2 of 3. Shea Rapp of Ridgeview. Rapp of Ridgeview in 4. In 5 at Zomer, Boyden Hull Rock Valley. Rapp in 4, Ridgeview freshman. Zomer, Boyden Hull Rock Valley Junior in lane 5. And Fischel running well, the Alburnett sophomore in lane 2. Teaglin of Van Meter in 3, and here they come off the turn. Shea Rapp, the Ridgeview freshman. Jumped right out to the lead. And she's going to hold on to it and win it out of lane 4, section 2.
Shea Rapp from Ridgeview. All right, third and final section. Let's let Mike J introduce this field.
In lane 1, junior from Columbus Junction, Ella Howell. In lane 2, 6th Drake Relays, your 2-time defending champion, and the runner-up is a freshman in 23. 7 state titles to her credit. She's run 56.75. Pella Christian senior, Bailey Voss. In lane 3, from South Hardin, Ada Eller. In lane 4, The 3A leader coming into this weekend at 56.60, a Drake Relays qualifier. The state runner-up a year ago, 7th as a freshman in 24 from Northeast Goose Lake, Jordan Tegler. In lane 5, a Drake Relays qualifier. She was in 4th a year ago and 8th in 24. She's run 56.90, Tipton Junior, Ella Hine. In lane 6, 3rd last year, 6th in 24, 5th as a freshman, Emmitsburg Senior, Rachel Shaney. In lane 7 from Denver, it's Marin Loris. And in lane 8 from East Sac County, Wendy Viat.
Section 3 of 3, 2A girls 400.
All right, Section 3. You've already talked about Tegler and Hine.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, so Tegler is in 4, Hine is in 5.
I think we'll keep an eye on Bailey Voss, too, from Pella Christian to be in medal contention.
Well, I'll tell you what. If Bailey Voss can score a couple of points for Pella Christian, that actually bodes well for their team title chances, too. When you think about 100 and 200, you need to have more than just those two to get you points and get you a title, but it goes a long way to getting started. All right, Mike J. will call this race for us here in the 400.
Hannah Wilms has the state meet record in this class at 53.96. Bailey Voss in 2, the 2-time defending champion. The runner-up is a freshman in 23. Bailey Voss, Pella Christian. The time to beat, 59.01. Bailey Voss of Pella Christian. Voss, Tegler of Northeast Goose Lake. Tegler came in as the state leader at 56.60. Bailey Voss of Pella Christian. Bailey Voss, 55.29. Tegler ran 56.30.
Number 15 on the all-time list was the 3-time champion from Pella Christian, Bailey Voss.
So Bailey Voss wins another state title. Apologies on getting that one. I had that one crossed in the wrong direction.
She gets more than just a couple of points.
That's right. She gets a lot of points, and so that is a big, big deal for Pella Christian. And we have here are the overall results of how the finals played out. So Bailey Voss, your state champion in 2A. Jordan Tegler is 2nd, and Marin Lowers from Denver is 3rd in that race. So now we're going to go 3A 400-meter dash. Reese Brownlee was your champ in 25 in this race from ADM. I want to let you know about Farm Bureau. And they are the sole title sponsor of the Iowa High School Athletic Association and the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. Iowa Farm Bureau provides millions of dollars in awards, recognition programs, grants, and scholarships hoping to support student achievement on the field and in the classrooms. Thank you, Farm Bureau, for making this possible. And thank you for watching today as we are approaching the home stretch here. We've got the 2A girls 400 done. Now it's time for the 3A girls in 4A. Or I'm sorry, in 3A. We've already had the 4A. 400. That's the way the brain works sometimes. Let's let Mike J. tell you about this race.
Rieg of Independence in 4. Johnson of Boone in lane 5. Miller of Hoover in lane 3. Hesslink, the freshman from Harlan, out there in lane 6. Julia Hesslink, the Harlan freshman. Hesslink in lane 6. Hubner of Fort Madison in 8. First of 3 sections in 3A. Hesslink and Hubner. And Hesslink 58:32 puts up our initial time to beat 58:32.
So the freshman from Harlan, Julia Hesslink, 58:32. Let's get the introductions of Section 2.
1, Cora Weidel of Makokata in 2. Sarah Pecci of Western Dubuque in 3. Jersey Haluska, returning qualifier from Solon in 4. Caitlin Hebel, returning qualifier from Glenwood is in 5. Lily Myers of Perry in 6. Avery Case, a returning qualifier from Marion in 7. Bryn Paulson of Pella runs in lane 8. On the award stand, our top 3 finishers in the 2A girls 400. Finishing third from Denver.
Played at the state basketball tournament.
Yeah.
And maybe has, you want to talk about genetics and fast in the family. I believe her father still holds a couple of records here when his days at Carroll. 10? Oh, he's the 100 champ, right? Yeah. Yeah, Adam Haluska jerseys.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I
That's the
He
other
was-
sport. I
yes.
would not have known it unless Jersey was playing, but yeah.
Yeah, that was in my day.
Yeah.
I watched him.
So Jersey is in lane 4 for this race.
Ready, camera 2.
And this is section 2.
And take 2. 2 is up.
Pecci of Western Dubuque in lane 3. In 4, Haluska of Solon. Hebel of Glenwood in lane 7.
2 is up. Ready, camera 3. 3 is up. 3 is live.
Hebel of Glenwood in lane 5. That's Case of Marion in 7.
Ready, camera 1.
Here to come off the turn, Jersey Haluska. The junior from Solon. Haluska. And Hebel. On the inside, it's Loud of Grinnell.
Good time
Great
to
race
open up
for her. Yeah.
for Jersey there. What'd she do in that race? I mean, tell me about the mindset of the 400. I guess we haven't discussed that with you.
Well, because I did run a lot of 400s, but it was mostly in the form of the 4x4 because it was, that was just the nature of middle distance runners. I mean, I think in a 400, you have to run the first curve hard. You have to get out, and then you have to keep going. I mean, it's never comfortable. You can never settle in. There's, you have to find a rhythm, but it's just over the point of comfort for just under a minute, and then it really burns. I was watching, something that I'm not proud of, but some TikTok or reel or whatever, that a coach was asking his athletes to run the 4x4, asked them if they had ever run a 400, and he said, well, have you ever passed a kidney stone? Have you ever birthed twins? Have you ever been bit by a venomous snake? That's what a 400 feels like. I had to laugh because
I know exactly
it
the
feels
account that you're speaking of, and I watched nearly every video from that. I think he's a coach out of Minnesota. So Cora Smith from Creston is in section 3. Brinley Strickland from Bondurant Farrar. Callie Whitaker back on the track for Mount Vernon in lane 3. Ava Hooker for Williamsburg. Tierney Carter from Oskaloosa. Avery Bitker from Sioux Center. Avery Fedler from Mount Pleasant. And Isabel Grosamy from Webster City. Ava Hooker, fantastic softball player. Might be an even better track runner. Let's see what she can do here. This is one
This is going to be an incredible
I
race.
just think this will be too.
This will be awesome.
So Jersey Haluska won that last heat. Let's keep her time.
58.47.
58.47, so it's off.
Julia Hesslink is at 58.32.
All right. Mike J to take us through here on the 400.
Callie Whitaker of Mount Vernon. She's had a busy day one. She's taken the lead in this 400 on the backstretch. Hooker to her outside. Carter in 5. Fedler, the Mount Pleasant freshman, in lane 7. Callie Whitaker, Mount Vernon senior. 58.32 is the time to beat. It's Whitaker and Hooker. Bitker of Sioux Center. Whitaker and Hooker. Callie Whitaker. Ava Hooker. And Whitaker out of lane 3.
Whitaker
Oh my
holds
gosh.
off
Woo!
Hooker in a fantastic 400.
Those two have gone back and forth all season between multiple races. They see each other all the time, and they came out of the same state qualifying meet, and I knew that was going to be hot, and it was. That was great. That was really fun.
Just the way you like it. So how they finish for the finals, as we look at that, we'll come up here in that. Whitaker with a 55.51 beats Hooker's 55.53.
Jersey, Julia Hesslink and Jersey Haluska squeak into the top 8 from the second heat.
All right, so that's how you finish in your 1 through 8, but on the medal stand, Whitaker, Hooker, and Bitker. And on the way out right now, I want to let you know the boys are going to run some 400 races, but we are going to step away right now for a break. You're watching the state track meet presented by Iowa Farm Bureau here.
Something exciting is growing on Iowa farms these days. Innovation. From tractors that seed, weed, and harvest with data-driven precision to drones that scout or plant cover crops to protect soil and water. Even our animals live in our houses with technology keeps food safer and water cleaner and makes us more sustainable. That's what we do here and benefits everyone. Here, at our farm, everyone's life is better.
The 2A boys 400-meter dash is on the track now. Brendan Davey, your defending champ. He's the top qualifier. Al Burnett is in this race. Some familiar names here. Ellen Davis, didn't mean to take all of your steam away, but what do you like in this 400 as you look at it from an overall perspective?
You know, from an overall perspective, of course, I think we'll see some. We'll see Braden Davey in Heat 3. There's some great competitors. I see the Al Burnett guys coming back after, you know, a pretty big day. I've just been really impressed by them. Cole Judish will be in Heat 3 as well. We'll wait on that. I'll come back to that.
All right, so in the middle, it is lane 4. That's Bo Buckingham from Albia, but here comes Jace Brinkman from Sumner Fredericksburg, who is going to pass him in the back stretch and finish first in that heat. So Jace Brinkman, Bo Buckingham, Nathan Schmigdal, Micah Robbins, Cale Hutchinson, and it's going to be Cale Hall, Colton Wenzel, and Evan Siegert is how that finishes. All right, Heat 2, I'll let you continue your thoughts about this race overall.
Yeah, we see Caleb Bowman from Tipton in lane 5 here, Cole Graham in lane 4. I expect those senior veterans to do veteran things here as we get ready to almost close out day 1. It'll be interesting to see if we see some times from Heat 2 shaking up the top 8 like we did in the girls.
So it's Lake and Caves from Al Burnett. Holden Reynolds from Forest City is in this race. Xavion Walker Barrow from Columbus. Cole Graham from Shenandoah. Caleb Bowman from Tipton. Unity Christians, Carson Foreman. Owen Bell from Hudson in lane 7. And Jackson Paulsrud in lane 8 from Cherokee of Washington. And they're on the track. And there'll be one more heat after this.
Section 2 of 3. Out well in lane 7, that's Owen Bell of Hudson with a good start. In 4, Graham of Shenandoah. Walker Baruth of Columbus Catholic in lane 3. Graham in 4, Bowman in 5. Cole Graham, Shenandoah Senior. To his inside, Xavion Walker Baruth of Columbus Catholic. Graham of Shenandoah on the inside. That's Lake and Caves of Alburnett finishing very strong in lane 1.
So Lake and Caves wins that heat from Alburnett. He's been busy. Heard him already in the 100 and the 200. The 1, the 2, the 4. The 4 is just a different beast all around.
You know, we've seen quite a few guys and even a few girls do that combination today. Though there's been a lot of athletes that are really busy today, which you don't always see. You know, you don't always see them stretch for the 400, but they're not only doing it, they're doing it really well. It's not like they're just, there.
Yeah. Yeah, and is it easier to stretch from 2 to 4 or from 1 to 4?
I wouldn't know.
I mean, I don't know. Let's get the Heat 3 introductions from Mike J.
This is going to be good.
Joey Coythan of MVA OCOU runs in 2. In lane 3, returning qualifier from Missouri Valley, Ryder O'Dowd. In lane 4, he was 8th last year, a Drake Relays qualifier this year. He's run 48.85 from Grundy Center, Braden Davey. In lane 5, he's run 49.12 from Alburnett, Caden Beckers. In lane 6, Esterville Lincoln Central's Garrett Smith. Cole Judish of Manson Northwest Webster is in 7. And Kobe DeRod of PCM will run in lane 8. Section 3, third and final section. Beckers of Alburnett in lane 5 has already picked up a gold medal, that coming in the 4x8. Braden Davey of Grundy Center in lane 4. Davey of Grundy Center. O'Dowd of Missouri Valley in 3. Braden Davey, Grundy Center Senior, your leader off the turn. 49.83 is the time to beat. Braden Davey in a battle for second. Esterville Lincoln Central's Smith had a great close. Braden Davey runs 47.96.
He got out early and stayed out. Brady Davey, your 2A champion in the open 4, 47.96. Smith, the runner-up, 49.29.
As Mike just said, it was Davey and everybody else. Davey just, when did he win that race?
Out of the blocks? I don't know. It never really felt like a race to me. It was just dominance, I guess, is what it looked like.
Every time you look,
yeah.
he was a point ahead,
yeah.
and it was quite the performance there for Davey. So now, as we get ready, so here's how they finish. We just showed the top 8, and then here's the last 8. So Davey, then Smith, and PCM's Kobe Durad, Caden Beckers from Alburnett, Lake and Caves
from Alburnett.
So there go the Pirates, getting a couple of points there, doubling up in a relay or in a race. Cole Judas, Jace Brinkman, and Ryder O'Dowd, your top 8. And now it's on to the 3A race. Give me a little overview on this one.
Well, we've got we're going to see Colby Huddenfield back from Clear Lake, finishing out his busy day. We saw him in the 100, what was it, 100, 200, and now again in the 400. I think that'll be really interesting when we get there. You know, we haven't talked about their national championship yet, but I guess we'll save that for later. But this is another loaded field. When you look at that final heat 3,
I look at that heat 3.
Jeez.
And a lot of names we've said today.
Mm-hmm.
Heat 1 is on the track. Mike J to take us through in this 3A race.
3 freshmen in the field. In lane 5, that's Landon Hagan, sophomore from Atlantic. To his inside, Wesley Helly of West Delaware. Cooper Catt of MOC Floyd Valley in 3. Catt of MOC Floyd Valley. Helly of West Delaware. In lane 2, that's Chase Smith of Keokuk. Catt in 3. Helly in 4. Ty Camito of Carlisle in lane 6, closing very strong. Cooper Catt, MOC Floyd Valley.
He just never gave up.
So Helly, the sophomore from West Delaware. So he puts up a 56.5 on the board. Cooper Catt runs second, 56.7. Ty Camito, 59.6. Another competitive family, the Camitos. Xander Canese finishes 4th in that heat. Now it's on to Heat 2, and we'll get the introductions here in a moment. And here they are.
There's Argo Singer of Harlan in 1, Cale Essling of CPU in 2. Justin Callahan, returning qualifier from Webster City in 3. Dylan Borman, returning qualifier from North Polk in 4. Parker Hook of ADM in 5. Tate Von Egwin of Spencer in 6. Cooper Grimm, a state medalist in both the 4x4 and 4x8 for CPUs in 7. Alexander Brown, a 12-time state meet medalist for Central DeWitt, runs in lane 8. Section 2 of 3, 3A boys 400.
Here's the whistle, which means they'll start getting into the blocks now. This second heat, I'm already looking again. I looking at that third heat over and over again. I need to just watch it on the track and not read on it in paper because I just know how good it's going to be.
A couple of teammates from CPU in this heat. what an advantage to have training partners and, you know, to be here in the same heat. That's pretty cool.
And one can say to the other, hey, I beat you at state. That's what it's about.
Did you have to go there?
Something they'll talk about for a long time. Let's talk about this race here, Heat 2. Erasing some of that stagger already is Cooper Grimm in lane 7. And also look out here in lane 5, Parker Hook from ADM making a nice little run in the middle. Hanging back 3 and 4 with Borman and Hook. Callahan in 3 as they come into the final turn. And it's going to be right there, Callahan, and also ADM
Hook.
for Hook. 3 and 5. We're going odd numbers for an evenly great race, and that is a good heat. Hook, I think, is going to finish second to Callahan from Webster City. The Lynx put a good time on.
49.59.
49.59. Great time.
Yes.
Sub 50 quarter. And now let's get the introductions from Heat 3.
He was the runner-up in the 400 here last year, 6th in 24. He's run 48.34 this year. Pella Senior, Harrison Mullins. In lane 2, Drake Relays qualifier from Ballard, Jace Ortner. In lane 3, 5th in the Drake Relays 400 hurdles from Benton Community, Owen Von Ossen. In lane 4, he was 4th at Drake in the 400. He was the 1A champion at 400 meters a year ago. He's run 47.77. He's the 1A leader coming, or 3A leader rather, coming into the weekend. Number 20 on the all-time list. From Clear Lake, Colby Hudnafield. In lane 5, from Clear Creek, Amana, Quade Jensen. In lane 6, returning qualifier from Storm Lake, Garbieno Vino. In lane 7, he was a Drake Relays qualifier. He was 6th at Drake in the Open 800. He's a freshman at Solon. He's run 49.07, Max Falstad. And in lane 8, from Charles City, Victor Ward. Third and final section, 3A boys.
You know, from Clear Lake, Colby Hudnafield. We haven't had a chance to talk in depth about him, but, you know, he and 3 other Iowa guys went out to New York and participated in the Nike Indoor National Meet. He got the baton around the track for the 400, and they came home national champions, which is pretty darn cool. That was a quartet of a bunch of 3A guys, and I was talking to Colby's mom this week and just learning more about what they've got going on, and pretty cool story.
Pretty good opportunity to put Iowa track on the map on a national stage. And here the 400. This is the third and final heat. To Mike J we go.
He's had a busy day as well in the 100 and 200. Hudnafield of Clear Lake in 4. The 3A leader coming into this race. Van Ossen, the outstanding 400 hurdler from Benton Community in 3. Jensen of Clear Creek, Amana in 5. Colby Hudnafield of Clear Lake. He won the 1A title a year ago. 5th in 2A in 24. Colby Hudnafield of Clear Lake. Quade Jensen. Vino of Storm Lake.
A very impressive close by Garbino.
I know we run 400 for a reason, but another 10 meters, that's
Dang.
a different race.
Yeah.
They run the 410. But Hudnafield was just
They both go under the state meet record.
Oh my gosh. What a great race. And it wasn't much until the end. I don't think he knew how close everybody was getting.
No, yeah.
We've got shuttle hurdle relay to close it out. So should we step away for one final time here? as you're watching on our statewide coverage of the Iowa High School State Track Meet from Drake University, and here in Des Moines on the Iowa Farm Bureau coverage of the state meet. Back in a moment for the final 2 things of the night. We started the day with hurdles. We're going to end the day with hurdles. Shuttle hurdle relay gets on your way. And I know we've got a few things that are cooking. And team standings, we haven't had a chance to look into those too much. I know we've talked a little bit about that throughout the day as we get ready here for heat number 1 of the girls' shuttle hurdle relay for Class 2A. And we move all of our documents over. I know we've been talking about team races, and you can follow online. I know that works too, but sometimes we like to talk about everything that's going on. And so far, it's been pretty exciting to see how everything has unfolded throughout this race. But as we get ready, we're going to have 6 heats for 2A and then 6 heats for 3A, and then that'll be it for day number 1 as we approach 7:45 on Thursday night. In this first race, it's going to be Applington, Parkersburg, Roland Story, Northeast Goose Lake, and Missouri Valley. They'll be in the first heats. So, Ellen, what do you like here overall in this shuttle hurdle class?
In 1A, I think we're I want to see a lot of really impressive performances here. I think we've got Hinton. Well, let's start with Heat 1, shall we? Let's go.
There you go.
I think Roland Story and Northeast Goose Lake are going to be good teams to watch. Looking back at, I don't think we have. Yes, we do.
So Roland Story.
Sioux Central was our 25 champ.
You want to do team score? All right, we're going to do team score. I'm going to show you here what's going on as we're still getting hurdles on here. Here are the boys 1A team scores. And it'll cycle through. That's the back end of everybody here moving forward. So Earlham, they're the Lynx at 21st with 4 points, 14 points so far. West Hancock with a point, Midland of Wyoming. Janesville also scored a point, so did Sigourney. And in first place, it's Alburnett with 23, Grundy Center 20, Pella Christian 15, Cherokee of Washington has 10 points, Sheraton at 9, and it's Mediapolis, Esterville, Lincoln Central, and Panorama. Van Meter and Denver all with 8. So that's a look at your 2A team scores. And that's boys 2A.
And this girls 2A, I find this story out of Alburnett to be pretty endearing. The shuttle hurdle team nearly didn't happen this year because they had 2 of the 4 girls who were completely brand new to high school hurdling, and they just decided to throw them in at one meet, and they ran pretty fast.
Real quick, Bella, Pella, Gilbert, Benton Community go 1, 2, 3, and 3A team scores. You just got to find a runner sometimes.
Yeah. And, I think sometimes with hurdles, you just have to find those fearless athletes that are willing to jump into anything and help the team out. And they found half of their quartet just by throwing them into the fire.
Here's your 4A team scores. Bettendorf, Cedar Falls, Kennedy, Indianola, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bettendorf, a couple of points better than the Tigers of Cedar Falls. Norwalk, with some points to come potentially for them. Johnston at 11th, Centennial at 13, Linmar at 16. And that is the boys' 4A team scores as we get ready now to flip it over to the 3A girls. Or first it's 2A girls in shuttle hurdle. Forgot to look at my flags. Looks like we are white flags, so we're in the block. So Appleton to Parkersburg is Allen, Rankin, Junker, Eddy. Roland Story is Remaker, Lucas, Yondel, and Helgeson. And then for Northeast, it's Tar, Reeves, Weber, and Butt. And Missouri Valley, it's Parrott, Bisson, Vincent Haler, and McCall.
Final run Saturday morning.
Ablington, Parkersburg, and Roland Story. So this is Rankin and Lucas on the track. And for Roland Story, that's Lucas right now who's taken the lead for Roland Story. So they get ready for the third leg. Junker for AP, Jondal for Roland Story. Jondal getting a little company there from Junker.
Lake and Missouri Valley running third and fourth.
Northeast and then Missouri Valley. And it's going to be a sprint to the finish like it should be. Helgeson for Roland Story, but getting chased by Eddy from Aplington Parkersburg. And it is going to be Helgeson for Roland Story. They came in with the best time, and they're going to leave this first heat with a great time. A 67-14, so a little slower than what they qualified with, but still good because it was first. That's the key. Get a good time, post it on the board, and say beat it.
Regina in 3 and 4. Reese Nave will be on the anchor. East Sac County in 5 and 6. Ogden, 3 members back from last year's 7th place team, will run in 7 and 8.
In Heat 2, Central Lyon, Regina, East Sac County, and Ogden. Best time qualified in this is in Lane 3, Regina, with Gavin, Wiltz, Canoe, and Navy.
East Sac County will run sister duo Libby and Wendy. That's always fun.
It is. It is. It is. We want to hear you. You gotta do this for a lot of time. We want this expert. Yeah, the sisters. Okay, you're the youngest of 4.
Yes, I am.
But you never ran with any of your sisters, did you?
No, I didn't. I was the youngest by quite a ways. My next oldest sibling was 6.5 years older than me, so I didn't even get to do high school with any of them. I was kind of felt like an only child with 3 older siblings. But honestly, they set it up well for me because I was incredibly competitive, and I just wanted to do anything better than what they were doing.
Well, you've been talking about that. I kind of wondered if that was kind of a little bit of that inspiration. You knew from firsthand. What's the youngest one always say? Watch me, keep up. No, they just keep up. So, all right, we're over. We've got the gun in the air, so we're getting ready here for heat number 2. Central Lyon. We'll start with Vanderzee. Gavin will open things up for Regina. East Sac County leads off with Veet and Leonard for Ogden in lane 7.
Cam 5 is still live.
And heat number 2.
East Sac County with Libby Viat. East Sac County in 5 and 6. That Central Lyon on the inside. They led off with Vanderzee. They're running Bosch on this leg. Central Lyon with Brooklyn Bosch. East South County with King. Regina with Wilch. Ogden running Benjamin. And that's Central Lyon on the inside with Ellie Pulsher. East Sac County with Hauser. Ogden with Graydon. CUNY running for Regina. It will be Central Lyon. Cheyenne Struckman on the anchor leg. Nave and Regina battling back, coming from way back after the fall on their second leg. And it is Central Lyon and Regina.
The fall, Regina pulls in a second place finish.
That was really impressive.
The question will be their time.
The bubble time is 1:12:46 right now, so they're under that, but we've got 4 heats to go.
So Central Lyon, 109.40, 109.79 for Regina. Ogden, a 110. Then East Sac County, 110.99. Heat 3 starting to get a little interesting now with some competition. That one was close until the fall for 3 of those runners. Mid Prairie, Hinton, Owine, and Sioux Central. We have a Boovie sighting. Brindley Boovie, her sister and her. Great basketball players. See them on the court there. Hinton. The Blackhawks from near Sioux City, Mid Prairie. Lane 1. Owine, seen a lot more Owine here than we have in recent years. That's good to see Owine's program back in the point of putting a lot of runners on the track. And then Sioux Central, we've seen them a couple of times today as well. So some familiar names, schools, and mascots making their way through the confines here of Drake Stadium.
Graphic is out, ready here to 1.
And we are still getting adjusted on our blocks down here. So coming up still 4, 5, and 6 heats of 2A. Then it's 3A. And you said that bubble time is hanging around at 112. That will lower as we progress. I think somebody took a little too far. I just saw an official motion back. Hey, come on now.
Let's keep this rolling.
Yeah.
You know, these shuttle hurdle athletes, though, they're not used to competing at the end of a meet. They're used
right.
to, they don't know, they're not quite sure what to do with themselves.
Who do we think we are, the 4x4? Shuttle hurdle. We put the hurdles out first. Light's starting to take effect here, and it's nice to... One of the great things about this track and this setup is the lights are set not just for the football, but they're really set up for track very well, because that's what we do here at this event, or this venue. Sophie Miller for Mid Prairie, Brindley Boovie for Hinton, Hayden Becker for Owine, and Callie Lorson for Sioux Central.
Come back with Hoping on the second leg. Hirschberger will run for Mid Prairie. We're running 1 and 2, Sioux Central. With Whitman. Michaels on this leg for Owine. It is Hinton. Number 4 and 2A coming into the weekend. And it is Hinton. Emma Benabos on this leg. That's Mid Prairie on the inside. With Slava. He'll be anchoring Miller.
It is Hinton. Koch will be on the anchor leg. Hinton and Mid Prairie. Corey Koch on the anchor leg for Hinton. Mid Prairie with Miller. Owine running well with Westendorf. And it is Hinton.
So now the question will be, what was Hinton's time? As they have
108.36 is what it's showing.
As hurdles 8 and 9 go down there. So Hinton 108.36, Mid Prairie a 109.23, Owine 110, 31 and Sioux Central 113.75. All right, heat number 4.
Here we'll see trainer.
It's the trainer girls, though, not the trainer boys. I know you've been very excited about the trainer boys and their speed, but the trainer girls are pretty fast, too.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I just figured that they probably, share some characteristics, some training tips.
Well, have seen trainer at the state basketball tournament. They were back this year. Say hi to Joe Chapman, folks. Cascade will start with Frake, then rolling, then Frake, then par. Trainer Zoe Zadalis. And then Nora Kuntz is in the lineup. Grace Menser. And then Riley Hemminson. And we are still getting placed, so I'll continue the introduction. Spirit Lake. Jelena Duval. And then that's Beloit. And that would be, let me make sure. Yeah, it's Ellie. They have an E there. And then June Fontenot. And then J.J. Wassenaar. And for Union, it's Finley Keegan, Paige Pipeho, Caitlin Schneider, and Reese Anderson. Heat 4.
Trainer with Zadalis, Spirit Lake with Duval. Union LaPorte City with freshman Finley Keegan in 7 and 8. Cascade with rolling. Trainer running Nora Cones on this leg. She's made up some ground and they've got the lead. It's Trainer, your defending champion. Running Menser, a freshman on this third leg. It is Trainer. It's Union LaPorte City in 7 and 8 with Schneider. On the inside, it's Cascade with Emma Frake. The Trainer is your leader. Spirit Lake running fourth. And Trainer, Riley Hemmingson. She anchored that winning quartet a year ago. It's Hemmingson and Trainer. Cascade with par. Union LaPorte City with Anderson. And Trainer.
Trainer has it figured out, right? Yeah, look at that great run. What was that, a 106? Yep, 106.62. And they move into first place overall with a 106.62. So now our bubble time moves to 109. 109.61, which would be Cascade's time right now.
Back from that quartet running here in section number 5. Running a full screen graphic at the moment.
13,000 have made their way through to the stadium today for the first day. That's a really good Thursday.
It is a very good Thursday.
Think about that, 13,000. There's some states that don't get that for their full meet, and we do that in day one.
Absolutely. I think it's such a cool opportunity for so many Iowa high school athletes to compete in front of so many people. I think it can really set the stage for them as athletes in other sports, or set them up for future success, right? Being able to compete under pressure. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, it's something that you talk about, everybody wants to qualify for state. They just know. I mean, you look at the solid amount of people that are here on this near side. They never change. And just here in the last 5-10 minutes, I've started to see, So that's what the empty seats look like. We just haven't seen that.
Right. Yeah. We see the back stretch is clearing out, but that's mostly teams, right? If they don't have teams competing in this last event, they're going home. They're getting food. They're getting,
Their rest, their
recharged for day 2.
Their hydration.
That's right.
See, am I paying attention? Sleep.
You are, yeah. You get an A+.
A father of one of the runners who will run tomorrow was texting me. We're back at the hotel. We're just, we're relaxing and resting. I said, good for you.
That's
He's
good.
a former runner, too. One of your sister's running teammates, actually, in that program at Wartburg. So, but here we go. With this Heat 5, Van Meter in the middle, Pleasantville there as well, Tri-Center, and then Beckman.
And Van Meter running in 3 and 4. Bella Bruins on this leg. Van Meter, Beckman with Overbrockling, Pleasantville with Mason, Tri-Center with Van Arsdal. Van Meter, they'll run freshman Harper Hall on this third leg. And the Bulldogs running 3 seniors and a freshman on this quartet. That's Beckman on the inside with Brame. Pleasantville in 5 and 6 with Vestal. Tri-Center with Payne as we go to the anchor. And it is Van Meter and Pleasantville. Van Meter with Berkeley Harkins. Pleasantville with Phipps. Beckman on the inside with Domeyer. Mater on the anchor leg for Tri-Center.
So Harkins finishes for Van Meter, Hall, Bruins, and Keller. Pleasantville made it interesting at the end there with Park, Mason, Vestal, and Phipps.
They're under the bubble right now.
So trainer's time holds. Van Meter 107.14. Bubble stays in the neighborhood.
109.40.
109.40. Heat 6, here are the introductions.
OABCIG will run in 1 and 2, Walk-On in 3 and 4, Alburnett in 5 and 6. Neighbor will be on the anchor. They come in as the 2A leader at 105.48. Monticello runs in 7 and 8. Bubble time, 109.45.
I was talking to a hurdle coach last week from one of these teams, and I said, so how do you get your hurdlers? And it was anybody can be a hurdler. We can teach them most how to be hurdlers. And sometimes you think it's a sprint type, but sometimes it can be a distance type. It can be both, but it does take special coordination to do it.
It does. It takes, athleticism and, a little bit of just gutsiness, right? Like, there's a lot of technique involved, at least I think, right?
Yeah.
I was never a fast hurdler, right? Jumping over barriers in the steeplechase was much different than sprinting full speed down a track. But I think really good hurdle coaches make the world of difference in this competition, right? Because if you can teach the technique and you've got someone who's willing to just keep working on it, perfecting their craft, then makes things interesting.
Well, and you got to find 4 of them, and sometimes when 2 are really, really needed, you just walk the halls. We always talk about what recruiting. No, it's in the halls is where you get a lot of those. Let's go up here for the final heat.
Alburnett with Josie McGraw. They're running in 5 and 6. To their inside, it's Walk-On with Reagan. OABCIG in 1 and 2, leading off with Schnabel. Monticello with Smith on the outside. Alburnett and Monticello. Alburnett with Nanelli. Monticello with Norton. That's Walk-On in 3 and 4 with Cook, Youngren, and OABCIG on the inside. And it's Alburnett first at the exchange with Kylie Cushman. Walk-On with Nora Davis making up some ground. Monticello with Jacobs. It's Alburnett and Walk-On. OABCIG on the inside with Barber. Walk on with Marissa Shulo. Alburnett with Miranda Neighbor. She has made up the ground, and she has the lead. It's Alburnett. Walk on. OABCIG in Monticello.
Raw. Nanelli, Cushman, and Neighbors Alburnett win the heat. The question is, what is that time? I think
they're in.
They're in, right?
Well,
or
that was final heat, right?
That was the final.
Yeah, bubble time was 108.59.
107.65 should put him in.
That.
Trainer, Roland Story, Van Meter, Applington, Parkersburg, Alburnett, Hinton, Waukon, and Pleasantville. I'm more smiling because of Alburnett, just like you said.
I should maybe buy a lottery ticket
You
on
should.
the way home or something.
I think they found the right person to be up here. How about that? All right. So now we're going to the final 6 heats of the night, and that is the 3A girls shuttle hurdle relay. As we tick past 8 o'clock on this Thursday night, we'll be back tomorrow. Let's look ahead a little bit here, shall we? To tomorrow, I made Tim do it. So what I think is fun for tomorrow is the amount of relays and the prelims. So we'll start the day with distance medley, then the 100-meter hurdles, the 110s for the guys. Then it's the 4x2, the 400 hurdles finals. So we actually have a couple of flags going out tomorrow. Then the 4x1, 4x4. We'll also have the wheelchair warm-up and then the 800. So those are some. Are there ones that stand out? I mean, everybody can say 4x1 and 4x4, but do you have one that really?
Well, I am partial to the distance med because that was an event that I was fortunate to do at least 2 years, maybe more than that. I think it brings just such a unique dynamic to like the essence of the state track meet because it blends our long sprinters and our mid-distance athletes, and I think it's just a very good culmination of like what we're doing here in the Coed atmosphere. So that's my favorite. But I think as a whole, when we're looking at so many relays and hurdles, I think we're going to talk a lot about culture tomorrow.
Keokuk, ADM, Gilbert Sioux Center on the track for the 3A girls.
We're in for a treat watching ADM. They're going for their 3rd straight shuttle hurdle title, and they are ballers.
But I just heard the crowd make that terrible noise in a hurdle race.
Lane 1. Yep, that was Keokuk.
So ADM in the middle there. Nelson, Bjork, Smythe, and Coughlin. This would be Smythe.
Gilbert with Paisley Wilbert. ADM. They'll have Elise Coughlin.
It's ADM and everybody else right now, but we got to still run this last hurdle. But man, look at Coughlin.
Holy cow.
Gilbert's going to take 2nd in the heat. ADM's time, a 103.66, according to the board on the track. So 103.66 is what will hold. So they look to get faster. As we have been in that 50 to 60 degree range most of the day, but now that we're getting to the end of the day, it is cooling back down. Forecast for tomorrow is to be just about the same, maybe a stitch warmer, but not by much. 69 degrees, 75 on Saturday, so darn near ideal 2 days here coming up. Heat 2. Des Moines Christian, West Delaware, Decorah, and Harlan. So Des Moines Christian, Patrick, Lambert, Van Mersbergen, and Sauk. The best time comes from West Delaware, Peyton, Schulte, LeClaire, and Schmitz.
That's up
So then how
northeast
many
Iowa
of the
area.
49 cousins are in the West Delaware School District?
I was wondering if you were going to ask me that. Most of them. We were, as a Northland graduate, we were the only family that went to Northland, but yes, a lot at West Delaware, a lot at Maquoketa Valley. Those are the main ones.
See, I get a hard time always about Newell Fonda and putting out their family tree. If I would have been covering track for a longer time, I would have had a family tree of the Reese in your era and your sister's era and all of your cousins. So now it's even more branched out. It'll be a little, but it's still out there. So that's what's fun.
We had, we had some really fast cousins that ran at Iowa State and several at Wartburg. We just kind of all spread out over the years. And now all of them are having kids, and that's who is running here today.
And all of the aunts and uncles and moms and dads are offering us advice. And what did you say? She did not listen to me. I think that's what I heard. I heard Aunt Ellen say at one point. That was great.
And I'm so glad that she didn't.
So speaking of family, Coach Pollock for Appleton Parkersburg is pretty excited about his shuttle hurdle team making the finals. Did I get that right? Did I get that note right? Speaking of uncles.
West Delaware with Nora Payton out front. Delaware with Payton. Decorah with Ivy. Des Moines Christian running Patrick. Harlan with Sonderman. And Nora Payton in West Delaware. They'll run Sophia Schulte on this leg. West Delaware, last year's runner-up. Payton and Schulte were on that quartet. It's West Delaware's Des Moines Christian on the inside with Lambert. West Delaware with Lauren LeClaire. Des Moines Christian on the inside with Van Mersbergen. Decorah with Riley. Meg's running for Harlan. West Delaware with Avery Schmitz. Decorah with Wilson. Should be going to Colorado State as a combined event performer.
Renee Wilson on the anchor for Decorah, but it was West Delaware running
White flag up, which means that was a good race. And now we'll get ready for heat number 3. But here's how we finished. In Heat 2, West Delaware 104.91, Decorah 107.54, Des Moines Christian 108.61, and a 110.63 turned in by the Harlan Cyclones. Heat 3, West Liberty, North Polk, Lamar's, and CPU, Center Point, Urbana.
Did you make a Norman rest?
I did. You caught it.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
That is an annual tradition. Jeff Linder and I, the Gazette, try to get a photo with Norman at state basketball most years that they are there. And Coach Klett now is on the boys' staff at Centerpoint, not the girls' staff. So we'll see how it works out moving forward. But Norman was just in fact, he was in a mascot of the year competition there a couple of years ago. He was on that national thing for a while. One year, I'm pretty sure we had the Crestwood Cadet, we had Norman from Centerpoint Urbana, and we might have had there was one or two other one year. It was just an incredible year for mascots. And now it's just not
having
quite
their moment.
as
I know,
it's like
yeah.
Maybe I went peak mascot there a couple of years ago at the state basketball tournament, but no mascots in track though. Could you imagine?
I think we should change that. I think we should have a mascot race. Could we do something about that for next year?
They do for the Drake Relays. They have a mascot race. They do. They do it down on the streets. It's pretty
of course,
fun.
yeah.
Yeah.
That probably happens after my bedtime, though.
Yeah. All right. So West Liberty, Liv Garcia, Alyssa Lenz, Kylie DeFelt, and Lorelei Christensen. North Polk, Frankie Heather, Peyton Dirks, Allie Weiser, and Reese Wagner. For Lamar's, it's Tessa Iverson, Sadie Meyer, Kinnick Lusink, and Claire Susamil, and CPU, it's Kyra White, Schmidt, Sprague, and Stein. Here's Mike J. for the race.
White. It's North Polk. North Polk and West Liberty. North Polk coming back with Peyton Dirks. West Liberty on the inside with Lenz. Lamar's in 5 and 6 with Meyer, and on the outside, CPU with Schmidt. North Polk. Allie Weiser running third. Lamar's with Lusink. That's West Liberty on the inside with Daufelt. Sprague running for CPU. And North Polk going to the anchor with their outstanding high jumper, Reese Wagner. North Polk. Lamar's with Susamil. That's West Liberty on the inside with Christensen. CPU with Stein.
So the Comets have, nice race there. We've had some breakouts. It's really a race against the clock in this one so far. We haven't had that pull-away race that we had kind of thought.
Yeah. It's going to make for a really good final, though.
There's a look at some of the chairs starting to empty out from the up top, but we still have another couple of heats to go. North Polk, Lamar's, West Liberty, and CPU is how we finish with a 104.53 for the Comets. Lamar's 107.48. And then we get into Heat 4. So here we go with some heavy hitters: Mount Vernon, Western Dubuque, Pella, and Central DeWitt. And there's a look at your lane assignments. Heat 4 of 6 at Drake University's track. Did you ever run on another blue track?
It's funny you were asking that. I don't think so.
You probably ran on a lot of reds.
I did run on a lot of red tracks.
I think Mizzou's track is red, isn't it?
It was when we were there, and they actually just replaced it, and I don't know what color it is anymore. When we went down to NCAA championships and had a little Mizzou reunion down there, and we wanted to go run a race. Not of any, not one with any color, but we wanted to go run around the track, and it was all torn up.
Oh.
So we couldn't. So we went to the indoor track instead.
Okay.
And we raced our children, and we beat them.
That's isn't the indoor track? It's they built a different one, right? Because it used to be inside of Hearn, and now it's back.
It's actually still at Hearn.
Oh, it is still at Hearn.
But it is so much nicer. It is banked, and it smells nice, and the walls are actually white. It's beautiful. We were all feeling a little bit salty, because we did not get that kind of treatment when we were there, but they have themselves a very nice facility.
You had been there right at the change from Big 12 to SEC?
Actually, I was Big 12 through my entire duration.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
they changed, I think, 2 years. I think it was 2012.
Okay.
I think.
Vernon opening up with Kirsten Swart on the inside. Western Dubuque with Vogel. Pella had Parks in 5 and 6. Central DeWitt with Klosterman. Western Dubuque and Pella. Central DeWitt, Mount Vernon. Central DeWitt with Kenley Burt in 7 and 8. In 3 and 4, it's Western Dubuque with Hogreef. Western Dubuque. Central DeWitt. Pella, Mount Vernon. Western Dubuque with Addie Moore on this third leg. Riley Parks with Pella in 5 and 6. Central DeWitt on the outside with Barber. That's Western Dubuque in 1 and 2 with Smith. Western Dubuque with Macy Kolb on the anchor leg. Pella with Emmeline Riddick. Mount Vernon trying to make up some ground with freshman Chloe Karminski on the inside. On the outside, it's Central DeWitt with Leistico. And it is Western Dubuque.
So another red and black team, this time the Bobcats from Western Dubuque.
And we have had a couple of yellows. We had a yellow flag in Heat 1. Now we have a yellow flag from
All right, so that might not be clean. We will see how.
In 1 and 2 is Solon. Newton, 7th last year, a finalist in 24.
We'll sort that one out and get you ready for Heat 5. Solon, Newton, Benton Community, and Webster City.
Will be in 5 and 6, and Webster City in 7 and 8.
Western Dubuque wins that heat 106-12, Pella 108. Mount Vernon 108-5-2, and Central DeWitt 110-7-1. So the bubble time
108.06.
108.06. So that's Pella's time right now. So out of 5, the 25 champ is ADM. They've already run and most likely advanced, barring
any DQs.
That could happen too.
If we can't have a mascot race, should we set up a broadcast talent race?
Nope.
I want a reason to get back on this track.
That would be just fine. How about an exhibition of former, former what? 12-time champions? 8? What? How many championships did you win here?
13.
There you go. 13-time champion race. That'd be a pretty small field, right? There's not that
bigger.
many. Okay.
There's and I'm actually so Ashley Miller.
Yep.
Has, I think she has the most now at 15. I think there's a couple at 15, one at 14, and then I think maybe 2 or 3 of us at 13.
Heat 5 underway.
Freshman Elin Heyman. Newton with Karsten. Benton Community with Embritson. Webster City with Van Deer. Solon out in front. A good opening leg for the freshmen. They're running 3 freshmen and a senior are the Spartans. Solon with Broderson. Newton running Klein in 3 and 4. And 5 and 6 is Benton Community running Werner. Webster City on the outside with Hartnett. It is Solon. Benton Community with McCarville. Solon with Bolkins. Sims on this leg for Newton. They're challenging for the lead. It is Newton and Benton Community, Solon and Webster City. Newton with Tori White, a state meet veteran on the anchor leg. Benton Community with Seek. Treya Idle on the anchor leg for Solon. Webster City with Hanson.
And it is Newton, 106.52.
So that's under. That one clean? That's the only. It wasn't that. There was one. I watched for one to come up, one flag, but at this point I don't know. We'll see how it is. So that was 107. So Newton did take first with a 106.52. Benton a 107.37. That would probably be looking on the outside if things hold. No, that would qualify. That the bubble is just over it. So that'll set up here. Heat 6, Spencer, Mount Pleasant, Clear Creek Amana, and MOC Floyd Valley.
Clear Creek Amana in 5 and 6. They were 3rd in 2023.
And this is the final heat, the final race of the opening day. We'll update you on who is qualified for the finals in shuttle hurdle. And we'll be back on the air tomorrow at 9 a.m. on the same places that you are watching today. And you can also watch us on Saturday, TV stations across the state, as well as online on the websites of both the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union and the Iowa High School Athletic Association. The Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. The union and the association pages have all that you want to cover. So you have many, many options for watching this. And I'm I'm guessing you've been getting some texts from people saying they're watching, friends of yours?
I have.
That's
yes.
good.
Yeah. I think there were. This morning I was watching too before I came down, and it looked to me that there was a lot of viewers.
People love their track. 13,000 of them came
That's right.
into the stands through the turnstiles today.
Yeah, getting many messages today, and then it makes me think, oh, wow. Yeah, there's a lot of people that I can hear us talking.
Heat 6, Spencer, Mount Pleasant, Clear Creek, Amana, and MOC Floyd Valley. Here's Mike J.
Mount Pleasant. Clear Creek, Amana with Bella Barons. They're running in 5 and 6. MOC Floyd Valley. On the outside, Spencer getting a good leg from Kunath. Clear Creek, Amana with Jalen Herring in 5 and 6 takes the Clippers to the front. Clear Creek, Amana with Herring. MOC Floyd Valley on the outside with Vanderpleg, and they'll run the high jump champion Brielle Hoig on the anchor. Clear Creek, Amana will come back with Addie Sheets. It's Clear Creek, Amana with Sheets, the outstanding sophomore. Spencer on the inside with Stuckey. MOC Floyd Valley on the outside with the high jump champion, and Mount Pleasant running Williamson. Clear Creek, Amana, 107-34.
No, they're not supposed to win. They don't have black or red in their
know.
uniforms. Pretty much everybody who won heats in that. But Clear Creek, Amana loaded up here and was really hoping to have a great performance. They go 107-34. MOC Floyd Valley. Then Spencer and Mount Pleasant rounds that out with a 110-8-1. So who do we got qualifying here? We got ADM, so a chance to defend their title. North Polk, West Delaware, Western Dubuque, Newton, Gilbert, Clear Creek, Amana, and Benton Community. So you get what I'm saying with the red thing, right? Well,
yeah, there's a lot of red and black.
There's a lot of that, but a lot of good races.
Mm-hmm.
So the spread, 103.66 to the last is 107. So a great, very nice tight race coming up here on Saturday for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet the sun will be shining, and it's going to be a little bit warmer, and they're going to have all eyes on them.
All righty, day number 1 is done. We have put 1A, 4A, 2A, 3A in the books for Thursday. We've handed out some flags and some medals. Guess what? More to come tomorrow, and then Championship Saturday on all of these locations. You've been watching the state tournament or the state track meet from Des Moines at Drake University. So long, and we will see you tomorrow.